talking Niners, Dolphins, right here on 95.7 The Game.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7eleven.com for terms.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
5G is here, but the big carriers want you to sign a long-term contract to get access. Well, not anymore, because Straight Talk Wireless has rolled out 5G coverage nationwide with deals like our Silver Unlimited plan for just $45 a month and no contract. And get a Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for $149, all on a reliable 5G network. 5G coverage, 5G phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
In Fremont, a cold start followed by a cool day. Highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Friends and Family with incredible deals on great gifts. Save an extra 30% off with your coupon or Macy's card and take 15% off fragrances and skincare too. Now at Macy's. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We made it to Friday. Even though there's no Starbucks open around us, we're all searching for some coffee and some hot tea. If you know anybody at a Starbucks, let us know. We need that hot coffee. As I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? Cops, firefighters, teachers, students, longshoremen, electricians. I miss anybody, Alan?
I said plumbers. I don't know.
Plumbers work.
Yeah,
ushers,
they're going already.
Security guards.
Airport people.
Airport workers.
There you go.
Yeah. People checking in your bags.
Right.
Putting your bags on the plane. I like that. I like that. Shout out to the airports out there grinding on this Friday. And that's not Joe Shasky. That's not Come On Donkey. Pivot Don't Panic. It's Alan Stiles filling in for Joe Shasky the Butcher. The pride of De La Salle. The pride of Tipple Owls. North Philadelphia. He's back in the Bay. And this may be a small T-shirt Friday because it looks like we're both wearing some young T-shirts right now. Schmedium Friday T-shirts. Or maybe I'm just gaining too much weight. I'll just say it's a small T-shirt.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Thanksgiving. Yeah. We haven't hit the treadmill as we get into the show Friday. Good morning.
So damn good.
I've stayed away. I didn't even use the coupon for Taco Bell when I went down to a Sharks game. Alan went down to a Sharks game a couple Saturdays ago, and the Sharks scored 4 goals, which meant everybody gets free tacos. I did not use my voucher. I stayed away.
They shut it down. Well, so you could still use it, but you're choosing not to.
I think it expired.
Already?
Yeah, I think it expired.
Wow.
I think I was a day late.
So is it just the basic taco? What if you say, oh, can I get the sour cream? How does that work?
Yeah, it's probably extra.
Yeah.
Probably charge you like $2 extra for it.
Worth it.
It is worth it. That Gordon Crunch does sound good right now. Taco Bell soda good. By the way, good morning to Lubman, Spadoni, man. We're going to have a lot of fun today. A lot of fun. Joe Rose covers the Dolphins, does morning radio down in Miami. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk Fins. And then Laura Britt, 8:30, your host of Giants Pre- and Post-Game Live, will give us some insight into the Giants. And, we left the show yesterday, Alec, because I know you're a baseball guy. What did you play? Shortstop, second base?
Well, I tell people I was I'm left-handed, but, I got
You're a lefty?
Yeah, but I got a second baseman's body. So that's the problem. So they stuck me in the outfield. So I played in the outfield.
Man, I didn't know you were a lefty. I'm a lefty, too.
Yeah. Oh, well,
you
shout
probably
out.
have a stronger arm than me. I mean,
it depends on who you ask. I get the ball out quick. That was my whole thing.
I do not. I don't get the ball out at all. I don't even throw the ball. No. So you're a lefty. You know baseball inside and out. You know the ins and outs of it, the nooks and crannies. And we left the show yesterday just discussing Aaron Judge because of the John Morosi report. And I heard you and Spadoni discussing that as well. Our boy Bubba, a.k.a. J.P. Morosi, who is, 50-50 Aaron Judge.
Right.
He's going to decide by the end of the week. And, that got us going on. That got us running hot. Now, whether or not it's 50-50 between the Giants, Yankees, I have no idea. What I do know is that the Giants have to close this deal.
Yeah.
They cannot, for the umpteenth time this decade or in the last 10 years, come up short on another prize free agent.
Right. Well, and the thing is, too, the other situations that we've had, whether it's been Bryce Harper or Shohei Ohtani, whoever it is, it hasn't been put in our face like this. You got Aaron Judge at St. Regis. You got him winking at the camera. You got a reported offer by the Yankees that that the Giants can beat out. So this one would hurt so much. And I know you can talk about, well, what if they get this, that, and the third? I saw yesterday on Twitter, and no disrespect, because this guy actually graduated 08 with me in Hawaii and got drafted, now is in the big leagues. If Colton Wong is who we bring in, dude, I'm not. If that's all we do, we got problems. I can't do it. You got to get Aaron Judge. You got to get the big fish, because unless he just says, you know what, it's the Yankees brand, that's the only way that this is okay. If he says, look, these guys took a chance on me. They drafted me. We got some unfinished business. Even though we can't beat the Astros to save our lives in the playoffs, we're going to try to do it, and I want to keep going with them. I want to go the Derek Jeter route, be with the same team. But past that, there's no excuses.
No excuses whatsoever. You bring up Colton Wong, and I haven't even wrapped my head around what if the Giants don't sign Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
What's next? I can't even wrap my head around Trey Turner. I can't wrap my head around Justin Verlander or Jacob deGrom because it feels like Carlos Rodon's long gone.
No.
He's already visited the New York Mets. He's on the East Coast.
I knew he was gone about halfway through the season. He said something. Yeah, Giants fans, they're the best in baseball. I'm like, you don't have to say that, Carlos, because nobody believes you.
You don't. We kind of knew that he's gonna opt out. The Giants are gonna say because the Giants had found pitchers diamonds in the rough, right? When it comes to Kevin Gausman and Carlos Rodon, they kicked the tires on Anthony DeSclafani, who was good for most of 2021, or it was good until he faced the Dodgers, of course, when he had like a 13 ERA that season. But I haven't even wrapped my head around any other free agent whatsoever. It has to be Judge, and then you move on from there. And then all of a sudden, you move on from Judge, and then you start setting your sights on Shohei. You start setting your sights out on other stars because this is a star market. But Giants fans are having anxiety right now, and I don't blame them. And we don't know what's what. We see the video last week where he's at the hotel and he gives us the wink. And he said, hey, I'm just here to visit family and friends. And we're like, is he house shopping? But is he going to the Warriors game? Who's sending the pitches? Who's going to be in the room or whatnot? I don't know when it gets done, but it does sound like he wants to get it done by the end, whether it's this week or next week when the winter meetings take place in San Diego.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he wants this to drag on, and good for him because we don't want this to drag on. He's the biggest domino, and it's the same thing as the Kevin Durant trade request situation. Everything froze. I think everything is a bit frozen right now to see where Aaron Judge is going to go, and that's the thing that I was telling Spadoni, a couple of minutes ago. There's no way there's only two offers. There's no way it's just the Yankees and the Giants. There's a silent auction going on somewhere for Aaron Judge, and he knows that. So this thing isn't over by a long shot. So it's nice that Morosi said that it's 50-50. It really just depends on what Aaron Judge cares the most about.
I heard you discussing this with Spadoni when you're talking about, what if the Mets are in? What if the Dodgers are in? We don't know what other teams are in. Padres, yeah, they could be in because they spend money now. And they don't know about Tatis Jr.
Right.
As much as Tatis Jr. Is a baller, he let them down last season. And he's had the wrist injury, he's had the shoulder. There's no guarantee he gets back to the form he was at pre-injuries or pre-steroids or whatever. And they don't even know about Juan Soto signing a long-term deal yet. He hasn't signed that long-term deal with the Padres. They could be in on Aaron Judge down at Petco Park in San Diego. And Shasky brought up something yesterday that there's a not week with Cohen, the Mets owner, getting into Major League Baseball because the Yankees had played a big role in that to get Cohen into the Mets organization and own that baseball team. And he was saying, Cohen may not mess with Judge because he owes the Yankees a favor. And my mindset is, well, he got him in. He's running the Mets. They're battling for tabloids, headlines on the New York Post and the New York Daily News and the New York Times. They're fighting for fans in New York City. What would stop Cohen from saying, hey, Aaron Judge, here's $400 million?
That is what we heard earlier during the season, I think, and then it just kind of went away. But nothing ever really goes away. It just gets quiet. So I think that you make a good point. And that's a situation where everybody was laughing at the Mets because of what they didn't do in the postseason. But that also could hurt a fan of somebody not the Mets because now they're thinking, well, I guess we got to get another piece. You would have been better off at least with the Mets getting close, so now you're thinking, all right, we're pretty good. We just got to move some things around. Now he's thinking, wow, I thought we were close. We're not close. I guess we need an Aaron Judge. And but to me,
and how would Met fans feel about that? Like, wait, you didn't go after Aaron Judge because the Yankees? You owe the Yankees a favor?
I don't believe that at all. This is business, and businessmen don't become, or businesswomen, they don't become where they are in business for favors and things like that. You got to be cold-blooded. So if Aaron Judge is out there and he's even giving you the time of day, why wouldn't you take a shot on it?
Right, I'm with you here. Sweetie Birdie, who covers the Yankees for WFAN in New York. Who did you join? Damon and Ratto yesterday. Damon and Alan Stiles.
Yes.
Alan Stiles basically got off the show at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Went to bed and came back to the studio. So you have no life, all right, at least for the last 24 hours. He was on with you guys yesterday, and he's been on the beat for a long time. So you've already heard this. You were in the interview, obviously.
Right.
But I want to play this for our morning audience. And Sweetie Birdie was discussing Aaron Judge and whether or not he'd be shocked if he left the Yankees. Here's what he had to say about that.
I'm going to be surprised. I am always surprised, and it's not even. It's more so because Judge is a Yankee. But if he was on some other team and the Yankees had a glaring need, and it was kind of like, okay, he's going to be a Yankee. Until I saw him holding up another team's jersey and wearing another team's cap in front of a podium, I'm always going to believe he's a Yankee. So that's kind of my feeling with Judge. They have been dug in together for 9 years since he was drafted here. The Yankees clearly have the money to pay him if they choose. He knows what it's about here. I'd be shocked if he left.
But they let him test free agency. They let him go out there and get recruited. They let him come to the West Coast and meet with, I don't know, Larry Bear. Maybe it's Charles Johnson.
I heard
don't even know
Rich Aurelio was there giving him wine.
Thank God. Was he 40 there with the Lupias?
He should have been there. He better be there.
Steph Curry, they were sharing text messages.
Yeah.
The fact that you let Aaron Judge test the waters, if I'm a Yankee fan, I'm petrified.
Right.
Say, we didn't lock this guy up before the year. Then he goes out and have one of the best contract seasons in all of professional sports. I can't recall a guy having a contract year like that, where he damn near wins a Triple Crown. So he thinks that he'll be shocked because he would have to see it to believe it. But to me, it's not shocking anymore. To me, it's not shocking when you go out there in the postseason and carry the Yankees to the postseason and you strike out a couple times and all of a sudden the Boo Birds are coming down.
And Aaron Judge said all the right things. They're entitled to that. I need to play better. He said all the right things, but does he really feel that way? Is he really thinking, yeah, I deserve to be booed? There's no shot. There's absolutely no shot. And, the first mistake the Yankees made, they gave him that offer in the $200 million range before the season. Then he goes off, and now they're offering him $300 million, who they know that multiple teams can counter.
Yep.
So that's why something isn't sticking to me. And even during the All-Star game, he's been giving multiple opportunities to say all the typical, athlete speak that they do. I'm just happy being a Yankee, yada, yada, yada. He hasn't done any of that. He sat there and he said, we're just going to see how this plays out. So he's been playing it coy the whole time. And I think it's because he feels a bit disrespected. I mean, I watched the Derek Jeter documentary a couple months back, and it was the same idea. That was later in his career.
Right.
But it's a business. And I think Aaron Judge might feel like, you guys are disrespecting me a little bit monetarily. I just balled out. You're off now. This is all relatively speaking to everybody out there. $300 million for 8 years. Knowing now why that leaked, how that leaked, we don't know. Now you have the Giants, who are going to counter.
Right.
So what happens? Does this turn into an auction that we've never seen before?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never seen a report come out to say, okay, we offered you this. You get another offer from a team, and then the Yankees come back and say, okay, Giants say 320, and then the Yankees say 340.
Right.
That doesn't normally happen.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. You go to a number and you say, hey, this is our number.
Right.
And we're willing to match anybody. But it's not going to be, hey, 330, 340, 345, 350, 360.
Yeah.
And I don't even believe the Yankees stopped at 300.
Right.
Because that seems a bit low.
That's
for
why
what
I don't
Aaron
really
Judge
believe
wants.
the report.
8
Yeah.
years, $300 million seems like a bargain for a guy like Aaron Judge. Here's what Sweetie Murdy, though, had to say about the mega offer that you're discussing. We haven't heard anything from the Giants. Here's what Murdy had to say about that.
What kind of has surprised me is that we haven't yet heard of this, mega offer from the Giants, because if you think about 300 has to be kind of where it starts. To pry him away, you probably have to go a little bit more, right? It's not a perfect example, but I'm going to go back to Cano. The Yankees were going to offer him about 175, all said and done. The Mariners gave him 240, okay? And he said, yeah, sure, I'll go. I don't think this is a situation where, the Giants can offer $1 more than the Yankees and say, we got him. You've got to make your pitch and go for it, because your ultimate goal is to make the Yankees say, no, we're not going to match that. I kind of feel like if you're any other team, including the Giants, you don't want him to have a decision. You want to say, bam, I'm giving you this.
The Giants already have paraded around town saying they're going to spend whatever they need to spend to go get free agents this year. Right. So what he said about Robinson Cano, where he gets offered $175 and he goes take some Mariners money, and we never really hear from Robinson Cano ever again, unless it had to do with it had to do with a dirty test. That's the only time we heard about Cano, and his career kind of went downhill. The Giants have said money's not going to be a problem. So Sweetie Murdy, who joined you and Damon yesterday, right here on 95.7 The Game, money's not an issue. So I wouldn't worry about that if you're a Giants fan. Oh, the Yankees offered $300. The Giants are having second thoughts. No. They've already told everybody we're spending cash.
Yeah.
It's not an issue, especially when you have only $25 million committed on the 2024 payroll.
Yeah, and look, Vegas has the Giants as the favorite to land Aaron Judge right now. However you want to take that, you can take that. You know, if you're a Giants fan, you can feel good about that, or you can just say, look, I'll believe it when he's holding up that orange and black jersey. They got to do more. And I think that's what other people have talked about as well, going to Aaron Judge, assuming even if the Yankees, as I joked, that they can't beat the Astros, they've still been in the mix. And the Giants, I'm not calling it luck. I'm not calling it a fluke, but it seems like it was a flash in the pan, 2021.
Right.
I mean, it does seem like that,
And
right?
look at the division.
And look at the
Padres,
division.
Dodgers, and the Diamondbacks started playing better. They have a plethora of young talent.
Yeah.
So the Diamondbacks are pesky right there in that division. I'm not sure how much better you are than the Rockies.
No.
And everybody can say, well, you're 81-81. That's fool's gold.
Yeah.
Giants stuck last season.
And now, so Aaron Judge, does he really want to go from the bright lights of New York to playing for the Giants? As much as I love the Giants, I do enjoy winning and I do enjoy being competitive. So the Giants have to come with money, the Brinks truck. They also have to come with the plan. We're not stopping at you. After you, we're going to get Carlos Correa. After that, I mean, they posted that lineup, and you know who was protecting? You know who they had protecting Aaron Judge?
Oh, God.
Jock Peterson in the 3-hole. Now, I love Jock Peterson. If you've heard me on this station before, you know I actually hit batting practice with Jock Peterson back in the day. You know, just a humble brag right there.
Oh, give it to me. Whoa. That deserved like 4.
You know, so I love Jock, right? But the 3-hitter at this stage in his career protecting Aaron Judge,
a platoon 3-hitter.
That you're not exactly.
It's not even an everyday 3-hitter.
That's what they should have put
guy.
up. That's what they should have put up on LB Network against righties.
Right.
We don't even know what it would be. JD Davis.
Oh my God.
You know,
Wilmer Flores.
Oh, that's depressing.
So that's just.
Oh man.
If I'm Aaron Judge, as much as I love the Giants, as much as I love, we heard a story yesterday that he was a big Jonathan Sanchez guy and he got to meet him and all those types of things. As much as he loves all of that, you can't move out here with no plan to be second and to be hopefully second place because the Dodgers aren't going anywhere and no plan. I mean, look at Kyle Harrison, another day-law guy. That's the most sure thing we have.
Right. And I still don't even know because prospects are prospects until they prove it at the major league level.
Right. The only reason I say that about Kyle Harrison, because he's a pitcher.
Right.
It's a little bit, but everybody else that we've seen with Matos and everybody.
Luciano, who's had back issues already.
We don't even know where he's going to play anymore.
We have no idea.
He's not a shortstop, or we don't know what position he's going to play anymore. Aaron Judge is thinking, I'm signing up for this. Me, Logan Webb, and the Supremes.
Right.
That's what we're doing.
Posse in P-Town is saying that, man, there's only 2 teams involved. That's saying a lot. See, I don't believe there's only 2 teams involved. There's a lot of teams who are just staying quiet. I think the Red Sox are lurking in the cut.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Mets are lurking in the cut. The Dodgers are always in play. You can't sleep on the L.A., Anaheim, California, whatever you want to call them, Angels. You can't sleep on them.
The irrelevant Angels.
Right, exactly. What about Seattle, who's all of a sudden had an itchy finger, and all of a sudden they're looking at their wallet saying, we want to spend a little more with this Nintendo money.
Yeah.
We want to get somebody around
You know
J-Rod.
who's building? The Rangers. And they got money.
They got
good
money.
Taxes out there.
Seager, Simeon.
Mm-hmm.
They've got Nathaniel Lowe had a big year at first base.
Bruce
Bochy. That's a good call with Texas.
You know?
That's a great call with Texas. Man, the Aaron Judge watch. How does it end? What's your gut telling you? Is he coming to San Francisco? You can't see it. Huh? I can tell. You're pessimistic about this.
I am. I say realistic. I try not to say pessimistic,
Right.
but
Realistic. I like that.
Look, even though, again, me and Spadoni were talking about it, even though it goes football, basketball, baseball, the one brand that probably isn't a part of that or is higher than that is the Yankees. So it's just really hard for me to see Aaron Judge leaving the Yankees.
Leaving the pinstripes, man. I don't know how this ends, man, but all I know is this. I'm not going to be happy if the Giants finish in second.
Yeah.
They don't get any props for taking a meeting with Aaron Judge. They get no props for saying, hey, we have a blank check. We're gonna parade around Aaron Judge around town, take him to the wharf, get some clam chowder. No. You have to close the deal.
Mm-hmm.
You have to close the deal. And if the Giants don't close the deal, it's going to be a lot of disappointed Giants fans out here.
Yeah.
A lot. Because where do you even pivot to? What does other free agents say? Oh, wow, Aaron Judge inside there? Because it feels like the entire free agent market has been on hold because of Aaron Judge.
Yeah, if you don't get him, you got to go. You have to get one of the shortstops, Xander Bogaerts, somebody like that. You know what they need to do, Bonte? They need to find a way, because he's going to get the money, but they need to find a way to get whoever the best beard. We need a beard business to invest with Aaron Judge, because you can't grow facial hair on the Yankees, and he says, oh well, I need this money, I gotta go to the Giants because I can't grow this facial hair.
Does he even care about that?
Probably
he does
not.
have a nice fresh face.
He does.
I'll speak for myself. I need the facial hair. I gotta hide the ugly.
Yeah,
Aaron Judge is a handsome young man.
Right, that's right. I'm grasping at straws here, Bonte.
Right.
I'm trying, man.
This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, and also tune in to Warriors Live tonight at 6 p.m. on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity. What's next coming up on The Game? Brought to you by ChooseChange.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. More Warriors talk. We got Warriors Bulls tonight, plus the Miami Dolphins coming to town. Take on the Niners. This is a big, big game, Alan. Big, big game. Let's get into it here on The Roast.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life or your choices with just one wrong pill. Find medically proven treatment options at ChooseMatt.org.
What's up, everybody? I know you're out there balling for the holidays, man. You got money. You got to figure out a Christmas gift. Well, I have the perfect gift for you, and it's at 957thegameshop.com. That's right, 957thegameshop.com. You can buy a Morning Roast t-shirt, Steiny Guru, Willard Dibs, Damon Ratto. You get generic 957 The Game t-shirts. Who doesn't want to wake up on Christmas morning with the 957 The Game long sleeve, a 957 The Game hoodie? Come on, folks, spend that money. The holiday season's coming. 957thegameshop.com. Be there.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need, all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra, and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Shout out to Larry June. One of the more memorable performances on Warriors Postgame Live. He was on another planet, but it's all good. Good job, Larry. Jerry Rice, Monday at 8:30. He's going to join us after the Niners take on the Dolphins. Jerry Rice, 8:30. And get this, Alan. We got to hook you up because now you're a roaster. When you get in here at 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. or 4:30 a.m., you are officially a roaster. And I think the roasters appreciate you. So the roasters are welcoming you to the morning roast. They loving you right now. Styles Files. We have new gear dropping at 3 o'clock.
Ooh.
New gear dropping at 3 o'clock. 957thegame.com. New hot gear being released. Morning roast gear being released at 3 p.m. And again, I told you guys, we're figuring out ways to get some guys some gear, some roasters out there, some free gear. Maybe we'll do some callers. We'll figure out something. But new gear, 3 o'clock.
That'd be nice. I'm trying to talk to Matt. I'm trying to get something on there.
Yeah, get some Styles Files.
Yeah, a little something.
You a Dan Defoe?
Yeah, a couple of medium shirts on there, you know.
Yeah, this is the Medium Shirt show. This is the Medium Shirt. So, although your pipes look a lot better than mine, I got Jell-O. You got rocks in there. Niners and Dolphins. Niners and Dolphins on Sunday. This is going to be a fun game as this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber, the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Before we get to the Niners, because we do have Kerr's Corner coming up at 6:38. Warriors and Bulls. What was your thoughts or your feeling after the loss to Dallas on Tuesday? Were you irate? Were you disappointed?
Yeah.
Or did you come away from it like me where it was just like, all right, they lost, but I saw some things there. I feel good about where this team is at right now.
Well, where you're headed is one of those overused sports. I have a whole list of overused sports terms like culture, ceiling, and where you're headed in the same direction, moral victory.
Right.
That's where we're headed, moral victory. But you know what? That's okay because it kind of was, and I don't really mind that. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga with a quiet double-double, couple blocks that were huge. So you take that away, and for everything to happen the way it did and the Warriors still have an open Clay look to tie it and go to overtime, you got to be happy about that. Clay, 5 points. Wiggins, 10 points. They didn't show up. The bench did show up. Luka, a 41-point triple-double. Their guys, Tim Hardaway Jr. went off. He'd been ice cold. So, for all that to happen and they barely won, that's why you feel good about it. Right. On the other hand, to have a good game like that, a great game like that from the bench and not get the W, that's tough. But do I feel like they're starting to turn a corner? I want to, but it's a big game. But again, they're at home. I want to see them do it on the road, but we can't do that tonight.
Yeah, no, 3 straight at home. Bulls, Rockets, and then Pacers. So you get 3 games in 4 nights at Chase Center. And these are games where all of a sudden you look up Monday night and you're saying, wow, the Warriors are 14-11. They can handle business at home because they've won 8 straight at Chase Center. They're 9-1 overall at Chase. In Tuesday's game, you mentioned it. Wiggins, Clay, Poole, they went a combined 3 of 18 for the 3-point line. It's not going to happen most nights.
No.
Not going to happen most nights. So, like you, knowing that Jonathan Kuminga is starting to figure it out and figure out his role, rebounding, a double-double, picking up Luka Doncic, 94 feet, full court. Anthony Lamb knowing his role. DiVincenzo starting to come around a little bit. I like JaMychal Green as a small ball 5 where he's just in the dunker spot. Hey, you're going to be down in the block. You're going to play physical defense. You're going to grab offensive rebounds and dunk the basketball. Now you got to figure out who's going to be that other guy. Well, we know from Steve Kerr, it's not going to be Andre Iguodala anytime soon.
No.
Moses Moody may not be him for any time soon as he racks up DMPs. James Wiseman, well, he was at Chase Center yesterday in the meeting, but now he's headed to Stockton to go play for Santa Cruz Sea Dubs.
What do you think about the Moses Moody thing? What's your take on that? Because I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened either. I know he was a coach's favorite, and he's a guy who can handle the ball. He can hit the three. He plays defense. Now, wing depth, I thought was an issue on his team coming in, and I thought Moses Moody was there to pick up that slack. It's kind of strange to me because, yes, he's had some turnovers. Yes, he's had some bad finishes at the rim. Lateral movement at time defensively can be an issue for him. But I am stunned that he's not even getting 5 minutes of action.
You can't get in the game. How do you go from what was the whole thing with Moses Moody? He might not have the highest ceiling, but he's the most pro ready. He's the most ready to go now.
The IQ's there.
He can't even get off the bench.
The IQ. He knows where to be. He knows when to set a screen. He knows when to pass. He's on the bench right now, and look, he's got to stay ready, and I think he is a professionalism, and he's a professional in that sense. But Steve Kerr, anything that he's told us, and this happened in 2018, media day, he sat there and said, this is going to be about the youngsters, the Jordan Bells, the Quinn Cooks, the McKinneys, the McCaws. 15 games into the season, that plan was aborted. It was like, KD, Steph, Clay, Draymond, you're playing 35 minutes a night. Go get some dubs.
Yeah.
And the same thing this year, basically, where it's like, look, the youngsters are going to be playing a lot. They're going to be in a rotation. It's why Otto Porter Jr., Gary Payton II all moved on. And then 15 games into the season, Wiseman's picking up DMPs. He's back in the G League. Moody can't play. And now Kuminga is now starting to crack the lineup or crack the rotation finally. So Moody, I don't know, man. I asked Darrell about it yesterday because he's been in that spot. Darrell, right? You just got to stay ready.
You have to. And I think when you look at what the Warriors are trying to do right now and turn this corner, for me, I've always said, or at the beginning of the season, I said the 30-game mark when everyone's, you got to move the kids. You got to move the kids. The problem is this. Do the kids have any value besides the one kid you don't want to move, Kuminga?
Right.
You're not getting, sorry, Dubs fans, you're not getting Miles Turner for Wiseman and Moses Moody. That's not happening.
No, you got to attach a lot of draft picks to that.
A lot of draft picks. So we still have they're 11-11. We got 8 more games for me to make my decision, because it matters so much.
Right.
My decision in terms of where I think this team is at. To your point, these are 3 games. The Pacers have been playing well now.
They have. They got blown out in Sacramento the other night, but they have been playing well.
The beam.
Yeah,
the beam.
Hey, Dan Dibley was getting on me about the Pacers. I'm like, the Pacers ain't no joke. They play hard.
I mean, they keep hearing, I'm getting traded, this, that, the third, and they're not moving, right? So that we might as well start winning. Halliburton balling out. So you got to beat the Bulls. Rockets, come on now. You got to do
Rockets.
it. So now the question is, this back-to-back, Steve Kerr, are you going to go with the nobody's playing again on this back? You can't keep doing that.
No, you can't afford it. Not this weekend.
No.
And you've had time off.
Right.
Think about the schedule. The schedule's benefited the Golden State Warriors in the last couple weeks. They've had 3-day stretches where they've been off. Here you haven't played since Tuesday. You fly back Wednesday, Thursday. No shoot around this morning on a Friday. You should be able to handle business and play on these back-to-backs, 3 games in 4 nights. And look, it's the Rockets. They're going to play hard.
They do.
So you're going to have to play your guys.
And Jalen Green going to talk trash.
Oh, Jalen Green, Kevin Porter Jr., they're going to do their thing. So the Warriors 8-4 in their last 12 after a 3-7 start. Not bad. 11-11. Yeah, it's mediocre, but you look at the Western Conference, it's Portland's fading. Utah's fading. Memphis is banged up. Nobody's running away with anything right now. I think it's way too early to panic, but I like that. Seeing where they're at in the next 10 games or next 8 games at the 30 game stretch here. So we'll see what happens there. It's time for Kerr's Corner.
It's time for Kerr's Corner, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Here's Bonte Hill.
Again, Alan Styles name dropping and everything, and he was on with Damon yesterday, and they had who is it? Sweetie Birdie from WFAN. They also had Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr talked to Alan Stiles. Can you believe that? Alan Stiles of Pride of De La Salle and the Temple Owls. Shout out John Chaney, rest in peace. Steve Kerr was asked if the Warriors have turned the corner.
Oh, for sure. But the exciting thing is I think there's still a ways to go from a ceiling standpoint. Our defense has been better. There's no question. Like over the last 10 games, we're better, but we're not where we need to be. We still, I don't think, are playing with enough of an edge for the 48 to really be good defensively. So I think we can get there, but we're definitely on the right track. Our guys are working, and they're doing a great job. We've been pretty consistent here over the last 10 games. We're putting together offense and defense and connecting the game well. And so I like where we're heading.
It's hard to disagree with the coach. Hard to disagree. Feels like they have turned the corner, but as you mentioned, Alan, they have a ways to go.
Yeah, and these 3 games are more important because you know what's lurking. I mean, like you said, the Jazz are fading, but you got to go to Utah. It's never easy.
Right.
After that, Bonte,
it
you
gets
got the
real.
Celtics.
Yep.
You got the Bucks.
Right.
You got the Pacers again. You got the Sixers.
Yep.
So you talk about chasing wins. You need to get these wins now.
Isn't that a 6-game road trip coming up on the East Coast?
It goes Bucks on the road, Pacers on the road, Sixers on the road, Raptors on the road, Knicks on the road, then Nets on the road.
6-game. Wow. Yeah, you gotta stack up these wins at home.
You have to.
You gotta. And Boston's coming to town, and they're playing extremely well.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum almost dropped a 50 burger the other night. Jaylen Brown's locking dudes up, and Robert Williams when they get him back. Yeah, that's why when you talk about trades, and I know we got a break here. What the Warriors have to do is make a trade to make sure they match up with Milwaukee and Boston. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
This is about the playoffs, about the conference finals, about the finals. You got to match up with those teams.
But who goes? That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's pick that up on the other side. Who should go? Who would you trade? Would you give up on the young fellas? Because I tell you right now before the break, I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga. I can't do it. Not with that athleticism. Not with that ability to lock up defensively, but I want to get your thoughts on the other side. We'll break here and get your thoughts. Who should go for the Golden State Warriors? Who would you trade if you wanted to add a veteran? And what veteran would that be? Jakob Poeltl? I don't know. That's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
Aziz Al-Shire.
You know, when you're around a group of guys that are held to this such a high standard that you have no choice but to get better or you're just going to get weeded out.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto.
Bang, bang, gang.
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately and hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Now presenting at Osh. If you need a great gift idea, head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're shopping for your favorite DIY doer, green thumb go-getter, or anyone in between, you can choose gifts they're gonna love. From a huge selection of name brands like DeWalt, Traeger, Carhartt, and Stihl. Swing by and let Osh's friendly faces point you to presents you'll be proud to give. Is that special someone hard to shop for? Don't fret. Osh has gift cards too. Savor the season at Osh with 14 convenient locations and at Osh.com. Osh, home, hardware, and happiness. Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season, and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make us your weekend destination. Stop by for free workshops, events, and activities for everyone to enjoy. Check out Lowe's.com/events to see this month's lineup, like our Winterfest event and Kids Workshop featuring a DIY Christmas ornament. Count on Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. And now, gatherings that are fun for all with Weekending at Lowe's.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and yang, right here on 95.7 The Game. I'm a roaster.
Goo! Hey, so 50 Cent Friday. 50 Cent, you see him in Sacramento lighting the beam up the other day?
I did see that, man. They're having a good time out there.
They are. They're loving life in Sacramento. Got my boy Kenny Caraway with the Drake bars on ESPN 1320. 50 Cent selling his liquor in Sacramento. He's got the Kings hat on, sitting courtside next to Vivek Ranadive. By the way, 50. Can't believe that album's like damn near 20 years old. Aged well. 50 aged well.
It did. And the thing is, I mean, it was so big, there was no way he could eclipse that. Right. And he had some good songs at Candy Shop and things like that. But it's almost as if he didn't have to do anything. You're not beating that.
Right.
You're not beating that,
Get
man.
Rich or Die Trying. And then the next album was it the Massacre, Valentine's Day Massacre.
Right.
Yeah. You're not beating those two albums whatsoever. But he's had a great career. He's gotten to movies and shows and the whole Power series. Were you in on the Power series?
So my older sister's always like, "You watching Power yet?" I watched the first season. I'm just be honest. I got a lot of things. I got Disney. I got the Hulu. I got everything. I don't have Stars, and I just went the BART train left without me, and I just didn't feel like trying to catch up.
No, I don't blame you at all. I don't blame you. I got suckered into it, and I just wrote it out.
Is it worth it?
I guess if you like.
Well, I watched Snowfall.
Snowfall's next level.
So that's
Snowfall,
why
Power doesn't touch Snowfall.
Okay.
Snowfall's in the categories of The Wire, Sopranos, Breaking Bad, whatever show you want to put up there. Snowfall's on that short list. And I can't wait for Snowfall to get back. But Snowfall's, it's just an entirely different ballgame.
Okay.
Like, Power tries to do some of the same things.
Yeah.
But it's like, It's like watching UPN or a network show on Fox compared to HBO.
Shout out Moesha.
Shout out Moesha. Love Moesha. But then you look back like All-American, right?
Don't. If Goo's listening right now, don't talk bad. So I was talking to Goo about All-American. That man loves All-American.
So
man.
he put me on All-American. B, you got to watch All-American. You got to watch All-American. So the pandemic hits. He's like, you got to watch All-American. And I got to the last season, and
it's still going.
It's still, oh my God.
It's still going.
No way.
And I ran
No way.
I'm talking to Goo. It's still going. I said, Goo, after season 4, after Spence did his thing, I had to get out, Goo. And he's watching. Now there's a spinoff with the baseball player, and Goo's like, I watch both.
Wait, there's a spinoff with the baseball? The dude who took did he take the quarterback's girl?
He did. And now they're
and now they're beefing.
Now they're at an HBCU, and he's playing baseball out there. And they're 2 shows. They're both still going.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I stopped when Spitz was going out to Ohio to visit that college.
Yeah. You know what? And as much, look.
That's when I was like, I don't know if I could get back in.
Well, and as much as obviously they're trying to do the civil rights thing, and we love it. We love it.
Right.
But when he said we're not playing our state championship game and got everybody to not play.
Yeah, that was
what are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing? Nobody's doing that.
Nobody's
You're playing
doing
the
that.
state championship
come
game.
on now.
And you're trying to get this ring. So the guy, the Tay Diggs' son, who was the quarterback in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
Where did he end up going?
He went to he goes to, they call it like Coastal California or something like that.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
And so his girl moved on from him.
His girl's at the HBCU.
And she got chalked up by dudes.
Yeah, they're like still trying to work through it. It's a mess, man.
But she's like, not happening. All right, that's All-American spinoff. That's Guru, man. Guru put me onto it. And I was like, Guru, this is really bad. And it's one of those shows where you just keep watching. Because you're like,
right. The first season, outstanding.
Yeah,
you don't know
first
that
season,
kid.
you're like, okay,
Right.
yeah. Second, third, fourth, you're like, all right, Spence is just having these anger rages.
Yeah.
Like he's just raging out like, whoa.
Right.
Yo, Spence, dude, it's not that serious.
Yeah,
man.
then
IDK.
And then he left the school. He left Beverly. Then he goes back to Compton. Then he goes back. It's enough.
Yeah,
Thank
it's enough.
Thank
It's
you,
enough.
but I've had enough.
All right, before the
Lay
break,
off.
before we got into All-American and all these shows, Snowfall, though, I can't wait for that to come back. Love Snowfall. They've had like one bad episode, in my opinion, and it was when Franklin Saint was in that coma, and you didn't know what was going on. Like, wait, what's going on here?
Yeah,
Remember he was in the hospital? That, to me, was the one bad episode.
Well, the
of it.
Tiger one was kind of random.
Tiger one was that was random. That was random. There you go. You got me there. That was a little random. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed how they got out of that. It was random though. Tiger just in the hood, middle of the hood, walking around like, okay, yeah,
okay.
The Warriors. All right, so they're 11-11, and Twitter would tell you needed to do this, and that. You need to trade for these guys and got all the answers. We all think we have all the answers. So if you're looking at the Warriors right now, Alan, what would you say? What would you say they need right now on this roster?
What they need right now, and I think a lot of teams need this, right? It's not even necessarily the centerpiece, like as a center, because that was what the most interesting thing was as far as the James Wiseman situation. They never played with an athletic center like this. Right? The closest thing we've seen to James Wiseman throughout this stretch has been JaVale McGee.
Right.
And you had KD at that time. You need something, or you need someone that can continue to stretch the offense for what JaMychal Green is doing. You kind of need a better version of JaMychal Green, because he wasn't supposed to be the small five.
Right.
You need another long four that you can count on, and you can, all right, when the offense gets a little stagnant, because like we said, Wiggins, he's been consistent, but if he, peels off a little bit and we don't know what we're going to get from Clay and Jordan Poole, he's really confused right now. That offense is a bit stuck in the mud.
So you talked about what the Warriors need from the center spot. And I think over the years we've kind of underrated it. They like rugged, physical screen setters who will protect the paint.
Right.
We think Andrew Bogut. We think Zaza. Even JaVale McGee, he had to learn to screen or he wasn't getting on the court. And you see what Kevon Looney's doing right now when it comes to setting screens and that being that physical presence in the paint, which is why they love Looney. Wiseman coming in, he was like, I'm like KG Chris Bosh. I'm going to score. I'm going to hit threes. I'm going to hit the elbow jumper. That's just not the way they want their centers to operate. So how can James Wiseman adjust? What a screen setting was awful. It was atrocious. Hopefully he's down to Santa Cruz, and I've watched some of the clips and some of the games. It's getting better, but is it up to par? Is it up to the standard that Steve Kerr wants? I don't think so. Not yet. Then you think about rebounding and defense and protecting the paint. It's just not there yet. So, to me, if you want to throw in Miles Turner and Jakob Poeltl, I'm not going to sit here in front, even though I watch League Pass. I'm not locked in on Miles Turner. We'll see Miles Turner on Monday. Mm-hmm. Let's see what he does. Does he screen set? Does he block those shots? Is that a guy you want to take a chance on who's on an expiring contract? It's going to be a free agent next season. Not sure about Wiseman. Maybe, and I like Wiseman, the young man. I think how he gets punished on social media is just totally unfair. Mm-hmm. Called selfish and these things. He's a great kid. Great kid trying to figure it out. Think about it, Alan. You're an athlete. You're a college athlete. You come in your freshman year. You're trying to figure things out, but you have some success, right?
Right.
I think Wiseman had a little success as a rookie. 11.6 rebounds. Your first game is say, hey, go play next to Steph and Draymond while Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving's on the other side. You're 18 years old.
Yeah. And
18.
But these Gen Zers out here, they got a lot of confidence. So part of them is like, hey, I'm here to rock. I'm here to rock. I'm not here to set screens. I'm here to boogie and do my thing as well. I know you saw, and I don't want to blow it up too much. And I think, like you said, social media takes these things and runs with it. When he did show in Orlando, he did show up Steph. He wanted the ball in the post.
Yep. And you know what? He did. And then they go down, and he gives up the 3-point play. Mm-hmm. However, Steph missed the box out.
Yeah.
But we're not going to point at Steph. Steph's our golden child. We're not going to do that. Steph missed the box. They all missed the box out. And he got frustrated. I get it. Part of the frustration is, I can rock with y'all. Let me get a shot to do something.
Right. I'm here for a reason.
Here with the Warrior fans, you show up Stephen Curry, you're done.
You're done.
You can't do that.
But you can't, though. You can't.
This fan base is not letting it fly.
No,
letting it fly.
The
team's not letting it fly. You haven't earned that equity yet.
You haven't earned that. You got to earn your stripes, young fella. You know who the Warriors need when you think about that rugged.
Right.
You need. I know he's not available, and you're gonna face him in a couple weeks here. Bobby Portis.
And Milwaukee's not going to deal with him.
No, of course not. But that's the type of guy that you need. He can hit some corner threes. He's rugged. He knows his role. That's the problem with the younger guys. They're trying. What their roles are right now is not what they want them to be. Right. Or they don't want to necessarily. All right, learn. Okay, this is who I am now, but this isn't who I'm going to be in a couple years. They want it now.
Right. They do. And look, it was unfair for Wiseman to get all that blame because I look at it. He had a 4-point lead with a minute left in Charlotte. Wiseman played 5 minutes in the first quarter.
Yeah.
He didn't touch the court again.
Right.
It's not on him.
No.
Orlando, I get it. They started going on a run. He's in the game. Still up dub. Mm-hmm. Still up. You know what I'm saying? Orlando looked like the vets down the stretch. Wiseman wasn't the problem when you scored 2 minutes in the last 5-on-3 against Miami down in South Beach. So I'm not going to give him all the blame. But to your point about figuring out your role or doing the dirty work, it does feel like Jonathan Kuminga has turned that corner.
Yes.
It does feel like Jonathan Kuminga says, okay, if I'm going to be able to play, if I can play with Steph and them, I have to play defense. I have to screen set. I have to be in the corner and just wait my turn to shoot. And you know what? Last couple nights, man, he's done that. And that's a positive. That's a positive there for a lottery pick for to go to St. Warriors. And he's probably the most athletic player on the team.
He is. I mean, you have to do the things. This is what he's learning. I have to do the things that nobody's going to talk about.
Right.
I have to do the things that aren't going to be on Bleacher Report. Mm-hmm. I have to do the things that aren't going to be on SportsCenter Top Plays. But that's how, my mom always had a saying, you got to do what you have to do in order to do the things you want to do. And that's what Jonathan Kuminga is starting to learn. You got to do things that you don't want to do, dude, in order to do the things that you do want to do. Right. You can't skip the line. Nah. And once you learn that, you're going to get more time. And next thing you know, you're getting double-doubles. Next thing you know, you're blocking shots. Right. You are getting the highlight reel dunk. Right. So he's learning that. It's a process. Now, to the point that we talked about before the break, is that enough to beat the Bucks in the finals? Is that enough to beat the Malcolm Brogdon Celtics?
Hey,
everyone keep forgetting.
Hey, that was a great move by them.
It was the loudest silent move of the offseason, the Celtics getting Malcolm Brogdon.
I remember I tweeted, I was like, oh, this guy in Milwaukee was regretting trading Malcolm Brogdon or letting him go to Indiana and sign that money.
That's happened twice to him, by the way.
Right, I know, twice.
Yeah.
Dude, He is a baller. And he's coming off that bench, solidifying the bench as a backup point guard. And then Robert Williams, who wasn't healthy in the NBA Finals, it gave the Warriors fits when he was on the court.
Yeah, so I just think it's an opportunity for Jonathan Kuminga to kind of show up, grab your lunch pail, go to work. Don't get into trouble, right? Just do what you have to do. And Steve Kerr is already starting to take notice. I think another thing we have to talk about, and look, I love the kid. I love how he boogies. I love how he can get to the rack. But at some point, we have to discuss Jordan Poole. And right now, he looks a bit dazed and confused. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what it is. I have a theory, and my theory is that he's the guy that when somebody says, hey, you need to focus on this, he just gets uber focused and doesn't think about anything else. I mean, there are days where it just looks like he has no intention of shooting the basketball. No intention. And to me, I'm thinking, in practice, Steve Kerr probably said, hey, we want you to facilitate a little bit more. Right. He might even say it in passing. And now Jordan Poole says, okay, I'm gonna be Rajon Rondo today, and that's not what we're paying you to do.
No,
we pay you to score. We need you to do some of those other things.
You got to score,
but you got to put the biscuit in the basket.
So that's why Draymond Green is now playing with that second unit, so Poole can focus on scoring.
Yeah,
I think the problem is once he started getting called for carries and walks, down in Miami and South Beach, discontinued dribbles. You see him. There were 7 travels called Tuesday against the Warriors against the Mavericks. Poole was called for a couple of them. And the first one was he's wide open on the three-point line, and for some reason he shuffles his feet and does a hop step.
Right.
And it's like, just shoot. Just shoot. He's overthinking everything, and he's moving way too fast.
When he shoots, he should probably pass. When he passes, he should probably shoot.
But when he's catching and shooting, cool. Those are good shots. Those are solid shots. Even if you're not making them, it's within the flow of the offense. When he gets in trouble, it's over 1-2-3 dribble. The Warriors, they wanted 1-2-3 dribble pass.
Right.
1-2-3 dribble pass. He's dribbling all around the floor. And it's like, whoa, it's too much. Now the shot clock's down to 10, and nobody's touched the rock. You're over dribbling or you're playing too fast.
Yeah.
It's the pacing right now for Jordan Poole that I have an issue with him coming off that bench. But with Draymond Green now in that second unit, I feel like it's been stabilized a little bit, and I have seen flashes of Jordan Poole from last season. Now, Tuesday night against Dallas, that was a setback. That was a setback. But when he gets straight line drives going to the basket, when he gets catches shoots,
just one hezzy and go. Everyone is going to stop because of your ability to shoot. Get going downhill. One hezzy, go. Just
thinking
do
way
that.
too much.
Just do that, and you're good, man. You're good. You out here. He starts dribbling around. He doesn't necessarily know what to do. And the way you dribble,
and then the rest
Jordan,
of the players are sitting around saying, we're over here trying to screen and run split action, and you're running around the corner under the rim, outside the rim. What's going on here?
Yeah, so I asked Steve Kerr yesterday, I said, do you think Jordan Poole is being targeted a little bit? I had a loaded question, so he obviously he did not trying to get fined. He didn't say that Jordan Poole is starting to be targeted, but he did say
I
that
know a thing or two about loaded questions. Go.
He did say that they want it to be consistent, and I do. Me personally, I think it's very similar to Draymond Green. Draymond Green, we always joke, if Draymond Green did that, he'd be out the league, right? When other players do certain things, right now there is, I think, a book out on Jordan Poole that this guy travels, this guy discontinued dribbles, and I think that refs are going into games looking at him more than they look at other guys.
And it doesn't help when you continue to talk to the referees after every back call.
Right.
You got to stop chirping to the refs because these guys, we saw it in the Donahue doc, and we know what's going on now. They are holding grudges.
Yes.
You got Tony Brothers calling dudes. You got Tony Brothers out here calling dudes BAMFs. You know what I'm saying? You know, and use your imagination. You know what that means. Kerr more into traveling because I want to play this cut that you talked to Alan Stiles. Look at him. I haven't talked to Steve Kerr in a long time. Alan Stiles, man, comes in on short notice. He's talking to Steve Kerr about travels.
Jordan Poole has been called for, I would guess, 7 or 8 palming violations over the last month, since the league decided to really enforce all this stuff. And if that's the case, then, we got to call it on everybody. And that's my only beef, is that these things are happening a lot. We got called for a bunch of them. I have no problem with it. Like I said, a rule's a rule, but let's just be consistent. That's all I have.
Just be consistent as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Jerry Rice, Monday, 8:30. New gear getting released at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Go on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page right now. You can start to see designs leaking out. El Sleepy Floyd, our boy El Sleepy Floyd. I don't know who you know if you know him on Twitter, but he's always drawing up stuff, graphics and everything.
Oh, yeah.
He hooked us up on the morning roast, so some really cool stuff out in there. But to his point about the travels, Poole has been pinpointed.
He has.
As a guy like, hey, it's like you ever watch the 30 for 30 on the Miami Hurricanes?
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about all the celebration penalties and stuff like that. It was basically the Miami Hurricanes. It was like, yo, the NCAA is basically out to get us. And everything we do was basically in that board meeting to freaking take care of the rules. Well, I'm sure in Secaucus, New Jersey, where the NBA offices are, they're probably sitting there like, okay, JP, look at this right here. Travel, carry. Oh, and by the way, he's talking to the refs after every single dead ball. That's not going to fly.
Yeah.
Young fella, you haven't built the equity yet to be talking to us like that. Like Draymond has built that equity with the referees to where, if he gets a technical, he's not getting called for another one the rest of the game. And he could get away with barking.
They know that.
They
right?
know that. Jordan Poole, they're like, yo, son, check yourself.
We know you just got paid.
Right.
But you're not
check
like
yourself,
that.
homie.
But that's the problem, though. Because, and I don't know, how
that
much.
That is a problem.
But the problem is this, and I'm not watching every single game, but I'm seeing people, I have seen when the Warriors play the Grizzlies, and I'll watch when they have the primetime games. Ja Morant,
right?
Habitual, line stepper, right? Discontinued dribbler,
right?
That guy. Luka Doncic.
Oh my
gosh,
gosh,
this man, Bonte. I said the joke yesterday as well. I was a server, right? My years when I come home from school, I used to serve. Shout out Diablo Country Club. I was a server, right? You. And literally to serve the plate, you got to literally have your palm up.
Right.
Luka was serving plates like Diablo Country Club when they were playing.
Good.
Literally, the ball was facing the other way multiple times.
It was a joke.
Multiple times.
It was a joke. Hop, step, quick shuffle.
Yeah.
Boom. You could literally call. It's like holding in the NFL. You can call it every play.
You
can call traveling every possession. But you got to stop picking and choosing when you're calling travels.
Mm-hmm.
Like the 10-second travel of Stephen Curry. In that game, it was an appropriate call.
Yeah.
In that game, because of the way you called it. But you got to call it on both sides.
Both sides.
You got to call it on both sides. And you got to do it. You can't just pick this superstar because he's humble. But Luka's out here crying left and right, and you're missing blatant travels.
And Luka, you talk about complaining. I mean, that guy, he literally follows around the ref when he doesn't have the ball.
James Harden, you saw how compromised he was once they started enforcing the travels and the carries or whatnot. He's borderline unplayable at times.
No.
Because he can't dribble now.
Exactly.
So I this traveling thing.
I will
and the
say,
fact that they sent the memo the second week of the season.
Bizarre.
That was a joke.
Bizarre. And I don't think it's a coincidence that nationally televised game, okay, this is our opportunity to show the world we're going to start calling these things.
Right.
I don't think Indiana, Orlando are getting called that much. I will say this, and I won't say it's the last time I'll drop Steve Kerr, but it's the second to last. It might be the last time, but he did say he didn't think that any of those travels that were called on the Warriors were incorrect.
Right.
I think he said maybe one. He did not, just for everybody out there listening, he did not include the last one on Steph, which I thought was okay because Steph didn't, his pivot foot, his heel lifted, but his foot didn't go off the ground.
No, it didn't. By the way, Alan, never apologize for flexing. That's what we do on this show.
Fair enough.
Have you heard Shasky and I
that's true.
flex? I mean, Shasky is texting people during the show trying to flex.
Well, one of the days I did the pregame show, I was leaving, so I had you guys fired up. And in the first couple of minutes, what I hear out of your mouth, so E40 texts me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we do.
All right. I'm riding then. I'm riding.
Yeah, I talked to Steve Kerr yesterday. By the way, I talked to this guy yesterday. Oh, I'm going to drop a random country club that I worked at back in the day who Steph Curry shot a 62 at. I'm just saying. You need to flex. That's what we do on the roast. Let's go to Ryan in Oakland. Ryan, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to touch a little bit on the inconsistencies around the league with the discontinued dribbles. I was watching the Heat-Boston game the other day, and it was a great game, right?
Right.
I don't know if you guys saw that game, but
yeah, that's when Tatum dropped 49, right?
Yeah, that game. And I noticed that Adebayo, all the offense goes through him all game long, and anytime he's dribbling, he's doing the discontinued dribbles. Anytime he stops or stutters his feet, it's almost every single time down the floor when he's dribbling the ball. Now, did it affect the game? Did it affect the outcome? No. The Celtics still won by 12 or 13 points, but it was a lot more fun to watch than seeing the whistle blow and the ball get turned over and over again throughout a game. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I think about the last 3 minutes of the third quarter of that Dallas Warriors game, a complete circus act.
It was not aesthetically pleasing.
No, that's one way to put it. What are we doing? A joke.
Yeah.
What are we doing? You got a great game, a nice flow to it. Guys are out there hooping. Luka's going at Steph. Steph's going at the Mavericks. You're trying to figure out. Klay Thompson's trying to figure it out. Kuminga's having the game of the season. And all of a sudden, the last 3 minutes, you're going to start blowing whistles. Guys are flying all over the floor. Let's clean it up, please. The best thing about officials is when I walk out of a game and I don't even know the officials' names. Instead, midway through the second quarter, so it's John Goble today. Oh, wait, it's Scott Foster.
Right.
Oh, wait, it's Tony Brothers. Oh, wait, it's that clown Mark Davis.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to know the official's name. I don't even want to talk about them. Clean it up.
It wasn't great. And again, nationally televised game. I just have to think that was connected to it as well. And that's the thing. You focus on it here, and that's what Steve Kerr has been preaching. Right. Just make it, just be consistent with it, and they haven't been consistent. And the book is out on Jordan Poole. And my question is this. I didn't get to ask Steve Kerr yesterday, but my question is this. when you get to practice now, are you going to, when they're running motions and scrimmages, things like that in practice, are they going to, hey, Jordan, that's a travel.
Yeah,
you got to bring it
start bringing in referees, high school referees, and
just
stuff.
Be extra hard on them because to get rid of it because it's muscle memory.
Yep,
you're not just going to forget. Okay, I got to stop doing that. I mean, James Harden, his career completely changed.
Right, no doubt,
for other reasons as well. But that didn't help.
Well, 650 on the Xfinity mobile text line said that Chris Paul's career may change.
Man,
we don't need to go there. We
got to get some confirmation. Today will be interesting.
All right, shameless shout-outs coming up.
You ain't trying.
Oh, man, I don't subscribe to that one. 7:45.
I have a wife.
7:45. Shameless shout-outs. Shameless shout-out 7:45. I'm sure you know what shameless shout-outs is, Alan. We're going to shout out anything you want, anybody you want, your mom, your country club, Steve Kerr, who you talk to.
There you go.
Over and over. Shout out anybody. 7:45. High school football championships. You got basketball season in play. I know volleyball season was over. Shameless shout-out 7:45. We'll do that. Line them up here as we're going to continue to roll. We'll do a little more Warriors and then let's shift gears to talk some Niners football. We got a big game on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
It's a huge, huge game happening at Levi Stadium, and that's coming up next, brought to you by Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
I know you love sports, and I know you love 95.7 The Game. So let the gay area know that you roast with us at 95.7 The Game by shopping and getting some of our sweet tees and sweatshirts. Go check it out on 957thegameshop.com.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Callaway and Bushnell. Receive up to $50 off Callaway Rogue ST Woods. And while you're there, grab a dozen Callaway Chrome Soft golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. There's also gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy!
I gotta hide the ugly.
Woohoo! What's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, we got Chewy. Man, that's Bay Area royalty right there. 102.9 The Jams. Well, not 102.9.
Isn't that 106?
No, that's KBLX. Yeah. My bad.
I did listen to a lot of 102.9 coming up.
It's KBLX. Wrong
102.1.
102.1 is what I meant to say. Remember, we used to be in the other building with KBLX. KBLX and Q102 used to be right next to each other. So they're long gone. It's my boy Chewy, 102.1.
Shout out Chewy.
Yeah, shout out Chew Dog. Chew Dog. Big time Raider fan. Raiders got a good win last week. Good for them. By the way, YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out to you guys. You guys are always rocking with us. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app, and you can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Alan Stiles doing a phenomenal job in place of Joe Shasky, the butcher. He has a day off, but I can guarantee one thing, Spadoni Lovin'. Shasky's listening. Odyssey app is on. YouTube is on. He's tapping in. He knows what's going on. He suffers from big-time FOMO. Big-time FOMO. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He'll be back Monday, though. He'll be back for the Rice interview at 8:30. Sorry, Alan. You won't get that on the resume.
No
You
drops
won't be able
for
to
that.
name drop. You won't be able to name drop. That lead after
I'm going to ride the Steve Kerr one for a while, so I think I'm solid.
You won't be able to do that. Unless Shasta calls it sick, and then, hey, Alan, you want to talk to Jerry Rice? You can name drop him all week long. Let's go to Austin in the Bay. He's got one last thought on the Golden State Warriors. Then let's shift gears to the 49ers. It's a big game Sunday. We were talking about this before the show. Tua Tagovailoa and the Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniel, Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo. I want to get your thoughts on Jimmy Garoppolo because I've come full circle, man.
Oh, I know. I got something for you.
Do you now? Austin in the Bay. Austin, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
No, much, just gassed up. How y'all doing this morning?
Oh, man, it's a Friday, baby. A 50-cent Friday.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, look, payday for me. Hey, this what I got for you, this carrying and traveling, man. Hey, I remember when Allen Iverson first came into the league, when, rocked Jordan to sleep, and then then Jordan, tapped in with the referees. Hey, we got to get rid of that, man. We got to get rid of that. Y'all can't have me looking bad out here. I feel like Jordan Poole needs to tap in with Allen Iverson this offseason and put some moves together and get his weight up. He can be an Allen Iverson. Man, yeah, that's all I got. So what y'all thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, that would be cool, but Allen Iverson started getting picked on, too, by the rest if you watch the Donahue doc. I just think, just play. As long as Poole just plays, he'll be okay.
Yeah. Well, I do think, though, to the caller's point, I do think that Jordan Poole, he's really close in terms of his handles.
Right.
And it could be an Allen Iverson that can put him over the top just for some finishing moves. Right. Because let's be honest.
He's got Steph Curry on the roster.
He's got Steph Curry on the roster, so that obviously helps. Who, by the way, this whole Kyrie has the best handles, and it's not close. He's got better handles than AI. Steph Curry, he's underrated. I think people have come full circle on his ability to finish at the hoop.
Right.
We need to respect Steph Curry's handles because I don't think they're respected enough. And if you want to say that Kyrie has the best handles, that's fine.
Right.
But Steph, the gap is not as big as everybody wants to make it.
I mean, we're forgetting about Tim Hardaway Sr.
Right.
We're forgetting about Rod Strickland.
But that's what I've said about Kyrie. He wears his pants a little baggier, so it just reminds people of
recency
and one.
bias.
It reminds people of and one. They think he's hot sauce.
His handles are sick.
They
I'll give
are.
him
They're
that.
crazy.
They're crazy good. But like they hype him up like we've never seen it before.
Right.
I've seen people dribble like
as far as Jordan Poole is concerned, if we're being honest with ourselves, he's really got one really good move. It's the in and out dribble.
Right.
That's what he's got.
In and out is nasty.
It's nasty, but at some point you're going to have to add to your repertoire, and maybe AI could do that. But to your point, Steph, can I get in the lab with you? Can we work on some things?
And I think he is. And I think he's working on some things. I think he'll figure it out. Straight line drives, the hezzy,
and
the
just
in and out
go.
dribble, and just go. And he'll be fine. I'm not too concerned about Jordan Poole yet. If it happens in the next 20, we'll see. But Jordan Poole should be fine moving forward. Just shot selection, the same thing we talked about with Klay Thompson. Shot selection, knowing when to go, knowing when to not over dribble, and the pacing. When he gets in trouble, he's moving too fast.
Right.
It's got to be like jazz, right? When Steph Curry's moving around and he's coming off those screens, it's like jazz music, right? It's just so smooth. Jordan Poole right now is just like, it's rock and roll. It's mumble rap.
Well, you know what it is? Sometimes with Jordan Poole, it's when you're playing beginner on Guitar Hero.
Right.
Sometimes you accidentally hit expert.
Right.
That when Jordan Poole's, I don't even know what I'm doing here, man.
Well, it sounds like me in a yoga class a couple weeks ago.
Oh, man.
They were like level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and I'm trying to do the stuff level 4. Like, no. You're level 1, dude. You don't need to do all that stuff.
Nah,
and I'm
man.
like, yeah, I get it.
That was a pandemic thing for me. I tried it with the wifey, and it ended in about 2 months.
By the way, shameless shout-outs. I want to hear about shameless shout-out. Shameless shout-out, 745. Shameless shout-out, 745. Line them up. I want to hear about your shout-outs. I got a couple shout-outs. I know you got some shout-outs. Spadoni has some shout-outs. Lubman always has a shout-out. Is he shouting out the Miami Hurricanes football season? Lubman's been in the fog lately, man. We got to tell you, man. Lubman, he usually come in here every break. But since the Hurricanes struggled so bad, the boy's been depressed. We got to pick him up. We need. You know what we need? You know what we need for Lubman? We need Aaron Judge. We need Aaron Judge bad.
Quick.
Fast in a hurry. This guy's going to Cal games Thanksgiving weekend.
Don't do that. That's not going to make you feel any better.
No, it's not.
I mean, by the way, Cal Stanford, what are we doing, man?
I don't know. Go ahead, Lubman. Jump in here.
I'm optimistic about the Hurricanes' future. So, no, I'll be out of the fog soon, especially once Aaron Judge signs next week. So, good times are ahead.
Good times are ahead. Cal basketball, I don't think they've won a game yet.
No.
What?
Jerseys look good, though. Still got Jordan for now.
They haven't won a game yet.
Yeah.
Poor Cal. Stafford, all right, back to the Niners. Big game on Sunday. Garoppolo and company taking on the Miami Dolphins. Big game, Niners 7-4. Dolphins 8-3. Levi Stadium, and a lot of people are thinking Niners have to have this one because they haven't beaten anybody. My question to you, Alan, because I know you got something for me about Jimmy Garoppolo. Which team needs this win more? We saw Buffalo last night win. They're threatening the AFC East once again, trying to win their third straight division title. Or do the Niners need this one to stay above Seattle and keep the heat on the Seahawks to make them keep pace with the 49ers?
I definitely think that the Dolphins need this game more, simply because of what you said with the Bills and just the AFC in general. It's going down in the AFC. The NFC, it's a bit of a mess. It's the battle of the mediocre, and I think that as much as Geno, I love the Geno story. I know it's Niners all day, but I love the Geno story. They wrote me off, but I didn't write back. Right. That's one of the best bars I've ever heard in my life.
That was amazing.
But I don't necessarily believe in the Seahawks down the stretch. And I think that the Niners, if they were to drop this game, it's an AFC opponent. Right. You still have the tiebreaker.
Not the worst thing in the world.
Not the worst thing in the world. And I believe the Seahawks have the Rams this weekend, so you think that's going to be a dub. Then you're going to have to face off against them anyway. So I think that the Dolphins definitely need this, and the Dolphins need this as well because they're still trying to show that they are for real. Right. I mean, if you look at who they've played in the past, I mean, the defenses that they've played in this 5-game win streak that they've had, the 25th, the 32nd, that would be the last, the 20th, the 18th, and the 29th ranked defenses in the league. And the 18th, which was the best defense, was the Browns with Jacoby Brissett. Right. So they have not really played. This is a big test for them with Tua. We know that the games that they've lost, they haven't had Tua either for the whole game or not the full game. But I think the Dolphins need this to show what they can do because I mean, it's going to get cold. I know the Bay Area, it's not going to be the coldest weather, but you're going to have to go up to Buffalo at some point. New England. Right? And you have an opportunity against the number one defense to show everyone what you can do. Tua, people still don't believe in Tua. Right. They still think it's Tyreek Hill and, they're working around Tua. Both these quarterbacks, you could argue, this is an opportunity for both of them to quiet the naysayers, but I think the Dolphins need this game more.
You're looking at the Dolphins' schedule: San Francisco, Chargers, Buffalo. 3 straight road games. 3 straight road games. And they play Buffalo. I believe that game was moved to a Saturday night. Then they got Green Bay at home, who, let's face it, they're a joke this year.
Chargers are getting healthy, too.
Chargers are getting healthy. That's no easy game. No easy game whatsoever. Then New England, which is never easy in New England, against that defense. And then they finish the season facing the New York Jets and that defense. So Niners defense is going to be on full display because as much as you can talk about the Dolphins playing against porous defenses, how about the Niners playing against porous offenses?
Right. I mean,
Cardinals,
that's
Colt
what
McCoy.
The
Rams with Stafford and Cooper Kupp and no offensive line. You think about last week in the Saints and Andy Dalton. Now, they're beating them. They're pounding these teams. But this offense is going to present challenges to this defense, and they haven't seen an offense like this probably since Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes.
This is an opportunity for both teams. And I think that as much as, you think, okay, can the Niners slow down the Dolphins enough? You also have to score. So we know about the Niners defense. The Dolphins defense is basically middle of the pack. Right. But here's the thing. The Niners secondary is basically middle of the pack. And the fact that they're number 11, so a little bit better than middle of the pack, but that's because you got that front seven coming at you.
And as long as you get pressure on Tua, you will be able to thrive. And that's the key to this game. So can Bosa dominate? Can Armstead, who, by the way, may play on Sunday, he's aiming to play, can he dominate? Can Fred Warner Jr. dominate the middle of the field alongside Drake Greenlaw? That's the key. That's the key to me. Shut down the middle of the field and hit Tua over and over and over again because they're missing their top offensive lineman in Terran Armstead.
Exactly. So Niners 11th in passing yards allowed. Miami second in passing yards, period. So we've been what's going to win, the good defense or the good offense? I should say great on both sides. I think it's going to come down to Kyle Shanahan and how much, and I, just lead into it right now, how much he trusts your boy, Jimmy G.
Hey, this flew under the radar yesterday. Jimmy Garoppolo was discussing his offseason yesterday with the press, and he admitted something. He admitted something that kind of piqued my interest.
Yeah, I mean, they were in a conversation. Not much came from it, but they were definitely one of the teams in the conversation. Seemed like a good spot as an offense. That's tremendous skill players, everything they got going over there. Mike, being a great coach, had been with him in the past year, and it was discussed. But I'm glad the way things worked out.
That team that was discussed were the Miami Dolphins. Mike McDaniel and company were in the conversation. Jimmy Garoppolo at South Beach, Miami. He ain't taking no L's. They could have finished 3-13, 3-14. He still would have been winning.
He's having a good time out there. That is interesting. I mean, that's not really surprising. I mean, Mike McDaniel, he's been grabbing everybody. He's been grabbing everybody for the Niners.
Right.
He's trying to do, exactly what the Niners have done. You got the two running backs, Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson Jr. You got Sherfield out there. So that's not really surprising. But I mean, it would have been an interesting fit. And now you have two guys who, when you talk about the air yards, or is it the offense, or is it the yak? Is it the weapons, or is it the point guard? And I think both these guys are probably a little bit underrated in that regard. I think Tua, being younger, is still trying to prove himself a little bit more. But I think Jimmy, I mean, let's not forget, I know Mostert tried to walk it back. Well, I was actually talking about my guy slinging it. I wasn't talking about Jimmy. Stop it.
Yeah.
What did Draymond say?
Right.
Stand on your word, brother.
Stand on your word, brother.
Stand on your word.
You
said what you said.
You said what you said.
Okay. Now we're going to see about this action.
You see how he tried to walk it back, though? He said, whose wedding did he go to? Was it Jimmy's brother?
Yeah.
He said he went to his wedding and whatnot.
Right.
Jimmy gets shot. He gets shade thrown at him all the time. Look, Jimmy Garoppolo, as long as he doesn't turn the ball over, which he didn't do last week, he got away with the interception. Ray-Ray McCloud, illegal contact. Hey, you bring it back. As long as Jimmy doesn't turn the ball over, the Niners will be in position. But this feels like a game. And by the way, we got news with Christian McCaffrey yesterday. Said he's playing. Said he feels great. So that's a big boost to this offense. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. These are weapons that Miami possibly hasn't seen yet. Cleveland has some weapons. Nick Chubb, Amari Cooper. They haven't played Buffalo since September. If the Niners are clicking on offense, this is a game where I feel like they could get back on track and get to that 30-point mark, because Jimmy is not turning the ball over. Jimmy is playing good football. Now, Miami's going to blitz, and blitz even more. Can Jimmy beat the blitz? And I think he does well against the blitz historically as a 49er. Not necessarily this season, but historically for the 49ers, Jimmy's been good against the blitz.
And when you are going to blitz, it's good to have probably the best escape valve in football in Christian McCaffrey. And when you talk about, we haven't seen
Debo.
and Debo. So when you talk about, the Jimmy no throw, we haven't seen that, because instead of the Jimmy no throw, you have, let me find Christian McCaffrey. Let's just get these 10 yards and keep it moving. And that's what they've been doing. So I think that if you want to blitz, you better find a way to cover Christian McCaffrey as well, because he will torch you all day long if you do that. And like you said, Debo as well. And again, these guys, are you ready to tackle George Kittle?
Right.
Are you ready to tackle Deebo Samuel? Because they are looking for contact. And I don't care what you said, Raheem Mostert. These guys, this man, George Kittle, was walking around with the Jimmy G for President shirt on. Right. And you're talking about his guy. You don't think, and I know that they would never say this, it doesn't change anything. You don't think they're going to be running just a little bit harder? You don't think they're going to be lowering that shoulder just a little bit lower? Okay. And you coming at my guy?
And Miami's, they've been cocky. Jeff Wilson Jr. been chirping a little bit.
You know what? They kind of
Raheem
remind
Mostert, chirping a little bit. Tyreek Hill, we know he'll throw up the deuces.
Always.
You know what I'm saying? He's always chirping.
Yeah.
They got some cockiness to him. They could get humbled on Sunday.
Is it crazy for me to say, simply because of the social media stuff, you know what, Bonte? They give me Grizzlies vibes.
Oh,
just
John
not
Morant.
not the rivalry, but we're talking a lot.
Yeah.
We're right on Twitter right after the game. I mean, Tyreek Hill, he might have his phone on the bench with him,
right? No
as
doubt.
quick as he tweets.
That's a good call, because they haven't won anything. You haven't won a division title.
You haven't won anything.
We don't even know if you're going to the playoffs this season, right? Because that 3-game stretch coming up, Niners, Chargers, and Bills. Find me a 3-game stretch that's tougher than that one for any team in the league this season.
Yeah.
I mean, that is brutal. All on the road, and they're going to be staying away. I think they're going to stay in California after the game, do what the Niners do. Mostert's going to get popped now. He was doubtful last week. He didn't play. I heard Mike McDaniels Wednesday at his presser saying that Mostert's probably going to be a go. It's going to be a physical football game.
Yeah.
And he knows that Warner, Greenlaw, Bosa brings their big boy Pats to the table.
And I think that I believe I heard that one of the reasons Mostert didn't play last week, he wanted to make sure he was ready for this. He wanted to make sure he was ready for this.
He wanted this game. He circled this game. So NRG manifests Grizzlies not a real rival, but Taker said it's not Grizzlies vibes. It's Phoenix Suns vibes.
Oh, that's a slight to the Dolphins, in my opinion, because the Suns, they're out here working out after games.
Yeah,
Just
winners
stop it.
work.
Just stop
Winners
it.
work.
Just stop
Winners
it,
work.
man.
And my boy D. Lee hit the push-ups, man. By the way, Jimmy Garoppolo's knee, how does it feel?
How's your knee feel?
Feels great. Feels great, baby. No, it's coming along. Yeah, feel pretty good with it.
Feels great, baby. And I feel great about Jimmy, Allen. I feel great about Jimmy right now.
You know, I'm sitting here.
Shameless shout-outs in 10 minutes, by the way.
I don't know.
Shout-outs.
I don't know if it was last week or the week before, whenever it was. And I see on social media, I open my phone and I see you and Shasky with these apology notes and saying, "I'm sorry, Jimmy. I thought you were a game manager," and this, that, the third. I'm thinking, Bonte, what are you apologizing for? I mean, I feel like we've been on the same page with Jimmy. He is a good quarterback. He is limited. He is a good quarterback. Now he's got Christian McCaffrey. To me, I know his numbers are better. He has been playing well. Don't get me wrong. He's 2019 Jimmy with Christian McCaffrey. Let me tell you something right now. Christian McCaffrey had 1,000 rushing yards and 1,000 receiving yards in one season with the Panthers.
You pulled the Roger Craig.
You know who his quarterback was?
Yeah.
Kyle Allen, who I just found out was in the league, was still in the league a week ago.
Yeah, he's playing with the Texans. With the Texans, that's right. Backing up Davis Mills.
So you're sitting here apologizing to Jimmy for having what's the graphic we put up, Bonte? It's the it's a graphic from Marvel.
When he wins?
No, with Shanahan.
Oh yeah.
You got all the different rings.
Yeah.
He's
Thanos.
Thanos. With all the rings.
Yeah.
So how can you have all that, all the gemstones, and you're apologizing to Jimmy? This is what he's supposed to do. How many quarterbacks wouldn't be doing what Jimmy's doing?
Let me ask you something.
Come on now.
Down the stretch of the NFC. Outside of Brady, who you taking over Jimmy?
Right now?
Yeah, right now in the NFC.
In the NFC. Ooh.
Oh, you taking Jalen Hurts?
Well,
Hurts playing at MVP level. You taking Dak Prescott?
So but to me, I don't know if that's a straw man or whatever the term is, because that doesn't change how I feel about Jimmy, though. There's just a bunch of mediocre quarterback play in the NFC.
It is a lot of mediocre.
And Jimmy's been playing well, not mediocre.
Jimmy's been playing well. One interception in the last 5 games? Last 4, I know. Last 5. I'm apologizing because I basically ran this guy out of town.
Shanahan ran him out of town.
I know that. But I can't blame Shanahan because the Roasters and the Jackals will get me. I have a problem with Shanahan, but I'm going to back up because some people think I personally hate Shanahan, and I don't. I don't hate Shanahan at all. But the standard we have for quarterback in San Francisco, the standard we have for wide receiver in this market, it's the same standard for head coach. Bill Walsh, George Seifert, Mooch, Harbaugh. You want to go back to Dick Nolan? Fine. The standard is just as high for head coach as it is for quarterback. So I'm not even going to get started on that. But, yeah, everybody's ran Jimmy out of town. And I thought, just cut this guy. Cut this guy. What are you doing for Trey Lance? And the fact that we're here in 2022 talk about Jimmy, but I had to apologize to him. I said, you know what? You're playing well. I feel confident. I feel good about where his game is at. The team is rallying around him. Chris McCaffrey does help. That outlet. I mean, thank God for CMC. But I had to apologize to him. I got to ride with him.
You know what I'm apologizing?
We want a parade down Market Street, right, Alan?
That's when I'm apologizing. When I'll apologize, I'll yell it to him, Jimmy, I'm sorry, at the parade. That's what I'll do. Not a minute sooner. We've seen this before.
You're not going to do it at the NFC Championship?
No.
You're not going to do it when they clinch the division title?
Absolutely not.
Oh man.
Look at the weapons, man. Who has a better? You know
this
what?
is the best set of weapons he's ever had in San Francisco.
I mean,
no doubt.
they're ridiculous. What team has a better set of weapons than the Niners?
In the NFC?
There's not. I mean, in the NFL, there are not three teams with better weaponry than the Niners.
I like Phillies.
Okay.
When they get Dallas Goedert back, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Miles Sanders, not bad.
Okay.
Cowboys, Pollard, CeeDee Lamb, Schultz. I'll take the Niners' weapons.
I mean the Dolphins.
The Dolphins have good weapons, but I would take CMC over any one of their running backs.
Right. No, I mean, you got Bills and Chiefs. Bills and Chiefs. But my point is, the Niners are up there.
Raiders.
Stop that.
Renfro Waller coming back next week.
Are they? Are they? We've been waiting.
According to sources, Alan. Back to the Niners.
Let Spinoni get his time. He's feeling good. They beat Seattle, Josh Jacobs. Then they'll lose to the Chargers on Sunday in heartbreaking fashion.
That's what the Chargers do in Vegas, lest you forget last year.
Hey, listen. The Raiders will lose on Sunday. Spinoni won't mention the Raiders for 10 days. That's just how it goes.
It's a vicious cycle.
I feel bad for him, man. I want to hug him right now. Shameless shout-outs, 5 minutes. Line them up, 888-957-9570.
Don't need your fake sympathy.
888-957-9570. Darren Waller might be checked out for the season. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs. If you want to get on here, we'll read your texts. We'll read your comments on YouTube, the Xfinity mobile text line. Any shout-out you want. Let's go ahead and do it. I'm not trolling with the Jimmy love. I'm here for it. I'm back because at one point, Alan, as we get ready for Dolphins Niners, Joe Rose is going to join us at 8 o'clock. Joe Rose been covering the Dolphins for years down in Miami. I was the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo fan possible. When Tom Brady became available, I said, no. You don't need Brady. You got Jimmy. I was there. I was on that train. I was on that train, Alan. And things happen. You go down to the NFC Championship game at SoFi Stadium, and it's so bad that I'm walking around SoFi Stadium with Shasky's buddy Rocco. We see Charles Haley after the game. We got to pick up Charles Haley. He's so damn depressed. Yeah. And I'm looking at Jimmy thinking, damn, we had no shot in that 2-minute drill. No shot whatsoever. Hell, Troy Aikman said it on the broadcast. The line of the year. When Troy Aikman, with 5 minutes left, said, you know, Joe, the Rams defense have done a good job of shutting down the Niners run game. And I'm afraid, keywords, I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Man. I mean, look.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid again. I have no choice.
No, you have no choice.
Spinoni, where's Michelle Shasky? We don't have a choice right now than to rally around Jimmy Garoppolo. So I'm going to rally around him. I'm not going to beat him up over the head because you shouldn't even be here, to be honest.
But I'm not saying don't rally. I'm saying I'm not the apology is what had me double blinking my eyes, trying to. What am I seeing here, man?
Well, this is what you're seeing. In the last 5 games, 1,228 yards, 9 touchdown passes, 1 interception. That's what you're seeing. I gotta apologize. I gotta stand back. That's player of the month stats right there.
Come on now.
Hey, Alan, you didn't like that. Hey, those are player of the month stats there.
Those are fine stats. We're acting like he's and I get it. And I get it. The offense isn't set up for him to put up crazy numbers. To me, Bonte, again, and maybe it's not fair. I just feel like with these weapons, I think Jimmy's a good quarterback. So a good quarterback with great weapons should play pretty darn well. And that's what he's doing. Yeah. And again, Jimmy without Christian McCaffrey, I don't know if he can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
but Jimmy with Christian McCaffrey, he can win a Super Bowl, and that's not a slight at Jimmy.
And that trade changed everything.
Everything.
You're absolutely spot on with that. CMC doing things with the Niners. Real quick on Tua and a quick explosive passing game. DeMeco Ryans had a couple quotes about that before we get to shameless shout-outs. DeMeco Ryans, defensive coordinator for the 49ers. We'll see how long that title holds up for DeMeco Ryans. Here's what he had to say about Tua and the Dolphins' quick, explosive passing game.
Tua is very efficient at not only getting the ball out quick, but the accuracy and the way he delivers the ball, that allows the offense to be as efficient as they are. And you add the playmakers in that he has with 10, 17, 31, like those guys all have elite speed and big-time playmaking ability where they can take an intermediate throw and they can make a guy miss and go to the house. You know, not all offenses have that, and I think that's where this offense really lights it up because each throw, it doesn't have to be a 50-yard bomb down the field. It can be a screen behind the line of scrimmage, and these guys have the speed and the playmaking ability to make guys miss and go to the house.
All right, here's what he had to say about Tyreek Hill.
His speed is just different from anybody you've seen in the NFL, right? There's fast guys in the NFL, but then there's Tyreek speed, and it's just on another level, right? Nobody runs as fast as him. Nobody can, the routes that he's able to run, right? He's like behind the line of scrimmage, and he's able to run deep routes from there. Like it's impressive, right? It's impressive, and it's a special talent that he has. No one else in the league has that ability that Tyreek has. His ability to separate. And not only is just his speed, but he is very strong. When he gets the ball in his hand, he is a very strong runner, and he can bounce off of tackles and make guys miss.
You better tackle, Allen. You better tackle this joker because he's a problem.
He is. I mean, Olympic speed, man. Olympic speed.
Wow.
And
we saw it in the Super Bowl 54.
Right. And you know what? What's going to happen is here's the question. Obviously, they don't want to get beat over the top. The Niners don't want to get beat over the top. But the thing is, if you play too soft, right? I like these teams because they both play what I call backyard football. I was in the Turkey Bowl on Thanksgiving, Bonte, 7 touchdowns. I balled out. Did you see me? Did you happen to see me?
I saw you play. Those dudes looked a little washed.
That was the last game, by the way.
Some of those dudes look like me out there trying to guard you.
That was the last game, by the way.
You got Alan Stiles, who's a former athlete, baseball player at Temple University, playing against some dudes working. Who's the last time those guys worked out? Your buddies.
Look, that was the last game. It didn't look as good. I should have had the videographer earlier. But, they both these teams play backyard football. Yep. The Niners get the ball into the hands of your best player. Let's ride. Let's do it. And the Dolphins do the same thing. That's why I think it's such an even matchup. So the question is, in terms of the Niners secondary, you don't want to get beat over the top. But if you're too soft in your coverage, they're still gonna
burn you.
They're still gonna get 10, 20 yards, on the slant routes and things like that. So D'Amico Ryans has some decisions. He likes to dial up the pressure on third down as well. You better get to Tua.
You better get to Tua.
Because we're on the morning roast, you're gonna get roasted.
Right. Yeah.
If you don't get to him.
That's the key right there. Just get to Tua. If Bosa wants DPOY, these are the games you got to step up for.
Exactly.
These are the games you have to go out there and dominate, like you did late in the game against the Chargers on Sunday Night Football. You have to get Tua on the ground. You got to fluster him. He's not the most mobile quarterback. His footwork is great. I've loved Tua, but get to him. Get to him, and hit these guys. Even when they do catch it, you got to smack them. This is where Drake Greenlaw, Fred Warner Jr. in the middle of the field, you got to set a tone.
Right?
You may get penalized one time. You got to set a tone against these young, quick, because we haven't even talked about Jalen Waddle, who's
exactly
as well. Let's get to shameless shout-outs, man. We're a couple minutes late here. Alan, shameless shout-outs coming up here on the Morning Roast.
It's Friday.
Yeah, I'm a shameless, horrible human being.
Your chance to shamelessly shout out whoever or whatever you want.
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. They would know who I am if they're listening.
It's time for shameless shout-outs on the Morning Roast.
What?
All right, Alan. You're a guest. You're filling in for Joe Shasky, the butcher.
Yeah.
You get the first shout out here on this 50 Cent Friday.
All right. So my shout out goes out to, I'm just going to go classic, but it's for a good reason. I'm going to shout out my mom because, she retired a couple years back. She was a postal inspector, worked for the government. So once you retire, you just kind of kick it. So my little sister, she's been in a lot of different, she does a lot of acting. So she was in Bumblebee. You've probably seen her on different commercials, things like that. So my mom has gotten into acting as well. Wow. And now she's an extra on a new holiday movie on HBO Max, Holiday Harmony.
Wow.
So look out for Lou Stiles on Holiday Harmony. They show her twice. She came over for Thanksgiving. She made us watch the movie after Thanksgiving meal. We saw her twice. We started yelling, probably woke up the neighbors. So shout out my mom. Holiday Harmony, go check it out and check out my mom. At the end scene, you'll see her a couple times.
That's the biggest shout out flex we've ever had on this show. That's pretty. Hey, Spinoni and Lubman, you guys go next. I'm not following that up. I'm good. I got nothing on that.
All right, I'll take on the follow-up here. I'm going to shout out my guy, Pat Moore. I had some issues with my car last week, and Pat, he owns his own business called P&M Mobile out of his garage in Martinez. He's a friend of the family, so I needed some repairs done on my car, and being that he has his own shop, he's able to get parts at a much discounted rate.
Love that.
And then he worked on my car, got it all fixed up, and saved me a big chunk of change in the process. So thanks a lot, Pat, for taking care of my car. Really do appreciate it, because I'm kind of nothing without that bad boy, so need to get from A to B.
I love that. Spinoni, what you got?
These are all nice and personal and stuff, but shout out Josh Jacobs, running back of the Las Vegas Raiders, AFC Offensive Player of the Week, having the greatest FU season currently in the NFL. The guy's going to get paid. Roll Tide. Shout out Josh Jacobs, even though he still have me blocked on Twitter. I still love you, Josh.
Why did he block you on Twitter?
I don't know. I think I responded with like a Gruden gif one time, and he didn't like it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's not good. All right, I'll shout out to my in-laws, the Russians out there in the avenues, Alona, Oleg, and Bablik. You guys are hosting me because my 2 girls are at the house sick right now, Alan, so I had to stay at her parents' house to make sure I don't get anything. Shout out to them. Fed me last night. We were chilling, a lot of tea, a lot of cookies. They took care of me, so shout out to my Russian connection, Alona, Oleg, and Bablik.
Any like traditional Russian dishes that you're eating, like some stroganoff or something like that?
Oh, we had borscht.
Oh, nah.
That borscht with the sour cream. Yeah, I know. It's an acquired taste. But borscht was hitting. We had some macaroni and cheese. We had some the potato salad the Russian way, which is not bad at all. My mom likes it, believe it or not. So shout out to them. We got nothing on style stuff. I mean, jeez. Mom became an actor. Retired and said, I'm just going to go into acting.
First family of Hollywood over here.
I mean, yeah, HBO Max, really? All right, let's go to the lines. Joe in San Francisco. Joe, kick us off, baby. What you got?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me. I want to give a shout-out to my son, Luca Bear. He's going to be 7 on December 5th, and my birthday's on December 6th. He's the best birthday present I've ever had.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Thanks for
That's beautiful, beautiful. 864 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out to my newborn son, Thomas. That's been in Oakland. Carlos and Concord. Shout out to Argentina. We're winning it all. Winning it all in the World Cup. I can rock with Messi. You know, I'm rocking with Alan. I'm rocking with Brazil, France. I was rocking with Belgium. They got knocked out, so I'm not rocking with them anymore. Argentina. I'm just jumping on all the bandwagons.
I'm big Mbappe guy. Big Mbappe guy.
I'm big Mbappe.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, he's a beast.
That's all I care
about. I got
about.
my PSG jersey. I shouldn't wear it. I should wear it next week. And then 510, shout out to Jonathan Kamiga for embracing his role and balling out within the Warrior system. Shout out to JK. And shout out to Jose who gave us a call. Jose, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, Bonte? What's up, A-Styles?
What's up, baby?
First morning roast. First time caller. It's my birthday. I just want to.
His phone's fading in and out. Jose and Vallejo, call us back. Fix your reception. Let's go to Duke in the City. Duke in the City, what's happening?
Man, what's up, man? Y'all already know what time it is, man. Jimmy G, laser sharp, throwing nails like dart. Picasso painting, if you want to, you could call it an art. Man, I want to celebrate. My wife and I had our 15-year anniversary on the 30th, man, so...
Congratulations.
That, man. That was really, really big, man. You know what I mean? And then all our longshoremen that listen to the show, man. It's a short show, man. My boy, Big Lou, Big Bo, all the mechanics, all my people at Matson, man. Joe Shasky week was a blast. Then our YouTubers, man. My boy Drew Down and my boy Tyler Miller. All my YouTubers are natural born killers. I love y'all, man. Go Niners, go Warriors. Let's get this, baby. I love you, Ted, for what you're doing with your family, too, man.
Thank you, Duke.
What you're doing, that's huge. I love y'all.
Thank you, Duke. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. He's a roaster. Hell, his rap is in the intro of the show.
Yeah.
That's how big Duke is.
Bars.
And bars, too. Straight bars. You wouldn't expect that, huh? You wouldn't expect that at all. Tamir in Oakland. Tamir in Oakland, our main man out there in the town. What's up, Tamir?
Hey, what's up? I got to give a shout-out to Spadoni coming on the radio, giving a shout-out to the Raiders and stuff. I love it. And then a shout-out to my Tennessee basketball varsity when I first came in the tournament yesterday out in Dublin. So got to give a shout-out to them, too.
Love that. Love that. And finally, Anthony in Napa. Anthony in Napa, who you shouting out today? Oh, wait. I got to pick up the phone call. That's my bad. Anthony, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Top of the morning to you. I want to shout out my wife, Shayna Love. She's 7.5 months pregnant, about to give me get our first baby girl together. So I want to shout her out, let her know I love her.
Absolutely. That's beautiful right there. Beautiful, beautiful addition to shameless shout out. Shout out to everybody out there getting to work. If you're at work, what is happening? Shout out, shameless shout outs.
Mm-hmm.
And Alan takes the cakes. We should have made Alan just wait. We didn't know that was coming, man.
Shout out Oakland, California.
It just worked out that way. It just worked out that way.
No, shout out to your mom, man. That's big time, man. Let us know the film again.
Holiday Harmony. Holiday Harmony. She's an extra, but you see her a couple times. It's nice.
Screen time.
Oh, yeah.
Screen time.
Gotta start
HBO
somewhere.
Max.
HBO Max.
People pay for that.
Hey, run the numbers up.
Run the numbers up, man.
Hey, Brooke Shields in it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Big Shields in it.
Wow.
You know?
Look at that.
I'm telling you, man.
Damn. Styles Files. Styles Files. Joe Rose coming up, hosting the Joe Rose Show on WQAM in Miami. Former tight end for the Dolphins. Also caught the game-winning pass in the 79 big game to help Cal beat Stafford. Now he's calling games. He'll be out here in the Bay Area this weekend. But before we get to Joe Rose, it's time for a little injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, Alan. Eric Armstead, remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Number 91? He's returning to the field. He's back.
Let's go.
After practicing for the third time this week, the Niners defensive tackle confirmed he will take the field Sunday for this. Oh my God! For this monster matchup,
that's huge
against the
man.
Miami Dolphins. He had various ankle and foot injuries. Also, CMC, Christian McCaffrey expected to play Sunday, who sent the Niners fan base a scare while dealing with knee irritation. CMC was reportedly moving well without issue in practice, meaning he should be full go when the Niners take the field at Levi's. You going Sunday? You at Levi's?
I got post game.
Oh, you got post.
I got post game.
Duh.
You know?
I listen to you all the time coming out of the traffic. You sounded good on there too.
Appreciate
you guys carry out a tradition of overtime. It's a big time game. I can't wait. We're going to talk to Joe Rose coming up on the other side. The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The Dolphins have scored 30 points or more in their last 4 games.
Wilson lead blockers, and he strolls in for the Dolphins touchdown.
However, they haven't faced Nick Bosa and the nasty Niners defense.
Play clock at 2. Dalton gets the shotgun snap. Dalton backside pressure. Bosa got him.
We're talking Niners Dolphins.
Talanoa Hufanga bats it out.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Saatsaz, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So instead, we're going to hire a professional voice actor and pay him absurd amounts of money to say, "I like this product." Not sure why that was better. I mean, I'm a professional too, but we didn't pay him to say the business part, so back to me. Save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. Sorry, I know hearing me say it was a bit of a letdown. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
At the Home Depot, we have plenty of Christmas trees to make your holidays even more magical. Hundreds of full, easy-to-assemble artificial trees that look so real, you may be convinced they actually are. And for those who love that fresh pine smell, we have a parking lot full of fresh-cut trees to call your own. We'll even help you load your tree in the car so you can bring home the holidays. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. 50 Cent Friday here on the roast. Got Alan Style Files in for Joe Shasky the Butcher. He'll be back on Monday, but you better believe he's listening right now. Shasky, how you doing this morning? Hope you're doing well. See you Sunday at the Dolphins-Niners game. Jerry Rice, Monday, 8:30. Woo! We're releasing new gear at 3 o'clock. You can find it out on 95.7 The Game. Find out about it at 95.7 The Game. El Sleepy Floyd. Shout out to El Sleepy Floyd, who designed some great T-shirts for us. So that'll be released at 3 o'clock, 95.7thegameshop.com, 95.7thegameshop.com. Talk some Warriors. We'll get back into Warriors at some point. Warriors Bulls tonight at Chase Center. Big 3-game homestand for them. Mm-hmm. Then we got a big one at Levi's. Oh, we're still on not Allen, but Aaron Judge watch. Whether or not he signs today.
It's not ending. It's not ending. It should be heating up, actually.
It should be done by the end of the week, right? According to Bubba, a.k.a. JP Morosi. But let's go down to Miami. Host of the Joe Rose Show on WQAM in Miami. It is Joe Rose himself, former tight end with the Miami Dolphins. But I didn't know, Joe, that you had caught the game-winning pass in the 79 big game to help the Cal Bears beat Stanford. How about that?
Man, that was a long time ago. But, yeah, I was I'm immature now, but I was really bad back then. But, yeah, that was fun. That was fun. Listen, the Cal-Stanford game, nobody back here talks about it, but it was fun.
Your Bears,
that was a good time.
Yeah, the Bears won the Axe this year. It was a saving grace to a rough season. Our producer, Sam Love, is a big Cal guy. He's going to Cal-UCLA games the day after Thanksgiving in front of 50 people. I mean, a guy needs some hope here. But he's also a Miami Hurricane fan, so he's sad as well. So forget my producer anyway. The Dolphins, they have been sad in recent memory. However, Mike McDaniel gets hired. You replace him with replace Brian Flores with Mike McDaniel. You still stick with Tua. You make the big move to get Tyreek Hill, and next thing you know, you guys are 8-3. So this Dolphins team has taken everybody by storm. What was your expectations coming into the season with the new head coach, with Tua Tagovailoa at quarterback, and this Dolphins roster?
So Mike McDaniel had one interview, as you guys probably know. So we didn't know much about him. We knew he's a offensive coordinator for the 49ers, but we know he didn't call the plays. Shanahan calls the plays. But we really didn't know. We got this guy. We all meet him. You know, everybody shows up for that first press conference and who's going to run this team and what's the plan here. And only interview we had for a head coaching job was the Miami Dolphins, and they have absolutely hit a jackpot. You talk about a guy prepared, has given Coach Shanahan a lot of credit and his father for what he's been able to do, but the story has just been unbelievable. The rehabilitation of Tua Tagovailoa, who's been beaten up, lack of confidence, coaching staff, maybe a front office that no longer believed in him. And Mike came in, took a look, watched everything, said, hey, we're going to get more around you, and we're going to put in a system that you're absolutely going to love, that's going to work for you, and absolutely get the best out of you since you've been at Alabama. And he did. They go out, as you mentioned, the Tyreek Hill trade that took place was fantastic. That guy has been everything and more. Has been durable, makes big plays. And then the other thing I got to tell you, man, we call it the San Francisco tree. Bringing in 4 guys from his own team, including the Wilson trade and Raheem Mostert coming here. So we had 2 guys that knew how to run that running game that the 49ers run that he really likes, the widespread. And then on top of it, Sherfield has turned into a sure thing at third wide receiver, has been great. And then Craycraft, who is a practice squad guy with the 49ers, has also turned into a really solid, tough, little hard-nosed receiver coming off a game of 4 or 5 catches. So he just got the guys he wanted, knew what he wanted, rehabbed a couple of guys that he thought could play, got their confidence back, and here we are at 8-3 is one of the best offenses in the football, and now get ready for 3 really tough road games. Mm-hmm. It's not just San Francisco. We're going from San Francisco down to L.A., play the Chargers, and then we get to come back and play the Buffalo Bills. So it's going to be a tough little stretch of football coming up against a really good 49er team, a team that Mike McDaniel knows really well. So I think we're all looking forward to getting the big test, and you go from the Texans to the 49ers, you're going up the elevator a little bit there.
Joe, just like you said, everything with Mike McDaniel, when he comes in and the culture has just been changed immediately. And it's funny because in these situations, specifically in the NFL, I mean, expectations can flip immediately. So what are the expectations down in Miami? What looks like what would be a successful season? Is it just making it to the playoffs? Are you, if you get through this stretch 2-1, is it time to think about Super Bowl? What do you think expectations are for a successful season?
Well, you're sounding like a morning show in South Florida right there. It's a great one. I don't know if you guys know this, but how you doing? We're one of the we're second in the NFL since the longest streak of not winning a playoff game. Only the Lions are worse, to give you an idea how long it's been.
Has it been that long? When's the last time? When's the last time you guys won? I'm trying to think back.
It's been 21 or 22 years since the Miami Dolphins have won a playoff game. Just to give you an idea how bad. Because most people are going, like you guys, going, wow, it's been that long? So we haven't had a playoff win. So for me, it would be to win a playoff game. And listen, the Bills are playing great again. Everybody was worried about the Bills, and they were done. And Josh Allen, now they've won 3 in a row. That's going to be a tough one to overtake. We got to go up there and play them in a couple of weeks. So for me, get in the playoffs and win a playoff football game would be a great start. Until I see that, listen, we haven't played in a Super Bowl since I played in Super Bowl 19 against the 49ers with Montana and Marino. So I know, you don't just say, hey, we're going to the Super Bowl. And I try to calm some of the fan base down a little bit. Like, look, that's a big jump from never making the playoffs and never win a playoff game to all of a sudden you're going to win a Super Bowl. That's not going to be easy.
Joe Rose. Of course, you can listen to the Joe Rose Show on 560 WQAM a.m. on Odyssey app, former member of the Miami Dolphins, former Cal Bear, now calling games for the Miami Dolphins, color analyst for the Dolphins as they come out here to the West Coast. And as you mentioned, Joe, 3 straight road games. We're looking at the schedule earlier today, saying, boy, Miami's got some tough stretches here. But when you look at the quarterback, you look at Tyreek Hill, what about that defense? Because nobody's talking about that matchup. Shanahan against that Dolphins defense. Jimmy Garoppolo's a full go. Christian McCaffrey's going to play. You have Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle. Who should we be focused on that Miami Dolphins defense who could wreck a game?
Well, I will tell you one thing. I'm guessing Mike McDaniel has spent a lot of time in that defensive with Coach Boyer, the defensive coordinator, going over things because nobody knows the 49ers offense better than Mike McDaniel. But it hasn't been as good, to be honest. Last year we had a great run where we really played lights out. And this year they're in the middle of the pack and talking to some of the guys. The biggest thing is we just aren't getting the amount of takeaways that we were able to get last year. Guys would move the ball, but we get takeaways. You get interceptions. And so it's been disappointing. We've got a lot of guys with great names. You look across and you go, wow, that guy's a good player. We got some guys individually that have played well, but the numbers just haven't been there. The sacks number hasn't been there. The takeaways for the defense hasn't been there. So, I mean, Xavier Howard doesn't have an interception. The guy's been an interception machine at the cover corner position.
Wow.
So our numbers are way down. I think that's been the biggest disappointment. But all the names are there. The Jalen Phillips is there. The Bradley Chubb that was made from the Denver Broncos on the trade deadline right before it was over. You got Javon Holland, who's just been an outstanding safety, a big, strong guy, can really run. We just got to get more because you'll look at their stats and go, I don't see it. But a lot of those guys had really good seasons, and if we're going to have a chance in this thing, listen, I'm not sure about blocking Nick Bosa, to be really honest, especially if we have to play a backup tackle.
Yeah.
I've seen him since he was about 14 years old play at the highest level at one of the best high schools in the country. Mm-hmm. That's a tough one. He is something else, man. He is special, and he can destroy games, and I know that's been a priority to see where that's where we're going to be on that one. But we got to get some guys playing like that. We got to get some guys that can dominate games one-on-one, and the 49ers have a couple of those guys, including a guy in the middle playing linebacker. And that's the difference. Really, when I look at it, the impact guys that the 49ers have had that play like the best players at their position, and we got to get some guys playing like that down the stretch here.
Joe, I know you're familiar with the Bay Area. We got a guy who's under center for us in Jimmy G, who's quite polarizing. You got to be on one side of the fence or the other in terms of whether, you think that guy can get it done or not. Tua is another quarterback who, he was beaten down early. People didn't know if he could make it in this league. Do you think at this point Tua is still a bit underrated to the outside view, or do you think he's starting to get the respect he deserves? And could this game maybe help to get more of that respect?
Well, So it's a great question, by the way, and I think Tua and Jimmy Garoppolo really aren't the same thing. Everybody kind of gave up on Jimmy Garoppolo, put him on the other field to work out on his own until everybody needed him, and all he does is come back and throw 16 touchdowns to 4 interceptions, and the team loves him. It looks to me like the players love playing with Jimmy. They want to go out and play with Jimmy G. So I'm seeing that from Tua, the big turnaround with the players. Started kind of with Tyreek Hill going, man, you guys got to stop this dude. This dude puts it right on the money, man. It's a nice pass to catch. And so we started seeing more and more of that. Now I see it in the hotel, man. It is his team. Guys like hanging with him. Guys want to be around him. So I think he's really starting to win over this team. Yeah, he's got to play. Listen, he's playing against the number one defense. Anybody can beat the Texans up. I know I've already heard this.
Right.
Anybody can beat the Texans up and the Cleveland Browns up. Now you're playing the 49ers, and it's going to be loud, by the way, because San Francisco 49ers fans get after it pretty good. So it's a different step up, but these are the games. If we're really going to be a playoff team, these next 3 weeks, we got to play like it. or that 5-game winning streak. It's great, and it set us up to make the playoffs. But now we're going to play a lot of the big boys here, and we'll find out just how good we are, starting with the San Francisco 49ers. And as you mentioned, that schedule the rest of the way is not an easy one.
No doubt about that, Joe. We got to run in just a second here, but quickly, how bad does McDaniel, Mostert, Wilson Jr. want this game? Trent Sherfield, River Craycraft, how bad do they want this one? Because there's been some chirping.
Yeah. Raheem, Raheem Mostert's one of the nicest human beings. You know, here's the guy. We get your two running backs, and listen, they've both been really good. You know, I mean, these guys have been really, really good. And they're looking around at the speed on the outside of, and this thing starts with Waddle and Tyreek Hill on the outside. It sounds like a track meet it sounds like you look at these two, but they are the total package of what everybody says they are. And so I think sometimes everybody goes, yeah, look at what I got on the outside. Let's go play right now. I got Tyreek on one side and Jalen Waddle on the other. Let's go play. We can play against you. And so, yeah, there's a lot of confidence, and I know, Raheem, I'm sure you guys got the comments. Raheem,
oh, yeah.
Everybody thought he was taking shots at Jimmy G, and he's like, no, I like Jimmy G, man, but our team's really good, and I'm just excited. But, hey, I can't wait to see everybody, and I'm like, oh, we don't need anybody any more fired up with the 49ers, man, for this game, for sure.
Hey, Joe, thanks for the time. Safe travels to the Bay Area. I know it's a big 3-game stretch for you guys. It all starts Sunday in a highly anticipated matchup. 49er fans are jacked up for this one. Dolphins, Niners, Levi Stadium. It's going to be a fun one. Joe, thanks for the time today.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Joe Rose of the Joe Rose Show on WQAM in Miami. You can listen to that on the Odyssey app. 560 WQAM on the Odyssey app. Joe Rose, former tight end of the Dolphins, call the games for them. Big time matchup, and he discussed their defense. We'll get to that in just a second. But the last part there, the Mostert chirping, the Wilson Jr., hey, trade me because I'm not going to play much. That'd be nice to have Jeff Wilson Jr. back in red and gold with the news of Elijah Mitchell. But let's start with Mostert because I think people forget he held out after that big year, that big playoff run when he ran for over 200 yards against the Green Bay Packers. Held out, got some money, got hurt. Did he rehab back? Some people were saying, man, he could have fought back during the pandemic season and played, whatever. Comes back, second carry, tears his ACL. First game of the season against Detroit. So for some Niner fans that I've talked to this week, Mostert left a sour taste in their mouth. And then the article comes out by Tyler Dude, and Mostert's chirping about who's slinging it. We got a lot of talent here. He could walk back the comments, but you mentioned this earlier. Fred Warner Jr., Drake Guerrillo, they didn't forget the comments.
No.
Nick Bosa didn't forget the comments. They're going to try to decapitate this dude Sunday at Levi Stadium.
They're going to be running with a purpose, we'll say. Definitely a purpose. And the thing is, and by the way, Jeff Wilson Jr., he kind of got dragged into this as well. From what I saw, he didn't really say anything, but everything is Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson Jr. taking shots, and Jeff Wilson Jr. is looking like CP3 last night. Like I'm just hanging out, dude. I'm not even trying to really be in this drama. But I think when it comes to Raheem Mostert, right? It was a good, and people can say, you'd be nothing without us. We gave you a chance, this, that, the third. Well, Raheem Mostert also balled out when he did play. So I think, look, this is a business. I think for the most part, it was a good business relationship. For the most part, I think it was a good business transaction. He got his shot in the NFL. The Niners got some success from him. And you move forward. If you feel some type of way, and that's the thing. When he's sitting there saying, oh, do you think that the fact that you held out when they thought you could come back, do you think that affected you, how they felt about you as a free agent? And he said, oh, for sure. Well, I'm sorry, Raheem. It's a business, and you were a free agent. They owe nothing to you. They already took a chance on you. They owe nothing to you to take a chance on you again and say, all right, even though you've been injured, let's bring you back in. I'm sorry, man. You know how running backs are. You found a new spot. Keep it pushing. Let's see what you do on Sunday. But this whole idea that you're a free agent. What are we even talking about?
You're spot on. And you held out on them. You had your agent tweeting at the Niners saying, yeah, we're not playing yet until we get some new deals. We need a fair deal. Like, wait a minute here. You were a special teamer.
Yeah.
You were on 6 different teams before you came here. You were a journeyman. And that's not to knock Raheem Mostert because he is a good dude. But it was unnecessary. And then to walk it back and all that stuff, I'm sure he didn't mean what he said, but you got to be smarter than that. And don't blame a reporter for saying, oh, he took my quotes out of context. He didn't put everything in there. You know what time it is.
This is not your first interview.
Yeah, no,
you know
exactly.
You know they're going to chop and screw it and do what they need to do.
We're going to highlight the juicy stuff.
Exactly. You said it.
We're trying to sell papers out here.
As long as you're not saying that they made something up, you put yourself in the position for them to say, well, look, he dropped this. And he goes, and he tweeted, he said, but of course you don't include when I, when I applaud my old team and Jimmy Garoppolo. Of course not.
Right.
You know what business this is? Why do I have to do that?
Right.
I'm going to talk about what everybody is, what's going to get me clicks, and you provided that for me. I don't, nobody owes you anything in this world.
Nobody. So he's going to get his on Sunday. We'll get to him in just a second, but I want to let everybody know. Everybody's got their go-to meal at their favorite restaurant, so it's time we head back into their kitchen for episode 3, The Go-To, presented by Trimarks. Joe Shasky with this video. Check out the Rome Artisan Burgers at 957thegame.com. D'Amico Ryans, he was talking yesterday at the podium, and we talked about Tua, and he talked about Tyreek Hill. He discussed a lesson they learned after giving up 44 points to the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
Each week is different. If we had a bad week, it happens in the NFL, right? It happens. You have bad weeks, and that's what I look at the Chiefs game was. It was a bad week, and we did not play up to our standard. So it's about our guys, holding up our standard each and every week. And if we do that, right, if we make it tough on offenses to go against us because we're just doing what we're supposed to do. Not anybody playing hero ball or doing anything special. It's just guys just being where they're supposed to be, playing together, playing for each other. When we do that, we're a special unit.
So they did, and they had some guys out in that game. This one, I think, look, is Tua Patrick Mahomes? No, he's not. He's just not. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. Mm-hmm. The weapons they have, though, they rival the Kansas City Chiefs because we talk about Waddle and Sherfield and Tyreek Hill. They also have a tight end in Mike Gesicki. He can make plays, and he has speed. He's out there grittying and doing the Waddle dance and all that stuff.
Gritty, but he's doing it just the same.
It's better than mine. Look, Raheem Mostert has speed. He gets to the outside, he's gone. That's one thing he does have, his speed, and he'll run physical. I'm eager to see how the Niners adjust to this offense on Sunday. Yeah. Because Mike McDaniel knows him. He's going to manipulate the defense with all type of motions and different formations and spacings. I'm very eager to see because until the conversation earlier today or earlier this week was Michael Irvin out with Damon Ratto talking about this is one of the greatest defenses I've seen. Whoa. Got to play somebody first. You got to beat them up. Let's see if you're a great defense because I don't even know if this defense is a top 5 Niners defense of all time. But a game like this, you can make a name for yourself, Alan.
There are a lot of opportunities out there for both sides of the ball. Both sides of the ball, as in both offenses, both defenses. Look, I know you got your apology out to Jimmy G. I'm going to tell you right now, Bonte, he's going to have to spin that thing. He's going to have to spin it. I do not think they've been stacked. All these teams have been stacking the box on the Niners. We know that that's what they like to do. We know that everybody knows the Niners want to run the football. So if the Dolphins do stack the box again, what happened against the Saints was that, all right, we're stacking the box. The problem was the Saints couldn't score. They couldn't do anything. And I know that a lot of that is because of the Niners defense. That's also because the Red Rifle, it's Andy Dalton.
Right, it's Andy Dalton.
And to be honest, the Saints had a lot of opportunities. They couldn't catch the football. I don't know if they ate a bucket of popcorn before the game or what it was.
Well, Kamara got hit, and he was like, yeah, this is not going to be one of those games for me.
No.
He was like, it's too physical out there for me. And he's dropping the ball left and right, right?
Yeah.
Olave was like, Olave's a good player, and I thought that was a catch at the end of the first half. Officials overturned it. Niners challenge. It was successful. But they didn't want that smoke. Andy Dalton didn't really want that smoke.
No, but they did have opportunities. So I think that, look, I know the Niners have this stretch going of these teams not scoring, at the end of the game, 4 straight second halves. That's probably going to end, right? It's probably going to end. Now, how do you react? And I think against the Saints, Kyle was able to say, all right, I'm not going to show everybody everything because these guys can't score. Right. And against the Cardinals, I mean, that was a party.
Right.
That was a fiesta in Mexico. That was not. So we don't. It's like Slim Shady. Will the real Niners offense please stand up? That's what we need to see.
And I think that was it in Mexico City, to your point.
I do think it was that. It might not be 38 points every game, but you got to spread the football around. You can't just go 2 runs and Jimmy bail me out, right? So you can't continue to do that. And if the Dolphins are able to put points on the board, it's almost in a weird way, and obviously I want the Niners to win, but in a weird way, I want to see the Dolphins score just to see what I want the genius cow to come out.
Oh yeah,
you know,
you want to see him get in the shootout and see what Shanahan does.
I want to see the 2 offensive gurus.
You want to see if Shanahan and Garoppolo can hang with the big boys offensively.
I want to see if Bonte's apology was necessary. That's what I want to see.
Oh boy. Either way, your boy's going to be walking some things back. Jimmy wins the Super Bowl, your boy's getting cooked. He don't win, your boy's getting cooked. It's a no-win situation. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno real quick before we get to Laura Britt. Rob, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Look, man, I'm not putting this game on the defense. The defense over the last 5 years has showed us what they can do. This is on Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan. You can't let the understudy dude come in here and dominate you, period. I'm going to need Jimmy Garoppolo to go out there and complete some passes. You can't hide behind his defense no more. It's time to put your big boy pants on and do what you need to do. Yep. I'm not apologizing to Jimmy G until after the season. If you make the playoffs and we see what we do in the postseason, I'm not apologizing. I still stand on what I stand on. Trey should be the starter if he don't get hurt. But right now, Jimmy needs to play. You can't hide throwing 3-yard screens. And y'all talked about the red rifle. If you look at the game, I thought he played better than Jimmy Garoppolo did. It wasn't his fault. Olave didn't catch the ball, and Kamara fumbled twice in scoring territory. So it's like Jimmy Garoppolo and Cal, this is your chance to show us what y'all about, because they're joint at the hip, and we need them to step it up. I can't have the understudy going to a team that ain't been to the playoffs in 30 years, putting up 30 points a game, and we struggling to put up 13. So it's time.
It's time. I like that call, Rob. I like that call. It's time. Rob got me ready to go. I'm ready for this game. We got Bulls Warriors today. We got Rockets Warriors tomorrow, and then you get Niners Dolphins on Sunday.
You can't let. That's a good point, man. You can't have little bro come in here and punk you.
Mike McDaniel, you got to put him in his place.
Right.
How bad does Shanahan want this game?
Bad.
You think he wants it bad?
He won't say it.
He wants it bad, huh?
Oh, yeah. You can't have little. Come on now. The Apprentice. You can't have him come up here with guys that you said we don't need anymore. And you run on them? Come on now.
I can't have Mostert and Waddle doing the Waddle dance at the end of the fourth
Twitter
quarter.
is going to break because, you can't have the peace sign.
I'll be listening to you. You'll be breaking on overtime.
You can't have Tyreek. You can't throwing up the peace sign. Not in your house.
No, you can't have that happen. All right, we'll get to Laura Britt, 888-957-9570. I want to get some more calls here. Last keys, your final keys to the game. It is a football Friday, 50-cent Friday. Keys to the Niners winning. Do you want to see Shanahan and Garoppolo air this baby out? You want to see him send a message. Shasky, and I kind of agree with Shasky. It's not the worst thing in the world to lose this game, but damn it, I know Monday morning I want to be talking about a victory. So what can the Niners do to get this win against Miami, against this high-flying, explosive offense? It's going to be a lot of fun. 888-957-9570. But first, let's get to Laura Britt, host of Giants pre- and post-game live, former host of 49ers pre- and post-game live. She does everything. Sharks, Warriors, Giants, Niners.
Not 6, not 7.
Yeah, she's got all kind of jobs. She's going to join us here in a few minutes to talk about the Giants and the pursuit of Aaron Judge. The pursuit for Aaron Judge. Can you get him out of pinstripes? That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
Aziz Al-Shire.
You know, when you're around a group of guys that are held to such a high standard that you have no choice but to get better or you're just going to get weeded out.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto. Bang, bang, Niner gang! Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th.
Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In Fremont, a cold start followed by a cool day, highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately and hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the Morning Roast, my favorite show. Just leave me alone, please.
Man, the show is flying by. Don't forget about the 415ers podcast. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy breaking down Niners and Dolphins. Whew, it's going to be a big one. We can ask Laura about the Niners and Dolphins, too. She's tapped in still. She's tapped in. Follow the 415ers on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. All the high schools teams getting ready for the state championships. Basketball season's in play. Girls basketball's in play. Ritter's girls basketball team had a tough loss the other day, but they're playing well. Look, it's a fun time. The holidays. Not the biggest fan of the holidays, but you got a lot of sports on the calendar. Bowl games, Alan. I know you're a big college football fan, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say big, but I watch. I have those teams that I randomly like for no reason that I have no connection to. I mean, Temple, we're a stepping stone.
Yeah.
As soon as we get good, the coach
right?
leaves.
Yeah,
so,
Al Golden,
Matt Rule, though, right?
Matt
you know
Rule,
what? Don't get
Al
me started.
Golden, Bruce Arians.
Goodbye.
Who's your random team? Because I root for Florida State.
And just no connection.
I've never been. I've been to the state of Florida once, but I love Florida State.
Well, you know what? Our boss is probably listening, but Ohio State, they always got black QBs. So I'm just saying, Clemson, Ohio State.
Florida State has some black brothers. They have some brothers playing quarterback, too.
They do.
No doubt. I've always rocked with Michigan, though, because the gear.
I don't mind Michigan at all, but you know.
Ohio State with the black brothers.
They always got
I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. All right, we got Laura Britt on hold here. You got what we got queued up, Spinoni? All right, before we bring in Laura Britt, her husband joined the show Monday to wish Joe Shasky a happy birthday. Walker, a.k.a. Mr. Britt, dropped some bars, Alan, and I want you to listen to it, and I want Laura, who's on the line holding, to listen to it as well. Here's Walker spitting some ones and twos on Shasky's birthday.
Waiting for it to drop. Like sourdough, he's Francisco grown. It's a Joe Shasky appreciation flow. But your boy so funny, jokes hit just right. Producers cutting that up for a soundbite. Early in the morning, when traffic is slim, catch Bonte and Butcher at 6 a.m. Number one, who's that? We are. Never second place like KMBR. Monte tripping like Jordan Poole on his arm sleeve. Monte Ellis out here shouting, "We believe!" On the rise like yeast and flour. Joe Shasky's making moves while you're taking your shower. Insight thick like Bay Area fog. I hear the Golden Boy's voice while I'm taking my jog.
Oh, my God. Laura. That was some of the best. Duke and SF is jealous right now. Shout out to Duke and SF, who has bars as well. He drops bars every single week on the roast. He may be jealous of Mr. Britt, Laura. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. So first off, how am I ever supposed to follow that up? I've lost that battle already. But second off, I will say next time, for anybody that wants to come on 95.7, the morning roast, and rap, play the beats at home. We couldn't hear it, so that's like a little off. So the beat was not playing for us, but it was only playing for you guys. Anyway, it was so great. It was great to be on. You lined up a ton of guests for Shasky's birthday, and that was really fun. So anyway, that was amazing. I can't ever rap like that, and now what am I supposed to do? Talk about Aaron Judge?
Yeah, you're the host of Giants pre- and post-game live, and I got Alan Stiles beside me. Shasky's off. Alan played baseball, De La Salle, Temple. This guy's been flexing all day. Steve Kerr, country clubs. His mom is in the film on HBO Max. I mean, you name it. I should have taken a day off if he was going to flex on me like that, Laura. So what the hell is going on with Aaron Judge? 50-50? There's got to be more than two teams in on Aaron Judge.
Oh, there are definitely more than two teams in on Aaron Judge. It just depends on how realistic those teams are. The Dodgers are obviously in. Other teams are in on Aaron Judge, but yeah, John Morosi of MLB Network is saying it's more of a 50-50 shot, which I was actually a little surprised to see because I was thinking, I mean, he straight up says it's not like 70-30. It is more like 50-50. And the Giants are going to have to put up more money than what the Yankees have already put up, which is a reported, $37.5 million a year. 8 years, $300 million is the reported amount that the Yankees have put up for Aaron Judge. I think the Giants, they know the situation they're in. They know they need a big-name player. Does Carlos Correa move the needle for you? Is that a player that's going to move the needle? I just don't think so. Is that a player that's going to have people going out to the team store buying jerseys tomorrow? I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you are I guess, a more hardcore baseball person, it would. But and I think Carlos Correa is a good player. But in terms of, getting people to the ballpark and, let's go see who do you have this year, Carlos Correa, he's not necessarily that guy. But to that point, Laura, do you think the Giants can have what you would call a successful offseason if they don't land Aaron Judge?
It depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking to Giants fans, I would say anybody outside of Aaron Judge, which, it's one player, right? He's the golden boy right now. I think anybody outside of that is not going to move the needle for diehard Giants fans. So that's kind of a hard standard to live up to if you're the Giants. You can put together a good team outside of Aaron Judge, but I think for fans, what they saw from Judge last season, knowing that he's a local guy, it all plays so well into what the Giants need. They need a superstar, check. They need a guy that's actually going to produce, that's not just a name, check. They want, local guy, homegrown, check. He checks so many boxes that I imagine it's probably difficult to find anybody else that's going to get the Giants fan base as excited as Aaron Judge. The problem comes in with the Giants have a lot of money, and Farhan has said that they're willing to spend, that this team is not putting a bunch of restrictions on what they're able to spend. They're going to be smart about it. Obviously, Farhan is known to have that type of a track record. They're not going to spend just to spend to make fans happy. They're going to spend in smart deals, and that's been their MO, since he took over. But what will it take to get Aaron Judge? And then, as he has said, he doesn't want to go to a team that's not going to win. The Giants need more than just Aaron Judge. You've got to have, if Rodon walks and goes to another team, who are you going to fill those shoes? That's right. Pretty big shoes to fill. Mm-hmm. Not saying that you can't find another. They signed Rodon last year, so they're able to find that talent. They did it with Kevin Gausman. You can find the talent, but Judge has made it very clear that he wants to be on a winning team. So he's got to have pieces that are built around him. But he also said, to the point of, I'll be down in San Diego for winter meetings coming up this Sunday. Most reporters believe that Judge will get this deal done across those few days down in San Diego. So this is going to be a get the contract out of the way situation, is what Aaron Judge said. I want my contract done so then the team, whomever he does sign with, can then build around me. I don't want fans to get too excited. I don't want, roasters. I want to be honest with everybody. I think it's actually very realistic for Aaron Judge to come to the Giants. They have the money. It really comes down to what he wants, I think. Right. Like, does he like being in New York? There is something to a hometown pull. I know there is for me. And I think probably most people listening, being close to your family. What if you want to start a family and you want their grandparents nearby? I know that sounds kind of...
No, that matters. That matters.
But it does. It totally does. This is not flying to Las Vegas. This would be flying from coast to coast. It's a long flight, and I don't know the age of his parents, but, you have to play all those factors in. That's a long flight. I don't care if you're flying private or commercial. It's still a long trek to get out to New York. So how much does that play a factor in? I don't know Aaron Judge. So I don't know, how important those things rank compared to dollars. Dollars are obviously way up there. But if the Giants can get close, does the hometown pull do it for him?
Yeah. Laura Britt here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Host of Giants pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area. All right, Laura, real quick before we switch gears to the Niners. What would your pitch have been to Aaron Judge? Because I thought maybe it's not too late. Maybe he's sitting courtside tonight at Chase Center. But I would have had him at Chase Center. I would have had E40 in there. I would have had Pilo. I would have had Rennell. I would have had Will Clark. I would have put out all the stops. What would your pitch have been for Aaron Judge to come to the Bay Area? Come back to the Bay Area, I should say.
My pitch. So here's the thing. Maybe they tried to do all those things. Maybe Aaron Judge wasn't available to go to a Warriors game. I'm not sure. I don't know how all that went down. I imagine that those things were all on the table. I am sending Aaron Judge to dinner with Steph Curry, with E40, with Mr. Fab, and I'm having a dinner with no one from the Giants, like the front. I just want him to see what Bay Area with Draymond Green. Go have fun. Go have a night and just have dinner with some of the Bay Area's finest athletes and get the real talk, the real discussion. Where are you going to live? What does it look like? What does the commute look like? I want those conversations being had. But I am so interested. Don't you want to know what these conversations are like? I'm so interested in what does it look like? Are they sitting around at a dinner table? Or are you walking around Oracle Park? Like, how does it go?
You should have had Shasky, myself, and Alan Stiles now, since he's got movie
course.
talent.
How can I
He's
leave
got
it all
movie
out?
stars in his family. We should have been out there. I wanted to get. I knew the hotel he was at. I wanted to get the yellow tape out and just go upstairs and Eric, come on, man. Let's go.
I can't leave George Kittle out either.
Can't leave
Kittle
Kittle
at
out.
the table.
Yeah. Appearances on the morning roast. I mean, that would have been a hell of a pitch.
Get on the morning roast. You can go on the morning roast.
You can rap.
Talk to George.
You can rap.
You can rap.
Yeah, no doubt.
Match the music. Whatever you want. I don't know. I'm so fascinated, and I really want to hear once all this passes, whether he signs or not, what those conversations are like. I'm so interested in how you do pitch a player, because that is a big part of it. And I think Gabe Kapler being there and talking to what is their relationship like. Those are things that he's weighing in these decisions. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to money, and then how much does the hometown pool help for bringing Aaron Judge?
I did hear, by the way, before we switch over to Niners, I heard that they did try to arrange something with Judge and Steph Curry, and Steph was in New Orleans when they played the Pelicans, and it was actually the game that nobody played, and they were texting, but it ended up not working out. So I don't know who dropped the ball there, but you should have made that happen. If it was the Giants or the Warriors, you should have made that happen. Maybe next time I talk to Steve Kerr, I'll make sure something happens.
There's another drop.
There you go.
Oh, wait, I've got one thing, because I was checking the chat on your YouTube channel. Somebody said Shasky's waiting for Judge at the airport.
He does. He probably did. He probably is. He's got the tracker. He's got the real estate agents looking out for him.
Oh, yeah.
We need Judge here for not only Joe Shasky, we need him for Sam Lubman, Laura. Sam Lubman has been walking around here depressed. Miami Hurricanes stink. The Cal Bears basketball team hasn't won a game yet. Their football team loses to UCLA in front of 100 people. Lubman needs Aaron Judge. If anybody needs Aaron Judge, it's Sam Lubman, Laura.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. I think a lot of people in the Bay Area, especially after last season, seeing a lot of people want Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
Do what you got to do, Giants. Get him here.
Yeah, there's no way those are the only two teams. All right, Laura, switching over to the Niners. I mean, the most straightforward question we can just start this off with. We know what Tua and these Dolphins, that offense, brings to the table. What do you think the Niners are thinking in terms of their main goals and how they're going to contain this offense on Sunday?
Well, I think one of the big things that stands out to me right away is that the Dolphins are most likely going to be without their two starting offensive tackles. Both of those guys have missed their second straight day of practice on Thursday, Teron Armstead and Austin Jackson. So I think that plays a huge factor already into the 49ers, hand. It's also Mike McDaniel playing against Kyle Shanahan. Who has the upper hand there? The guy who mentored Mike McDaniel, or Mike McDaniel who was the mentee? I think that's always an interesting thing to think about. I think Kyle Shanahan's got the upper hand. He taught Mike McDaniel. Just as far as quarterback straight across goes, I think Tua, has the upper hand over Jimmy Garoppolo. But it's so much more than that. It's the number 2 passing offense in the NFL going up against the best defense in the NFL, overall defense. You're getting Eric Armstead back. There's a lot at play for the 49ers, a lot of momentum in their favor, and you might look back at the Dolphins and say, oh, well, they've put up 30 or more points in their past 4 games, but who were they playing? So I think the 49ers have the momentum in their favor right now. You've got this superstar-studded team offensively with, all these players. Like, where do you even begin to start to try to defend against the 49ers offense? Good luck with that to the Dolphins. And then with the Dolphins already down, put pressure on Tua. Put pressure. They're going to be doing that. And the 49ers defense has proven that they are the best of the best in the NFL. So I actually I think it's going to be a really good game. Anytime you have two meetings of the minds, we've seen that with Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. and especially with Mike McDaniel and Shanahan facing off for the first time, it's going to be an incredible game. The 49ers they're on a roll right now.
They are. Laura Britt, you're on the roll right now. When you back on Warriors coverage?
Saturday, but you're off, aren't you?
Yeah, baby Chez's second birthday, Sunday. Second birthday for baby Chez.
Happy birthday, little baby.
Yeah, second birthday. So we got to do some things Saturday. But Laura, you're the best. We'll see you Saturday on the screen covering the Warriors. You do some Sharks, Giants, Niners, everything. Hopefully by the time we talk again, by the time we speak again on the Morning Roast, Judge will be a Giant. Alan Stiles will have his cameo on HBO Max. Shasky will be back panicking about God knows what. And all will be right in the world.
Alan, great to meet you, by the way, I guess on the radio, however that works. And then I have a pitch for the two of you. Why don't you cheer for UAB as your college team? We just got Trent Dilfer as our head coach. Just pull for the Blazers.
I got
sure, why not?
Yeah,
good to meet you too, radio-wise, Laura. Great to meet you.
Go UAB!
Go UAB.
The Kings of Alabama. Blazers. Go UAB, baby. What conference you guys in again? Conference USA?
Yeah.
Well, Laura and I, we're both two schools where you get good, and we'll see you when we see you.
Yeah, we'll see you when you see you.
Yeah.
Oh, Laura, have a good
Bye,
weekend.
Guys. Great being on with you.
Anytime. Laura Britt, the one and only, the queen of the roast, Laura Britt, here on 95.7 The Game. A lot about the Giants, a lot about the Niners, Warriors, Kuminga. There's an article now in Enscape. Mark Spears had a sit-down with Draymond Green. Draymond Green. And one question Mark Spears posed to Draymond Green was, did you become less vocal after the altercation with Jordan Poole? And Draymond Green said, I wouldn't necessarily say it made me less vocal. No, it doesn't change me. You just have to evaluate things. You have to take a step back and evaluate the situation at hand. You can't be so quick to act. You got to be quick to watch and pay attention, evaluate what's going on. You can't be quick to speak. You have to be quick to figure out what the issues are. So for me, that's just what I'm doing. I'm not so quick to speak. I'm watching and figuring out what needs to be done and what needs to be said. Watch and figure it out. That is Draymond Green.
Wow. I mean, when he breaks these things down, that's why he's so good at what he does, man. I mean, you really get a look into his brain and how he operates. And right there is a great example of that. And I think we all knew. You could tell, even though in that first, press conference when he came back, he was kind of talking all big. I'm still going to be me. Okay, Draymond. But then when you got on the court, you could tell it was different. Yep. You just could. So
no doubt.
I think the further we get removed from this thing, the more we will see, the Draymond that this team honestly really needs.
And shame on a lot of us who thought, hey, man, can the Warriors actually win a championship without Draymond Green? Because we figured out in the first 22 games. The answer is no.
Hard no.
And now we got to start thinking about, this is for the offseason. This may come into postseason. But with the player option at $27 million, Draymond can opt out.
Yeah.
And he can get himself a nice little deal off into the sunset.
He's not going anywhere.
I don't think so either. I think he should try to retire.
But I will tell you this. I think, number one, offensively, Draymond looks like the Draymond we saw pre-KD.
Yeah.
We haven't seen this Draymond in years.
Great point. 2015, 16, 2014, 15. Last week I saw some numbers. The Warriors win 80% of their games when Draymond scores at least 10.
Yeah. It's been like that forever.
Dude, they win 76% of the games when he scores at least 8. So he had that season high. Sunday gets Minnesota 19 points. The other night he drops 12. Just being aggressive, finishing at the rim, taking open threes if you need to. That's the Draymond we all miss. And I think, KD comes, right? It's Clay, Steph, KD. Let them dudes shoot 20 times a game.
Every shot seems like a bad shot.
Right. You know what I'm saying? If it's not KD, Steph, or Clay shooting, why? What? Get the ball to KD, get the ball to Steph, get the ball to Clay. And I get it. And Draymond took a back seat to that. And I think that affected his game. And now he slowly but surely said, I have to be aggressive like I was in Game 6 against Boston.
Right.
I have to be aggressive like I was in Game 6 against the Memphis Grizzlies when I just let it fly. So seeing Draymond Green being aggressive, pushing the pace, pushing the break. I mean, Minnesota Sunday, Alan, I know you were watching the game. First three buckets were all ducks.
Yeah.
Draymond's pushing it.
Yeah.
So it's good. It's a welcome sight for the Golden State Warriors.
But I will say, to your point about he does have that opt-out, what he's doing now on that second unit, we've all, I don't know if we've all, but I mean, I've definitely been guilty of, well, I mean, he does play with two of the best shooters of all time in Klay and Steph Curry. Well, he did also play with Kevin Durant. Now with what Draymond is doing with this second unit, where he's not playing with Steph, where he's not playing with Klay, the best offensive weapon he has to work with is Jordan Poole, and he's making that team better. That bodes well for Draymond, for other teams looking at what Draymond could be. For as much as all the Draymond haters say, well, what would he be without these guys? Draymond is saying, look, what I'm able to do can translate to all these different teams. So to your point, Vontae, there might be some suitors out there.
Might be some suitors. The Portland Trailblazers have always wanted. I just saw this comment on YouTube. By the way, shout out to YouTube here on the 50 Cent Friday. YouTube did this. Blazers might be crazy enough to pay Draymond Green. I think they would.
They would.
I think they would. So Draymond Green plays some good basketball. Great quote there. Check out Mark Spears' latest work at Edscape. It's a lot of fun there. By the way, Luis Suarez. Have you been paying attention to the World Cup?
Lightweight. Enough.
So Korea just scored, and they took a 2-1 lead. And that means Uruguay is going to be eliminated from the World Cup. Spinoni, our World Cup correspondent. Joe Spinoni, everybody.
Yeah, live from not Qatar, back in the studio here. As it stands on goal differential, South Korea, who is leading Portugal right now, and they're about to blow the whistle, and they're going to win. They would finish runners-up to Portugal in that group and knock out Uruguay based on goals scored. So Korea's scored more goals than Uruguay.
Suarez is on the bench crying right now.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, look. U.S. plays on Saturday. If there was a year, it seems like there's some interesting stuff.
You waking up for that?
I actually have a Spartan race tomorrow.
That's another flex. That might be the flex moment of the show.
I have a Spartan race tomorrow. It's going to be freezing. It's at Oracle Park. It's at Oracle Park. It's going to be freezing. It might be raining. I did look up whether it could be canceled or not. They said it's a Spartan race. It will not be canceled. So I will be out there. 7:30 a.m. is when I'm running it. Pray for me. That's all I got.
We'll pray for you. You'll get through it.
It's going to be rough, man.
You'll get through it.
You know.
I'll pray for you on the couch watching USA Netherlands.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, man. Man, it's 8:55 already. Show flew by. Good stuff, Alan, man. A lot of fun today. Thanks for filling in for Joe Shasky, man. A lot of fun, man. You're a good dude. Let's flex. This offense is going to present challenges to this defense, and they haven't seen an offense like this probably since Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes.
This is an opportunity for both teams. And I think that as much as, you think, okay, can the Niners slow down the Dolphins enough? You also have to score. So we know about the Niners defense. The Dolphins defense is basically middle of the pack. Right. But here's the thing. The Niners secondary is basically middle of the pack. And the fact that they're number 11, so a little bit better than middle of the pack. But that's because you got that front seven coming at you.
And as long as you get pressure on Tua, you will be able to thrive. And that's the key to this game. So can Bosa dominate? Can Armstead, who, by the way, may play on Sunday, he's aiming to play, can he dominate?
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Look at all the roasters giving Alan Styles love on the chat, man. Give his Styles File some love.
Appreciate you, roasters. Appreciate you.
I'm a roaster. You're now too, Alan, a roaster.
I'm a roaster.
Officially a roaster. Hold on.
Money time! Money time!
There we go. There we go. There we go.
It's been fun, man.
It's been a lot of fun before the crowd. And wow, we flex, and the guys for the next show are not even in here. Usually they're pounding, they're jumping through the doors. Well, you know what? We'll just go to break and leave. Oh, wait, there's Mark Willard. Oh, hi, Mark. We're saying good things about you.
Hi, Mark.
No, you hi, Mark.
What's
we're
going
saying
on?
great things. Usually we flex. It's like, man, let's hurry up and flex. Let's love it's like, hurry up, you gotta flex, you gotta flex, you gotta flex. And we flex. We share pleasantries, and you guys are still not here. But wait. There's Kyle Madsen. There's Kyle Madsen filling in for Dan Dibley. We got Mark Willard in the building. Everybody's all smiles today on a 50 Cent Friday. Man, Alan, what a day.
It's been one, and we're just getting started.
You're overtime. You're overtime.
I was going to say,
you guys are vibing.
I was going to say, it's, I love seeing Kyle. You can catch me and Kyle on Sunday getting after it.
Right after the game.
Right after the game.
The final whistle. Little overtime.
Maybe a little before the final whistle, depending on how the game
goes. I've been there.
Hopefully in a positive way.
7 minutes left in the game. Niners up 10. hey, guys, you may want to start the postgame show now. Get a head start. Like, dude, coach, there's 7 minutes left. We did that in Detroit last year.
Can I get the 2-minute warning?
Opener. Yeah, season opener. Get on the air now. And I start doing play-on-play, and I was like, the Lions are back in this game, coach.
Yeah.
We got to
Debo
get off the
fumbled,
air.
coach.
Debo fumbled, coach. Dude, the game's not over, coach. Boy, I miss those days, and I don't miss those days. But I'm glad to see you two doing it after the game. You guys sound great after the games. No joke.
Thanks.
I love that
That's
show,
so nice.
too, that comes on after them also when they're
What's that
done with
show?
the 49er postgame.
What's that show?
When we kick it over to Fox Sports Radio. You know who's on it. You know,
What time's that come
Yeah,
on? Who's that? I think I'm out.
how
of
long
that.
do you guys go,
Coach.
by the way, after the game? Do you have like a
Couple
set
hours.
time? Couple hours.
It kind
So
of
the
depends
game-
on
right,
how much
like
there
you
is
have
to
a
talk
little,
about.
you got a little wiggle room.
Mhm.
So because I want to know so that I can sort of control. Like we'll just start talking 49ers and Dolphins as soon as you guys are done. So will you text me?
Yeah, I'll just be like,
Okay.
hey, we're wrapping up. And then
Okay.
I'll just throw it to you.
Thank you. That'd
I'll
be great.
confuse the listener.
That'd be great.
That'll be good.
Thank you. Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks. All right. Never mind.
Mhm.
All right. As you were.
As I were, yeah. What
Yeah.
show was that again, Mark? I don't know if I think we're asleep by there, right?
Fox
Yeah,
Sports
probably.
Radio. Me
Oh
and
yeah,
Eve from
I did hear. Oh yeah,
Come on,
Texans
man.
legend.
Yeah.
I know.
Let's go.
That's another flex. National radio mark, of
Well,
course.
you
Fox
know.
Sports Radio, you're flexing right now. But I swear to God, a few weeks ago, I forgot you were doing it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm in the car,
Like, who
and
is
it's Mark
this?
Willard. And I think maybe we had an argument on the changeover. I'm like,
Sounds like us.
and I was just like,
What?
How the hell is Mark Willard on my radio on a Sunday night? And I'm
You're like,
thinking
he's
to myself,
chasing me, man.
I'm like, dude, are they replaying the show? They're replaying the changeover? And of course, he started talking about the Astros and Dodgers and
Right.
ripping the Dodgers. It's like, oh yeah, this is Fox Sports Radio. And you were sounding good. I was like,
Man, I
damn.
appreciate it, man. The question, it's so funny when you do stuff like that because it confuses the hell out of people. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten the question in the last 2 months of like, are you leaving 95.7 The Game for Fox Sports Radio? I'm like, no, absolutely not. So, yeah, Sunday
It's a lot
nights.
of flexing, Coach. Kyle,
Thank you.
go ahead
I
and flex
appreciate
on
it.
something.
Yeah.
Alan's flexing. His mom is in movies on HBO Max. His sister's an actor. He talked to Steve Kerr yesterday.
What?
He's the pride of De La Salle Temple. So he just flexed all over.
What
I was
is
like,
this?
Alan,
movies?
we can flex on the roast. That's what we do. And he starts rat-tat-tatting flexes.
I said,
I'm like,
well, in that case-
whoa. So
Say
you
less,
just flexed.
say less,
Go
say
ahead and get your
less.
flex on.
Yeah, Kyle,
It's a
what,
Flex Friday.
what do you got?
Well, not to brag, but I put my Christmas tree up.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it real or
No
fake?
ornaments yet. Very fake, but you got to get the candles.
Okay.
It smells like a Christmas tree.
I mean,
Yeah.
Alice Styles comes in for shameless shout-outs. Shouts out Mom for being in the film. And I'm like, hey, love Minute Spinoni. You follow that up.
Yeah.
I'll wait on
I mean,
this.
what are you going to do? HBO Max? What film?
Holiday Harmony.
Okay.
She, she's an extra in it towards the end. She came over for Thanksgiving and she's like, guys, I'm in this movie. Brooke Shields is in it, by the way.
Hey.
And
By the way.
she's like, I'm in this movie. We're
BTW.
we're full off turkey and we're watching the movie. She says, I have no clue if I'm gonna, show up in it or not. There at the very end, it's about music. So there's a kids concert at the end. There she is, front row. We see
So
her-
she didn't
we see her
even
twice.
mention it to you until it was already on.
Well, she mentioned
So
it.
it's not like she said a few months ago,
Yeah.
I'm doing
No,
this.
she told us.
Oh,
She
she
told
did.
us. She
Okay.
told us, 'cause she was
I'm like,
saying-
are you doing movies and
She's
then
like,
just
take-
dropping at people like,
Yeah.
go turn the TV on. I'm
she's
on.
just retired. I'm just, I'm out here acting and things like that. But she didn't know if she was going to actually be in the film because
Okay.
what they were gonna,
Right.
how
You
they
don't
were
know
going
what's
to
gonna
cut it.
cutting room floor.
And then she popped up once. She made me rewind it so she could record it and put it on social media. Then she popped up again, and we were just freaking out. It was a good time.
That's awesome.
That's the key if you're going to
That's
be an
awesome.
extra in a movie. Dibs talks about this when he was in Flubber. I've heard other people talk about it.
Yeah.
Where he
didn't have
was.
to
He was
flex.
a
I know.
superstar.
Got the day
I was-
off.
Yeah, no. No. So you just get near where the big actors are. Or if you're sitting in an auditorium, sit front row. So when they pan, like they're not going to go super deep into the crowd. Hit that front row.
Right.
Get right as much as you can near the main actors. That's a pro tip for people who are going to be extras in movies.
Pro tip.
Pro tip, well, actually, it's the same site that like we were all on, and I was an extra in a Modelo commercial. The one with
is this?
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying.
Bonte, go home.
It was the one with Anderson .Paak. I don't know if you've heard of him. Anderson .Paak.
I love Anderson .Paak.
No, we haven't heard Anderson
But
.Paak.
I think you
We've
didn't
never
actually
heard of
see
him.
me.
You've heard of him.
No, I don't know who that
if you saw
is.
me or not.
He doesn't
'cause-
always drink beer, but
By
what
the way,
he does.
those commercials, man.
That was the best.
They won't stop. They won't quit.
Well, but they did quit. Like, that's not the same guy anymore. It hasn't been the same
Is
guy
it?
for a long
Well, the
time.
Damian Lillard one
No. I'm talking.
Have you guys heard of Damian Lillard?
Yeah.
I don't know who that
Just
is.
making sure.
I know what you're saying.
Talking about most interesting man in the world. Dos Equis.
Moved on.
Yeah, they moved on from that guy. They retired him.
Now they moved on.
That was my favorite ad campaign ever.
Oh, man. I'm
His business cards.
I'm trying to think of a flex. I'll just go with, hey, I get to sit next to Festus Ezeli and Chris Mullin tonight at Warriors pre- and post-game live.
One of those is definitely a flex.
Yeah. Hey, Fezzi fell alone. Hey, listen.
Yeah, when you told us that you were sleeping through the Team USA, the biggest U.S. men's national team soccer match in years, and you're like, I'm sleeping through it because I have too many public jobs surrounding it on a Monday or Tuesday or whatever that was.
Sounds better coming out of your mouth.
Light work.
It's just no big deal. Just another day in the life.
Yeah.
Oh, Christian Pulisic scored? Sorry, I got to hang out with Chris Mullin tonight, Hall of Famer.
We got to break down Warriors and Mavs and Luka Doncic. No, a lot of fun here. This is going to be a great weekend.
It's a huge weekend.
Yeah. You mentioned the USA men's soccer team against the Netherlands. We got Niners Dolphins on Sunday.
Get some rest tonight, okay? Get up early. For some people, that's early. I know for you and me, that's not early tomorrow.
Not even
be a piece of cake to watch that soccer match tomorrow morning. But yeah, I mean, we have the big four. We got everything. If you want to add the World Cup into this, the 49ers have a massive game. The Warriors start a 3-game home streak tonight, and I'm going to call it a streak because they are going to win all 3.
Yep.
You got World Cup tomorrow morning. See if the U.S. can get into the final 8. And Aaron Judge watch is on, and it could be any day. And I'm not using it on the changeover, but man, I don't know if you saw something happened last night with Aaron Judge and social media.
Oh, yes.
That is relevant. It is relevant.
He erased the Yankees out of his. I didn't want to dive deep into that.
No, it goes further than that. It goes further than that.
I didn't do. I was in bed a little early yesterday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tease of the century.
Tease of the century, right
it's
there.
Relevant.
Oh, and then you got college football conference championships.
Yeah.
USC Utah tonight.
Yeah. Sold out.
USC.
Sold out in Las Vegas.
Ooh, Utah packs them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
USC's fan base is, it's activated. And look, Pac-12 is one of the few smart things they've done with the leadership that they had over the last 7 or 8 years is get all of their conference sort of matchups, their basketball tournament, get that stuff out to Vegas. Get it to Vegas where people want to go. This is an easy thing. And so, that game's sold out tonight. That'll be a big deal. Caleb Williams, if you haven't seen him play yet, take a look.
He's the next Patrick Mahomes. That's what they keep saying.
So is Zach Wilson.
That's that dude.
I've heard it before. Going back to the Niners, what do you guys think in terms of how the Dolphins are going to travel? Miami gets a terrible name.
Probably by plane.
The fans. Now I got to do overtime with you. I got to do overtime with this guy. This is what I got to deal with. Because Dolphins
I'm
fans.
getting ready for it all day.
Miami, they get a bad rap. They show up at halftime, for the Heat. Do you think Miami fans are going to show up on Sunday?
I know a couple Dolphin fans, Aaron Rivera, DJ Aaron. These are, as soon as the game was over last week, $50. You taking that bet? I got the Dolphins. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider, big Dolphins fan.
Okay, I got
so there's
one
a
more.
lot of sneaky Dolphin fans out there. Now, I'm going to be intrigued to see how many teal jerseys there are. I'm not sure, but Dolphin fans do have a sneaky fan base.
Yeah, they're not going to overwhelm Levi's by any stretch. I mean, it's the type of fan base you could, like they're playing the Chargers next week. That would be the one to really notice because, as we know, the Chargers don't play home games. And so do the Dolphins have enough to sort of like have a presence at that Charger game? There's going to be a smattering, right?
Yeah.
Like, you come to the West Coast, we know how games go out here, but I don't think it's going to be overwhelming by any stretch. And the fact that it's not a sun game, right? It's a little rainy. I know that that's not what fans normally want, but you're not going to have that whole sun side of the stadium thing on Sunday. And you got 8-3 versus 7-4. Niner fans will be ready for this one.
They will be.
I have a question about this game. We were talking a little bit last night about Jimmy Garoppolo and Dak Prescott. We're just kind of going back and forth on it. If you took Tua Tagovailoa and plugged him into the Niners and put Jimmy on the Dolphins, is one team significantly better or worse? Because Tua's having this like MVP, every advanced metric says he's incredible. He's throwing like 19 touchdowns and 3 picks.
I could see both teams having the same exact record.
You think?
Oh, maybe the Dolphins are.
Because Tua's an MVP candidate, right? And Jimmy's.
I could see Jimmy being maybe 7-4 in Miami, maybe 6-5.
Yeah,
because I don't see Jimmy rallying back in the Baltimore game like that. Where Tua's slinging it.
Sure.
But on the flip side, maybe Miami's not behind by 3 touchdowns with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback.
Yeah.
So I can see both teams basically being around where they're at. Niners would be either 7-4, 8-3. Same thing with the Dolphins.
We're not sure what to do with Tua yet, right? I mean, he is. He's leading the NFL in that adjusted QBR stat. He's got 19 TDs and 3 picks. But we also know who Mike McDaniel is. We know that style. And if you put speed burners like Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill out there and allow him to do his thing and watch the numbers that they're putting up, I mean, it all feeds each other. So it's not to take anything away from Tua, but look, he's played 9 games this year, and he hadn't even finished all of them.
Right.
He's played 9 football games. They basically have won all of them. When he finishes, they win.
Mm-hmm.
So they're 8-0 in those games. But it's also circumstantial to a degree. Like he's having a great year. I don't think I'm putting him next to Mahomes or Allen or anything like that yet.
So I'll say this though. He's completing 64% of his downfield throws, 20 or more yards on the field.
Mm-hmm.
It was explained to me that that's like 3-point percentage. If you're 40%, you're elite.
Right.
He's at 64% on like 36 throws. Like he's really good. It's not just underneath the Tyreek and Waddle.
And I think that's the misconception with Tua. I think he has a lot to show, or he can show a lot this weekend for those naysayers because he's balling. He's balling, and I do think that the question when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo is, could he do that? And when everyone says, well, Kyle won't let him throw the ball down the field, well, Kyle's the one at practice. Maybe Jimmy's throwing picks when he throws the ball. I don't know, but everyone seems to have this belief that Kyle is holding Jimmy back, let Jimmy jacket, all these types of things. When what is it? Is it that we trust Kyle or we don't trust Kyle? Real quick, I know we gotta jet soon, but just one more. You mentioned Anthony Slater. So before I went to Temple University, I was at Sonoma State. Anthony Slater was at Sonoma State.
Yeah.
Back then we called him Tony, but he goes by
Tony.
Anthony now. Wow. That's all.
Hey, Slater's kind of outside
State.
in Miami, huh?
Yeah. Huh?
Slater gets outside in Miami, huh?
I don't know.
I think he does.
He's married now. I will say Slater and I had a great time in Toronto during the 2019 NBA Finals. A little speakeasy opened up. This lady pulled out this pink champagne bottle. It opened up. I thought I was in the James Bond movie. It was all these dancers and stuff. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Damn.
Toronto's lit. Let me get my ass home for Anna coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
Slater, the pride of Oklahoma State Cowboys as well.
That's where he went after.
He used to hang with Justin Blackman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we played 2v2 at Sonoma State, and I caught the L.
Wow.
I did. I was off there.
Thought that was going to go the other way.
Yeah,
I really did.
Can't win them all.
No, so both of these teams are on a winning streak, and both of them have the same characteristic, which is neither one of them has beaten a good team during these win streaks.
That's the thing, yo.
And so that's what this game, and we talked about it yesterday, is not a must-win. It's an out-of-conference, out-of-division.
But don't you want to win it,
yes,
though?
I want to win it. You really, really want to win it because I think that the win, and look, if it's a one-point game or whatever, but the winner of this game, that's a flex.
Right.
That is an arrival to we are a Super Bowl contender if you win this. Miami's win streak is Pittsburgh, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, and Houston.
Alan had the rankings of the defenses, and we all know. We don't even need to know the rankings to know that their defenses suck.
Right. And the 49er win streak is Rams, Chargers, which, not bad, and then Cardinals and Saints, but none of those are good offenses. I guess the Chargers is okay. But that's the thing. And the rain may actually even sort of delay this argument. But this run that the 49er defense is on, do it to Tua and the Dolphins.
And then you can start calling yourself great.
Now you really have my attention.
Yeah, you want to be great.
Now you really have
because I don't think they're a top 5 defense in 49ers history yet. Go out there, snuff out the Dolphins, beat up Tom Brady, and go ahead and beat the Seahawks up in Seattle and slow them down. And all of a sudden we're saying, okay, these defense is up there with the 2019 defense or the Harbaugh-led Vic Fangio defense.
You can be a great defense once you're in big spots and coming up big. That's what 2019 did all the time. That's what 2011 did, 2012.
I mean, no, you look at the way they started the year, and even when they weren't winning football games, the defense was still playing really, really well. Then there was the 2-game stretch of Atlanta and Kansas City, which we've sort of flicked off because they were compromised. They were really compromised against Atlanta. And then, I remember Charvarius Ward getting cooked against the Chiefs, and the doctors are all saying, like, he not right. And so we can make those excuses, and they've looked elite since then. Okay.
But
go chase Tyreek Hill around.
Yeah.
And Jalen Waddle.
Hold them to whatever.
Right.
22 or less, 20 or less, whatever you want to do. You can do that. now you're going to have the league's attention big time.
That Charger game, they didn't have. I call it the Austin Eckler game because they didn't have Keenan Allen or Mike Williams.
Yeah, but they didn't have Keenan Allen and Mike Williams for most of their games this year.
I also don't know when either of those guys play.
Yeah, those guys don't play.
Right.
So the Chargers, they still got Justin Herbert, and we watch elite. We watch elite quarterbacks who Tom Brady's career has been defined. Aaron Rodgers defined by I'm going to make this nobody receiver a receiver because I'm a great quarterback. So I still think the Chargers. Of all the wins that the Dolphins and 49ers have over the last month and a half, that's the best one. It's not great, but that's the best one. It's still a thing. The shutout Justin Herbert in the second half is a thing.
And you talk about big game for both teams before we get out of here. Miami's got a 3-game trek. I don't think anybody has a more difficult 3-game stretch. Reminds me of the Niners 2019 stretch where they played Packers,
Ravens,
Saints in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
They had the Niners, Chargers, and then Bills.
And then the Bills.
All on the road.
Yep.
Oh,
but SoFi could be a neutral site game.
And the 49ers the next 3-game stretch is nowhere near as difficult as that, but it is a stretch that's going to define, how much power the 49ers will go into the playoffs with. Miami, you got Tom Brady coming to town next week, followed by the Thursday night in Seattle. You come out of this with at least 2 of those, maybe even 3. Again, you'll have cemented yourself as a real contender.
I'm eager to hear that tease about Aaron Judge.
Right?
Let's get to our cars and listen to this. Matching it for Ted Dipley.
Yeah.
It's Willard.
And by the way,
call it these people.
So Mark Clayton's going to be on in 15 minutes. Okay. Scott Hansen of the Red Zone channel is coming on in a little bit over an hour.
That's big time.
And then if you really want to hear great radio, tune in at 11 when not only my good friend Joy Taylor will be on the show from FS1 and Jason Taylor's little sister.
I hope my girl's not watching my reaction.
Turn on the
Please turn off
radio
YouTube.
and listen to Kyle wilt as a human being.
Thanks, Kyle.
The idea, I can't wait to see if Kyle can make it through this interview without losing it.
Wow.
Can I zoom in? Is she going to be on Zoom?
No, she's just going to be
That's a great idea.
on the phone. I'll ask her. Yeah, we can
Babe,
Zoom.
I'm just playing. I'm just joking. It's a bit. It's a radio bit.
It's not a bit.
Wow.
Damn, what a
Joy Taylor at
Make
11.
that happen this year. Okay.
With that said, let me get out of here because more couch is coming up in my life, especially if you watch that changeover. Willard, and that's it. Taking you to high noon here on 95.7 The Game. Roasters, have a great weekend. Alice Styles, great job today. Great job filling in for Shasky. Have a great weekend, everybody.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thank you, Mike Silver. And hello, Kyle. Everybody say hi to Kyle Madsen in
Kyle.
for Dan Dibley today. Hi, buddy.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, what's going on?
I'm great.
Are you
really looking forward to 11 o'clock?
You're looking
An
forward
hour
to 11.
44 minutes.
I'm looking forward to 9:30 and 10 and 10:30 and 11 and 11:30
Yeah, that too.
also.
I mean, that'll be nice.
Yeah.
Mark Clayton and
I mean,
et
now
cetera, et
that
cetera.
we're going to do some of the Aaron Judge and Giant stuff a little bit later on in the show, but because of that buildup of the tease, we'll give you that coming up in about 10 minutes. How about that? We'll give you that coming up in 10 minutes and then discuss it a little bit more later because then Mark Clayton's going to come on and we'll get into this 49er Dolphin game. We always love to label these now, and it's not a must-win. And then earlier in the week, I feel like you wanted to tell me that it was a gotta-have-it game. I'm not even going to put that label on it. This is not a gotta-have-it game. This is a wanna-have-it game. Wanna have it, but you don't need it.
But okay. In terms of the standings, yes. Like literally the 49ers are the 3 seed right now. They're not moving. Win or loss.
Right.
Vikings win or loss. Seahawks win. It doesn't matter. They're the 3 seed after Sunday. So do they need it? Do they got it? In terms of their chase for the playoffs, probably not. But when you look at their schedule and the truly like good teams they've played, who have they beat where you're like, hey, that was an awesome win?
Yeah, not really anyone. Although
the Rams looked like it at the time.
Right, and
but they stink.
But they didn't then. not the same way they do now.
No, that's fair.
I mean, my
That's
gosh,
fair.
they don't even have their
It was
players
a better
now.
win than it is now.
It was Aaron Donald and Cooper Kupp and Matt Stafford and Jalen Ramsey, and now nobody's playing. So it's a different team now. But we do that. Yeah, if you look back on the 49ers schedule, no, their wins don't look that impressive.
And I think it's less about getting a win, because if they lose 21-17, it's not going to be like the roof is on fire. This team can't beat anybody. But if they have a game that looks like the Chiefs game against another explosive offense,
that's troubling.
In games that Tua starts, they're averaging 28 points a game. That's third in the league.
Yep.
So and I think they're like 6 overall. So they need to go shut down a good offense. Not necessarily, they're not going to hold them to 13 points.
Maybe they will. I mean, it's supposed to be some rain.
Sure, maybe.
Maybe that helps them.
But can you keep them to, like you said, 21, 22, 23 points? And then can you do that complementary football against a good, bona fide playoff team that might even be a Super Bowl contender in the AFC?
Yeah.
That's what, just play them well. You don't even have to win.
I think that the 49ers are definitely going to keep the Dolphins under 24 points. I firmly believe that. And you can weigh in on this game, 888-957-9570. I want to throw something out there. This happens when a team gets on a streak, and we're very, very fantasy football focused as a nation, and so we get excited about these stats. So here's what's happened the last 4 weeks for the Miami Dolphins, okay? They got in a shootout with the Detroit Lions, and they won 31-27.
They sure did.
Is it impressive to score 31 on the Lions?
It's impressive to score 31 on any NFL
Okay,
defense. Mark.
all right. But like
I get what you're saying.
Lions defense.
Point taken.
Next week, Chicago Bears, they scored 35. Bears defense. How we doing?
Niners only scored 10.
Yeah, great.
Let's remove context.
Justin Fields went into a period where he was scoring 30 points every week, and he lost almost all of them. The Bears traded their defensive players away.
Yes.
The following week, they scored 39 against the Cleveland Browns.
Myles Garrett, TPOY.
Yep, and a team that is not stopping anyone all year long.
They stink.
Exactly. And then they put up 30 in 2.5 quarters against the very worst team in the entire NFL, in the Houston Texans. The start of this win streak happened at home against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Dolphins scored 16. 16. So I'm not here to tell you they're not a good offense. They are. But you give me Niner defense and rain, the Dolphins aren't scoring 30 points this weekend. And if they are, the Niners are a fraud.
Wow. You're bringing out the fraud word. That's big time.
Come on.
But that's that's where I'm at.
A home game with rain, with a defense that hasn't given up a second half point in over a month.
Right.
You're not giving up 30. And if you are, then you're not who we think you are.
Right.
Like that's true.
That's where I'm coming at this from, the gotta have it, no, you just gotta play well. Maybe the Niners offense stumbles, maybe there's no Debo, maybe McCaffrey's limited, and just kind of man, you know what? They scored 16, but they held the Dolphins to 20. That is what matters to me this weekend. Far more than winning. Obviously you want to win every game, but like you said, can you take an offense that's Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill and Raheem Mostert maybe, and Jeff Wilson Jr. and Tua, who's playing as well as anybody right now, and can you make the adjustments? The Chiefs killed them. The Chiefs made the 49ers defense look like a high school
pedestrian,
defense.
Absolutely.
And I get Nick Bosa was coming back from the injury, and Charvarius Ward was I'm with all that.
Yep.
But at the same time, I think the Niners needed to learn some stuff from that game. And I think the Dolphins are going to say, hey, they really struggled with speed on the outside. What do we have? Speed. We're going to use the hell out of it.
Yep.
So I'm fascinated to see how the Niners make that adjustment and if they've made that adjustment.
I don't think the 49ers lack for confidence. So I'm not worried about that, but it is almost a confidence builder game. It's a benchmark game. It's not a must win. It's not a gotta have it. It's just a big old measuring stick game. It is a benchmark game, as the 49ers have won 4 in a row, and they've told everybody, we are the NFC West team. We are going to be a top 3 seed in the NFC. Again, right now, we think. And we are one of the true Super Bowl contenders out of this conference. And if you now go win this game, that gets solidified.
Yes.
Doesn't mean they're going to win out or any of that stuff. There are a lot of football games left. But I have said a number of times this week, I believe that I am stating the Super Bowl matchup in one form or another when I say Dolphins, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Cowboys, 49ers. Yeah. Those are my 3 teams in each conference. I think when I say them out loud, that's the Super Bowl in some form. Mm-hmm. You know, those old math problems where you're like, okay, draw a line from this one to that. Yeah. One of those matchups is going to be the Super Bowl this year. And if the 49ers really want to solidify themselves as one of those teams, then you go out there and you show up well in a home game with rain that should slow them down, and you let your number 1 ranked defense do its thing, and you win the football game. So I think both teams are potentially going to struggle to get to 24 just because the 49ers do. They just struggle to get to 24. But add in the weather and the style of game that they're going to want to play, I got a feeling about Jordan Mason this week. I really do. Jimmy said something interesting about him yesterday. We'll get to that. But I think this is going to be a time of possession game. The 49ers are going to keep the ball out of the hands of Tua and those speed receivers. It's going to be a little bit of a wet track. All of that stuff favors the 49ers and a, whatever you want to say, kind of a 23-20 type of a football game.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I hope that's right because the lower scoring, obviously, it favors San Francisco.
Sure.
So you brought up a couple of things that I find endlessly interesting about the NFL and then about the 49ers. So let's put a pin in the NFL thing and the whole like Super Bowl contenders. These are the 3 in each side because I think you're mostly right, but it feels like every year you get a Bengals where it's like, where did that team come from?
Sure, I mean the Vikings could play. I mean, right, they're teams, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so let's put a pin in that because I don't want to run through all the Niners running back situation is so interesting because obviously Eli Mitchell's out. Christian McCaffrey, I'm not sure if I want Christian McCaffrey playing.
He says he's a full go.
He says it right,
yeah.
But go. So what is that? Because I feel like a full go for him could be like he's going to play a lot of receiver.
Sure.
And it's going to be a lot of the one thing I don't want this weekend is 20 carries for Christian McCaffrey.
Right.
Don't give it to you. Drafted a guy in the 3rd round and Jordan Mason looked good. Like let them.
Yep.
The other thing I don't want. Don't give me Tevin Coleman. For the love of God.
I don't think they're going to.
I don't care that he knows where to line up, and I don't care that he knows what to do in pass pro. Give me Jordan Mason and Ty Davis, please.
It makes you feel like, and I know what we do every single year with this team when they drafted a running back in the 3rd round or the 4th round, and then you get here and you're like, what are you doing? Why are we either grabbing an undrafted free agent and putting them ahead of that guy, or re-signing somebody you used to know back from 2 years ago who... I'm not going to call Tevin Coleman washed, but even when he did come in and play earlier this year, he didn't put up anything impressive. He didn't put up numbers. There's a reason he keeps being available, and he's hanging out on a practice squad.
Right.
So I'm with you. If they're not ready to pass block by now, something's wrong with Jordan Mason and TDP.
Right.
They should be able to handle that by now. So I do think you're going to get a lot of Mason. Jimmy Garoppolo said something to suggest just that. We'll get to all of that and Mark Clayton coming up in just a bit, which is what's up next on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by Bed Bath & Beyond, and I promised it, so I am going to say it. We'll discuss it later. A week ago, Aaron Judge changed his Instagram avatar from a Yankee uniform to a suit. No big deal.
Signing with Men's Warehouse.
No big deal, right? Last night, he removed the words New York from his bio. It said Christian, New York. Now Christian? It just says Christian.
McCaffrey?
No.
Oh, boy.
Not necessarily, but maybe. Maybe.
You don't know that.
I don't. I do not. I've never been to church with Aaron.
You got to Google it.
I'd like to go to the Church of Oracle Park with him next year. So here we are again. Does the social media stuff matter? The answer is usually yes. Stir that around in your coffee and think about it, and we'll discuss all of that, including plenty of Warrior stuff. Draymond Green, in-depth interview with Mark Spears. So we got all kinds of stuff to get to, including your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Coming up next, Kyle's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Kyle.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Hey, it's Willard. What's going on? Let's be honest. Your wardrobe is terrible. You don't look good. We can make you look good. 957thegameshop.com for all your 957 The Game merch. My favorite, of course, is the What Are You Doing t-shirt? Because when people look at what you're wearing, that's what they ask. What are you doing?
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid. Give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
What's worse than calling your groin your junk? Treating it like junk. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate. Gentle and easy pubic hair care from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Gillette. The best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Bay Area, it's Joe Shasky. You know you can check out me and Bonte Hill every single morning, 6 to 9 a.m., the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Now we go back to Willard and Dibs and Dan Dibley, the Jockberty champion of all time. You hear that, Bonte? Here on 95.7 The Game.
Except for not today. It's Kyle in for Dibs on a Football Friday here on Willard and Dibs. And football this weekend means Miami Dolphins, and it means San Francisco 49ers. And I can tell you as a child of the 80s, as somebody coming up and getting into sports, getting into baseball cards and football cards, man, I was a 49er fan, and then I was a fan of one other thing, and that was the Marx Brothers, Clayton and Duper. Man, I used to be out on my little cul-de-sac growing up, which was perfectly set up like it had sidelines, and I was pretending that I was Mark Clayton and Mark Duper until, of course, you guys ended up playing the 49ers in the Super Bowl, and then I had to give it up, Mark. That was the end of that.
Oh no, man! You can't be fair weather like that, man. If you're with us, you got to be with us. I don't care if we was playing the 49ers and you live out here, but that's cool though. I understand.
How you doing, man? It's great to have you. And I hear it now. Are you coming out here? Obviously, not just for the game. Do you have an event with you and Duper and John Clayton and Eric Wright? Do I have that right?
John Taylor, and Eric Wright.
John Taylor. Sorry, John Clayton.
Yeah. We're going to be at the Missions Peak Sports Complex in Fremont on Saturday. Starts at 2, ends at 10. Man, we're gonna have a lot of fun there, man. It got raffles, prizes, man. Some meet and greet. You know, your legends here. So, man, we're looking forward to that. And right now, I've got a tea time in about 25 minutes. I'm going to play Courteval out here, and I'm looking forward to that too as well.
Where are you playing?
Playing at Courteval.
Oh, Courteval. Yeah. Oh, okay. There we go. So it's you and Mark Duper and John Taylor and Eric Wright. How did you link up with those guys? Did that start when you guys met up in the Super Bowl back in '85?
Well, John wasn't on the team then. We're older than John, but Eric was on the team, and I've been friends with those guys for years, even though we played against each other. Man, they're very good friends of mine. It's a guy that lives out here. Is a huge Dolphin fan. He thought this might be a good idea to, put something together. He grew up a Dolphin fan living out here, and he made it happen. So we're excited about the event on Saturday. Looking forward to meeting some of our fans from out here on the West Coast, man, and it should be a lot of fun.
Mark Clayton and Mark Duper. Duper and Clayton or Waddle and Hill, is this giving you any sort of comparisons in your mind, Mark?
Well, everybody else is, I'm seeing what they see to really make them think that they can compare them to us. But we did it for a long time. We did it for 10 years. I understand the excitement that these young kids are bringing them. And if they sustain this and do it for some length of time, then I'll say that they were spot on. But right now, I like what I see, too, as well. Those are some very good players, and the sky's the limit for those guys, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing, what kind of career that they can put together. I know one thing. I know my team record of 1389 yards are going to fall real soon.
Oh, yeah.
Because Hill is right now at 1,100 and something right now. You know, so I'm looking forward to that going down and stuff. I'm very excited for them. But the thing that these guys are doing, they're keeping Duper and I relevant. They're talking about us still after 20-something years later. So that's a good thing also.
So Tua Tagovailoa was I mean, it looked like he was on his way out of the league prior to this year. They get a new head coach. They get it. Jalen Waddle starts to figure it out. They bring in Tyreek Hill. And now Tua Tagovailoa is an MVP candidate. Do the wide receivers make the quarterback or vice versa for you?
Oh, neither one. I think that, neither one could do without the other. So I don't think either one makes the other one. So a lot of people want to say that maybe Dan made us, but Dan Marino couldn't have done his thing without us doing our thing. So and we couldn't have done our thing without Dan us being able to get us the ball. So I think it goes hand in hand. But just as long as they get it done, I don't care who makes who. Just get it done. As Al Davis used to say, just win, baby.
Dolphins great Mark Clayton with us here on Willard and Dibs. Kyle in for Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Mark, this is another one of those classic matchups that we see through the years of the league where one of the great defenses takes on one of the great offenses. Typically, the defense comes out on top in that scenario. Do you see this as that? Does the 49er defense have an edge on the Dolphins offense?
Well, only time will tell, man. They say that defense wins championships. Offense puts the people in the seat. So something's got to give because the Dolphins' offense is ranked up there in the top 5 in the league, and the 49ers defense is also in the top 5 in the league in defense. So something's got to give, and we're going to see. I'm looking forward to a very exciting game on Sunday, and I'm sure Coach McDaniels is looking forward to coming back here, showing the teacher a thing or two, what he learned from him.
Something that's very near and dear to us out here in San Francisco is Roger Craig, and trying to get Roger Craig into the Hall of Fame where I think he belongs. I believe you also belong in the Hall of Fame, Mark. How do we get you to Canton, man?
I don't know, man, but Roger's a very good friend of mine, too, as well, man. And we came into the league the same year. I think that class of 83, that draft right there was the best draft in NFL history. And I think that Roger rightfully deserves to be at Canton. But, I don't think that there's a barometer that it takes to get into Canton. I think it's a pure crapshoot, and I don't think that that's fair to some of the guys that put their blood, sweat, and tears out there on the field to really do some of the things they did and not get the accolades that they rightfully deserve.
Mark, it's wild when you're talking about your Dolphins record, 1389 in terms of yards back in 1984. It's wild what's happened to wide receiver stats, passing stats in the league since you played. I mean, you guys had a nickname, yet you only had 5 years over 1,000 yards, and a couple of those were barely over 1,000 yards. And I say that knowing that was great back then. But, I mean, here's Tyreek Hill. We're barely past halfway through the year, and he's already coming up on your record of 1,300 yards. He's at 1,233 right now, and a lot of that has to do with the way they've legislated defense to a degree out of the game. How is receiving different now than it was then?
Well, it's very different now because some of the rules that we had in place back then, they are making the calls right now. They are the 5-yard illegal contact. Man, we got held and grabbed all the way down the field, and they never called it. The rules was in place; they just wasn't enforced. That's what I tell people. And also, I tell people that the 1389 that I caught that for that year and stuff. I got those yards on 73 catches. Right now, the Tyreek Hill's got. Shoot, I don't know what
87 catches already. 87 catches. Man.
But that's just the nature of the beast. That the game has changed, to make it, more, enticing for offense and scoring for the fans to see. But I tell people all the time, I said, man, if I played with these rules in place right now, I said I was really not intimidated about going over the middle back then when they could knock your head off. I wouldn't even flinch now in this game.
Was there, and I know you say you weren't intimidated, and I wouldn't expect you to be on the football field, but Was there a defender that you went up against where when you saw him either line up across from you or you saw him in the middle of the field, you're like, it's going to be a long day. Like, this is just going to be a tougher day than usual?
No, I was very confident in my work ethic that I put in and the practice that I put in. I respected all, but I feared none. And I just knew that any time that we went out there, I respected those guys as being professionals, and I knew it was going to be I was going to have my work cut out for me in any game because those guys were so much bigger than I was anyway. So I had to really be on the top of my game.
Mark, I know you professional athletes are usually just good at everything. What are you expecting to shoot out there on the golf course today?
I don't know, man. I'm not really, I'm about a 12 to 14 handicap.
Okay.
Anything up under 100 will be good for me.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought you were going to, put up a 78. What's your best round ever?
My best round was a 79.
Okay. See. So
that. That's
you
light work.
Call yourself a 12 or 14, but you can break 80. Come on, Mark.
But hey, man, this is a course that I've never ever seen before, and it's very challenging out here. I'm at the range right now. I was like, and then I saw some of the holes from the range. I was like, oh man, it's a pretty challenging course out here. But I'm looking forward to the challenges always.
Oh, go have fun, man.
I got Duper right here. He's talking about taking some of my money. I told him he's got to bring some to get some.
I love that you guys are still bouncing
really
around
cool.
together, man. Yeah, are you guys as close off the field as you were on?
No question. We've still been in contact. Duper lives in Florida. I live in Texas, but we still in contact with each other all the time, every year.
All right, go take his money, man.
All right, man, I just want to tell the fans out there, come and meet some of your 49ers legends and Dolphin legends. We're going to be at the Missions Peak Sports Complex in Fremont on Saturday from 2 to 10. Don't meet me there. Beat me there.
Yeah. And this is but gosh, nice job, Mark. This is not like I'm going to show up for an hour from 2 to 10. Look at you.
You're hanging out.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to hanging out with the fans, man. I really enjoy interacting with the fans.
Beautifully. You're good people, Mark. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Y'all have a great day.
You
Appreciate
too.
you, Mark.
There he
Take
goes.
care.
Mark Clayton about to go shoot 92 at Coeur d'Alene. Love it.
I would love to just know I'm going to go shoot a 92. That'd be so great.
Oh, my gosh.
That's really cool. I always feel like in my head, when a player leaves a team or a player retires, they just kind of are like, that was my past life.
They move on.
I'm moving on from football. Yeah, I'll see those guys at reunions and things, but
Sure.
That's really cool that those two guys are still like homies.
Well,
like they hang out. That's cool.
and some of the 49ers too. You brought up Roger Craig. Turns out they're really, really good friends. You love to see that. The gold standard for me for that is Kruk and Kipe, who we listen to and watch all the time with Giants games, and they've been absolutely the creme de la creme in terms of broadcasting in this city. And if you don't know, I know it sounds like it, but if you don't know, they refer to themselves as that's family. They do not.
Sure.
They do not go a day without talking to each other.
It's like Mike and Mike. Like, they were on the radio and they'd have a great time.
Yeah.
They didn't hang out. Like, they didn't talk.
No, don't think so.
Crook and Kipe hang out and talk.
Totally.
That's
totally.
Cool.
Mark Clayton, God, 1 year he had a little bit over 1,100 yards on 60 catches. He averaged over 19 yards per catch. The game has changed.
It's so different.
Yeah, it's so different. And here's Tyreek Hill, who is already in the midst of his fourth year of 1,200 yards or more. Clayton only did that one time in his entire career, and Tyreek's done it in 11 games.
I'm always fascinated by the idea of just picking a guy up and dropping him into a different era. And there's somewhere I'm like, he probably wouldn't, he'd probably be about the same. But I feel like Mark Clayton is the type of player that if you pick him up and drop him into just a modern offense, it doesn't even have to be the Chiefs. Drop him on the Vikings, and you have a just perennial Pro Bowler, All-Pro type of guy.
Yep. Yeah, probably. I feel like we hear that question with Steph Curry a lot.
Yes.
Steph Curry in the bad boy era. How's he doing?
He'd have been fine.
I agree. Right. We always hear, oh, gosh, they'd have beat him up. They wouldn't have been able to catch him.
One of my favorite clips of all time, it's Michael Jordan and Steve Kerr and maybe Ron Harper or somebody, maybe Scottie Pippen, I can't remember. It sounds like I'm comparing this. Scottie Pippen, Ron Harper, one of those types of players.
Guy.
and they're shooting from the hash mark, and they're like heaving from their waist, trying to shoot it, and it's like Steph pulls up from
Flick
there.
of the wrist.
And it's a bucket.
Flick of the wrist.
There would be that's the big thing. There would be there'd be an adjustment for Steph for sure, but there would be a huge adjustment defensively on how to defend it.
We got some Warrior stuff for you here coming up at the top of the hour. Draymond Green speaks out on his relationship with Jordan Poole, his desire to be a lifetime Warrior, and much more. Steve Kerr with some interesting comments on Andre Iguodala yesterday. So we'll get to all of that coming up at the top of the hour. Let's hear some phone calls, though, on this game. Dolphins and 49ers coming up this weekend. We'll have it covered from top to bottom, as we always do on Sunday, right here on 95.7 The Game. Let's go to RJ in Fairfield on with Willard and Dibs, except for it's Kyle in for Dibs. RJ, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm on the elliptical trying to get these calories in, man.
Look at you. Look
That's
at you.
outstanding.
Is this a post-Thanksgiving thing, or is this something you do every Friday?
Oh, I'm detoxing from the Thanksgiving weekend. That was
damn right.
I ate like crap. I didn't care about life.
Are you still hungover, RJ?
No. I'm good now.
I did, man. I looked down on Friday, and I was like, hey, we got to tighten this thing up, man. We got to tighten up. Right, RJ? We got to tighten this up.
Yeah. No, you look good on YouTube, man. It's all good.
No, I appreciate you, man.
But I really want to talk about this 49ers matchup. I called in to Shasky and Vontae, and I told them how big this game is going to be. I think third downs are going to be key for this game. If you look at the Dolphins, like I said, how do you keep a high-powered offense at bay? You have to convert on third down. And Kyle, I'm talking to you. You've got to be in your bag this weekend on third down.
Okay.
And I got a question for you guys. I say that, do you trust Christian McCaffrey to get you 2 yards? Elijah Mitchell, I trust Elijah Mitchell, but he gone. Jordan Mason, when you put Jordan Mason in, the defense is going to know that he's going to be running the ball. He doesn't catch it out the backfield. So I think Christian McCaffrey, you are up this week. You are the X factor of this game, and you need to be in your bag. So this big game, guys, who are we? Who are the 49ers? We're going to see after this week because, like you guys said, we haven't played nobody. I feel like this is we already lost to a high-powered team in the Kansas City Chiefs and Miami. Man, if you want to be in the Super Bowl, this is the team you got to beat. Just saying.
Hey, I'm with you. Yeah, RJ, thanks so much. It feels like an arrival for the 49ers if they win this football game because it would be 5 in a row. It would be 8-4. It would be a signature win. Mm-hmm. It would be like we're here. We're here for Super Bowl conversation. By the way, in a couple minutes, so I texted a buddy of mine in Vegas yesterday because I wanted to get thank you very much. I wanted to get, and when I say buddy of mine, not just somebody who lives in Vegas, like somebody who runs the lines, somebody who used to work at the Wynn. He's working for FanDuel now.
He's a bookie.
Yeah. So I asked him, I want to know where the 49ers sit in the landscape of the NFC. So I got neutral site spreads. If the 49ers, and we already know that at home, they are -4 against the Dolphins, which means on a neutral site, they would approximately be -1. Mm-hmm. So I wanted neutral site numbers for the 49ers against the other top teams in the NFC. And I might be a little bit surprised with what he sent back. So we'll have that for you in a second. But he's talking about the run game with RJ. How about this from Jimmy Garoppolo on Jordan Mason? Because you said it a couple of minutes ago. You don't want Tevin Coleman. And we don't necessarily know where TDP sits in all this. Garoppolo yesterday was asked about Jordan Mason. Quote, he makes it tough on defenses, and I think those are body blows that wear on you in the fourth quarter. So it'll be interesting to see a full game with him. Jimmy Garoppolo just gave you a little bit of the game plan.
Maybe. Or maybe he wants to see a full game and he's like, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's nudging Kyle Shanahan in ways that he never has before, but has a little bit this year. Because he's like, I'm a free agent at the end of the year and you can't franchise me, so I can speak a little bit freer. But I doubt it. I think we've been waiting for this. We want to see it. And I think Christian McCaffrey will be a full go, but we know that even when he's a full go, there's a full complement of other stuff coming out of the backfield. Let's see what Jordan Mason can do. This is a perfect game with rain. And by the way, the Dolphins defense is nothing special. Let's see Jordan Mason and what he can do.
And I think we saw against the Rams in particular, both last year and this year, that the Niners' identity on offense is get behind their offensive line and run the ball downhill and punch teams in the mouth. I'm not sure the Dolphins have really been punched in the mouth this year. And so if they're going to do that, and we saw that they can still do that, against the Cardinals, they had two different game plans in the first and the second half. They were two different teams. So I think we're going to see that because I think RJ made a great point. One of the best defenses against an offense like this is like, hey, Tyreek Hill can't hurt you standing on the sideline. Neither can Jalen Waddle.
Yep.
So I think we're going to see the Niners get behind their offensive line and try and punch the Dolphins in the mouth a little bit. And given what we've seen from Jordan Mason, granted, I think it's 10 carries. It's a small sample, but that guy runs his ass off.
So
and he runs hard.
This idea that the Miami Dolphins are this overwhelming point-scoring machine, I know that there are idiosyncrasies to this. Tua missed some games, but again, it's largely been built on a 4-game window the last 4 weeks against 4 really, really shoddy teams.
Sure.
Okay? Because, for instance, if I look up and down the standings right now, even in just the AFC, I'm going to count up, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I guess it's just only 3 teams have scored more points than the Dolphins in the AFC. If I add in the NFC, we've got another 1 and 2. Okay, 5 teams have scored more than the Dolphins. So they are. They're very good. But the Seahawks have scored more points than the Dolphins this year. The Bengals have scored more points than the Dolphins this year. I say it to point out, like right now, it feels difficult for the 49ers to hold the Dolphins to 21 or less. It really shouldn't be. They scored 20 against the Patriots. They scored 21 against the Bills. They scored 15 against the Bengals. They scored 17 against the Jets. They scored 16 against the Vikings.
Sure.
They scored 16 against the Steelers. That was the front half of their schedule outside of that fourth quarter run against Baltimore where they rallied back. And then they've had this 4-week run of 30 or more 4 weeks in a row against 4 really bad teams. I think the 49er defense is going to be fine this weekend.
The thing I keep coming back to, and I think you could definitely be right, but the concern I have is, what the Niners defense looked like against the Chiefs, and just the problems that the Dolphins present with their athleticism and with how fast they are, and the fact that, like, they do what the Niners do with their passing game, but, like, they can just do it a little bit further downfield, and there's the Niners defense can adjust, and maybe they will, and maybe they learned a lot from that Chiefs game, and that'd be great. But you can see where a super aggressive Talanoa Hufanga, super aggressive Tayshaun Gibson.
Oh, sure.
We're getting downhill and then get burned over the top. Those are just kind of the little concerns I have where it's like, man, you could see the Dolphins, who lead the league in explosive plays, just generating like 4 or 5 plays that just kind of swing the game.
Yep. Armstead back. Their tackles are both out for the Dolphins. So, but yeah, it's a benchmark game because both of these teams are riding winning streaks against mostly bad teams. So that leads to this being the benchmark of like which winning streak matters more.
I think we're going to get a big Nick Bosa game. The guy starting at left tackle for the Dolphins stinks.
Yes, he does. Young player.
Brandon Shell.
Yep. The Warriors return to the court tonight at Chase Center against the Bulls. Tip-off at 7. Pre-game coverage with Warriors Live at 6 right here on 95.7 The Game. You can also catch all the action on the free Odyssey app. All right, coming up next, get to your phone calls and anything Niners-Dolphins related, 888-957-9570. Draymond speaks on Jordan Poole and his future. Plus, we've got a treat for you, straight out of WEEI, some of the great phone callers who have called in today on Boston radio to rip the Patriots a new one after the game that they put on film last night. This will make you laugh. So this is all coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
This Sunday, 2 Super Super Bowl contenders face off at Levi's Stadium.
Tua to the end zone. Touchdown. Just masterful from Tunga Bailoa. Talanoa Hufanga bats it out.
Will the 49ers defense stifle the high-powered Dolphins offense?
Dalton backside pressure. Bosa got him.
We're talking Niners Dolphins right here on 95.7 The Game.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait. You do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
Nah, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
Whatever happened to teams saying, we're not going to pay? Whatever happened to, hey, I know you're in your third year of your fifth year, contract, your 5-year contract. We're not paying you. Come back, play great. I don't give a damn if you unfollow us on Instagram.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny Guru, 12 to 3 on 95.7 The Game. Let's get back to Willard and Dibs. Why is it Willard and Dibs? Dibs has been here longer. Let's get back to Dibs and Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, actually, he's not been here longer. He's not even here at all right now. I've been here longer. I've been here since, what, like 8? I think I got here even by 8:20 today. Yeah.
8:27.
Whatever. I was hanging out in the parking lot doing some calls, okay? I was here if you need
You
me.
get service in the parking lot?
Absolutely.
That's
Yeah.
That's a flex moment of the day.
I know a guy. So a little bit of a grab bag here. We'll get to the Warriors stuff in a minute. The WEEI calls on the Patriots last night. I don't know if you saw this. If you're a 49er fan, remember lip sync gate or lip read gate with Garoppolo in Denver. Mm-hmm. We had a version of that with Mac Jones and the Patriots last night, who appeared to be saying, "Pass the bleeping ball. The run game stinks." And I don't know if that's exactly what he said. Whatever.
At best, it was quick game sucks instead of run game.
I don't know. I don't know what the quick game is. I just know that the Patriots don't have an offensive coordinator and they're a joke. This was the most predictable thing ever. The Patriots they're 6-6. They're not the worst team in the league. But if you look at the teams they've been able to handle, they do not have a good win this year. And when they look bad, they just look putrid. And last night was one of those nights.
And the scary thing for them is, like, we talk about Trey Lance here, right? 2021 draft pick, and, he's a question mark still. But Mac Jones was pretty good last year. He led that team to the playoffs, or helped that team get to the playoffs.
He's all right.
They won in spite of him.
He's all right. No, don't do that. Look, I mean, he's fine.
He was a Pro Bowler.
He's fine, but he's never, the whole Mac Jones thing for me was, you're not going to grab that guy and have him be a star.
Right.
He's never going to be a star. Can you do some things with him? Sure. But that's not what you want out of a first half of the first round pick.
And that's why this is so bad for them, because he appears to have regressed. And it's like, no, the whole thing with him was he's going to come in, he's going to be a good starter, and then he'll kind of get incrementally better. His ceiling might not be super high, but you're going to be there. As long as he's around, he's just going to be a solid. And he's getting worse. But maybe it's Matt Patricia, maybe it's their offensive weapons. I don't lock into the Patriots every week.
Right.
But they're not going the right direction.
Okay, so first of all, this is San Francisco and that's Boston. And that's Mac Jones, and this is Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo, he's quarterbacked games out there, but you know what it sounds like, for instance, after the Denver game. You know what it sounds like here when Jimmy Garoppolo has a ridiculous game and walks out of the back of the end zone. What does it sound like when the Patriots look like they did last night, the following morning on WEEI.
Well, it's not that good of a morning, buddy, but we're gonna see if we can recover from this one. Mr. Bill Belichick should be on his way out the door. He stinks. His ass should be out the door.
Mac is a horrible quarterback. Is this the guy you want? What does Bill even do well anymore?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it is a sad day when your only touchdown was scored by a defensive back that you had to put in on offense because he's fast.
Everything that went wrong last night are all things that Bill Belichick used to be so good at.
Will somebody talk about Mac Jones? Somebody on the station talk about how bad Mac Jones is.
Oh, everybody knows Matt Patricia sucks. I'm giving the tickets to coworkers, and I'm going to go home and fight with my wife.
I could listen to I could listen to these callers all day, especially with the ball. Mac Jones is a horrible quarterback.
That sounds like
it's so good.
That sounds like a Family Guy bit.
It might have been.
Like they just lean so hard into the Boston sports thing.
This is from Gresh and Keefe, WEEI in the morning. Their producer, John Anderson, kind enough. Yeah, shout out to help us put all that together. But that's what it sounds like this morning in Boston. I have no idea what Trey Lance is going to be, but not for 1 second, not even last year, but especially now, not for 1 second have I had any Mac Jones jealousy from the second he came into the league. And if anybody was, it's dissipating fast.
Yeah, I don't know how you could.
Yeah.
I think there were some people that had attached themselves to that idea, right? Like, hey, you get a little bit better version of Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo almost got us there. If he's going to be a little bit better, then Mac Jones will get us further than Jimmy. Okay, the ceiling's not as high, but the floor's not as low, and we know that we can compete. But, especially last year, it was like, oh man, maybe the Niners made it. I'm out on that idea. I was already out, but I'll probably never go back.
Yep, absolutely. And the quarterback situation in the NFC West is now fascinating. The Rams are going to have to go into a total reboot. The Cardinals are stuck with Kyler Murray. But the 49ers and Seahawks don't have things squared away either. They just are a little bit more of an open book. And there are options with how this can go. It shouldn't necessarily be that way for the 49ers. It's supposed to be Trey Lance, but based on how the rest of this year goes, I don't know what's going on there. And the Seahawks, they are a complete open slate. Geno Smith, free agent at the end of the year. And so, I mean, it's there. It's there for the taking.
It's crazy how much that flipped because the Rams had Matthew Stafford, who just won him a Super Bowl.
And a ring.
They figured it out. Kyler Murray gets the extension. Look how talented he is. Well, the Niners and Seahawks were like, yeah, Geno Smith and Jimmy, I get. They reluctantly had these guys as their quarterbacks, but they're the ones at the top of the division.
And Jimmy and Geno will get together for a matchup in 2 Thursday nights that is going to be a massive game in the NFC West, unless, of course, the 49ers do something to further pull away by then, which is totally possible because they've essentially got a 1.5 lead now and 2 games to play before they even get to that one. But yeah, Jimmy versus Geno is the NFC West quarterback matchup of the year.
It's crazy.
Which is absurd.
This is crazy.
Neither one of them, a week before the season started, neither one of them was even supposed to be the starter.
Geno Smith was in a quarterback battle with Drew Lock.
Right.
Who stinks.
Right. Well,
but
he won it.
It says something, though, for... Like, remember the Browns with Baker Mayfield? I don't want to hold the Browns up as a bastion of quarterback handling.
Right.
But one of the things that came out of there was they want an adult in the room. And I think there's something to be said for just the lack of volatility at the quarterback position.
Absolutely.
Like, is Jimmy's ceiling super high? No. Is Geno Smith's ceiling super high? I mean, higher than we thought it was going into the year. He's playing really well, but it just... I think you're going to start seeing teams lean into the idea of like, hey, you know what? This guy, he may need some help.
Flexibility.
But dude, he's chilling.
Yeah, like here's the quarterback tiers in the NFL. Tier 1 is we got a guy and he's a stud. Okay?
Right,
like
we're going to the playoffs every year.
Right. We've got Allen, we've got Mahomes, we've got Burrow. We're good. We're signing up long term.
You put Burrow there?
Well, whatever.
That doesn't matter. Sorry, keep going.
Burrow, Lamar, these are good players. I don't think that you question them on a... No, they're not on the level of Mahomes and Allen, but like you're solidified.
Right.
We love our guy.
You're going to pay them, or you probably should.
Yes. But tier 2 is flexibility. Tier 3 is we signed a guy long term and he stinks. Tier 3, like I would.
Tier 4 is we drafted a guy and he stinks.
Right. Tier 4 is we got. Tier 4 is we're optionless. Like we don't even have a guy who stinks. we've got nothing. I mean,
the Panthers.
The New York Jets.
The Panthers are tier 4.
What do you have? The Houston Texans. You've got nothing.
Right. Mike White disrespect here.
You're damn right. But you know what I mean? The 49ers, I would rather be the 49ers than I would be the Arizona Cardinals. Or who else is in that bucket right now? I mean, there are good quarterbacks who are signed long-term, but you don't necessarily actually think they're going to win the Super Bowl. Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott.
The Vikings just gave Kirk Cousins more money.
Bajillions. Yeah, absolutely. So
he probably does.
They are 9 I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know.
But they pay him for the stability of like, hey, maybe he's not going to get us over the hump to the Super Bowl, but maybe we can put enough around him, Justin Jefferson and Dalvin Cook and a good defense, and maybe he'll get us there. But they're just stable at that spot.
Totally.
They're going to win some games. He's not going to be a jerk. They don't have to put clauses in his contract about video games.
Right.
They'll take that organizational stability.
I mean, are the Raiders in this conversation?
No.
They're not?
Well, they just they could get rid of
They
Carr.
can get out of here. Yes, they can get out of there with Derek Carr. But like to me, other than the teams that are quarterbackless, Jets and Texans, the next worst place to be is Broncos and Cardinals.
Oh.
And let's see how Watson looks. The Browns might be one of these teams. I don't know how Deshaun Watson's going to look. I do know that life's different for him now. I do know that there's going to be a lot of pressure. And I don't think it's just going to be so easy for him to walk into the league after 2.5 years and look exactly like he did with the Texans a few years ago. And so that could be one of those situations where you're like, right, we've got Deshaun Watson, but we're still nowhere near as good as the Bengals or the Ravens, and we're locked up for $250 million guaranteed. That's where you don't want to be.
Do you know, speaking of Russell Wilson,
what about?
Do you know what his dead cap hit is next year?
Oh, God. I mean, it's got to be
$107 million.
That's even more than I thought it was bad. That's even
the year
worse.
after that, his age 36 season, $85 million. The year after that, 49.6.
They're stuck. They are totally and completely stuck.
Maybe he figures it out. Maybe Nathaniel Hackett's just a disaster.
I'd rather be one of these teams that tries to go year to year, figure it out. New York Giants right now winning football games with Daniel Jones, not really even sure if he's the future long term or whatnot, but there's flexibility there. The Broncos and Cardinals are stuck for a long, long time, unless they can get those players to start doing something differently.
I'm kind of annoyed that the Seahawks made the right move here. Like, they had Russell Wilson for a decade.
Maybe.
They competed and were awesome and kicked the Niners' ass for a decade. And then they get rid of him, and it's like, yes! But then they did it right. Geno's better than him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to lead to anything good, but it's good for them that they got out from underneath Russell Wilson. I know.
Can they just stink once?
Super annoying.
Can they go 3-14 once?
Nope. Well, yes, but no, not this year. Although they've lost 2 in a row, I don't actually know how good they are, but they're
might be hitting some rookie walls. They were relying on a lot of first-year play.
Yeah, they're better than the Broncos. I know that. Okay, couple things with the Warriors before Scott Hansen joins us in 15 minutes. Y'all know who Scott is, right? Because you watch him every weekend, even if what you're watching is about 1,000 different things at once. Yes, he is. He is the man who knows how to go to work without a bathroom. He is from the Red Zone channel, Scott Hansen, the best job in the world, and does a great job with it. We have so many different questions that are going to be maybe some of them off the map, although we promise we're not going to ask him how do you go to... I think he gets that question every week. How do you go to the bathroom?
I wonder if when you say, hey, Scott, how's it going? And he goes, I don't go, da-da-da-da-da. Like he just has it prepared.
There's a cup under there, or whatever it is he does. I don't know, but all kinds of questions for Scott Hansen. And then Joy Taylor's going to join us at 11. But a couple Warrior things. First one is a little bit of a rant. Let me get it out of the way, and then I want to read some stuff for you. You react. Draymond Green has done a Q&A about Jordan Poole, about his future, about all kinds of things. We'll get to that in a second. But first, Steve Kerr came out yesterday and said, with regard to Andre Iguodala, and thank God Dibs isn't here today because he would have fallen over out of his chair and gone into some sort of shock. Because he can't handle anything related to Andre Iguodala. He's triggered every time he sees him in a collared shirt. Steve essentially said, we're not worried about Andre. Like, Andre is going through workouts. He's practicing. Oh, great. When's he going to play? I don't know. January? February?
Right.
Whatever. We don't need him right now. It's December 2nd, and it underlined a bigger point for me, which is stop stressing about November and December, Warriors fans. Stop stressing because they aren't. If they're not stressed, why would you be stressed? This is literally their job. They literally get paid millions of dollars to do it well, and they are chilling. This is example or exhibit number 432. The Warriors don't care about the first half of the year. They're just going to gather enough wins to be in position to do what they need to do at the end. When's Andre playing? We don't know. We don't care because now doesn't matter. They're still going to win the next 3 games in a row. I've already guaranteed it. They're going to win enough games to be fine. We get to February, and they're going to try to turn the Jets on. So stop worrying when they lose to Dallas on a Tuesday by 3 in November. It doesn't matter.
You were looking through my soul that entire time.
Yes. Yes, I was.
You said Warriors fans, you meant Kyle. Although you picked that Tuesday in against Dallas.
You did well.
And I was chilling.
You did really
I was
well.
Good.
Yes,
yeah.
I was proud of you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle.
So I agree with you for the most part. And I think that's what that loss against Dallas, that was when I got to that space that you're talking about. Where it's like, okay, they were fine. They had a couple of 3 guys, Poole, Wiggins, and Clay had their off nights. If one of those guys makes 2 additional 3-pointers, they win. Like, I'm not super concerned. But through the first, I don't know, whatever it was, 18, 20 games, whatever.
15 at least.
It was like, whoa, they have massive problems. This is not a team that is chilling because it's November. Like, no, this is a team that doesn't have a rotation figured out.
Yep.
They might just not have enough good NBA players to compete for a championship, which is kind of the standard that we've come to set for this team. So that was the worry early in the year.
Well, I just think also when you see something like that, you have to put your faith in a group that has earned it, that they're going to make the necessary adjustments. Have the Warriors had to do some things that they didn't plan on doing? Have they had to do some things they didn't want to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wiseman's in Santa Cruz. That was not the hope. That's not what they wanted to do.
Right.
But they did.
Right.
They're better off now for
Sure.
it. They've had to figure out some rotations. They're not a completed product yet. But I would be concerned, I guess, by now, quarter pole of the season, if they weren't showing any improvements, they weren't showing the desire to do anything about it. But that's obviously not the Warriors. And they have what we as fans don't, which is perspective and confidence and a view of the whole season. I always come back to this with the Warriors. They know what they're doing. It doesn't mean it's going to work every time, but they know what they're doing.
They're smarter than me.
They know what they're doing.
Yes.
They're the Warriors.
So right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. I want that on the record. Mark is right here. But
well, no, they're right. They know what they're doing.
Sure. But the thing at the beginning of the year was, okay, yeah, Steph gets the benefit of the doubt. Steve Kerr gets the benefit. Draymond Green. I'll even give it to Jordan Poole, bro. Like, I think Jordan Poole is going to figure it out.
Yep.
I think Jordan Poole is going to be fine. But when it came to James Wiseman and when it came to Jonathan Kuminga, when it came to Moses Moody, and it was so many Ty Jerome minutes. It was a lot of Ty Jerome.
There was.
And like, who is Anthony Lamb? What is this? Like, there were pieces that were playing a lot of minutes where it's like, I cannot give the benefit of the doubt that player is going to improve and be good enough. And like you said, the Warriors went about making their changes and making their adjustments. Jonathan Kuminga, Dante DiVincenzo coming back has helped. Moving James Wiseman out of the rotation and into Santa Cruz has helped. Jonathan Kuminga being as good as he was against Minnesota and against Dallas, and then you hear Steve Kerr talking about he's been great 2 games in a row. I think he played his best game. And the fact that he's figuring out, like, oh, it's not I have to score 20 to have a good game. I'm going to do all this other stuff. Like, that's the kind of stuff that matters. And I had doubts early in the season that he was going to figure that out. And they did.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Yeah. And again, more of that needs to go. Like, they're not there yet, but it's just, I think there's different ways to look at different teams.
Sure.
Okay. And the 49ers are actually an example, too. When they were 3-4 and they had been through a lot, they tried to switch quarterbacks. He got hurt. They had to readjust on the fly. The idea that these groups are going to figure it out and be better in the second half than they are in the first half, it's like rinse, repeat. We've already proven this. They do it every year. So it doesn't mean they're going to win it all. But the Warriors' goal is not to be awesome in December. That's never the goal. I mean, I love how many stressed fans there are who also think that the NBA doesn't even start till Christmas. Well, if it hasn't started, then chill. Chill. But no, you can go on the journey. Do you? Like, throw stuff off the wall. I don't care. I'm just saying, when Steve said that yesterday, it's like, oh, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Y'all are playing for April and May and June. That's what you're doing.
Well, and now they've gotten to the point where it's like, okay, this is a team that I can see playing for April.
Yes.
Like, they have players that, like, Anthony Lamb's been really good for them. I just mentioned Jonathan Kuminga. They'll have Andre Iguodala at some point in the second half, according to Steve Kerr. And then come playoff time, I think Klay's going to continue kind of figuring it out, and I think he's going to be up and down, and maybe not peak Klay again, but I think come playoff time, certainly defensively in big spots, you're going to see a very, very good version of Klay Thompson. So, yeah, I think come March, April, May, you'll see them flip that switch a little bit. But early in the year, the people who are pulling their hair out or putting their hands on their head, in my case, I don't have any hair, FYI, surprise.
Now we know why.
So the people that were doing that, I thought were justified in doing so because it's like, man, this is a team finding its way. This isn't a team playing for April.
Scott Hansen coming up in 8 minutes. How's this grab you? Okay, Draymond Green sits down with Mark Spears, does a little bit of a Q&A. Here's the question. What can you share about your relationship with Jordan Poole now? Quote, we're teammates, the same as I am with any teammate. I come to work. I'm going to do everything that I can to help a guy. I'm going to do everything I can to help the team. That's who we are. Next question. Is it fair to say the working relationship with you both is fine? Yes, it's great. There's no problem with that. How does that grab you from Draymond Green talking about Jordan Poole?
So Draymond Green and Jordan Poole are not going to host an event in Fremont in 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
No, Jordan Poole.
Yeah, you don't know that.
But that was kind of the whole issue after the punch. Can they just play together? I don't care if they're homies or not. Can they play together? Can Draymond Green set a screen for Jordan Poole? Can Jordan Poole pass it to a cutting Draymond Green? Can they get along enough that it doesn't get in the way on the court? Now, is it getting in the way of Jordan Poole? Is that why he's not playing as great and carrying himself with the swagger that he had last season? Maybe.
That might have been an interesting question.
But I think the fact that they can play together is significant.
Two more. Question. What can you say about the rumors that you would have interest in being traded to the Lakers? Quote, I never said that. People can say what they want. I'm also not really one to react much to what one may say. I react to things when I want to react to it. I don't react to things just because someone said it.
What?
Yeah.
Can you... What?
Yeah.
I'm not one to react to things just because someone said it. I'm one to react to things when I want to react?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not going to react to everything.
I'm also not really one to react much to what one may say. I react to things when I want to react to it.
Okay.
I don't react to things just because somebody said it.
Okay, I think I see what so he's saying that he's not going to give the time of day to something that he's like, that's ridiculous. Like, I'm not justifying that with a response. Okay, I think that's what he's getting at. So, okay. I mean, I don't think he's demanding a trade to the Lakers, but I think if he got traded there, I don't think he would mind it necessarily.
Last one real quick. Would you be interested in playing your entire career with Golden State? Quote, it's incredible when you look at the amount of guys who've played for only one team. Look around the NBA right now. There are 5 guys that's been on a team for 11 years plus. We've got 3 of them. Steph, Clay. Very rare thing. There's 470, 480 players in the NBA. 5 guys that's been with a team for 11 plus. That's amazing. So you don't just give that away. So absolutely, I'd be interested in that. if you had the opportunity to, you relish that opportunity. But in saying that, I do understand this is a business, and ultimately decisions have to be made. I have to make decisions, and you take them as they may.
That's fair. That's a fair answer.
Yeah.
I have no problem with it. That's a guy who's going into a year where he could opt out and try and get more money. He could opt it. Like, he has contract decisions to make, and you're not going to do that in the middle of the season through the media. I have no problem with that.
The best thing on television is from 12:30 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. on Sundays. It's called The Witching Hour on the Red Zone channel. And its host, Scott Hansen, joins us next. That's what's up next on The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware. That's Kyle Madsen in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Need a great gift idea? Head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're shopping for a DIY doer, green thumb go-getter, choose gifts they'll love from a huge selection of name brands, or buy an Osh gift card. Shop Osh with 14 locations and at Osh.com. Osh, home, hardware, and happiness.
Hey, it's your boy Dibber Claus from Willard and Dibs. Get to 957thegameshop.com. Get your merch. Be a part of the inside of the station. You love the shows. You'll love the shirts. 957thegameshop.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
If you see a student being bullied, be supportive. Ask if they're okay and invite them to join you. You'll be an ally and you can make a friend. Friends friendship. Visit StopBullyingSpeakUp.com and join Cartoon Network to redraw your world without bullying.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's the deal. We do sports radio, but sometimes, as a dad of 3, although there are 2 of them that I'm focused on mostly with this particular conversation, sometimes we do things in our professional world just to make us look cool to our kids. I have a 15-year-old son and an 8-year-old son who spend 6 days a week waiting for 10 a.m. on Sunday so that they can turn this man on and watch Red Zone as we get ready right now. Scott Hanson, host of the NFL Red Zone channel. For more information on NFL Red Zone, visit NFL.com/Red Zone. 12 minutes of commercial-free Scott Hanson starts now. Hi, Scott.
Now that is an introduction. I do a handful, several dozen of these type of radio hits here. That is an introduction. What are the young men's names? What are your boys' names?
Okay, they are Abe, 15-year-old Abe, and 8-year-old Jude. And I'm telling you, man, they dance to that intro music that you guys play at 9:58.
Well, I have nieces and nephews, and when we started the show, this is season 14 for us on NFL Red Zone. When they were little kids, actually probably a little younger even than Abe and Jude, they used to call it Uncle Scott's Laser Show, because you know how the lasers kind of shoot all over, and then it yep. So they were like, when's the laser show starting? So Abe and Jude, if you're listening to this right now, this one's for you, courtesy of your dad. 7 hours of commercial-free football start now. And I want to Dave and Jude going.
Oh, man, that's unbelievable. Yes, I just got big points. That was huge. That was I don't know, Kyle. You might do the rest of the show. I think my career has peaked. That's it.
You've done it.
I'm out.
Very well done by you.
Good stuff, Scott.
Scott, I just want my question is not about your bathroom habits, because frankly that's none of my business. My question is, you said you do about 12 of these hits. Out of 12, how often do you get asked about your in-show potty habits?
13, because you know someone asked twice because they asked a follow-up question about it. It is the universally most fascinated, evidently, the most fascinated that a sports viewing public can be about the biology of a sportscaster that I've ever heard. It is, and here's the other thing. So many of those people who ask, and it's virtually everybody, think they're the first person to ever ask me, hey, we love the show. My girlfriend and I sit around and watch the game, and we watch the show. And when we go to the bathroom, we come out of the bathroom, you're still talking. Like we're like, when does Scott Hanson go to the bathroom? And of course, the famous or infamous answer is that no, I do not take a break for all 7 hours. I haven't taken a break in probably, I think it's been a decade now since the last time I took a break.
But I also notice you never fully graphically answer the question either. Like, we're left to just sort of like imagine how that does get taken care of. And I'm not asking you to give the graphic answer now, but I'm just saying I've noticed that. I've noticed you don't, Scott. You don't give the full answer.
Well, no, okay. I will give you guys a little something. When I know there are people that are listening right now that are wondering. Believe it or not, well, here's the way to put it. My bladder is so conditioned, so trained.
Wow.
Evidently, I think my bladder knows when it's Sunday on the weekly calendar. I really do. And I dehydrate myself. I go through the process each and every week, dehydrate myself, cut off all liquids about 2 or 3 hours before the show, use the facilities. When you guys are, when Abe and Jude are watching the 5-minute countdown clock, leading up to the show,
yeah.
I'm in the men's room at that time. That's when the 5-minute countdown clock starts. I go to the facilities, come back out, get ready, and I'm so conditioned. Honest to goodness, guys, the show ends with the touchdown montage at the end of the day, and then Sunday Night Football kicks off, and I drive home back to my place here in Los Angeles, and I watch Sunday Night Football like a fan. I will not go to the bathroom sometimes until halftime of that game. And I can go right after the touchdown montage rolls. And I don't need to. So it's a pretty incredible thing. The body, the human body, what a wonder.
It knows, right? Yeah, it's just like all the people who are like, I don't need an alarm anymore. I tell my body I need to be up at 6:30, and you just wake up. Like, that's amazing. Your bladder has done that too. Scott Hansen, NFL Red Zone, is with us here on 95.7 The Game. Scott, we have a unique weekend of football in that I think, and Kyle, do I have this right? 6 games between teams that both have winning records. So is that, I mean, obviously for the viewer, that's a great thing, but does it create any challenges for you guys in how much you're going to want to be at all of those games?
Yeah, that's a good point. But look, we can't wait for this weekend. On paper, this is the best weekend for NFL Red Zone games of the season. And here we are, in week 13. This is the best weekend. I mean, you're talking Jets, Vikings, both winning records, both playoff position. Commanders, Giants, massive game in the NFC East. Titans, Eagles, Philadelphia, probably maybe the best team in the NFL. Late window. Dolphins, 49ers. Are you kidding me? I know you guys have already talked a ton about that.
Yep.
But that's fascinating contrast in styles there. Chiefs, Bengals, rematch of the AFC title game, both teams in playoff position. And then other games where teams have, big records. Now that also means that there's some 4-7 versus 4-7 games this weekend too. But no, I'm rubbing my hands together right now doing research, getting ready for this weekend. But there will be times where either we're going to have to go triple box if those games prove to be good, tight, competitive games, or we're just going to have to be bouncing around as fast as we ever do. And I want to let your audience know that when we get to this point in the season, when we start getting into, playoff scenario clinching time and whatnot, we do lean towards teams in playoff position and shy away from teams that, quite frankly, are playing for a top 10 or a top 5 draft pick. But that's just the nature of the NFL.
So you said you do a bunch of research leading up to. What does your preparation process look like? Do you have flip cards for all these teams? Do you have just like statistical nuggets? What kind of prep do you do for a standard weekend?
Yeah, it's pretty in-depth because if I was a play-by-play guy calling a game, Joe Buck is preparing for 2 teams and 2 rosters and 2 coaching staffs and that type of stuff week to week, or any play-by-play person, where I've got 12 games this weekend. I got 8 games in the early window, 4 games late. Now, I'm not researching each one of those games to the level that a play-by-play person would be doing, but I do end up with our research staff at NFL Media, which is fantastic, sends all of the on-air talent a 100 to 200 page packet on Tuesday nights, which buttons up what we saw from the weekend before and looks ahead to the weekend ahead. I take that packet and I boil that down to probably about 30 pages of notes, and each game I will boil down to, or at least attempt to boil it down to 1 page of notes that I think are top shelf nuggets that I want to slip in during the show. Now, a lot of times I never get to a lot of those nuggets because I say it's a little bit like a handyman going into a house that needs repairs. The handyman wants to have the tool belt completely full and know all of his tools that he could use in whatever job is necessary inside of the house. But when you get inside of the house, you find out, oh, okay, it's an electric problem or a plumbing problem or a drywall problem or whatever. I need this tool. That's the same way. I prepare for everything that I think might be interesting during an NFL Red Zone Sunday. But when we get into the show, the games dictate, oh, okay, it's important to know that Matt Ryan has thrown the most pick sixes in the last 3 years in the NFL or whatever it is. And that's just a made up one. But I think you understand what I'm saying. So, yeah, it's a lot of research. I saturate my mind with everything I can think of. And then when the laser show begins, it's flying by the seat of our pants and ad-libbing and reacting to the football as it comes to us.
Scott Hansen with us, 95.7 The Game. Just a few minutes left to go, which means we've reached the portion where this interview will either become good or it will become bad. We've reached the witching hour with Scott Hansen. By the way, when did that nickname start? Because I have said this a number of times this year on this show, Scott, to give you a compliment, I honestly think our time, 12:30 in the afternoon to 1:15 in the afternoon, it is the best thing on television. It is the number one 45 minutes of television every single week with what happens in that window. When did that start to become a thing and take shape the way it has?
Yep. Well, thank you for the compliment, but it's ultimately a compliment to the competitiveness of the NFL because it never fails to amaze us. Even when I go to the witching hour, I show the scoreboard usually, and we'll say, okay, 8 games going on right now across the National Football League, all of them in the fourth quarter or at the end of the third quarter, and we have one-possession games in Cincinnati, in Atlanta, in Detroit, and I list those. Sometimes there'll only be 2 one-possession games, and yet somehow, some way, 2 or 3 other games find a way to become just jaw-dropping, texting your buddies, tweeting about this, saying, can you believe that just happened in this game? So how did it come about? Well, just in doing the show, again, this is season 14, so the rhythms of doing the show, we would be like, man, guys, buckle your seatbelt when we get to the end of the third quarter of this early window of games. And we always knew that. And so after a while, I started calling it out to the audience saying, hey, we're into the period of time, which is, I just nicknamed it, the best hour in sports television, which some people may have thought was bombast or hyperbole at the time. But I was like, no, you watch this hour of sports television and tell me that there's a better hour of sports television, or in your case, in your opinion, the best hour of television that goes weekly. So then after a while, I heard on social media different people saying, we call it the witching hour. My buddies and I in our fantasy league call it the witching hour and whatnot. I heard Mike Francesa, the longtime sports talk radio host in New York City, he said that he and I think Brent Musburger used to call it the witching hour back in the 80s when Musburger was hosting CBS NFL Today. So the origins of it, like any good urban legend, are kind of, through the mists of time, different people credit themselves with it. But we're like, hey, let's nickname it the witching hour. That's a tight little concise thing. We can put a graphic on there, and the audience will know and have a Pavlovian response to when that chime goes and they hear my growly voice say, it's the witching hour, when wins become losses and losses become wins. And just talking about it right now, I'm already looking 48 hours ahead.
It's not about who created it, Scott. It's about who popularized it. So congratulations on creating the witching hour. This is all you.
Thank you. Well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
I'm looking at this stat here. 79 games this season decided by a touchdown or less this season. The most through 12 weeks all time. Is there a team that you enjoy following along with as the slate goes? Because hey, that's a 13-point game, but that team's going to be in the mix during the witching hour.
Yeah, I'll give you one, and it's one you might not think of because they're 4-7. They've been on the bad side of many witching hours. The Detroit Lions, because they've had a top 10 scoring offense for much of the season, and they've had a bottom 3 scoring defense for much of the season. And so just the way you described it right there, that a Lions game can be a 14-point lead for either the Lions or the Lions' opponent. And I'm like, that ain't safe. That ain't safe. It's not winding up that way. And sure enough, the Lions have produced, for better or for worse, they're not a team in playoff contention, but for better or for worse, some of the dramatic finishes. And that even kind of goes back to last year as well. One of the plays of the year, if not the play of the year, the 66-yard Justin Tucker field goal to win the game, Ravens at Lions last year, was partly because the Lions couldn't hold a lead. So look, I root for drama on NFL Red Zone, and the Detroit Lions at 4-7 have been giving us their share of it all year long.
Scott, great stuff. What a thrill to have you on. Really, really fun. By the way, any preview thoughts on Dolphins 49ers? What do you think?
Oh, man, I can't wait. Look, at defense wins. It still wins in this league. And the 49ers, the way that the 49ers defense is not fool's gold. They are the real deal. Number one in rushing, number one total defense, number one scoring defense as we speak here. But the Dolphins, with Tua, the highest rated passer in the league, look at try and control Tyreek and Waddle, and the 49ers will win that game. And the other thing is, I think Miami's defense is able to get got at times. They're decent, and they play complementary football to what's a lethal offense. And I think Jimmy G and the Niners will find ways. I think Shanahan will come up with some things to develop plays for all the different diversified playmakers there. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see the Niners win this game and the Niners to go on and win the division.
Scott, again, awesome to have you. Thank you so much for your time, man. A lot of fun. You do just great work on Sundays.
Mark, Kyle, thanks for having me on. Enjoy the weekend. And Jude and Abe, come see Uncle Scotty, 10 a.m. on Sunday.
It's incredible.
So good.
Thanks, Scott.
So good. There you go. Scott Hanson, NFL Red Zone. And yes, cool points for Dad Willard. That's a wrap. That's all I needed.
That's hard to top.
I'm putting that under the recording of that under the tree.
Yeah, you're done.
I don't need to buy
shopping.
you nothing.
Congrats.
Listen to this, Abe and Jude.
Congrats. I think Santa's probably up there rolling on the show right now. He'll bring that down the chimney.
Oh, gosh, so good. I don't. I have one of those like non-operable fireplaces, kind of like just window dressing deals.
Sure.
Like maybe there is something. I don't even know. I've never been on my roof. It's not like that. I'm not.
You've not home inspected your own roof?
I'm not a homeowner. It's right. There's a duplex. There's somebody else went up there for DirecTV or whatever. Right. I just no. I don't go up. What am I doing
either.
Up
I'm joking.
there?
I'm
I
joking.
don't go up there. I don't fix things. I call people.
If I can't learn how to fix it on YouTube, I'm not fixing it.
No. I can't even. I'm not learning.
You need you need your headlight changed? Call Kyle. Yeah, I got you.
Oh gosh.
Thanks, Kyle.
I'm not fixing any of that stuff. All right, Warriors and Bulls tonight, 7:00, right here, 95.7 The Game. Coverage begins at 6 with Warriors Live. Tune in to Warriors Live 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Great to have Scott Hanson. If Kyle sounds like a little just knocked off kilter, a little nervous right now, we're 10 minutes away from Joy Taylor making, I think, her second appearance. She's been on the show before, right?
Brother, no. This is her debut.
It is?
Yeah.
Why have we not had Joy on so far?
Do not doubt me.
No, I get that you'd remember, I mean, for me, it all runs together. We used to do a show together, so I can't keep track. It's just my friend Joy. That's all.
Totally, your friend Joy.
Yeah, she is. She's my friend. We used to do a show together.
I know. That's really. Who didn't you do a show with?
There are many left. FS1. Speak for yourself. Also, she's the younger sister of Jason Taylor, Dolphins great, so she's got a lot of ties to the Miami Dolphins. So we thought a good day to get Joy in here and talk about a game that we have decided is a benchmark game, if we want to label all of these things. Not a must-win. Not a gotta-have it. I hate going into a game like this where it's like, hey, the 49ers are actually still in great shape in their division and for the 3 seed, even if they lose this game. But I think from an emotional standpoint, this is an important game just because, not that the 49ers need a confidence boost, I don't think that, but you want to solidify your place as one of the top 6 or 7 teams with a legitimate Super Bowl shot, and a win this weekend, I think really does that for the 49ers.
So I don't even know if it's like they need a confidence. The 49ers know that they can hang with anybody. And if they lose 100-0 this weekend, they can still win the Super Bowl. Like, that's still on the table. But for me as a fan, I need to see them beat one of the defenses that keeps this Dolphins offense under wraps.
Yeah.
That
Absolutely.
holds the Dolphins to 20, 24 points. And
24
then to see,
max to me.
Yeah,
Anything north of 24,
right.
I think, especially in the rain, it would be disappointing.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. And then when you look at the Niners offense, like, they're going to win in the rain, banged up, maybe no Debo. Christian McCaffrey says he's a full go. We talked about it. I'm not necessarily buying that he's going to be a full go. So what's their running back situation? Like, the Niners have some offensive issues of their own, but can they play a complementary game? They talk about complementary football all the time. Can they play a complementary game where, hey, defense shows out, holds them to 20 points, and the offense came through, and they got a game-winning field goal from Robbie Gould, and they scored 23 and get a W.
So, by the way, where they stand in the whole lay of the land in the NFC as far as the best teams, how does this grab you? This is interesting. So I threw a text out to my buddy John Avello yesterday. John used to be the race and sports director, the book director at The Win. I think he's now with DraftKings or FanDuel. But I hit a text out to him, and I said, hey, give me the neutral site numbers if the game were being played tomorrow between the 49ers and fill in the blank of the other top teams in the NFC. I think it's been interesting that the 49ers are a 4-point favorite over the Dolphins. That feels a little hefty, right? I mean, the Dolphins are 8-3. They've won 5 in a row. That's telling you that in a neutral site, the Niners would be about a point, maybe a 1.5 favorite over the Dolphins. I think that makes sense. But he gave me the 3 teams that are considered the other 3 top-tier teams in the NFC, and it might surprise everybody where these numbers come in. So let me start, and these are, again, neutral site numbers. This is not if the game was being played at Levi's. 49ers against the Vikings tomorrow, neutral site. The 49ers would be -3. 3-point favorite, neutral site against the Vikings. Essentially means they'd be about a 6-point favorite if the game were being held at Levi's. It'd be about a pick 'em if the game was being held in the Bold North. Now we go to the Philadelphia Eagles. Neutral site.
Favored by?
Not favored. Pick 'em. Pick 'em, which essentially is saying they're saying the Eagles and 49ers are dead even. Whoever's at home is going to be -3, and if it's a neutral site, it's going to be a pick 'em.
I actually kind of buy that because I've said if they have to go to Philly, I don't know if I would pick the Niners, but like I wouldn't be shocked if they beat the Eagles.
Absolutely. So here's, to me, the eyebrow raiser. Because isn't this telling us that the Dallas Cowboys, by Vegas standards, are the best team in the NFC? Which nobody would say. Just because of the Eagles' record being what it is.
Dallas would be favored?
Neutral site, the Dallas Cowboys would be -1.5 against the San Francisco 49ers. So if at Levi's, Niners would be favored by 1.5. If at Dallas, Cowboys would be a 4.5-point favorite over the 49ers. The biggest spread goes to the Dallas Cowboys. Now, maybe that's matchup related, or maybe Vegas is telling you, sneaky, the Cowboys are the best team in the NFC by metrics right now.
I kind of buy it, though, especially against the Niners. I would be interested to see where the Cowboys, what it would look like spread-wise against the Vikings and then against the Eagles as well, because that Cowboys defense is really good.
Well, and we get way too involved with their record. It's like the Eagles are best. Why? Because they're 10-1. Why? Like, so what? The Cowboys are 8-3. I know they played head-to-head. I think, was Cooper Rush still the quarterback at that time? I think so. Like, that's another part of it. The Cowboys have gone 8-3 where they had a stretch where they didn't have their quarterback. What would the Eagles' record be if Jalen Hurts missed 4 games? So on the low, Are the Cowboys actually the NFC favorite?
I think when you look at what they're doing defensively, like their defense is right up there with the Niners. It is very, very good.
It's good. It's good.
But for me, I think the reason I've been hesitant is because, like, dude, it's Mike McCarthy. Like they ran a QB draw with no timeouts with 11 seconds left to end a playoff game.
Right. And then they took on the 9-2 Vikings a couple weeks ago and won by 37 points.
Yeah.
It's a very balanced team. So we can get into all of that coming up next. The Aaron Judge stuff, we will circle back. The social media change he made last night is worth discussion for sure. But coming up next, the great Joy Taylor of Fox Sports 1 and all of her ties to the Dolphins. We'll get into things with Joy next. Kyle's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Dolphins have scored 30 points or more in their last 4 games.
Wilson lead blockers, and he strolls in for the Dolphins touchdown.
However, they haven't faced Nick Bosa and the nasty Niners defense.
Play clock at 2. Dalton gets the shotgun snap. Dalton backside pressure. Bosa got him.
We're talking Niners Dolphins.
Talanoa Hufanga bats it out.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey guys, this is Kenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility in your vehicle and save $10 on a pair of Trico Force wiper blades now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Don't risk your safety because of bad wiper blades. Be ready for any weather. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, except no Dibs today. Kyle's in for Dibs, and we're rolling in on a football Friday with the Dolphins and the 49ers getting together on Sunday. We got all kinds of stuff, though. Some Aaron Judge rumors to get to in just a little bit. The Dubs back in action against the Bulls tonight. It's a World Cup Saturday morning. We got the entire gamut going on this weekend. But this is just me. This is in my world. When I think of the Miami Dolphins, I don't think of Tua. I don't think of Tyreek Hill. I think of Joy Taylor. That's it, because she and I used to sit together on weekends and talk about sports all the time, and Jason Taylor's younger sister, and therefore I know you've had a very, very long history with this team. But Joy, help me out real quick, because I know you got your Steelers ties too. So Steelers and Dolphins play each other. Which side are you on?
It depends on who it matters more to.
Okay.
I have kind of a unique football fandom because I grew up in Pittsburgh. I was born and raised there, and it's a cult to support the Steelers, which I happily participate in. But obviously, I've been watching the Dolphins for 25 years, so they play each other every once in a while, and it usually is that's usually where I lean. It's like, if it matters more to one team or the other, I'll root for that. And then obviously, when my brother was playing, it was always the Dolphins.
So I think Sunday with the Niners and Dolphins, and hello, Joy, thank you for joining us. I think the game with the Niners and Dolphins is both teams are kind of in a weird spot because I don't think anybody's going to remove either team from the Super Bowl contending conversation with this game. But I think the winner is going to be one of those teams that's like, oh, they might be the best team in their conference. Do you think this game matters more for one or the other?
I think I would agree with that. It's pretty evenly matched. I'm not going to overreact too much to this game either way, but I do think if I had to choose, I think it matters more to the Niners. Because to me, the Dolphins have a few really convincing signature wins in the Bills and the Ravens. And the best win when I look at the Niners' schedule to me was the Chargers. And, you know, I think that's a nice win. It's certainly a very good win. but we don't really know how good the Chargers are. So we know the Dolphins are a great team. So to me, if the Niners can continue this incredible defensive stretch that they've had and take down the Dolphins this weekend, that would be a win where I'm like, okay, I'm going to start to ignore those weird losses earlier in the season more.
Speak on FS1 is the show where we watch Joy Taylor all of the time. And Joy was watching a piece of what you guys were doing yesterday, and the question comes up, who gets the credit for the large share of the 49ers' success over the last 3 to 4 years? Is it more of a Kyle Shanahan thing? Is it more of a Jimmy Garoppolo thing? It looked like the panel was all in mostly on Kyle Shanahan getting much more credit than Jimmy Garoppolo. Would you expand on that? Why did most of you seem to feel that way?
Well, I'm pretty sure Emmanuel Acho was firmly in the Jimmy Garoppolo camp where he usually is. And I understand his arguments because, Shanahan's record without Jimmy Garoppolo is pretty staggering when you compare it to when Jimmy Garoppolo is playing. But I think it's twofold for me. One, I think the rest of the league got an opportunity to get their hands on Jimmy Garoppolo this offseason, and there were no takers. So that kind of gave me pause because when, the market kind of tells you what you are. And if there were definitely teams that could have benefited from having Jimmy Garoppolo this year. And to me, that tells me that the rest of the league thinks that it's Kyle Shanahan. And then also, I don't think any of us think as Jimmy Garoppolo as the best offensive player on that roster. So generally when it's, a quarterback-led team, that's the case. And it's not that I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is a good quarterback, because I do. I just can't put him in the category of a guy that I'm like, we got Jimmy, nothing can go wrong. Or we got Jimmy, I've got faith, we've got a minute left and no timeouts, so we can get this done.
Right.
And he certainly had moments, but that's just not, when I look at the Niners, I think of an incredible defense, I think of incredible schemes, I think of Kyle Shanahan's genius, and of course, an unbelievable run game.
Joy, do you know how much it picks a scab here for a lot of the people listening to you right now that you couldn't even get through that sentence without laughing when you were talking?
Just laughed right in Jimmy's
like
face.
Jimmy Garoppolo with a minute to go, he's got the ball, and you started to giggle, and that's tough for us, Joy.
Listen, I like Jimmy a lot. I do. I think Jimmy's he's a fascinating player because he does win so much. That he's just good enough that you're like, I think we can do it with Jimmy. But the other thing that really always throws me is that the Niners trusted Trey Lance. And if I trust the organization, which the Niners are a very well-run organization, and if I trust Kyle Shanahan, which I think we all do, they're in the building and they're telling you straight up, we don't want Jimmy Garoppolo. We want a rookie quarterback. Now, that could have been a mistake, obviously, but too soon to tell. But I wouldn't have done that. I would have stuck with Jimmy Garoppolo and put more pieces around him. And when you look at the picks that they used to get Trey Lance and what Miami did with that, I mean, sure, it's, obviously the money would have to match, but it's kind of tough to argue. Wouldn't you want some of those pieces on the Niners right now?
Yeah, over Trey Lance, I think for sure.
Yeah,
So you said that Jimmy's not a player that you're going to you can win with him, but he's not going to be the reason you win games, and I agree with that. But is Tua in that same bucket for you, given where he was last year, and now Mike McDaniel comes in and Tua suddenly looks like an MVP candidate?
Well, I mean, listen, there's no denying that Mike McDaniel has brought the best out in Tua, both personally and on the field. I mean, I think everyone can agree with that, and it's not a slight at all. I do think that coaching really matters in the NFL, and Mike McDaniel's done an unbelievable job. But I also think I can't hold everything that happened a year before with a young quarterback against him. Once you get into you've gotten your contract and you're kind of in your groove, and it's like getting out of college. You get your job and you get in your routine. I'm gonna judge you a little bit less that you have the same thing year to year. But Tua has gone through a lot. He's a completely different player this year than he was last year. So I don't feel that way about Tua right now. Not the way that he's playing this year. He's playing with a lot of confidence. He's had big moments. Certainly that Ravens game and that comeback was unbelievable. I think the thing that is still giving a lot of people pause is last year, and of course that moment in the beginning of the season where he got the concussion and missed a few games, and we saw what the Dolphins were without Tua. But I don't think of Tua as the same player as he was last year, and he, that's what you want. You want young players to get better every single year.
Joy Taylor is with us on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs. Kyle is in for Dibs today. Joy, I'm fascinated by this too. Both teams come in on a winning streak. Both of those winning streaks are dotted with a whole lot of wins over, just kind of unimpressive opponents. So it does feel like both teams can sort of use this game to prove something. What specifically do you think each of these teams need to prove?
I think Tua just needs to keep being consistent with his play. It's going to be an interesting game because they have some injuries on the offensive line, which is concerning for me for the Dolphins, especially the way that the Niners defense has played over the last 4 games, which I don't care how bad the opponents are, they're still NFL teams. And to not let any points be scored in the second half in 4 straight games is unbelievable. So I'm not going to minimize that. So I think that would be really impressive for the Dolphins for me to overcome that. And then of course, they've been on the West Coast on the road for a week. So that would be a big win. To me, I really want to see more from the Niners offense. Obviously you got a win last week, but not really a whole lot of fireworks from the offensive side of the ball. So I'd like to see a little bit more from the offense from the Niners and, just a lot of points. Just a little more of an impressive win from that perspective. And again, like I said, if you beat the Dolphins, the Niners to me, coming off of a streak of, unimpressive opponents, that would say more to me about where the Niners are trending than, overall where everyone is with how the Niners are on paper.
So that leads perfectly into my next question. Where do you put the Niners in kind of the NFC hierarchy?
So I have the Eagles at the top. I've been on the Eagles bandwagon since day one. I think I'm an early buyer on Jalen Hurts, but I love what the Eagles have done all season long. They've been the most consistent and dominant team in the NFC to me. I do not trust the Minnesota Vikings at all. That has a lot to do with Kirk Cousins, but I think that, they're a good team. You can't win as many games as they have without being a good team, but in big moments, I still can't give it to Kirk Cousins yet. So honestly, it's at the top of the NFC. It's the Eagles and the Niners for me. I have Dallas up there as well, but again, how can you trust them in the postseason? So the NFC is it's a really strange conference this year because I think a lot of the teams that we thought were going to be really terrible or struggling have kind of either made a resurgence or, had some really nice moments. Like, the Giants, I didn't expect much from this year. Brian Dable's done an amazing job there. Green Bay, we certainly expect to be better. They're a disaster. The NFC South is a nightmare. And then, you have the rest of the NFC West, which, the Rams and the Cardinals would certainly expect to be better, and they're struggling as well. So I know I haven't mentioned Seattle. We'll see how that goes as the rest of the season plays out. But I have the Niners at the top of the NFC, just behind the Eagles right now.
Joy, a whole lot of fun to have you. Thank you so much. You doing good? Everybody treating you okay over there?
Everything is great. The new show has been awesome. I appreciate everyone supporting it and checking us out on Speak. And how are you? We have to catch up. I haven't talked to you in a long time.
I know.
You guys just do this. I'll hang out.
You want to do it right now, or do you want me to call you later?
I'll
or
just chime in.
What do you think?
Let's not bore you with everybody.
Okay. All right.
I was personally enthralled, but okay.
Yeah. It's been a minute, so we should. Joy, thank you so much, and I will. I'll call you soon.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there it is. Joy Taylor, Speak on FS1. And Kyle, you did it.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job.
Shout out to what I said there at the end.
You were mostly a professional.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wrote down my questions.
Well, but there was that time at the beginning where you were like you stopped your question to be like, "Hi, Joy. How you doing?" Yeah. What are you doing?
I always feel okay. So here's something interesting about that. So we've had 2 guests today.
No, we've had 3, but you can that's totally rude to Mark Clayton.
Prior to Joy, we had 2 guests, and both of those guests, you do the whole intro thing of like, "Hey, how are you?" You do your thing, you have a laugh, and then you ask a real question, and then it comes to me. And I felt awkward being like, you guys are having a great time, but it's time to get serious. And so I was like, I'm going to try on just saying hello.
Okay.
And then doing just to say like, hey, I'm not a robot. I'm not a question asking robot.
Yeah.
I'm also a person.
That's right.
I'm very personable.
Hey, now.
I care about how you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I can make small talk.
Yeah. No, you
That's
did
what
it.
I was going for.
You did it.
Thank
did
you.
it. I'm proud of you.
I tried it on. Didn't love it. Probably won't do it again.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, you can say hello. You can say hello. It's great.
Okay.
It was perfect.
Just like, hey, guest, thanks so much for joining us. Here's my question.
Just don't call them guest.
Call Mark Clayton back. I want to try this again.
Hi, guest.
Hello, guest. Hello, 1030 guest.
Oh, gosh, that's funny. All right. That's Kyle, everybody. Say hi. He's not a guest. He's a host. He's in for Dibs today.
Thanks, Kyle.
Dibs is not here, but it is Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. We got some Aaron Judge stuff for you in just about 15 minutes. And Steiny and Goo are looming, although is Goo in today?
Yeah, Goo's here.
He is. Goo's back. Okay, good. So he's feeling better. That's awesome. Steiny and Goo will be along here shortly. Now, what is this you have as far as the pre-weekend notes that are sent out specifically by the San Francisco 49ers and the NFL at large, correct?
Yeah, so I'm going to start with the 49ers one. If we don't get to the NFL one, fine. But I have it. The Niners send out a thing every week called the Prospector.
The Prospector.
Which is great. Prospector, digging for gold.
I get it. 49ers, sure.
They further the pun with digging up nuggets for San Francisco's Week 13 game against the Dolphins. Terrific. So that it's just a bunch of different stats. And I've always gone through them, and there's sometimes where I'm like, wow, that's a great stat. It's a great number. And then there's other ones, like this first one, where I'm like, I guess. So this first one.
So do you want me to hit you with thumbs up or thumbs down, or thing or not a thing?
Rank this on a scale of 1 to 10 pickaxes.
Okay.
How important of a stat?
How important is this? Okay.
How good is this nugget?
Yeah.
Last week, Brandon Ayuk registered 5 catches for 65 yards. He's now the third year player with 50 catches, 650 receiving yards, and 5 touchdowns in the NFL each season from 2020 to 2022.
Okay.
So 2020 rookies, there's 3 of them.
And that was that really good receiver class, right?
That was
Justin Jefferson, Ayuk,
Jerry Jeudy, Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, all those guys.
CeeDee
Lamb. And then, of course, Jalen Reagor. Anyway.
The funny part about this stat is, that's kind of interesting, until you find out that the other 2 are Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb.
Well,
the 3 first-round receivers are all good.
I'm not going to, but they're not the only 3 first-round receivers. Jalen Reagor was a first-round receiver, and
Henry Ruggs,
right, and Jeudy
and Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah. So listen, I'm not going to give it 10 pickaxes, but I'm going to give it 6.
50% of the first-round receivers.
Right, but why do they have? It's not just first-rounders, right? I mean, that could be second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever. Like, we see that all the time. Somebody comes out of nowhere. I'm going to give that 6 pickaxes. 6 pickaxes for intrigue. Because, by the way, here's the other thing that it says. It does say that those teams who assessed these as the first-round receivers were right. And you can say, well, duh. But no, I mean, Henry Ruggs was the first one taken overall.
And I think Jerry Jeudy was
his career's
next.
probably over. Jeudy was next. CeeDee Lamb was a name we heard a lot about with the 49ers. The Niners traded up to get Ayuk. That was not a name that a lot of college football fans were aware of out of Arizona State. So, no, good job. Those receivers, outside of Ruggs and his off-the-field situation, and Jalen Reagor, who was the bust, if you will, those other 4 were pretty good picks.
No doubt.
Yeah.
This one's more interesting to me. Ayuk has registered 5 or more catches and 65 or more yards in 5 of his last 6 games. Okay.
Is there more to it, or is that it? Okay.
That's tied for the most games in the NFL in that time frame with Stephon Diggs, pretty good player. Travis Kelce, pretty good player. Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, and Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk is elite, man.
Yeah. No, Brandon Ayuk has been fantastic. Do you want 7 pickaxes for that one?
I was thinking 8.
Here's why that's even more significant. Not only has Brandon Ayuk shown the 49er fan base. Deebo Samuel was all the talk in the offseason, and I get why. He's a Swiss Army knife. He does a lot of different stuff. Mm-hmm. He's unique in the NFL. He's important. But in the traditional wide receiver sense, Brandon is better than Deebo. He runs better routes. He is a more traditional wide receiver, and I think we're okay with that, but that is crystallized this year. Plus, if you roll through the other teams that house those other players that you mentioned, they are all, for the most part, much more dynamic passing offenses than the 49ers. Yes. So to have consistency statistically as a receiver in the 49er offense, I think means you're doing some really, really special stuff. Because this isn't the Bills, right? This is not the Vikings. This isn't that. This is Jimmy Garoppolo and a team that wants to run the ball down your throat. So Ayuk has been fantastic, and I'm very big on his future getting even better.
I don't want to dive super far into this, but how they handle his future with his contract coming up after next season, going to be super interesting.
Well, yeah.
Well, he's eligible this offseason.
Especially with McCaffrey and the quarterback questions and how you handle those financially. Yeah. Agreed.
All right, last one here. If the Niners hold the Dolphins scoreless in the second half this week, it will mark the first time since 1937 as the New York Giants that an NFL team accomplished that feat.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
That's 10 pickaxes, Kyle.
I think we can toss the pickaxe thing out the window. That didn't go the way I thought it would.
Anyway, point being, okay. So Joey even said this in our conversation a few minutes ago. There's no doubt that these two teams are both coming into this thing on winning streaks that are not the most impressive winning streaks that have ever happened. However, winning streaks are all important, and we can do all the cliched stuff. You can only play the teams that are on your schedule and all that. But the way the 49ers have gone through this winning streak, even though, it was a backup quarterback on the Cardinals in Mexico, and Justin Herbert didn't have his receivers, and all the stuff you can say, the bottom line is to shut an NFL team out in the second half of a football game is really hard to do. The Saints are not dynamic offensively, and they fumbled at the goal line. They had all these things kind of go weird. They missed a field goal. I get it, but it is very hard to do. It's hard to do once. So to do it 4 times in a row is incredible no matter who you're playing. And, man, if they do it against an offense like Miami, I don't foresee that. But if they do, then, the things that people are starting to say about them, putting them on a pedestal with some of the great defenses of the past, I think you can start to have that conversation a little bit, especially in this day and age. You get compared to the 85 Bears or the Ray Lewis Ravens. It sounds kind of ridiculous, except for that you're playing defense now in an era that is so slanted for offense. To be able to do this now, it's absurd. It's incredible.
They gave up in those Falcons and Chiefs games. They gave up 72 points. So 36 points a game. And they're still allowing fewer than 16 a game in 2022.
Right.
That's bananas. The Saints being shut out in the second half was a little bit circumstantial because they could have kicked field goals.
Right.
But they were down 13-0.
And they did try to kick one and they missed it.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit circumstantial. But they ran 16 plays from the 49ers 30 and couldn't score.
Couldn't do it.
That's impressive. It could be the worst offense in the NFL. It could be the Denver Broncos. Like even the Broncos, who score like 10 points a game, scored a touchdown against the Niners in the second half. It's hard to shut teams out.
It's unbelievable. And again, that's always, I think, the mark of a good defense. Look, you're going to give up some yards in between the 20s, but once you tighten up, when that team gets to the red zone, hold them to field goals or whatever, cause a turnover at the goal line with great hit on the ball on Kamara, stuff like that. That's the mark of a really good defense. Yeah. There's nothing else you can say. They've been fantastic.
Unbelievable play to cause a fumble there. What's more impressive, Niners second half shutout streak or the Dolphins 30-point game streak?
Oh, easily the 49ers.
Okay.
Yeah. The league is built for offense right now.
Sure.
The Dolphins were going against some of the worst defenses in the league. They've got a ton of talent. They're very good. To shut teams out is so much harder than to score 30, I think. So
that's probably right.
You're
right.
That's the beautiful.
Bad question. I threw it out there on the fly.
No, it's fair.
We'll scrap that.
I mean, that's the beauty of this matchup. It is power on power. What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And here is what's coming up next. If you did not hear what Aaron Judge did to his Instagram last night, You are going to want to hear that. You're also going to want to hear what radio personality in New York, Craig Carton, had to say about Aaron Judge. You're also going to want to hear what Sweeney Murdy, who covers the Yankees in New York and was on this station yesterday, had to say.
Guy.
Yeah, he's the Yankees dude. Wait till you hear what all of them had to say about Aaron Judge. That is coming up next. Kyle's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
Aziz Al-Shire.
You know, when you're around a group of guys that are held to this such a high standard that you have no choice but to get better or you're just going to get weeded out.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto.
Bang, bang, gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
It's a new day because COVID vaccines just got a big update. So all the big stuff coming up this fall? Well, now you can say, you bet I'll be there. Because updated COVID vaccines protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. And everyone 5 and older can get one. So this is a moment we've all been waiting for.
Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
5G is here, but the big carriers want you to sign a long-term contract to get access. Well, not anymore, because Straight Talk Wireless has rolled out 5G coverage nationwide with deals like our Silver Unlimited plan for just $45 a month and no contract. And get a Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for $149, all on a reliable 5G network. 5G coverage, 5G phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing,
Together, millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Join Stand Up to Cancer and Jazz Pharmaceuticals to raise awareness of small cell lung cancer and accelerate the pace of research. Ask your healthcare provider about screening options that might be right for you or a loved one. Visit standuptocancer.org/lung to learn more.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to get to the Aaron Judge here, stuff here in just a second. Glad you're with us. Kyle's in for Dibs. We're sitting here watching Group G action, World Cup, FIFA, Qatar. And I was watching, I record last week tonight, John Oliver, and I just last night was watching the one that's about what it all took. I mean, we know that if there's anything ever in the history of sports that's been corrupt, it's the World Cup ending up in Qatar.
And,
okay?
And that's not the first time that,
No, I mean, anything FIFA is always corrupt.
Right.
I bring it up to say this briefly. I hate when fans get put in this position. There are things we love, right? Mm-hmm. Deshaun Watson's going to play football for the Cleveland Browns this weekend. Mm-hmm. There are some people who buy jerseys. There are others who will never watch again. Look, do you. But it stinks when sports puts us in this position where it's like we're made to feel guilty to watch what we love to watch because of what it took to put this product out there. If you want to go, and you're telling me there's a Netflix documentary as well, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But what it took to put this event on, the World Cup in Qatar, which originally was going to be in the summer where it's 125 degrees, so that's why it's now in November, December. The human rights violations that took place in order for this to get here are unconscionable. So this event is even worse, quite frankly, than the NFL in terms of, gosh, we should all boycott this because of what it took place to get here and whatnot. But here we are, and the ratings are going to be huge, and I'll be up at 7 in the morning with remote control and a breakfast burrito and all that stuff tomorrow morning. It's just, I don't know what we're supposed to do with information like that.
Right.
It's awful. It's awful, but I love the World Cup.
It's where when I say in jest I'm a bad person. I think I'm for the most part a good person. Sometimes I'm not great at being a person, but I think for the most part. And
I
this
agree
is
with
one
you,
of the,
by the way.
This is
Yeah.
Thank you. Wow,
Yeah.
that's so nice.
Yeah.
This is one of those things where it's like, dude,
Yeah.
what do I do? What do I do here? Because I'm not gonna I can't not consume it. That's not how. I don't know. I don't have a good solution.
Can we just blame it on our profession?
Yes.
It's
I'm watching this for work.
We have to watch. We actually wouldn't watch, but we have to watch. All right.
But it's not. But the thing is that's not the human rights issues with Qatar. That's not new to this World Cup. This has been going on since forever.
Sure.
And not maybe forever,
Sure.
but
no. But
there's a documentary on Netflix about just the
look. We're confronted by stuff like this all the time.
All the time.
Right?
Yes.
Did you listen to Michael Jackson? Do you listen to Kanye West? We're confronted by this stuff all the time. And as Lucas just said to me, separate the art from the artist. And maybe that's what that's what you got to do with the World Cup to a certain degree. Okay, Aaron Judge, check it out. Thing or not a thing? How many pickaxes would you give this?
How many gavels do you give this?
Yeah. All rise. A week ago, Aaron Judge changed his Instagram photo from a New York Yankees jersey to a suit. I don't think many people thought much of it. Whatever. He's in a suit. I don't know how often he changes his Instagram photo. Until last night, I didn't follow Aaron Judge on Instagram. Just hadn't thought of it yet. I do now.
Why'd the change?
Why did I change?
Yeah,
I just hadn't thought of it. Okay. I'm not like, you know what I mean? I'm not searching around for people to follow on Instagram a whole lot. I'm on there. I like, just whatever. Like, I don't know. He's a Yankee. I hadn't thought. I don't follow every famous baseball player. Mm-hmm. Like, I follow a lot of Giants, right? That's part of our deal. I'm a fan. It's our work. I hadn't followed Aaron Judge yet. It's an oversight, okay?
I love the idea of you following Giants like as in tall people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just really.
That guy's 7'8".
Why didn't you follow Aaron Judge? He's a giant. He's 6'8". So anyway, I go to Aaron Judge's last night, his Instagram, because I see something's percolating on the internet about Aaron Judge on Instagram. And what is it? Well, so last week it was the change from a New York Yankee jersey to a suit. Last night, he changed his bio. All he did was remove 2 words, New and York. They were in there. They've always been in there. Now suddenly they're gone. It's fascinating because I'm well past the time of thinking that what these guys do on social media is not a thing. It's a thing.
It's very much a thing.
It's always a thing. But why would he do that? It's not like a celebrity of that level doesn't realize that people are going to grab onto that immediately. Mm-hmm. They're going to notice. They're going to talk about it. They're going to attach something to it. He knows that. So why would he do that? It's not like if he's going to sign with the Giants, he wants to tell everybody 3 days ahead of time, I'm about to sign with the Giants.
Right.
Or maybe he's still mad at the Yankees. I don't know. And we also know, Deebo Samuel, these things can happen and then be recovered.
Right.
But it happened, and it's interesting.
So 2 things on this. One, it's definitely a thing. And there's nothing worse than when a player scrubs all their social media of their current team in the midst of a contract beef, and people are like, yo, what's this? And like, it's just my social media. It doesn't, like, bro, you wanted people to ask.
Of course.
And that's the only way Aaron Judge and Deebo Samuel and Kyler Murray can communicate publicly. It's the only way they can control the narrative from their side. Because Aaron Judge can't come out and say what he's thinking publicly, just for optics, for contract negotiation purposes. So this is his way of, we hear Yankees offered $800 and $300 million. People are like, oh my goodness, what does this mean? This is his way of being like, let's hold your horses on making any declarative statement.
I actually could spin this as something that's not good for the Giants, because $800 and $300 sounds like a massive deal, and it is. Be the highest paid position player, AAV of all time, all that great stuff. It's also at the bottom edge of what I thought this thing would even potentially be.
Yes.
So if that's the case, let's run a scenario. They're at $800. The Giants have said, we'll do $800. And actually, Aaron wants to remain a Yankee. And they're like, no, we're sticking at $800. Maybe that's what leads to Aaron being like, dude, I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave. Maybe this is a game of chicken.
Right.
I have no clue. But the timing of it after John Paul Morosi's report yesterday is at minimum interesting.
So, and to that point, in terms of controlling the narrative, the same way Aaron Judge knows what's going on social media, the Yankees do too.
Of course.
The Yankees for sure have people monitoring his social. They knew before anyone did that he had deleted New York. Like, they follow this stuff and it matters. And he knows that. And so this is one way that he can communicate to them and to fans like, hey, you know what? $800 and $300, I'm deleting that. Like, I'm changing my bio. Okay, I've changed my profile picture. And now Yankee fans are now, in his mind, hopefully, going to put pressure on the organization to make the Yankees go, oh my gosh, our fan base is mad at this.
Right.
Like, okay, fine, $800 and $340. I think that's one of the factors at play here. Now,
blend that in with what Sweeney Murdy, who has covered the Yankees for some time, is embedded out there, was with Damon and Ratto right here on 95.7 The Game yesterday. Among the things that he said, this right here.
I'm going to be surprised. I am always surprised, and it's not even – it's more so because Judge is a Yankee, but if he was on some other team and the Yankees had a glaring need and it was kind of like, okay, he's going to be a Yankee, until I saw him holding up another team's jersey and wearing another team's cap in front of a podium, I'm always going to believe he's a Yankee. So that's kind of my feeling with Judge. They have been dug in together for 9 years since he was drafted here. The Yankees clearly have the money to pay him if they choose. He knows what it's about here. I'd be shocked if he left.
Okay, he starts with surprised. He ends with shocked. Then again, I don't think I heard anything in there that's that compelling of an argument. The two things he said was A, Aaron's always been here, and B, they've got the money. Well, everybody's got the money, right, and the Giants have even more. I know that's hard for some people to hear, but the flexibility the Giants have is not shared by the Yankees, who have a bunch of bloated contracts with guys in their 30s already.
Right.
If this is going to get, I don't know what makes Aaron tick, but if this is a bidding war, and this is why this is the narrative I hear from so many Giants fans, and I share it, the Giants cannot be outbid. Right. Whatever the Yankees do, it's the Giants that should be able to go bigger.
Right.
So whatever the Yankees do, 10, 20 million more for the Giants, and there's no excuse to not be there.
I also think that's a little bit outdated, because remember with Cliff Lee, when he was a free agent in 2011 or whatever it was like, well, the Yankees want him, he's going to go to the Yankees because they're the Yankees. And that's what that sounded like to me, and it's like, I don't think that allure is the same anymore.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's gotten this far.
Right.
It's gotten this far, and Aaron has clearly made those in the know believe, yeah, I actually could leave. And I feel like history's telling us he won't, but he's just one person. And you'll hear so many baseball people say this. If Freddie Freeman would leave the Braves, then Aaron Judge would leave the Yankees. Sometimes guys will surprise you.
One other question Sweeney Murdy asked was, why haven't we heard about the Giants mega offer? I'm wondering if it's one of those John Lynch type things where John Lynch said, hey, you guys leak so much, I don't want any word out that I am going to the Niners.
Okay, so more on that coming up next.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, I'm stepping on the tees.
No, you're not stepping on it at all, but we'll let you hear what Craig Carton, radio guy in New York, had to say about this. But yeah, why hasn't the Giants offer gone public? I have some thoughts on that. What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by Bed Bath & Beyond. Kyle's in for Dibs, Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
What's up, everybody? I know you're out there balling for the holidays, man. You got money. You got to figure out a Christmas gift. Well, I have the perfect gift for you, and it's at 957thegameshop.com. That's right, 957thegameshop.com. You can buy a Morning Roast t-shirt, Steiny Guru, Willard Dibs, Damon Ratto. You get generic 957 The Game t-shirts. Who doesn't want to wake up on Christmas morning with the 957 The Game long sleeve, a 957 The Game hoodie? Come on, folks, spend that money. The holiday season's coming. 957thegameshop.com. Be there.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. Fourth championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, A payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
If you see a student being bullied, be supportive. Ask if they're okay and invite them to join you. You'll be an ally and you can make a friend. Friendship! Visit StopBullyingSpeakUp.com and join Cartoon Network to redraw your world without bullying.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
In Redwood City, a cool day, 52 degrees, partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Friends and Family with incredible deals on great gifts. Save an extra 30% off with your coupon or Macy's card and take 15% off fragrances and skincare too. Now at Macy's. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I should add this on the Aaron Judge situation. Not only did he remove the words New York from his Instagram bio, he replaced it with a quote.
Oh.
Would you like to hear the quote? The quote is, "I'm out of here." No, that's not actually that is it. That's not.
He's replaced it with San Francisco.
Exactly. No.
What if that's how he announced it?
He replaced New York with this quote. "If what you did yesterday still seems big today, then you haven't done anything today."
That's referring to changing his profile picture yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And then his bio yesterday. He hasn't done anything today.
No, I think what he's saying is what he did yesterday was hit a lot of home runs for the New York Yankees, but you ain't done nothing till you do it for the Giants. I think that's what he's saying, Kyle. I really
Totally.
do. Yeah.
Totally.
Bronx, whatever.
He
can
listened-
you actually hit a ball out of Oracle Park? Anybody can hit a homer in New York. Can you hit a homer in Triples Alley? You ain't done nothing till you do that.
He's going to try and hit one into the glove in left center.
No right-handers ever hit a splash hit. You ain't done nothing.
Is that true?
That's true. That is a fact. Jack, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would have if you gave me over or under half, I would have taken the over. Actually, I probably would have gone under because I'd be like, that's a trap line. I'm going under.
Total trap.
But if you said 1.5, I think I probably would have gone over.
Yeah. So anyway, look, something spurred him to do that. And it sure could have just been like, I love this quote. But why do you have to go and replace New York?
It might just be the new Metro Boomin album.
So there are two things that come out of this. And I'd love to break them apart with you before Steiny and Guru get in here. So Craig Carton, New York media personality. Listen to the conversation they have. There's two pieces of this that you need to pay attention to. Listen to the conversation that is had about Aaron Judge. Not just where he's going, but the experience that Yankee fans have had with him over the last year. Remember, he turned down a $213.5 million contract offer before the season. You're going to hear them say 231 because that's adding in the salary figure in arbitration that he ended up making this past year.
Sure.
Okay, which the Yankees wanted it to be 17. Aaron wanted it to be 21. I think that it ended up getting met in the middle, limited to 213 plus whatever it was. No, I think it was 17. So here's
18 if it was 231 and 213. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Here we go. Take a listen.
So what were you saying, say, a few months back when he was offered $225 million and he turned it down and then went off and had one of the best American
I said he was an idiot. You should have taken the money.
And now he's being offered $300 million
That's
and
right.
he's still an idiot?
And I give him credit. He bet on himself, and it paid off to the tune of an extra $69 million because it was 231. They offered him 300. I respect that. I've wagered on myself, pardon the pun, because I can't wager. And it paid off. I was successful in my career, right? And I respect guys and gals that do that. But there comes a level financially where it's just you lose total connection with the fan base when you say no to that kind of money. And I know I speak to blue-collar fans all day, every day. I know what I'm talking about. It turns a fan base off when you have that greedy mentality, I'm telling you.
So he's going to sign. He's going to sign with the Yankees likely for like 320
By the way, I apologize. In my lifetime, I've had 8 dream epiphanies. And they've always come true. It's a weird thing. It's like a 9th sense I have. He's going to be a San Francisco Giant. But that's a side story for another day.
No, actually, it's for today, Craig. It's actually for today. He had an epiphany, and he's never been wrong.
And then he said it's a 9th sense. I need to know sense 6, 7, and 8, Craig.
Exactly.
First of all, and then I love how that's how he throws that in there.
Yep.
Oh, by the way. I had an epiphany.
He's not even going to be a Yankee.
He's an enigma.
So there's two things. One of them is Craig Carton's epiphany, which has never been wrong. And he's a New York guy, and he says he's coming to the Giants. The other side to it, though, is, I think, a piece of this. We've heard so much about Aaron Judge being booed in New York. It's hard for me to think this is a thing. I'm like, dude, you are 6'8". You're an Adonis. You had 62 home runs. You have handled New York with ease for 6 or 7 years. You really get affected by people booing? Like, honestly, I don't think he gets affected. But this helped me understand the dynamic. Craig is stating that there is a healthy portion of Yankee fans who are still mad at Judge because how the hell could you turn down $213.5 million?
They're all dumb.
They're all incredibly dumb because not only has Aaron been proven right, but don't try to relate to their salary. What if they had offered him $100 million? Obviously a ridiculously awful contract for Aaron. Not something we can relate to.
If we're doing that, I'd be like, wow, he turned down $80,000.
Seriously.
Like, wow.
Wait, they offered Aaron Judge $2 million a year? That's incredible money. I've never seen
do
something.
that.
Yeah.
Where do I apply?
So that's terrible. But if that's the way Yankee fans handle it, because Yankee fans do this, it's the Yankees.
Right.
You don't turn down I honestly think if you listen to the people who are predicting he's going to go to the Yankees, they're not doing it because of any tangible reason they can point to other than logic and snootiness. That's all they're saying. You don't leave the Yankees. Yeah, you might.
That's how they talk.
Yeah, you might. It's one guy. This isn't a rule. You don't all need to fall in line. It's one guy. Robinson Cano did it. Didn't work out, but whatever. It's one guy. And if you're telling me that the Yankees did two things at the beginning of the year, offered him a contract extension that he didn't like, and then when he turned it down, they went public with it, which turned the fan base against him. And now here they are with a contract offer again, which is fine, but it's still at the bottom level of what he's expected to get. And he's taken New York off of his IG. Tell me that I can't at least start to think that it's possible that Aaron Judge is ticked with the Yankees still. I think it's totally possible.
And there was the whole thing about like his contract offer going public before the year and the way the Yankees handled that. What I was saying before the break is I'm wondering if he told the Giants, like, hey, like, I see this offer. I don't want to see this in the news. I don't want to hear a report about what this offer is. And if you can, build a contender, do all that, like, but if you can prove to me that you're not going to treat me the way they did, then great.
Well, the Giants operate that way anyway.
Sure.
They're pretty tight ship, which is why it's been interesting in the last few weeks where they're just like, so we got tons of money. Woo, we're ready. It's like, wow, like that's not normal. But now it got quiet. You're right. It got quiet. And yeah, that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. Theoretically.
Or they're just hammering Brandon Nemo's phone right now.
Right, exactly. They're like, so $180 million. What do you think? Over 20 years.
Colton Wong.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Well, and so the extension of that, and if you are a social media follower and someone who bounces around there, this MLB Network lineup that they put out yesterday that's circulating everywhere is the stupidest waste of time I've ever seen in my life. They're like, wow, might be some big power coming to the Bay. And they're like, well, look what the lineup would look like with Aaron Judge. And it's essentially the Giants' lame-ass lineup with Aaron Judge in it. Like, that's not power
Aaron
coming
Judge
to the Bay.
J.D. Davis.
They're like, there's Lamont Wade. He's still there.
Mikey Yastrzemski.
Aaron Judge is there, too. It's like, no, you don't actually think the Giants are making one move this offseason, do you? And if they did, Aaron is not coming. It's not the way it's going to work. All right. Great job today, Kyle. Great stuff.
Thanks.
Kyle in for Dibs and not going anywhere yet because here comes Steiny and Goo. Hello, gentlemen.
Can I kick this off?
You're Ricky Henderson.
Nobody makes me feel less adequate with myself than Goo when he rolls in with the Ray-Bans on. Like, I feel like I just did. I was kind of like, okay, I like my outfit today. Very Warriors World-centric. but then he pulls up with the Ray-Bans. I'm like, I got $25 sunglasses.
How's my guy looking over there? Because I can't even look at him.
When you pull that look, you know how sometimes you're in a space and you're like, I got to ask that person for an autograph, but I don't even know who it is. But you're like, I can just tell that's a thing. That's someone over there. And so, Goo, when you come in looking like that, that's what it looks like to me. I'm like, I don't know who this dude is, but he's someone, so I better go get a pic.
And I'm not trolling my partner. I just forgot to leave him in the car. So I said, I'll pop him on because it's bright in here. Good to see you. But, Will, you guys are sounding great. You better not be going anywhere. I heard you address that earlier when I turned on my dial where you said to people, because I listened to you on Saturday.
Yeah.
I listened to you, Will.
Yeah, no, that is, I'm gonna leave 5 days a week for 1 day a week from my bedroom. No, we're doing it all together. We're doing it all together. Fox Sports Radio, our wonderful affiliate. Yes.
And I just heard the great Joey Taylor on with you guys.
Yes. Joey was a ton of fun. And Kyle got through it without losing his marbles, so that was great.
I was really happy with myself.
Yeah.
You like her?
Big Joy Taylor guy.
Oh, good. Yeah.
You know who her brother is, right?
Of course.
That's a joke.
Yes. Okay. Yes. We know who Jason Taylor is. All right. Steiny and Goo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Goo, I would love your reaction to this. I don't know if you were listening. We got through this maybe, I don't know, it was somewhere about 45 minutes ago.
He was listening.
So we wanted to talk about the landscape of the NFC.
Okay.
So I texted my buddy years ago. I came into contact with this person, and we've kept in touch to a degree. He used to be the race and sports book director at the Win. I think he's now working for DraftKings or FanDuel, one of those. But I text him every now and again to get a little info. And I said, hey, give me the Niners if they were playing this weekend against the other top teams in the NFC. What would the number be? And he chose, instead of giving me all the different, if they're on the road, if it's playoffs, he just gave me a neutral site number. And I want to see if did you hear when we talked about this?
No, I missed it.
Okay.
I was talking
so you tell me You tell me if this would surprise you. The 49ers against the Minnesota Vikings tomorrow would be -3, 3-point favorite against the Vikings. If they were to play the Philadelphia Eagles, they would be a pick'em. If they were to play the Dallas Cowboys, the 49ers would be a 1.5-point underdog. The numbers he sent me...
And this is neutral.
These are neutral sites. The numbers he sent me are suggesting that Vegas believes that the Dallas Cowboys are the best team in the NFC.
Okay, and I'm not fanboy, but I'm telling you, I'm looking at all three of you right now, and I mean what I say, and I watch games during the week. I just threw that in there. The Niners are the best team to me in the NFC.
Okay.
And the one thing I think is getting lost in all this is they got skins on the wall just last January. They beat Dallas, and they're pretty much the same teams, but the Niners have added McCaffrey. They beat Green Bay on the road. I know it was block punts. This same quarterback and coach, and Bosa was out there. They got skins on the wall, and that's why I can appreciate the 3-point favorite over Minnesota, who's a good team. I get the Dallas, so that sounds about right. And, again, I'm not drinking any Kool-Aid. I just feel like that's getting lost when we talk about the Niners and what they can and can't do. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'm looking at these other teams, and especially Dallas, the team with the star that just let Jimmy almost give them the game and come in their building and beat them last January.
Well, and if that game does happen, in theory, I know there's a long way to go, but in theory, that game would be here
right
at
now?
Levi Stadium if it were to end up happening that way. But I thought fascinating, Steiny, I don't know what you think, that their Niners number against the Cowboys would be worse than the Niner number against the Eagles.
That was interesting to me. Here's what else is interesting to me. Now, I do not want to go down the you can only play who's on your schedule.
Right.
But I think it's impossible to figure out how good the Niners are after looking at their schedule.
You mean like right now or just throughout the year?
Just like right now. And I get it. The schedule didn't look like this before. Chicago's 3-9. They've beaten 2 500 teams, Seattle and the Chargers. Outside of that, and the Chiefs, Denver 3-8, Rams 3-8, Panthers 4-8, Falcons 5-7, Chargers 6-5, Cardinals 4-8, Saints 4-8. Now, again, you can only play what's there, but
I also think there's a timing aspect to this as well. Like
Well,
the
there is.
Chicago and Denver games feel like 100 years ago.
No doubt. Absolutely.
Seattle, too, for that matter.
But
like,
all I'm
I don't know
saying
how
is
relevant those games are now.
Well, and here's the bottom line, though. They play Miami on a Sunday.
Yeah.
If they lose to Miami, you're going to look at their schedule and their results and say, man.
Yep.
And they haven't played anybody yet. Now, that's just going to hang over them for the end of the season. It won't matter come playoffs.
Right.
But to me, if the 49ers win this game, that to me would solidify kind of this a lot more than what it looks like right now.
And we dealt with that in 2019 too. Remember, they started 8-0,
Yep.
but after every win, it was like, well, they haven't really played anybody. They haven't really played. This is going to be the team. This is going to be the team. So I think there's a little bit of that.
And part of it is most of the good teams are in the AFC.
Yes.
Well,
So,
I think
we didn't think the NFC West was going to be this big.
I think what you're saying to a degree applies to the Dolphins as well. I know that they've got their signature wins. However, they were also weeks 2 and 3. And if you just look back at a box score and go, oh, they beat Baltimore. Okay, that's nice. They did. They beat Baltimore 42-38. They were cooked and had a crazy fourth quarter. I mean, they were down by 3 touchdowns.
No doubt.
And they rallied back, and you get credit for all that. But if we're going to sort of look at the teams that these two teams have become in the last month, they're both on winning streaks, Dolphins 5, 49ers 4. And of all 9 of those wins, the win over the Chargers is actually the best one. It's the only one against a team with a winning record. And the Dolphins, 4 weeks in a row of 30 or more points, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, and Houston. So I think what you said is true for the 49ers. I think it applies to the Dolphins as well. I think both of them want to sort of solidify their standing as an elite team in their conference based on the outcome this weekend.
The Dolphins beat the Bills.
Right, but again, no, they're good. They're obviously good. They're 8-3. But
how good?
That was week 3, right? That was
when the Bills were like the team.
And that was also the Tua game. That was the Tua game.
Oh, right,
that was
where Matt Milano
he
pushed him over.
And
That's right.
and he went to the back and then somehow ended up back on the field after he wobbled off the field. Right. There was a lot going on. Josh Allen did a weird thing on his 1-minute drill where they probably had a field goal set up and he threw a pick or time ran out. I can't remember exactly how it went. They're good. I don't think there's any question both of these teams are good. But like you said, Goo, like how good? Yeah. How good is this offense? Can you do it against the Niners? And how good is your defense, Niners? Can you do it against the Dolphins?
No doubt. And we all love sports. I love it to the point to where I don't leave it enough when I get out of here. Yep. But it's just a part of me, right? So I hear all the noise, and I'm part of the noise. But Steiny hit me today, Goo, what you hot on? And it was a Bible verse I had to condense on the text thread because, listen, I just love the fact that this matchup is arguably one of, if not the best defense in today's NFL. The Niners are up there, and this track team with studs and cheetahs everywhere you look. So there's micro and macro. And just for one Sunday, this is just a good contest between, I'll be able to really hone in on this Niner D against what I believe is one of the top, and I owe to an apology, one of the top offenses in the NFL. So if I come in here Monday, and let's just say the Niners lose by 10, I'm not going to say, hey, Steiny, and people will expect it. They can't win. I'm excited. I don't know.
Well, no, you said 10.
I'm excited to see the clash.
To me, that's huge.
Between both.
Did they lose 10-0, or did they lose 40-30 or 30-10?
Yeah.
Well, we'll dissect that, but you know what I mean? I just want to put the period on this great D against this I think is great O. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know what to make of Miami. I was out on Tua. I've apologized, but I want to see you do it against the red and gold and this defense.
And I think the same goes for the Niners because the best offense they played all year hung 44 points on them.
Right. That's what Steiny said. But we gave him a pass on that, Mark. That was Mahomes.
Well,
but
we always like to put context to it. The 49er defense during the Atlanta-Kansas City 2-week stretch felt compromised, but you can always make excuses. And so I'm with you, Steiny. Like, to me, almost more important in this game Sunday, more important than a win, might be the Dolphins not having more than 24 points at the end of the game.
Okay. Something like
because
that.
This is not only now what's become the best defense in football, it's going to rain. And if Tua can come in the rain in your building after 4 consecutive weeks of a second-half shutout and hang 30 on you, you're not real. You're not real.
Is it precipitation? It's going to rain?
Yes, supposed to rain.
No.
I do think the Niners' defense is on the verge of like a transformation too, because they've been good this season. Then Kansas City hung 40 on them, but now they believe in their identity now. Like they want to be they want to be dominant, and I don't think they think
Armstead is back.
Like, in their minds, they don't think they've been as dominant, I think, as they've been talked about. I think they still think they can get better defensively in terms of just, I don't know, maybe it's takeaways or more plays for loss, but like it's a it's a better defense than the one that played against Kansas.
I think it's their pass rush. Their pass rush, everybody gives so much credit to Bosa, and they should. They're not in the quarterback's face as much as I believe they should be.
Wow, that's big.
Right? And I think that Armstead's absence could be, you hope if you're a 49er fan, a big part of the reason why.
Talk to me.
And if he gets back in there, and he does, and he looks like his normal self, that's going to make Bosa and Ebukam and Menahu and all those guys on there even that much more effective because, you know, Andy Dalton, who is nothing special and is not quick, like he did not. Their first sack was and his first sack was in the second half.
Flags went the wrong way. Could have went against them.
If you are leaving your secondary to Chase, Waddle, and Hill, you're in trouble. So this game is about how quickly they can get to Tua.
Well, and I think that's where I was saying this off air, and I don't want to get super inside football here, but that's why I think this is like a Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga game where they're going to be in that area of the field that Tua likes to get rid of the ball. Like when he's getting rid of it quickly, it's in that kind of short to intermediate area, and then it's Tyreek and Waddle after the catch. Now, he's really good down the field too, but I think if they're able to kind of take those quick throws away, that's where I think Bosa, Ebukam, Menahu, Armstead can really be effective.
This is #random. I'm watching the game last night, and it's an embarrassment of riches to Bama. But did you know at one point in Bama uniforms, there was Jalen Hurts, Mac Jones, and Tua. And I'm like, they showed it on the screen. I'm just like, well, damn. Saban, you're supposed to win.
Go through their receiving core.
The receiving core. I'm trying.
Yeah.
But just, God, you talk about happy loaded.
Yeah.
I mean, man.
You're making me think of, and I covered this game at the Rose Bowl, 1,000 years ago, but Miami against Nebraska, and this was Ken Dorsey's Miami, and Miami won the national championship, and I swear I might be throwing some names in that don't belong, but it was so overwhelming. You look at their offense, and you wait 2 years and see what it looked like in the NFL. So Jeremy Shockey was the tight end. Mm-hmm. I think Kellen Winslow Jr. might have been on that team as well. So those are your two tight ends. Your running backs, I think Willis McGahee, maybe Frank Gore. Mm-hmm. And there was someone else on there too. And Andre Johnson, wide receiver on one side. And I'm going to forget who the other receiver was. But, I mean, you picked up that roster. If you Santana Moss, thank you. So if you kept your program, and then 2 years later, Clinton Portis, thank you. 2 years later, you look at your NFL fantasy draft, and you're like, good God. I mean, the whole roster is in the first 3 rounds of your NFL. So Alabama today, very, very much like that was then.
And not on that same team, but there was also Ed Reed at the time.
Yes.
Sean Taylor, R.I.P., Ray Lewis. Just insane how much talent they put into the NFL.
And they recruited all of them on the up and up, too.
Steiny, do you want to know why you make me feel inadequate?
Why?
Phenomenal hair.
Look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it. You're making me blush now.
I was going to get a haircut today again, but I just couldn't.
Oh, let that quaff go.
I thought you just did.
No. I said I was going to about 3
Remember, it was a
weeks ago,
holiday.
and I did.
You went back. You went back after that, I
Shout
thought.
out Brogan and Son.
No, I actually didn't.
All right, Brogan and Son.
You think we're going to know on Monday about Judge?
Well,
he scrubbed his IG.
He didn't scrub. He changed his bio. Like, if you go to his pictures, there's plenty of Yankee jerseys.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He didn't scrub
He didn't go
the
full
Yankees.
Devo.
He changed his bio. So here's 2 things. So this is what happened. A week ago, he changed his avatar, his profile pic. He changed it from a Yankee jersey to a suit. But if you go through the actual pictures, there's
still there.
Plenty of pictures of him as a Yankee. That's all he's got. But last night he went to his bio, and he changed the bio from Christian, New York, to Christian, and then a quote. And the quote was, if what you did yesterday still seems big today, then you haven't done anything today. And he removed the words New York.
Wow.
No, he's coming.
I want to say I feel that way, but do you remember when he was struggling just not too long ago before the season ended and he was booed?
Sure.
Cheater was never booed. And I just wonder, and again, I could be totally off here, but those could leave scars. He could be looking up in the crowd. Didn't tell the press after the game, y'all going to do that to me, but I just hate the fact that the Yankees, and why I feel like Steiny a little bit, is they did the first offer, but I believe that wasn't overwhelming.
No, it's not enough.
And the fact that they didn't do it last offseason, and like those are scars, Willard, to where I think the Giants got a chance.
So they definitely have a chance, but we can read this a number of ways. What I won't listen to is the people go, oh, this is nothing. No, it's not. No, this is a massive celebrity who is very, very aware that if you remove the words New York from your Instagram right as the winter meetings start, that's a thing, period. If you want to blow it off, do it. You're doing it wrong. It's a thing. However, could it be this? You said, first offer's out there. It's underwhelming. What if the Giants are going, we'll do 320, no problem.
350.
And maybe the judge actually does want to remain a Yankee. And his scrub, if you will, is trying to send them a message like, you better match. Wow. You better match or I'm going to go.
Where would that leave the Giants, though?
I mean, it's like everything we do.
Sigmund Freud's couch.
It's like, right? Where would it leave us with the Giants?
Yeah. I mean, we'll still watch and talk, but damn.
No, man. Like, look.
This is not a need. This is this is not a want. This is a need.
Their B prize is not going to do anything in the offseason. However, the Giants, I do believe, are confident enough in that they know the only way they're going to recover this is if they're aggressive in the offseason, and then 2 months into the season, they're good. They have to be good. They don't have the power here. They can't make Aaron come.
No doubt.
Aaron has to want to come. So check this out. New York Post today, John Heyman goes through the top 10 free agents and predicts where they will end up, at least their first choice and then his second choice. Giants appear on the top 10 list 3 different times. Okay? Aaron Judge. The favorites are the Yankees 1 and the Giants 2.
All right.
Okay.
Carlos Correa is free agent number 3. The favorites are Twins 1, Giants 2.
Oh, fascinating.
And so he says they could absolutely go to Correa as the consolation prize if they don't get Judge. And then free agent number 9, center fielder Brandon Nimmo, Giants favored, Mets number 2.
You love Brandon Nimmo.
I don't love Brandon Nimmo. I think he makes a lot of sense for the Giants.
Sure.
I don't think it does anything for box office.
He can make a lot of dollars too.
Yeah.
Hey-o.
Yeah. So, and I would not be surprised to see the Giants come away with 2 of those guys at all.
Yeah.
It's fascinating because, and I think you were still in here when we started our show yesterday, and, you think about Harper and Stanton. This is different. I mean, there's no doubt about this, that there's some smoke here.
Oh, for sure.
And it just seems to me like I don't think the money's going to matter because he's going to get big money either place. So does he want to come?
Right.
You want to come? We'll have you, and we'll do like he's got an assurance that he'll get as much or more than the Yankees, and he'll get an assurance that he's not going to be the only guy signed in the offseason. Mm-hmm. So, they're bending over for him. You know what I mean? They're bending over backwards for him, and they're giving him everything he wants. He can't do any more than that. I don't think the Giants could indicate in any way that they want Judge more than they already have. I mean, he knows. He knows how big.
They got Steph Curry to come recruit him.
I wish you'd have went to a Warrior game, but I heard that.
Yeah. I mean,
you can't have a guy 6'8" sitting in the front
next to Laker.
Well, he's also. I mean, he had just
going to game.
He had just gotten attacked on his way to the hotel room. I mean, I'm sure he tried to keep it low pro.
That was staged.
Now let's talk about negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
Am I living in fairy tale land when I say when he got to San Francisco, maybe he should have never left, not being a Giant? Or is it too nuanced? It's more,
I don't think it works that way.
Man,
it's
not 400, Judge. What is not baseball? But
that's the NFL only, where it's like we got him in the building, we can't let him out of the room. That's just kind of an NFL thing. And this was never going to happen before the winter meetings.
Okay.
And to Steiny's point, I think there are factors at play here where there wasn't a realistic number that the Giants were going to put in front of him that he was going to be like, forget all of the non-financial factors here. I'm taking it. There's so much at play that I think he's going to want to make a decision
to leave. He's the king of New York right now. And it ain't a Nick. It ain't a Met. It's a Nick.
This is kind of.
Right, I got you. That's a 4.
And I was trying to explain this yesterday. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but I think the money is obviously going to be so close. And I know I don't usually do this much, but it's almost going to be negligible. Because it's going to be, they got him 330. We had him at 320, 300 to 320, something like that. So if money's not an issue, again, it's just, does he want to leave? And does he want to change his entire life and come out to the West Coast?
And I'm going to shock my partner with this. If that is the case, and let's say that the Giants anteed up 340 and he got 350, you can't make somebody want you. But I would get on these airwaves and say the Giants did, and I know Farhan had the coffees for closers, but if you don't get them and you did everything you could and the girl didn't want to dance with you had the courage to go ask her. So I'm going to give you credit for that, but you can't condemn them.
No, I'm with you. Look, in the end of this, here is the unfortunate real possibility. There is a possibility that the Yankees upset Aaron Judge before the season with their $213 million offer and then making it public. And Aaron, from that point forward, and his agent have used the San Francisco Giants in order to get the Yankees' price as high as it can possibly go and then sign it.
That hurts.
I'm not saying that's what I think, but that is absolutely
we've seen it happen all day.
Scenario here.
I guess
it's called leverage.
Yeah.
That's what Harper and Stanton felt like to me. This feels like more.
Well, they got in the hotel room with Stanton in L.A. I remember we were out there it might happen. But
can I drop some Niners stuff on you guys real quick? We were talking about the pass. You guys need to go?
Yeah,
drop some. We got Mike Golick Sr. at 12:30.
Oh, excellent. Okay, well, very quick. We were talking about the Niners pass rush. So Teron Armstead, their starting left tackle, doubtful.
Oh, two
so
of them. Yeah.
their right tackle then has to move to left tackle. The guy who was going to start at right tackle for them also out. So they're on like a fourth string right tackle with their backup. It could be a big day for the Niners passers.
Yeah. Nick Bosa, Armstead, Yegu.
This is a hashtag Random Guru original. I know how we judge sports and MVPs, and I mean what I'm about to say because I talked about Tyreek Hill. I was like, oh, the Chiefs, you're gonna regret the day you left. Why don't we talk about Travis Kelce as a possible MVP candidate? Like, just because he's a tight end, I'm just throwing it out there. Like,
because he because he plays with Patrick Mahomes.
Correct.
Every single thing he passes.
Jerry Rice played with Montana.
Yeah. And look how hard it was for Jerry Rice to, he never got the Super Bowl MVP, even though he had monster games. Because everything he catches came from the arm of a star.
Man.
You know what I mean?
Dude's he's badass, man.
Yeah. Speaking of Tyreek Hill, though, keep this in mind as you watch 49ers and Dolphins this week. The picks that the 49ers gave up in order to get Trey Lance have directly become Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Bradley Chubb.
Oh, that's
what the Dolphins got.
That's sickening.
How about that? Steiny Guru coming up.
Whoa.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Guru and I will be here for another 3 or 4 minutes, and then we're going to bring in Mike Golick Sr., longtime ESPN radio host, Mr. Notre Dame, and we're looking forward to talking to him. I consider Mike Golick Sr. what I call an elevated guest. Just a little. He's a big boy.
He's
a big boy. Yep. He's a big boy. 49ers, Miami Dolphins Sunday. It's obviously a big game between two really good teams and two teams that obviously are likely to make the playoffs, so it's not a make or break game, but I think it's a game. I will call it this. This is a measuring stick game to me to the San Francisco 49ers because this is clearly one of the top 2 or 3 teams they're going to play this year, and because of the way the schedule's kind of played out with the 49ers, it would be it'd be a nice win. Probably be their, if they win this game, it probably will be their signature win of the year.
Right. And I had nothing for you, Steiny. Missed you yesterday. I had nothing for you when you went over the schedule. Those are facts. But the Niners, there was no other way around who they play. But the Kansas City, I'll call it debacle. I was shocked that Mahomes was able to do what he did in the air. And now, since he's left, the Niners have become dominant. And you just wonder, okay, what's real? And if they can just, Kyle talked about who's not available on that O-line for Miami, no excuses. But, Steiny, this is a huge litmus test for the defense and the team. And then when you add in the Mike McDaniel aspect of this, it has everything you want.
Yeah, it does have everything you want. It has 2 teams coming in on winning streaks. It's got a great defense against a great offense. And that's why, to me, I think the biggest thing we're going to find out is how real the defense is. I think the defense is real. But, again,
no doubt.
I'm just looking ahead. If the 49ers give up 30-plus to Miami.
What you going to say to me Monday?
Well.
You'll go Kansas City, too. Because then that'll be not just a fluke.
Well, it'll be the 2 best offenses they played, and they couldn't shut them down at all. So that doesn't mean they won't be able to shut good teams down in the playoffs, but they're going to have to prove it heading into the playoffs as opposed to maybe winning a game with their defense on Sunday. But I do think it's that's the part to me that's going to be interesting. But of course, if the 49ers hold the Dolphins to 10 points, then you can say, well, the Dolphins didn't have 2 of their offensive linemen.
Yeah, well, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'll tell you this, though.
Oh, your guy's banged up, too.
Debo.
What's new?
Dude, what is, man?
Could you imagine if they even tried to give him the ball more? He'd never play. He'd never be able to get out on the field.
But sometimes I think he plays up to that. Like, I'll get up in a minute.
Probably right.
I'm scaring y'all a little bit. But
prima donna?
No, not a prima
Diva?
donna, but just because we know what he is when he's up and running, high octane. But we live on the West Coast, the best coast. Don't you hate that it might be a wet track? What do you mean it's gonna rain? We're on the West Coast. I want to see this. I don't want rain to be
in the
a
Bay
part.
Area.
Yeah, but damn, Steiny, I'm hoping it don't rain. I'm gonna talk to Mother Nature.
What? I
don't want a wet track.
Who cares? It's part of the game. That's what makes football great, man.
But Steiny,
you just
we're
don't
gonna hear
know.
wet track.
Okay, and
monsoon, Chicago. Remember that?
Okay, so they lost that game,
and I still haven't forgot that defense. I never told you how much you had a point over me. Or clap back.
Steiny, make up your mind.
The 10-point comeback from the Bears and Broncos. I ain't forgot that, Steiny, because you kept reminding me.
The number 10. It's your favorite number. There's no doubt about that.
Hopefully it don't happen
Make up my mind with the Niners.
And I look like Don Cornelius.
What does that mean? Make up my mind with the Niners.
Try to decipher that. Must have been something you said yesterday.
I have to make I guess you got to make a prediction in this day and age.
Yeah.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll make a prediction. All right, we got 95.7thegameshop.com. It's live. It's the perfect time of year to grab some Steiny Guru gear. Head over to 95.7thegameshop.com now for yours. Coming up next, current Westwood One announcer, longtime ESPN radio host, Mike Golick Sr. on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
This Sunday, two Super Bowl contenders face off at Levi's Stadium.
Tua to the end zone, touchdown! Just masterful from Tunga Bailoa. Talanoa Hufanga bats it out.
Will the 49ers defense stifle the high-powered Dolphins offense?
Dalton backside pressure, Bosa got him!
We're talking Niners-Dolphins right here on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. He's a current Westwood One announcer, longtime ESPN radio host, Mike Golick Sr. Mike, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure, guys. How you doing?
Good. Let me throw this at you. Since you were a longtime radio host, on a day like today, if your program director said, Golick, what are you hot on today? What do you want to come out talking about? What would it be on a day like today?
Well, I think it's always the NFL. Unless we were on the day that maybe the U.S. was playing, they don't play till tomorrow. The Netherlands in the World Cup, so that might be something to take up sometime. But listen, football is king, and the game this week, that there's always one or two games that are great games. I mean, Miami coming to San Francisco is an absolute marquee matchup.
Mike, my partner and I, we go back and forth because I took an L a while back. I was talking about Andy Reid and his failures to win the big one in Philly. Got close, got to a Super Bowl, couldn't get it done. And I tried to apply that with Kyle Shanahan, and I know he's early in his career, but, Mike, he hadn't won the big one, and they kind of squandered 10-point leads, in the Super Bowl and last year's NFC Championship game. When I asked you about Kyle and him having anything to prove to you as a head coach, how would you answer that?
I'm always amazed at the owners that pull the trigger on firing coaches that are successful. Marty Schottenheimer got to a couple of AFC Championship games, and he was in Cleveland. My brother was on the team, and he loses his job because he can't get over the hump. I mean, so you're going to tell me that the next person you hire, you're basically hiring to win that one more game. And how hard is that? What kind of crapshoot is that? to have to do. You got a coach that's taking you into the playoffs, taking you to the NFC Championship game, taking you to a Super Bowl, even though you lost it. Why the hell would you think about changing? I mean, that blows my mind. The itchy trigger finger on these owners that said, well, we haven't won the Super Bowl, we got to make a change. Okay, I get it if you're below 500 and never making the playoffs, but you're getting there and you're getting far, and I think San Fran will again this year get far. So to me, personally, I think it's ridiculous to say, okay, we're that close, let's change the coach who brings in his own assistants, who changes the personality of the team, who changes the X's and O's of the team, so let's basically revamp everything. I think it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike, and we're joined by Mike Golick Sr. You look at the Kyle Shanahan, and forget the front office, Mike. A lot of the fans, they had a lead against Kansas City, and we're already kind of saying, well, what if they go far this year when we talk about Jimmy Garoppolo? And I said, let's say they lose in the NFC Championship game again. And people say, well, see, Kyle can't win the big one. And I'm thinking to myself, he's been a head coach for 6 years. If you take away any coach who didn't win, who didn't win a title in their first 6 years, that'd be 90% of the coaches, wouldn't it?
Oh, I go back to what I said. I think it's ridiculous. And think about how San Francisco got bailed out. Whoever, and if it goes up to John Lynch, made the decision. Well, whoever made the decision to trade up to get to Trey Lance. And listen, I don't want to make this a bash Trey Lance because we have no idea what he can do because he hasn't had the chance. And when he got the chance, he got hurt. But you had a team that went to the NFC Championship game. And even after that, they said, hey, Jimmy, thank you for your time. We're going with Trey Lance. And that's what happens because you trade up for a guy to pick him that high. You need to see what he's going to do. San Francisco absolutely got bailed out because Garoppolo needed shoulder surgery. If he didn't need shoulder surgery, he would have been traded and would have been gone. And where would the 49ers be right now once Trey Lance got hurt if you didn't have Jimmy Garoppolo? This guy gets bashed so much. He wins. Is he the greatest quarterback of all time? No, he's not. But he's good enough to take, we got to the Super Bowl, got to an NFC Championship game, and only one team wins the big one every year. One team. This team is loaded and ready to go. I think bringing in a Christian McCaffrey was huge. I think we're finally learning that the trading deadline in the NFL isn't just a date. You get that passes by with nothing happening. You can get quality players. Jimmy Garoppolo has so many options on offense that makes the pre-snap read that much better for him to kind of decide where he wants to go with the ball. And then a second after the snap, he can verify that, and he has a lot of ways to go. And the defense is fantastic there. So I'm amazed at this. In my opinion, whether it's Shanahan, whether it's Lynch, they all got bailed out because Jimmy Garoppolo needed shoulder surgery. That, in all honesty, is what saved this San Francisco season right now.
No, Mike, everything you're saying are facts, and we got a big game against the Dolphins. The Niners do, and I'm trying to stay in the moment and enjoy the ride. But with what you just said, Mike, do you think if Jimmy, let's just say, wins a couple playoff games, NFC Championship game, would they dare say bye-bye again?
Well, I mean, they did it last year, right?
I know.
Would it shock anybody if they did it again? If they got to the NFC title game and they lost? That's exactly what happened last year. So would that happen again this year where Trey would be given the chance?
Wow.
Which, again, blows my mind. I personally don't understand it because I'm always a player-first mentality, and I think of the other guys in that locker room. This team is built to win right now. And if you hand the reins to Trey Lance again, he is basically didn't play a lot in college and has basically barely played in the NFL. You're going to regress at the quarterback position for a while until you see what Trey Lance's ceiling is. And if you want to go that route, that's fine. That's what happens when you trade up and pick a guy like that number 3. There's ego involved that says we know what we're doing in getting this guy, so you're going to kind of force him in there to see what he can do.
Mike Golick Sr. joining us on 95.7 The Game. Nick Bosa, where do you put him in terms of the players today, in terms of defensive players, and then does he have a chance to be one of the best of all time? Is it too early?
No, that's a tough statement because you have to you have to be at a high level for years. You know, Reggie White, a Lawrence Taylor, if you're trying to go in that category. I get asked a lot, because I played with Reggie, Aaron Donald in Reggie's category. I think Reggie's the greatest defensive lineman that ever played. Now, even in the Hall of Fame, there are separate rooms. Reggie and Lawrence Taylor are in the highest room there. Aaron Donald is trending that way as well. For Nick, he's got a lot of time left. You know what? Listen, he keeps following what he's doing. Yeah, he's going to end up there, but it's something to do it in 2, 3, 4 years. It's another thing to do it for 10, 12, 15 years. You know, so let's pump the brakes and enjoy him right now as one of the best pass rushing defensive ends in the league, without question, on a great defense. There is no doubt about that. But he's got to keep doing that. I think he even knows that. You got to have to go into the greatest of all time category. You got to have longevity of greatness at a position.
Yeah, see, Mike, we had Michael Irvin on earlier in the week, and he said that the 49ers defense, he compared him to the Bears, of 85. So I think I might have gotten caught up in all that kind of hyperbole. So appreciate you putting me straight there.
Hey, but it's an excellent defense. I love watching them. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be between Philly and San Fran. San Fran has so many weapons on offense, like I said, and Philly is all around very good. Their run defense is a little weak, but and San Francisco was in a little bit of an early part with the losses to where they're not going to be in a position to get a bye. So they'll have to play through, obviously, all the playoff games. But I really, really like how they're preparing for the playoffs. It's so different than college. One loss can knock you out of the college playoff. That's not true in the NFL. Just get into the dance, have your players heal up at the right time and be peaking at the right time. And I think that's what San Francisco can be doing.
Mike, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but something's on my heart, and I just wanted to ask you because you've been around the game, you played the game, and I'm a black man, and I've been rooting for the team with the star in Dallas my whole life. It was passed down to me. And this Little Rock 9 photo with Jerry Jones in it, I wouldn't dare say he's a racist, and he was 14 years old. But my question to you, and I know only God can judge, I'm bothered at his response. He never once talked about the victims and what they had to go through. And I'm dealing with that the way I'm dealing with it. But as a black player on the Cowboys, have you thought about what's happening and what's not being said? How big of a deal that is for their players to play for the team moving forward? Or is it something they don't think about?
I would say for the most part, it's something they don't think about. You get in your own world as a player. So you're in that locker room, and a lot of it is self-preservation. Depending on who you are, Dak doesn't have to worry, right? The stars of the team don't really worry. They're the ones maybe that will, if anybody were to speak out, it's guys that are secure. But let me tell you, as a quote-unquote foot soldier through my 9 years, I was never one of those guys. You know what I'm worried about? Self-preservation, doing my job so I have a job. So a lot of these guys, they're not going to let that affect them. We're not going to ask them, or do we want to look at them and say, we want you guys to now be the social justice crew? You know, maybe we would like that. Maybe we would like them to comment on that and have a take on that. But these guys, the average career is 3 years. These guys are trying to play more than that. So guys that aren't in a position of power, they're going to keep their head down. They're going to play. They're going to not make waves, and they're going to try and make sure they're on this team or make sure they're on another team and make sure they get paid either way. So to ask players to all of a sudden have the social consciousness that again, we would like them to have, and I was with you, that was for Jerry Jones loving to talk and loving to hear himself talk the way he does. He certainly didn't say a whole lot about this. I completely agree with you. I'm just telling you how players deal with things on the inside. They may not like it, and they may have soured on Jerry Jones a little bit. But like I said, they're in it for self-preservation. They're in it to stay in the league, so they're going to keep their head down and do their jobs.
Mike, before I let you go real quick, I know you did radio on the East Coast. How big would it be in New York if Aaron Judge were to sign with the San Francisco Giants?
Oh, my God. Would that be unbelievable? I mean, they're talking about either going back to the Yankees or possibly the Mets, and then you get them out on the West Coast. that would be what a steal because, everybody thinks, guys want to play in New York. And, listen, nowadays, playing in a certain city could have helped you, a bigger city with off-the-field things. That's just not true anymore. When you're as big, and I don't mean just physically, but as great a player as Aaron Judge, you can play anywhere and still get all you want off the field. And obviously, you're going to make a ton on the field. So that would be a major knife into the heart of New York fans, no doubt about it.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And really, we love your work out here, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right. That's Mike Golick Sr., longtime ESPN radio host, working for Westwood One now. And
you got me thinking about Judge
on
again.
his bio, it says Mr. Notre Dame.
You should have brought it up.
Is there there can't be one Mr. Notre Dame. I mean, come on.
Well, when you hear that, when that name, who do you think of? I go to Joe Theismann.
Montana. Austin Carr.
Rudy.
Adrian Dantley.
AD.
Yeah. Yeah, he broke UCLA's 88-game winning streak, remember?
Back to Judge.
Why are you pointing at me?
Because I'm excited.
You better be careful.
Hey, listen.
Yes.
I know how you think, and sometimes you throw a curveball, knuckleball, R.I.P. to Phil Necro. If the Giants don't get Judge, and I'm the guy that, you didn't close, but Steiny, if the money is not the reason, do you come in here and just go, do you hammer Farhan? Because, I ain't about giving passes, but if you, put your money where your mouth is. And
to me, and I'd love to hear what Giant fans think, if they come up, and I don't even want to say short on Judge, because they're not going to get outbid, I don't think, in a big way. But let's assume the money's pretty similar, but he doesn't come to San Francisco. At that point, I think, as a Giant fan, wouldn't you have to acknowledge, there's something going on with us not being able to get a big hitting free agent, but to me, it's bigger than Farhan. It's bigger than Farhan Zaidi because he wasn't the GM when they went after Stanton, was he? I don't think he'd have the job yet. And even if he did, he wasn't equipped to do anything that early in his tenure.
And you know what? You brought up those two guys and why I feel like I wouldn't be. Now, Giant fans are going to be upset because you had the line of the year when you said, you know what, if they don't get, and I ain't being negative, Giant fans, if they don't get them, it'll feel like they lost them. But Stanton and Harper went somewhere else. You know what I mean? That staying at their locale was not an option. They were leaving. So they chose somewhere else instead of you. But if he were to stay home, that's why I feel like, damn, and the money's there. And guess who? I don't know if you heard this. Yeah. Guess who the Giants open up next year's schedule with?
The Yankees.
Oh, my boy. I mean, could you imagine? We took your guy.
Why are they opening with the Yankees?
I don't care, but it makes me think this could happen. Dude.
Where, in New York?
Yeah, the
game's in New York?
Yeah.
Judge will get a standing ovation.
Please, it'll be hot dog wrappers and everything under the sun.
I said after re-signing.
After. No, for sure there, but
man, if they don't get him.
And what I hate is Willard's talking about the winter meetings. They should have a cap. There should be a buzzer. You get umpteen days to decide.
I do think.
Baseball.
I think we'll know early next week probably where he's going. I'll tell you what though, you start thinking about the change in lifestyle, and boy, it's a big step moving from New York to San Francisco. Huge.
Yeah.
I know I settle into a place, Goo.
Well, you lived in the city at first when you came here.
Yeah.
Now you're in the town.
By the way,
what happened? What I missed?
Linden. I guess it's.
Oh, but Mom, they can.
It's an hour and a half away.
That's 90 minutes. They can come see their boy. He could go have Sunday dinner after a game that ends about 4 or 5 and be right back. That's a big deal, Steiny.
You know what it reminds me of? When I was moving out to California, and I was applying to newspapers all over the Bay because I had a buddy out here. And, San Francisco Chronicle, Contra Times. But then it's like, I'm going to apply to that paper in Manteca, Modesto, yes.
You still local?
Monterey, yes. I even apply to the Fresno Bee thinking, I can make that commute.
Well, no, that's different.
Then you realize how big California is.
And that's every day.
Yeah. What am I thinking? That's going to be interesting.
I'll tell you what.
I think it's absolutely positively more real than Harper or Stanton. So just got to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I think they did something to piss him off, I believe. And it could be the contract offer and them going public before last season. Steiny, I know you are not giving this any credit. They booed him. They booed the MVP. And I know you like all good. You don't. Reggie Jackson, did he get booed in New York?
Of course he did.
I don't
Mike
recall.
Schmidt got booed in Philly. Suck it up and re-sign. No,
I can't wait. I hope he's. I'll tell you this: we need him. The Bay needs him, and more importantly, the Giants need him. Forget, the Padres. They're littered with stars. The Dodgers, I don't even got to go there. You need this man. And even with them, you still need to hit the plus button on the calculator.
Every positive is also a negative to me.
Break that down in this instance, though.
Well, you talk every team in the NL West has the Dodgers have stars, the Padres have stars.
Yeah.
Well, that's why he won't come. Maybe that's one of the reasons he doesn't want to come, because he's like, I'm looking at third place for the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, wow.
I mean,
I hadn't looked at it like that.
Bottom line, if he wants to live out here, he's going to come. If he wants to stay, he's going to stay. I don't think it's going to have anything to do with money.
And you say it's
because
bigger
the money's
than
going to be the same. 408. Steiny, do you want the Giants to sign him?
I can answer it for
It's
you.
a good question. No, you can't.
Of course, I know you.
Okay, what is it?
Yes.
No, that's not the answer.
Goo, where you going tonight? The Giants game. Let's go see Judge. That will happen. That will be on the table. 81 games.
I disagree.
So
See,
you're
this is where
telling
you
me
and me. No,
you want no shaded
this is
Wade.
where you and me are different.
You want to go watch Lamont Wade Jr. and Wright?
I don't want to, but I would. See, to me, and I'm going to be honest with you, right now where I'm at with baseball, I'll go see the Giants play 3 to 4 times a year. I don't even care who they have. It's just about going to a baseball game. Now, I only go to 3 or 4 games a year, so I'm not really the person you're.
But to the fans that are staying at home and feeling like their product is not up to snuff, this will get them out the house.
That, and there's something that I don't like about that. And I can't put my finger on it, but I can put my finger on it. There's something about all of us acknowledging that this move is either mostly for or halfway because of PR. I just acknowledging I don't know. You're going after him for the wrong reasons, is what I'm saying.
But the other day you said, Goo, sometimes you got to slap yourself. I said, what are you talking about? It's not just about championships. It's about the ride. It's about being there. It's about being in contention. And if you get Judge, you get the PR part of it.
It sure feels to me
on the
like
field
that they could do just as well or better going in a different direction than Judge.
Oh, wow. Well, that's telling me if you get Correa and Trey Turner and no, Steiny, you need a big boy.
I know you do.
This is a big boy.
I know you do, and that's to
MVP.
me. Is that an indictment on the fans? Why don't you take it to? Go ahead, Goo. Take it to the next step. Why don't you say what you really want to say? We need a star because we don't appreciate just baseball. We need more.
No, it's like your boy Dylan. You
better be careful.
You love this guy because of who he is. Now, if he was just a Lionel Richie, Richie was tight. But if he was a lower level, you'd be out by ain't going. But because he is Dylan and Jay-Z, they're different than the average, and so is Judge. So I would never frown on PR. I think everything we do in life is for PR. Half of it. I keep the grass cut because of PR.
You really want to
for the neighbors.
I'm just saying, there's 2 things to this. Go ahead and get Judge, but it's not. And they'll be popular. Right. Doesn't mean they're going to win. It doesn't mean they're going to win. And I also believe this: they get Judge, and they're essentially 500. They're not going to be selling it. They're not going to sell out for the Judge era if they're not a good team.
Well, I got to believe if they get him, Steiny, they know they still need more.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
But my question is,
you just won 107 with pretty much
smoke and mirrors.
That's what it was. But if you could get half of that,
well, you can't.
Plus Judge,
you can't. That year's over. That year's never coming back ever.
It should be put in a time capsule.
No, it shouldn't.
It might be a movie.
They lost
107.
And
Shafty was running down the street.
They lost one.
And
lost the first round.
Play-by-play.
Yeah, and they lost. They lost the Dodgers for 5. It's a shame.
Win 107 and you got a 5-game series. Get out of here.
I mean, how many are there people going to be? If on Sunday Aaron Judge signs with the Giants, on Monday, do they sell 5,000 more season tickets?
I believe so.
5,000.
I believe so.
5,000.
5K.
Okay.
And 3,500 will do, but there will be a surplus.
I would agree. There'll probably be a spike, but you only buy a season ticket for 1 year.
See,
so and that's kind of what I mean. I mean, I do feel like some people are assuming that if the Giants get Judge, well, now we're going to have a full ballpark for the next 5-6 years. Why? Why would you think that?
Because I feel like the floodgates will be open for unknown names that will come.
Okay. Well,
there won't be B-list or C, but the B's and C's, it'll be bigger than that because you got him.
You better win.
No doubt.
Well, how are you going to?
The Padres better win, Steiny.
Well, they're better than the Giants, and so are the Dodgers. And Aaron Judge doesn't make the Giants better than those guys. And that's kind of all I'm saying is if you get Aaron Judge and you're still around a 500 team in a year or two, do you really think they're going to be selling? They're going to be selling out every game at 83 and 79. I wonder. You tell me, Giants fans. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Twin USA. Hey, if you're looking for that great holiday gift or maybe a stocking stuffer, go to 957thegameshop.com for all your swag. Go get a Steiny and Guru Rat on the Table t-shirt. It's nice. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
At the Home Depot, we have the tools to make gift-giving magic for all the DIYers on your list. If they prefer working on real homes over gingerbread houses, you can't go wrong with Makita Power Tools, like the 18-volt 2-tool kit for only $249, or the 18-volt compact circular saw for only $139. Get everything you need to get it done with new lower prices on Makita Power Tools only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
If your pubic region was quote-unquote junk, you wouldn't need America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. But it's not. So show some respect with new Gillette Intimate for a gentle and easy shave. Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I want to go back to the playoffs! Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to get into the Niners in a second, but I want to wrap up here, Goo, from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Steiny, you're wrong. Remember Barry Bonds. He was an attraction all by himself. The Giants stunk, but people still came to watch Barry. The San Francisco Giants are internationally known, and you will have tourists coming to San Francisco to watch the games. Aaron Judge has that level of attraction. I think he will initially, but what I'm saying is, and I'm not saying Judge alone, because I'm saying I'm looking 3 or 4 years down the line, and you have Aaron Judge on your team. You got to be winning also at that point, because there's going to be there's going to be a novelty to Aaron Judge. There's no doubt about it. But if you're going to sign him to an 8-year deal or 9-year deal, that's got to have staying power. And the only way that'll have staying power is if you have Judge and you're winning. Because Judge and 500, I think, is going to get old after a few years, even if it is Aaron Judge.
You know what?
That's just me. I could be wrong.
No,
You're right.
Judge is probably bringing that up in the meeting when they're talking to the Giants. Like, this just ain't a one-off, you know? You get me and we go for broke, but I don't know what that text is talking about, because the Giants took off, ended up going to a World Series, lost a division by a half game, so the winning comes. But I don't think Farhan and the Giant brass is just looking at Judge and we're done. This is a big start of it, So this is a foundational piece, and you got youngsters that will eventually be ready to contribute. But Steiny, I do believe he's coming with others.
Who else?
You think I'm going to sound crazy here? Correa, maybe a Trey Turner, Nemo, guys like that in the game of baseball could help.
Of course.
So we'll see. And it ain't like they finished, 50 and they were almost 500, if not 500 this year with the dead men walking.
Come on.
Yeah.
They were 500.
But you know what I mean. Like they know.
They won meaningless games. They won games when it didn't matter.
They got to pitch him.
I'm just saying they're not a good team.
I'll give you.
They're not a good team.
Compared to the Dodgers and Padres, Matt, they're not.
They're not a good team. And even though they finished 500, where they are right now, they're not a 500 team because they're going to lose Rodon.
So you really got to sell him, or give him the Benjamins.
I mean, if
it's 300, I'd say 400.
No, you wouldn't, and that's why you'll never own a team. You're acting as though $100 million is nothing.
What am I supposed? I'm just. Hey, what will it take to get her done? I'm going Larry the Cable Guy.
650. What tells you the team won't be winning by then? Oh, no, I don't know if it's going to be winning or not in 4 years.
And I hate what Willard said that MLB Network did where they put the giant current lineup and just added Judge. Like, that ain't good enough. So I got to believe Farhan knows, okay, I'm going to go get what do you do first when you get a new house? You go get the refrigerator or washer dryer, something like that, and then you go get the other pieces. But you get the necessity. And the necessity right now is a store.
Yeah, it's just interesting.
I want to watch him in bat. It looks like Hercules at the plate, man.
Oh God.
Yeah, you heard that one.
You know what? Somebody asked, do I want the Giants to sign Judge or not?
Baseball,
and
Steiny,
somebody goes,
on.
yes, Steiny, you still haven't answered the question. You know what? No, because the guy across from me will be insufferable if they have Judge.
Well, they had Barry and I wasn't. That was just a privilege to watch him play.
Right, but I didn't work with you back then.
Well, I knew how to act is what I'm saying.
Let's go to David in Brentwood. Then I got to pass along some 49er news. 49er news coming after David in Brentwood. What's up, David?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
To me, this thing about Aaron Judge coming to the Giants, I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, because when you realistically see the Giants situation compared to the Yankees, it would be like a hot chick married to a guy from Black Hawk with a Rolls Royce parked outside, and here comes along the guy that lives on a one-level home in Fruitvale with the 89 Civic parked outside.
All right.
Okay, there is no way that he's going to change one situation for the other one. I know that the money might be similar, but the Giants haven't done anything at all to show the guy that they're really going to be bringing somebody in. They would have signed somebody in already. Okay, we already got this guy. This is what we have to offer. Okay, we're serious about it. Them just talking about it, I don't think that's going to happen. We're talking about Farhan after all.
All right. Yeah, we're not, though. See, to me, we're not. And thanks for the call, David. I'm kind of with
Black Hawk.
I'm kind of with JD on that. It's not about Farhan. It's about people above Farhan paying that kind of money.
Mr. Johnson and the rest of the gang.
And I feel like, I just here's. Listen, I'm not Steiny or hate. No, it's that. Here's what I just. Again, it does. There's something about the notion that it's every bit as important to get an attraction like the two-headed man at the circus than actually let's have a good circus, if you know what I mean. Now listen, Judge is a great player. I just don't like that part of the equation is, well, we have to put people in the seats. Like it's not enough. Like to me, Farhan Zaidi's the kind of GM that'd be like, I can make us a winning team. This is how I do it. And he showed us how he did it. That's the way he likes to do it. That's why he was hired. So Farhan Zaidi was hired to be, I don't want to say like the A's, because they got a much bigger payroll, and we're able to see right now they're willing to spend a ton of money. But this isn't the kind, like Farhan Zaidi isn't known for going out and signing $300 million free agents. It's not That's not his philosophy on building a team. So that's just like kind of another thing that I feel like is going on with the Giants. Like they're aborting any kind of plan they had with Farhan because, well, they got to put butts in the seats first and foremost. It almost makes it sound like people would rather, get Judge, be 500 and sell 40,000 tickets than not have Judge and go to the playoffs.
Well, I
mean, seriously, that's what that can't be right.
Well, you kind of covered the whole gamut, and I'll say this about Farhan Steiny. He's never been in this situation, and the Giant fans that have been fans before Farhan, all they kind of care about is putting your best foot forward. We know what a good player is. We recognize talent, so at least you're showing and sending the signal to the fans that we're willing to spend. And yeah, a byproduct of spending and getting a good player, a star, is winning comes with that. To me, is why Joe Lacob coveted Kevin Durant. They had a good team, but they wanted to take it to the next level. It's why the Niners brought in McCaffrey. So it's kind of the cost of doing business, because don't you think the natives are restless right now, waiting on the Farhan experience since he's been here, waiting on the guys from the farm to come up, and even that is not 100.
You know how I feel about that.
Yeah, they're right. So
what do you mean? Like, you think the fans are getting tired? Well, they won 107 2 years ago.
Smoke
you just
and mirrors,
said it.
Yeah.
I don't care. 107's 107. And they're 500 last year, so it's not like this is a losing franchise. And this is what I'm talking about. 650, I think you hit it right on the head. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
81 and 81.
Okay. Desperate times are also when you make a mistake. And so you're acknowledging you're in a desperation situation. Really? You're the San Francisco Giants. 2 years ago, you won 107 games.
Okay, who's your Willie Mays, Steiny? Who's your Barry Bonds?
Who's any team's Willie Mays or
Mookie
Barry
Betts,
Bonds?
Machado.
Right.
Okay,
You're not
I
them.
can keep going. There are like 7 dudes I can name that are in your division. And again, don't you get tired of playing these guys umpteen times, looking at your roster devoid of stardom?
Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I don't want Judge or he's no good.
You want more.
But what I'm saying is, if they don't get Judge, maybe that's actually the best way to go strategy-wise. Like, I guess here's what I'm saying. I do not believe if Farhan Zaidi had the free range
up to him,
that he wouldn't go after Judge. He wouldn't go after Judge. He'd be like, you realize, guys, this isn't a great value. You realize, guys, that in 5 years he's going to hit 22 homers, and we're going to be paying him $47 million. Like, there are legitimate downsides to doing this.
But they're by all accounts, they're full steam ahead. And my question to you is, now I'm going back to the fans. Wouldn't it be a letdown if he stays, if you don't get him now?
Well, they set it up.
Yes. Yeah.
And the fans,
no doubt, do what fans do.
Matt's in San Rafael. What's up, Matt? How you doing?
I'm good. I got, two quick points on this. One, you guys kind of just glazed on it, but I don't think Farhan wants to do this in the first place. It's not his style, and I almost feel like, to the last caller's point about we would have gone and got someone else to show him we're serious, I almost feel like, Farhan's going through the motions, but he's almost bitter because his way of doing things isn't going over, and it's emptying out the stadium, and now he's being forced to go get a name, which he doesn't like to do because he likes to put together the 3-pound bag of off-brand cereal lineup that he does every year. And to the last point about we need a star, I think San Francisco is not that kind of city. We've shown before with the 2010 team, we didn't need Barry Bonds or a big star to buy in. We needed personalities, guys with heart, homegrown guys. We love the freak and the beard and all that. We don't need a big name, but now you've gone long enough where these no-name guys never developed into that kind of group. And now, it's going to take a name to fill those seats. And Farhan put himself in this spot. The job was simple, and, it didn't work. So here we are.
Matt, that's Matt in Santa Fe.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I was going to ask him why he thinks the job was simple. Why was the job simple?
Because you knew what you had seen what San Francisco baseball does. You had the template, and if you're going to come in and you're going to be, we'll call it fiscally conservative. You at least need to come in and put guys together like we had when our old teams came together of the 2010 and on, where every year it was, who's this Tim Lincecum guy? Oh, look at this Matt Cain guy. All these homegrown guys coming up from the farm system going, wow, these guys are studs and they've got heart and they fit the personality of the city. I mean, there's been points in the season. I'm a lifelong Giants fan. I'm 36 years old where I'm watching the game and I'm like, I've never heard of half. It was like Major League. Who are these guys?
Right.
And no one ever did anything to stick in your, the biggest thing is when you go in the Major League store and the jersey our team is selling for 3 years is Yastrzemski, there's your red flag. I mean, come on.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call.
But that was a whole regime of homegrown guys that were young, started to blossom, and now have aged out, and one's retired. So obviously they haven't got lucky like that again, but, a guy here on Twitch, I should get his name right, says you get Judge, Steiny, and the rest will come. San Francisco Bay drummer. Yeah.
I don't know how you can make that jump.
Again, I guess my thing to you would be it ain't about making it, it's about effort and trying. And this was signal to me, to the fan base, you guys are all in.
If they don't get judged,
I know you got
trying doesn't count anymore.
Oh, well, I was saying if they got him. Like that would buy you some time.
Of course.
But if they don't get him, then what do you say? You got to go do what?
I think people are misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't get judged, and if you can get judged, don't get him. But I'm kind of with the last fan. If you don't get judged and you sign a couple younger type players, like that's what I mean. I mean,
but you
so
took me to Nordstrom's and now you're taking me to Kmart.
They might be a better team with three guys rather than one or two.
Yeah. But that won't sell you the tickets we're talking about, that boost.
Not it will when you start winning. See, that's the thing. I think this is short term. Like if let's say you go get Judge and you're still mediocre.
Which could very well happen.
Okay, well then interest is going to wane. It's going to wane. If you miss, I'm just saying, I guess what I'm saying is I can't stand this. If they don't get him, it's a failure. I guess that's what I'm saying. If they don't get Judge, who's to say they don't sign two or three other guys, young guys? They come into this organization, even though they were traded for. They start producing. The fan base starts to get to know them. They start winning. We're now halfway through the season. They're 51-38. They're in it. And we're starting to like these guys that we hadn't heard of, but they were signed. It's like, will that happen right away? No, but we're talking about a year or so. It's is it what anybody wants?
Right.
No.
That's the question. That's it right there.
But you don't always get what you want.
No, you sound like a parent telling the kid, we're going to do this, and you think you won't enjoy it, but you will. There's disappointment in that.
Tamir in Oakland. Hey, Tamir.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm just calling back because, I heard the last caller say something about the Yankees, Giants, Black Hawk, and Fruitville. And Steiny, you were telling me to watch it. I'm going to rebuttal to him because I'm like, the Yankees, they're there, glitz and glamour and stuff. But the Giants team, since 2010, has won 3 championships. I don't see the Yankees in the championships or with any type of trophies or anything saying that they're doing big. They spend money, but they don't go anywhere but first round and out. So, if Judge wanted to choose a team, he's from out here, why not come here? And one of the texters said, I do think if they get Judge, players may come, but I'm also an A's fan, and I know Farhan, he comes from that thing. So if Giants fans really don't want to get their hopes up, you might as well just go look at what the A's are doing. That's what Farhan likes to do. Besides, when he was with the Dodgers, he actually had to spend money to buy players. So if he goes that route, it'll help the Giants. But if Farhan gets his pick, he's going to pick a whole bunch of, like you said, folks, 3 or 4 guys and try to hope that they win or whatever. That's where he comes from, the Billy Bean tree.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
Let me ask you this. Do you think the Giants or they've told the higher-ups, Farhan, this is our drop-dead number, and we can't go past this number?
No.
That's what, I feel like Malcolm X, by any means necessary.
I mean, all I can do is take them at their word, and they said money wasn't going to be an issue.
They did.
I mean, I keep hearing that the Giants, in reality, probably have more money than the New York Yankees. The thing about the Giants is they're like the Giants franchise is a legitimate franchise. I don't know if it's top 10, top 5, whatever it is, but Judge coming to the San Francisco Giants, it's not like he's going to Pittsburgh or Tampa.
This is a story for this is one of the big boys.
It's one of the big boys. It's one of the big boys, and it's good thing they won 3 titles this decade because that's still lingering a little bit. I think the Giants, like when we look at the Giants last 5 years, 6 years, and say I haven't done much. You're right, but I still think when you think of the Giants, you think of a very sound, successful, solid organization, treats its players well. They will pay players, especially if they feel like the players want to be loyal to them and be here for a long period of time. So the Giants are a franchise that players would want to play for.
Yeah. Well, right. I'm not mad at that, but there's so many branches to this because you cited, the PR kind of bothers you, the aspect of this, but that's part of it. And right now, the reality is the fans are not to attendance is down. And I'm no guru in regard to attendance, but I think it's because they don't got that big bopper. And if I was Wendy's or Burger King and McDonald's was doing better than us and they had some special burger or shake, I would look to myself and say, you know what? Maybe we need to try to get a special burger and shake. And every time we talk about sports, we talk about the division, how sacred the division. And right now in your division is littered with stars, 3 at minimum on each team. So that ain't good for business. Don't you want to be like them?
So you go out. This is where I guess we differ. And I think JD differs with me here too. If you go out and get a bopper, Aaron Judge, yes, you're going to draw better next year than this past year. You're going to start to draw. But again, in this market, if you don't win, if Judge's first year, the Giants are 82-80, and then they go 79-83, and then they go 84-78, and then they go, dare I say, 75-87, like they're not going to draw just because they're sitting with a 35-year-old Aaron Judge.
Well, I'll say this to you, Steiny.
I don't think
that sounds like worst case scenario, and they wouldn't draw if that went down and jumped off that way. But on the flip side,
so that's short term.
What if they do like a Barry Bonds, like how when he got here and what they ended up becoming and doing?
Yeah. When did Bonds sign here? How old was he?
He was younger than 30.
Yeah. SF Bay drummer.
Now I say that and I don't know, but I feel like it was. I'm going to check.
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
Hey, man.
I just wanted to say, on my comment, I did comment on YouTube, if you sign Aaron Judge, the rest will come. I'm going to treat Aaron Judge just like KD. Like, I believe Aaron Judge has that kind of gravity. Plus, it will buy time for Farhan to do his little thing in the farm and build that up, too. Because we got to remember, we have the farm guys that are down there are supposed to be coming up, too. So we'll get a free agent here and pluck a little bit from the farm down there. Even if next year doesn't go as good, as long as we have Judge, the fans will give Farhan a mulligan because Farhan's on a hot seat right now. Like, and if the Giants still are doing bad, I mean, I think Farhan's going to get canned because the Giants are pretty much like the Lakers. Like, we want big stars. Like, we want to win. We want to get our rings and everything. Like, we need to be catching up with the Dodgers and we're better than them. We were here first. We touched California first. We plant the flag here. We are the standard. So that's why the Giants want to get Judge and really start getting this thing going.
Appreciate the call.
Bonds was 28, but to that caller's point, that KD one is that I would go Mutombo. No. They were already champs, and you had Steph Curry. Okay, you had Klay Thompson. The Giants don't have that to go with Judge right now. And the whole thing about, we got guys on the farm, that would be my last tactic that I'd be mentioning to Judge because you mentioned how deep the pockets could be and may be. This is Judge and others. It ain't just Judge and running this same rotation. Like, I got to believe there would be more coming. Okay, yeah, they ain't boppers, Steiny, but they know how to play their role to where when you look at this lineup in rotation, you got a chance to compete.
925. Giants are not a place a hitter wants to play. Judge isn't coming here. What about his home run total, which most believe will suffer?
Yeah.
See, I know you would you would not go to a place where your numbers would suffer.
You know your boy.
Okay.
Yep.
So he's not coming.
The park has changed the dimensions. Come on, the ball goes out. Still. And if he oppo taco, that's opposite field.
Yeah, I know what it is.
There's actually been some stats that have debunked that myth a bit. So if you look at like the average length of his home runs and all of them projecting to different ballparks, he would have only lost about 4 or 5 off of last year's total in San Francisco.
Yeah. Well,
what did they say?
They can account for the wind and all that. Okay.
What did they say to him on the pitch? Curry had something to do with it.
I hope they didn't beg and get on their knees and sublimate and supplicate themselves like you would do.
Hey, Aaron, seriously.
I'm hoping the Giants can maintain a little bit of pride and not.
I would go, hey, Steiny,
I know.
Aaron, how many zeros, bud? Yeah. Let's cut the crap. Yeah. You gotta sell them.
Oh my God! You would.
Hey, this is what we think and project to be. And
I shudder. I shudder to think what a solid agent would do to Guru if he's a GM. Oh my God!
No, I used to be a salesman, Steiny.
Right, but you would. I got it.
You gotta have a poker face.
Yeah, I don't think you do.
Steiny, come on, man.
I mean, I think you would be gotten over on in a big way. Because you're ready, like you already said, we'll give Judge 400, 405. Well, you know what? You could have gotten him for 310, but you didn't do your homework. All right. Yeah. You know what? I didn't pass along that Niner news.
Oh, man.
Believe me. All right. Yeah, no, it's something. It's something. I'll tell you on the other side. Also want to talk a little Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr was on with Damon and Ratto yesterday. I think it was Alan Stiles. But he had some interesting. You didn't listen. You didn't listen. Because I know where you were, because you told me.
But I can go back on the Odyssey
95.7 The Game, shop.com. It's live. Great place to go get Christmas gifts. That's 95.7 The Game, shop.com. Go ahead and get some paraphernalia on 95.7 The Game.
The Dolphins have scored 30 points or more in their last 4 games.
Wilson, lead blockers, and he strolls in for the Dolphins touchdown.
However, they haven't faced Nick Bosa and the nasty Niners defense.
Play clock at 2. Dalton gets the shotgun snap. Dalton backside pressure. Bosa got him.
We're talking Niners Dolphins.
Talanoa Hufanga bats it out.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Ew. Stuck in a cycle of rewashing your clothes? Ugh. Because you can't remove tough laundry odor? Ugh. When detergent by itself can't cut it, use new Downy Rinse and Refresh. With a breakthrough odor-removing formula, it removes odors in 1 wash, better than the leading value detergent in 3 washes, keeping all your laundry fresh. Now you can break the cycle of rewashing. With Downy Rinse and Refresh.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
I just found someone the perfect gift. And when my friend asked where they could get it, I said only at Kohl's. I've been gift shopping there and getting Kohl's Cash every day while saving on must-haves like sweaters from Croft & Barrow and Sonoma Goods for Life starting at $19.99. Cookware from the Food Network at 20% off. And cute boots from So and LC Lauren Conrad starting at $23.99. Plus, you can take an extra 20% off or save more with the Kohl's card. So get to Kohl's now. You'll thank me later. Select styles, 20% offer until December 11th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. LEDs last years longer than regular lights, which means less electronic waste over time. Also, LED Christmas lights are far more energy efficient, wasting less energy as heat, which means a smaller electric bill. And be sure to recycle old Christmas lights at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you on a Friday.
Not our favorite one. Payday.
It's not today?
I hate look at Mr. Rich over there.
That's not why.
Richie ripped. The only arrogant, smug, rich people always have done that throughout my career. Oh, Spidey, I didn't know. And I'm over there like a kid on Christmas.
Well, that's because direct deposit. I mean, I don't go on my bank statement.
But you got to know how much you have. Like I check mine every. You don't check your balance every morning.
I know how much it is.
It's
I don't need to look. I know,
dude. I got a text from one of
my
our
dad
friends.
would say things are tight. Yeah.
Mark Ibanez. Would you rather have Aaron Judge or Trey Turner, Carlos Rodon, Cody Bellinger? I would take those three over Aaron Judge anytime.
I know you can't stand that, can you?
No, I could kind of get down
what about
with
star power.
With the get
no
down.
Star power. That's not going to sell any tickets.
No, I would take that, but I wouldn't take it over Judge. All rise. Oh my God!
Don't do that.
Kuiper is gonna.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Please.
All rise. Oh,
please,
man. Judge Harry
Can you please
T.
not do
Anderson,
that?
Night Court. Oh man. Oh, that's gonna be. Get ready, Steiny. If they get him, I just don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon, and it's a shame.
You're just guessing.
Well, we all are one.
Right. That's why I didn't even. That's why I don't even do it.
Put a clock on it, like free agency. Let's go. Yeah.
It's his life, not yours. He'll go on his own timetable.
I'm excited about the World Cup. No, seriously, I am. Let's go tomorrow, Steiny. He's rolling. What's that mean?
You going to get up early?
Well, I get up early anyway. Dude's been getting early, like 5:40 this morning to tinkle.
Who do you want to win the Netherlands-U.S. game?
Stop. U.S. Springsteen.
Netherlands are neutral. I watched a documentary on the Netherlands last night.
Where are you? I watched one on Shaq. I forgot to tell you. HBO Max.
Oh, what?
It's a doc on Shaquille O'Neal. It's incredible. A+. Steiny.
No.
You got to watch it.
No.
So you pick and choose. Evil
That's right.
Evil.
That's right.
What
I
did
do
you
pick
learn
and
about
choose.
him?
I do pick and choose. That's right. That's called being a human being. Why would I watch a documentary on Shaquille O'Neal?
To see what it's like to be 6'10" at 12 years old. To see what type of upbringing and discipline is.
I know. Like, I feel like I know
incredible.
enough about him. He comes from
Seriously?
his dad was a tough military man.
Yeah.
I know he's unbelievably generous with his money.
How he got to LSU?
Yeah. Okay, I miss a story. Big deal.
And he wasn't always Shaq with the ball. He was goofy. Dude, check it out. I just hate that you snob at it.
Yeah, no. Like, he's not an overly interesting person. He was a great player. I like his personality, don't get me wrong, and he's very generous.
Okay.
But, you got to give me something else. Split the atom.
It's great. Why do you think they would do it and sign off on it if it didn't have anything? It wasn't just Disney.
Because there are people that don't even need a hook they'll watch because they're starstruck by fame.
When Larry Bird doc comes out, you're going to...
I don't need to watch it.
But you would.
No, actually, I wouldn't. The only way I'd watch it, anything Larry Bird related at this point, is if I knew for a fact I would be seeing footage that I've never seen before.
Well, they have it for
see
you.
him interviewed.
They got high school Shaq, junior high Shaq. It's incredible. Mom...
How do you know if you don't watch Steiny?
Talk to me.
I'm not saying I do know.
But you're being a doc snob.
No, I'm not. I've got a list of priorities of things that I enjoy watching.
Evil
and a documentary
Knievel made it.
Evil Knievel is 87 times more interesting than Shaq. Are you kidding? Evil Knievel took his life into his hands every single
jump. How did they allow him to do that?
And Shaquille O'Neal dunks.
Oh, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Joe in San Francisco. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man? Hey, Joe. No, Joe. Yeah, so I look, Shaq. Big Shaq fan. Enjoy him. But documentary's another level.
Steiny. Yeah, it was well done.
Tell you what.
And the thing in
I'll tell you
Orlando,
what, I'd watch a short
off like that.
I'd watch a short on Shaquille O'Neal, like a 6-minute short, as they say.
Because I always thought he
telling me
stiffed
it's
Orlando.
2 parts?
Yeah, 2 hours. I thought he
2
stiffed
hours
Orlando.
each?
I thought he
Or an
thought he
hour
was
each?
too big for the state of Florida. They did him wrong. They did that. The negotiations with the Magic, everybody should have been fired. And then they wait till he goes to find a new girl. Hey, come back.
I see this is revision. I see part of the documentary is now revisionist history. Because the bottom line is everybody knew he was going to the Lakers because Jerry West had been setting the table.
But you find out how.
Jerry West set the table.
No, Orlando set the table.
Jerry West set the table.
See, you're wrong.
No.
But you're right, but you're wrong.
No.
Orlando shot itself
propaganda.
in the foot.
By the way, can I pass along this 49er news?
Go ahead.
It's propaganda. Just like that Magic doc.
I'm going to watch it again.
All right, here we go. 49ers wide receiver Deebo Samuel. He's in uniform and helmet in early open portion of the practice on Friday. Nick Wagner of ESPN didn't see him run a route in individual drills. It's unclear what his level of participation will be heading into practice today, but this one's the one that's this one will perk up Mark Ibanez's ears.
Okay.
Trent Williams just walked into the locker room. Niners say he has a back issue and won't practice. Trent Williams.
Dude, we're 48 hours from the game. And that beating Jimmy took last week, I mean, nothing but respect, Steiny, from the Saints. Man, let's hope he can go. And let's hope Deebo can go. My boy is always something.
Well, it seems like McCaffrey's more likely to go at this point than Deebo Samuel. Because McCaffrey didn't practice Wednesday, but he participated yesterday. And Deebo Samuel practiced Wednesday, but didn't practice on Thursday. And I guess he's either limited or they're not sure if he's doing anything today at practice, too.
Now, this is how you know I love our show. Yesterday was Thursday. Did you talk to Cam?
By the way, Cam. Yeah, no, we can get to Cam. Yeah. Cam in a minute. There were texts. There's so many texts.
Well, my mentions
asking about you being out yesterday
because it was on a Thursday.
Yeah,
that's not funny to me.
Okay,
all right, but you're laughing.
I am not laughing.
I was taking care of my wife or the people in the back, but I get it.
I am not laughing.
No, I got mad because that's the thing. Like, you know.
It's just been a coincidence.
No doubt.
I think it's kind of funny.
I bet you were laughing while I was gone, knowing what I was doing.
No. Listen, I know what you're doing is serious.
Yeah.
And that can be.
But I got mad that the people had stats to back that up.
That's serious, and you know it's you got to take care of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's kind of funny.
It bothers me.
On a Thursday.
It bothers me.
Why?
Because I'm a son of a Navy captain.
Dude, when my contract comes up, I'm asking for Wednesdays off. I'm asking for the 4-day work week.
You don't mean what? You might as well just turn in your key card.
I'll be happy to work at 80%. Give me Wednesdays off. JD can come in here.
You think you're at Google? Well, they're laying off now. Or Twitter? I mean, please.
What?
Tech jobs used to do stuff like that. Not here. You got to be here. What would you rather do when you're not here? That's when you know if you love your job.
Golf.
You might be on well, not me.
Drink. Watch TV. Watch documentaries.
Willard the cafeteria for me.
Take a trip. Go on vacation.
Watch a
see my family.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to do.
Trent Williams better play in Deebo. I don't want to come in here Monday because they didn't have the services of a couple days.
You'll love this. You know what? I wouldn't play him Sunday. It's the least important game for the rest of the year for the 49ers. It is. Listen, if you were to look at the 49ers, what are they, 7-4? 7-4, 11, 6 more games? And you ranked them in the one most important to least important? This is the least important game.
Well, I'll tell
it's
you
an
what.
AFC team.
Call Ronnie Lott.
It's an AFC
Call
team.
Montana.
Is he playing?
Call Roger Craig.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are those guys?
No.
Is there an old-timers game?
In that era, they played.
Is there an old-timers game?
Nobody made up, if they lose, it'll be this. And you're right, because the math is there.
Yeah.
It's just like Jordan in this NBA and this crockamamie thing that they got doing this product.
Crockamamie?
All the stars are sitting. Come on, man. I want to see what people are telling me is the best defense against that track team in Miami. I want to see if Tua can do it against a top-tier D. You don't really mean that.
Mean what?
That they can afford.
It's the least important game for the Niners.
I hate that
for the rest of the year.
Yeah, but they're not going to. Yeah, but they're not going to approach this.
You
game
better hope
like
not.
That. No,
you better hope not.
I want winners.
Yeah. Well, I was going to do. Shoot, I lost my train of thought. That's been happening a little. Oh,
talking about my attendance.
Go ahead. The 49ers. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, okay. All right. And I need my 49er fans' help here. I need my listeners' help. Because, again, talked about this a little bit in the changeover.
Okay.
This is not about, well, they haven't played anybody, or you can only play who's on the schedule, or who cares who they play. But here's my thing, and here's what I'm sincerely asking 49er fans. How can you judge this team at this point when you've played Chicago 3-9, Seattle 6-5, Denver 3-8, the Rams twice at 3-8, Panthers 4-8, Falcons 5-7, Cardinals 4-8, Saints 4-8, and then you beat the Chargers who are 6-5. Again, I don't want to get into they haven't played anybody. They kind of haven't played anybody. So is it fair to start saying this may be one of the best defenses of the last decade? Is it fair to say that when you go inside the schedule and kind of look at who they've played?
Okay.
Is it even fair to say they're 7-4 with some bad losses on their resume? Like, why are they considered by many to be the favorite to come out of the NFC when they've been hard to gauge because they've beaten poor teams for the most part, and the good teams they played, they got beat at least by Kansas City. So I'm not. You know what I'm saying, Goo?
Yeah, but I got something for you, and since you opened it up, in Your Honor, I'd like to approach the bench.
All rise.
You said decade. Well, guess what? In 2019, this defense was arguably one of the best in the NFL. So it's bigger than this year. Last year, they got off their keister and showed us that they still had that defensive tenacity and went to the NFC Championship. So to me, it's bigger than just who they played this year. This is not a one-trick pony. And that's why when I look at the landscape of the NFC, Steiny, this is new for Philly. Okay, they had a nice playoff run last year, lost to Tampa Bay. It's kind of new for Dallas. They went last year. Minnesota, The Niners have been a fixture.
Give me something that's happened this year, a game, what has led you to believe that the Niners are the favorites in the NFC at 7-4 with two wins over 500 teams or better?
I'll give you that.
Again,
I can't.
How can they be the favorites when we got the Eagles with only one loss who've played a tougher schedule?
Okay, but you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. I watch the games. I personally watch the games different. And I watch every team like it's my team. I'm watching the Eagles' defense right now. They're about to get a defensive lineman back here this Sunday that you can run the ball on them left and right. Now, in January in the playoffs, maybe they'll have it rectified. Dallas, you can get to the edge on that defense. Every other Sunday, they don't know if they can't stop the run. Let me tell you about the Niners. They're going to gang tackle you. You may complete some passes, Steiny, but more often, my boy Ron T listening, a Niner fan, Steiny, more often than not, they're going to knock the snot out of you. And this is why they were in the Super Bowl in 19. 20 had injuries, if we're going there. And 21, you saw what they did. So this is not a flash in the pan.
They snuck into the postseason last year.
And what happened when they did that? They packed that defense, went and beat Rodgers,
which isn't enough.
Beat Dak.
Is it enough to do that again this year?
It's why I'm telling you I think they're the favorite in the NFC.
All right.
And I can't wait to see if Mike McDaniel is going to take this defense like Mahomes and Andy Reid did behind the woodshed.
All I want to do is I almost feel like I got to point this out.
That sounds like a rap. All I want to do is zoom, zoom, zoom.
I mean, I get it. When the schedule comes out, sometimes you think teams are going to be good and they're not, and teams you didn't think are going to be good are better, and all this, that, and the other thing. But it is staggering, this schedule that the 49ers have played. Like, I can't
argue that.
I cannot believe the horse bleep teams they've played.
But you love Bosa.
So I can love Bosa
what
and
about
say
Warner?
I can love Bosa and say this schedule's a joke.
But Stein, if I said who's the top two best defenses in the league this year, you wouldn't say Niners?
So far, but there's a caveat
That's bigger
here.
than the schedule, though.
There's a It's not bigger than the schedule. To me, look at these teams.
You got me on that.
I'm just saying.
So last year, you're giving me nothing for that.
For what?
For their run to the NFC Championship.
No, you
Forget
get
how
that.
they
Of course
got
you
in.
get that.
So, and then 19 they were in there, led by Bosa. So that's not enough?
No, it's a different year. To me, it's a different year.
Interesting.
Like, even though the Warriors are kind of the same team, they're not the same team. No, but all I'm saying is, and maybe this will, the way the schedule has worked out, there haven't been any
Miami comes in here and gives them the business, Steiny. I hate to hear what you're going to say Monday. Like, don't tell me this is an all-time defense.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you. If they lose 6-3.
But I mean, 32, 35 to 17.
Well, but here's the thing about the Niners, and I said this last week about, I don't know how much more we can learn about them until the playoffs. If the 49ers lose Sunday, what they will have to hear for the next month is exactly what I'm saying. They really haven't beaten anybody. But it'll just be noise because they're still going to the playoffs anyway.
Okay.
But there will be the noise that they haven't played anybody.
And that will be a fact.
Yeah. But it's not like we come in here Monday, they lose, and we're saying they may miss the playoffs. The only way we're saying that is if they get banged up. Let's go to Sam. Sam's in West Oakland.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Sam.
Hey.
What's up,
Remember
Sam?
I called you guys, and I was really angry. I want to apologize to both of y'all because I called in yesterday, Steiny, and I asked you guys that question about Mike McDaniel, but I'm glad Guru's back so I can properly apologize because I called in really angry about Garoppolo that one time. So I'm glad you guys are back together so I can just be like, I apologize for how I was screaming at y'all last time.
Okay. No problem.
But I want to tell Guru to calm the hell down, bro. We are good, bro. We are good, bro. Calm down. The 49ers, this is the way we operate, bro. This is the way the team operates. We maneuver. We are like, there's Kyle Shanahan. We think Kyle Shanahan is supposed to be this, let's throw it down the field, dynamic type of system. That's not how he operates.
No, he's Woody Hayes.
I've been trying to figure out Shanahan for so long, and it's like we think he's going to open up the floodgates and have a triple reverse screen option pass. Like that's not what is going to happen.
No, it's not, Sam. Thanks for the call. He's Woody Hayes.
We let Sam off the hook.
Why?
Because
I don't even remember him.
Either did I. We love you, Sam. We could have said, well, what's going on in the red zone? I don't know what his point was. Like, nobody's – I'll tell you what. I'm about to put a major rat on the table.
That's right. You just – what?
I'm about to put one.
He's been complaining about the red zone for 3 weeks.
But you asked me about the defense.
But I asked you why they're the NFC favorites. They have the worst red zone in the history of football, though, according to you.
Okay. But still, just like last year, the template, they can get over on these teams that sometimes have a good, more times have a bad day, often than not. Listen, Steiny, how fair and how low would this be? I'm asking my guy, you. I can put the rat on the table and say, since Kyle's been the head coach, the defensive coordinator has had his unit in a better position than Kyle's had his offense. And I don't think anybody would fight me on that. Yeah. Robert Saleh parlayed that into a head coaching job.
Defense has been better than the offense.
Right.
And
if I think he's a genius, where's it at? In the red zone especially. Like, that's what I'm watching. Like, that's fair.
Don't you wish you hadn't you wish you hadn't praised him before you knew a damn thing about him?
We modified that. It was the play design, which still has them second to none.
Okay, so Shanahan has just spoken to the media, and both Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel are questionable for Sunday's game against the Miami Dolphins.
Take a quick shot at Trent, because you always talk about, I say he's the toughest dude on the field.
Who?
Trent Williams. And you always talk about your little jokes about a hangnail. He's Forrest Whitaker on, Fast Time in Richmond. How's he hurt? It's Friday, man.
Because he's a big fella.
He'll play. They need him. Jimmy needs him.
Keep in mind, it's the least important game for the rest of the year. So if there's a day to be conservative, it would be Sunday in the rain against the Dolphins.
Man.
Ben's in Oakland. What's up, Ben?
How's it going?
Dynamite.
We're asking why we consider this team to be elite defense when we played such mediocre defense or mediocre team.
Sure.
And I get it. There's a good point there. But when all you can do is look at what they've done, and they've got 4 straight games of second half shutouts and six straight quarters of shutouts. So
that's true.
They're putting their foot on the bad teams. Now the big one is we got to play this Dolphins team. That's why this game is important. We have to put our foot on them and see what this team looks like, because they got that one game against Kansas City and it didn't look that great.
No.
Let's see what we can do against another good team.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Appreciate the call. No, nobody's saying defense ain't good.
Because that Chief game happened.
I just don't, 11 games through the season, I don't want to call them great yet.
And you know what?
I just don't want to call them great yet.
Because when a great quarterback came in with a great offense, what happened? You got took behind the woodshed. And I'm still looking the other way like, you know what? That was just an off Sunday.
Well, it's Chiefs. Just like the Warriors, they lost the Mavericks. I mean, it happens. No big deal. They're right back
Speaking of which, the
on it.
Mavericks lost to the Pistons.
Okay. Pistons are good. Pistons beat the Warriors.
They did. That was early.
Yeah, they beat the Warriors. By the way, we can get into some of this Steve Kerr sound from yesterday.
And I want your take on Jerry. Don't get out of here. Jerry Jones.
Oh.
You mad at him?
I'm mad at you.
What's new? Water is wet.
No. Honestly, and shame on me. I'll try to come up with
You talked about it yesterday.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, me and JD went deep inside Jerry Jones back in Little Rock.
So you ain't got to be black just to talk about race or minority.
I know, but I got to.
That's the problem.
It's like 65 years ago.
Oh, no. The pitcher, I don't have a problem with the pitcher.
I've heard his explanation.
I'm talking about the energy with the Kyrie and him. Two different things, but the energy. Got to get LeBron props.
I'm going to have to address something like that.
Well, you can stay mute, but I don't think the boss. Look.
He might.
The boss.
Hey, on the other side, let's get back into some San Francisco 49ers, and we'll also talk some Warriors. I see Fred and Joe. I'll get to you on the other side. It's all sponsored by Pfizer.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
Aziz Al-Shire.
You know, when you're around a group of guys that are held to such a high standard that you have no choice but to get better or you're just going to get weeded out.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto. Bang, bang, Hannah. Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're going to have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Don't miss the Jim Irsay Collection, coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th. Jim Irsay, owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts, will exhibit historic sports memorabilia, presidential artifacts, the world's greatest guitar collection, and more. The evening will be topped off with a free concert by the all-star Jim Irsay Band, featuring special guests Ann Wilson, Buddy Guy, and John Fogerty. It's one night only with the Jim Irsay Collection and the Jim Irsay Band, December 10th at the Bill Graham Auditorium. Doors open at 6 and the concert starts at 8. Get your free ticket now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from PassItOn.com.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
650. So should the 85 Bears defense not be considered great since they faced 10 teams that were 500 or below?
Please.
They shut out their first 2 playoff opponents.
Dude.
They gave up 10 points in the postseason.
I think they beat Dallas 44-0 at Dallas.
Let me check. They beat Dallas at Dallas 44-0.
Look at me, your boy.
Nice.
Talk one up for the
My
Goose.
man. Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead.
That was it. I'm feeling frisky. It's Friday. And you got to leave right after.
I do. By the way, heading down to Santa Barbara this weekend.
One of the most beautiful places on earth.
What I got to do down there?
Take a walk on the... Get lost, Steiny. Remember that? Get lost.
Well, I got to take my daughter to a soccer camp, so she's going to be gone like 2 days. You know what I'm saying? So I'll drop her off at 8. I'll pick her up at 5. So I'll have all day to do something down there.
So where will you be for World Cup action?
Isla Vista.
Actually, that's not I'll be down there by then.
Catch a little Regal Beagle.
What time's it start?
7 a.m.
7?
Oof. I think she's got to be at her stuff at 8:30. So
you got a hotel and all that?
Yeah.
Look at you. Good dad.
The reason, well, I'm not going to.
Nothing like a hotel.
It's weird. I'm kind of looking forward to it, but I'm not looking forward to the drive.
Put on some Dylan.
Yeah, she'll stand.
Or Drake. Chop it, bucket, whatever.
Yeah, walk it, talk it, walk it, talk it. I guess you wanted to ask me something, or you're feeling some kind of...
because we haven't talked about this. It's the Jerry Jones photo, and it's a combo. Okay, it's a platter. It's the Kyrie Irving, who I thought and I told you was wrong because you are endorsing something you put up on your social media in my world. Okay, leave that there. We saw the energy that got. Jerry Jones, I saw the picture, Steiny, and 14 years old, I looked at that and I said, you are a product of your environment. I don't know Jerry Jones. I just know that was going down. And what bothers me more than the picture, because you're 14 years old, you're at school, the Little Rock 9, it's real, it happened. But when they put a mic in his face and asked him about that picture and that moment, as a black man, Steiny, it hurt me that he didn't have the wherewithal to just take a step back and say, you know what those kids had to go through, what black people had to go through during that time, that's something that I hate that I was a part of, that was even at my school. And you got billions of dollars and a black man, I believe Will Clay, who who's third in charge with the Cowboys. So I'm not going to come in here and say Jerry Jones is a racist, but it just hurt me that you got smart people around you and you still were tone deaf not to talk about that part. I'm asking you man to man, is that too much I'm putting on Jerry and the people around him, his sons, his handlers? Dude, you don't have to be game tight to know. You know how I diffuse this? Because we don't know what's in his heart, Steiny, is say that the victims that had to endure that like, how do you, and he's still not said it, but he's talking.
Well,
that hurts, though.
Well, I mean, at some point you give a guy a chance and he doesn't really address it. He dances around it, or then I'm not saying you have to stop asking, but what's the point?
He was 14
of continuing to ask him and kind of begging him or wanting him so bad to say something that he just won't say.
Okay,
for whatever reason.
And the last part of this that I wanted to get off my chest, I come down LeBron James's road a lot. And, Matt, I got to be honest with you, the dude's built some schools. We talk about him just like Steph Curry, no problems off the court, a role model, a family dude, a real one. And I'm giving his flowers for that, but I'm also giving him his flowers for bringing this up. And I'm upset at myself that we hadn't talked about it. And it wasn't that we were trying to shun it, but they're two different things. One was a 14-year-old kid. One was Kyrie, a grown-ass man putting something on the social. But I look at Kyrie, last thing on him is his was about power. He didn't want to do what needed to be done, and the reporters were asking him to do so. That became about power and ego. But LeBron James pointed out that he feels like the energy is not the same. Have you noticed that? Because I haven't. Jerry spoke on the picture.
Yeah.
Right or wrong, and I still think it was an F-, and I'm mad at him. But I ask you a question, I'm talking. But do you think the energy is on purpose that we don't put? That Jerry answered.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and I don't want to diminish it, but, it's something that happened when he was 14.
That's
like 14 years old, and what Kyrie's doing, he's doing as a grown man. You guys, you got to be careful now with what you promote and what you
do. You think that Kyrie being a player and doesn't have as much power as Jerry is a double standard?
Like when you say, what do you think of Kyrie? Yeah. At this point, I'm just like, he's a crackpot, man.
Well, he got out
of
a
crackpot.
Yeah, and he got suspended.
Yeah.
And I thought
but that doesn't change the fact that he's a crackpot.
Oh, no, right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, like,
But the world stopped. Everybody was asking, what do you think?
Some of the stuff he said is pretty out there.
So I'm off basis by saying Jerry at least answered the...
No, you're not off basis.
It was an F, but he talked about it. And I ain't giving him a pass. It was ugly. But damn, talk about the kids. Talk about that time. That's all you had to do, and this would have went away.
All right, let's go to Robert. Robert's in Emeryville. Hey, Robert, what's going on, man?
Hey. Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, so I just think it's disappointing that we're trying to give Jerry Jones a pass on this. Like, yeah, he was 14, but that's Jerry Jones at his core. Like, that's who he is, who he's been at the start of his life. This is Kyrie going through transformations as a grown man, maybe making some mistakes. I don't know. It just feels like we're kind of dancing around the whole thing. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. So, yeah, that's all I want to say.
Appreciate the call.
And last thing on Jones, Steiny, the photo's the photo. Again, I got kids, 14 years old. What's worse to me, and I mean this, is the silence that was deafening during the riots and all the stuff that were happening with black men getting killed by the hands of the police, and Jerry Jones was Casper the Ghost. Those are scars. That, to me, is worse than this photo that he stepped to the mic and answered, but that's what hurts.
Norman's in San Jose. Hey, Norman.
Yeah, listen, what's going on? I'm glad to be talking to you guys. I've been listening to you for a while. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
My problem is this. You know, every time I hear LeBron say something about this, it always sounds monstrously hypocritical to me. Because, you know, and I heard Guru just say, you know, he wanted to give LeBron his flowers. LeBron has also remained peep quiet on plenty of other issues that involve black men, you know, that he has not even bothered to speak up on. I mean, a white kid got murdered on his campus. You barely heard a peep out of him. All of the stuff that goes on in China regarding the NBA, silence. You know, LeBron himself docks the police officer. All he says is, oh, my bad. So it's like, you know, he wants to have it both ways. He wants to play the victim, but he wants to get all the glory. I don't know. That's what I got to say.
Thanks, Norman. Appreciate the call. I mean, I hate to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I get. Kyrie's going through a transformation. I get. Yeah, Jerry Jones was only 14, but that's what's in his heart.
But those
you're a product of your environment.
Okay?
You know,
yeah. But Jerry, talk to the people that were victimized in that era and those kids at that school. Like, you ain't got enough sense, Matt, to say that.
I don't know why he wouldn't, unless he, you know, speaking volumes. Let's get back to sports. We can do anything. Fred's in Richmond. I don't want to say we're done with this if you don't want to be done with it.
No, just the people got something to say.
Okay.
I got it off my chest.
What's up, Fred?
Hey, happy Friday, Guru and Steiny.
Hey.
To that last caller, I mean, LeBron James is a human being. He's not God. He can only talk about what he thinks he knows about or what someone is giving him knowledge about. But I don't even want to talk about that. Steiny, the Niners, I kind of agree with you now, man. I was one of those callers last week. Like, man, the Niners schedule speaks for itself. But when you really think about it, you know what I mean? The Niners are just a favorite because it's an indictment on the NFC. The NFC really sucks.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Not great.
Rather than the Cowboys, like the Cowboys are nice. They're going to always be nice. They're a playoff contender and then an accident waiting to happen in the playoffs. We all know that. Sorry.
It's all good, baby. Go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. But, you know, like Minnesota, nobody trusts Minnesota. Like, let's be real. Kirk Cousins, he'll get to a playoff game and throw 4 picks. against anybody, against a wild card team, even though they might get the number 1 seed. But just overall, the Niners are just the hot commodity right now due to the fact that we're 7-4. And I'm a Niner fan, but I think about it and like our schedule do suck. Honestly, we should be like 10-1. The real only team that really beat us was Kansas City. Them other 3 teams, we lost ourselves.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, but offensively, to his point, Steiny, every time I want to say that Kyle Shanahan and the Niner offense, especially with the acquisition of C-Mac, I think, okay, they are about to take off. And that still technically has yet to happen. So if we have the rest of this season plays out and they go in a playoff game, I mean, how can Kyle, and you're going to be right, Goo, it's about the process, the journey. They went to the playoffs. But when this man and his team and his offense specifically, what is it going to take for them to turn it up a notch? I thought C-Mac was that missing piece.
Why wouldn't you think he is?
Now they can score 40 here Sunday, take off. But it's got to pop. Because if it doesn't, then you can lose to Miami. To Minnesota in the playoffs. Then you might be able to lose to Dallas and Philadelphia, whomever. It's like they're offensively their own worst enemy. Because
they're scoring more with McCaffrey.
How much?
Probably like 5 points a game, probably. It's pretty much. Something like that. I probably should get the by the way, see, this is what bothers me. Who was the guy who ripped Cousins?
Oh, yeah. I forget.
Oh, Cousins got to throw 4 interceptions.
Why did trigger?
You know how many postseason interceptions Cousins has thrown?
I'm going to say, because he ain't been there a whole lot.
3 games.
I'm going to say 2.
I'm sorry, 4 games.
I'm going to say 3.
1. 1 interception in 4 games. Hit the pipe.
Yeah, and Jimmy?
I tell you what, and not necessarily against the Niners. I don't, I'm not picking on Niner fans. I want Kirk Cousins to stick it to so many people I can't even tell you.
Well, he kind of did it when he beat New Orleans on the road.
He's got to go. No, he's got to win some more playoff games.
You like that?
Thank you.
Like that. But now I'll give you this on Kirk, if Kirk's listening. If he did it this year, I don't think people would be shocked now. Because the dude can throw the pigskin.
Oh, my gosh.
No, stop. Look where Minnesota is as a team right now. No, that
how do you do that shark thing? Or
I'm just
Billie
telling you.
Jean, not mine.
He's playing his best football. You agree, right?
Nobody thinks. No, you can't do this.
There's 2 different
things.
You
can't denigrate Kirk Cousins for the last 5 years, and then, Steiny, if he does it this year, nobody would be surprised.
He's playing his best.
Everybody would be surprised.
So? He's playing his best football right now.
I have not heard one person say, I'll tell you what, I have a feeling Kirk Cousins is going to really get it done in the postseason. Nobody says that. They're all, he doesn't win on Monday night. Who cares?
Prime time.
Monday night. This concocted big game that's just a regular game.
I'm just telling you, Kirk, he didn't shrivel up, and Justin Jefferson has helped him.
Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe. What's up?
Joe.
Shaka. Let's go to Shaka.
Yeah.
Shaka in Berkeley.
Kirk Cousins fan.
What's up, Shaka? You heard me.
I want to get to Kirk Cousins and the 49ers, but I just want to say this one thing. Jerry Jones needs to make a statement and just be real and say why he was at that event.
Yeah.
And address it like a man. Like all these black athletes have to address when they do something wrong.
But Shock, it's too late, right? It's too late. He's already had a chance.
I just want to let that go right there. I applaud LeBron for speaking up. Okay, I want to get to the point. The 49ers have not played anybody. Who are their losses against? Kansas City whipped them in San Francisco. Nobody speaks on that one. When Minnesota lost to Dallas, everybody's talking about, they lost 40-3 and all this. Kansas City whooped the flew off the 49ers at home. So that Chicago Bears beat them. First game of the season. So defense is good, but look what happened to Zimmer. His defense, he got fired for having a good defense. So you got to have all assets in the game to be a winner.
There you go.
I want to say about
one more real quick, Shocker.
Everybody knows that. Kirk Cousins is going to do it this year. That's what I really believe. I see the change in him. He's wearing the chains. He's got swag.
You see the change in him or the chains in him? Yeah, Steiny. Not really a good one. I was just looking at a way to move off of Shaka.
Yeah, no,
but because he was doing real
Can I
good.
read something on the Xfinity mobile text line? Usually I let him go, but my eyes just are big as quarters. Steiny, the Xfinity mobile text line 925. Steiny, what did you and JD end up stealing in those home robberies after the show yesterday? Carlos in Concord. What the hell did I miss?
We were just both in black. And somebody made a comment that we look like we're getting ready to burglarize a building. JD had a black beanie on, which is a little unusual for JD.
During the show?
Yeah.
Oh, my boy. 211s in progress, Steiny and Jay. That's what they call them for home burglary. Wow, I missed it.
Hey, yesterday we did go out down the street, JD, myself, Evan joined us, and there was a topic of conversation that came up that...
Not about your boy.
Yeah, it involves you.
Go ahead.
So, why don't you...
This about the lab?
No. It's not about the lab. That's
go ahead. Look, I got a checklist.
So I was asking Evan about, when I'm not here and you drive.
Okay.
And he's like, yeah, he's pretty good. Well, you want to drive a little bit? You can drive.
See.
Explain driving for the people.
Driving's the first voice you hear when you get out of a break.
Yeah.
Matt Steinmetz, Steiny Guru. That.
Right.
You can bring us back. Hey, Dally Guru Johnson here. And you could initiate.
Okay. So,
like you can be Steph Curry.
Right. For the people in the
try
back.
To be.
Yeah. For the people in the back, when I first started, I was by myself, so I had to do it. But what I've learned, and I'm not being lazy, is I like my voice, my technique, and my personality more catching the lob as opposed to throwing the lob. Because there's a word but like when I go back and listen when I've done both,
right.
I don't like. There's too much of me,
right?
And not talking or giving takes, but like I like me that number 2. Throw it up so I can come.
Right. So you like
a good PG.
You like to finish an alley-oop.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So you're
I get
a PG,
that, and that's what you like.
Yeah.
Right.
But if you said you want to catch a lob,
don't be afraid to throw a pass every once in a while.
Dude,
if you know what I mean.
They call me
like ask me a question.
Norm Nixon. I do that all the time.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe one day next week.
You can do it at 2:30 if you want.
I got to be ready for it.
There's no reads.
Yeah. But
I mean, you can butcher a read every bit as well as I can.
So how long did the conversation go?
Well, then we got into some other stuff that has been pissing us off.
Oh, not about me.
Just one or two of the things out of the 15.
Oh boy!
Yeah, we brought the list out. Golden State Warriors. They play the Chicago Bulls tonight at Oracle.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. God, the Bulls. Like I'm excited about Sunday. They just put these 3 wins in the Warrior.
We are the flagship.
Dude, I'm all in. I'm gonna be watching tonight.
Nice try. Nice try. They're at home for 3 games. One of those rare home and home back-to-backs. They play tonight at home against the Bulls, then tomorrow at home against the Rockets.
I saw the Lakers and Spurs do it a couple weeks ago. What's it about? Why?
I don't know. Well, it's obviously something they fit in because of the schedule. And then on Monday, of course, the Indiana Pacers are in town. Mark Willard, your second best friend here, next to Ray Ratto, I've noticed, is he's guaranteeing 3 wins for the Warriors. He said they're going to go 3-0 at home.
I just said that without saying it. With the 3 games. These are walks in the park. Lose one of these, we got problems.
Do you really think a 500 team has walks in the park? Are they that good to have a walk in the park? A 500 team?
Their record's 500, but their talent is not. How about that?
Is it better or worse?
Where's Steph on the MVP? Because that's what this right on the table is. This record gets better, greater, more wins and losses, there's nothing he can't. He's right there. I'm going back 2 years ago where they made the playing game, and he was 3rd.
Yeah.
So just get a.
It's really tough to be an MVP when your team's 500. You know what I'm saying?
Better not be on that
list. It's called most valuable player. So
you just want to. You won't give the dude his flowers.
No, I won't, because
50, 40, 90.
He's having a great year, but wake up. Tatum or Giannis. Like, the Celtics are 19-4, and Tatum has been off the charts. The Bucks have the second best record, I believe, in all of basketball. Giannis has been unbelievable.
But it ain't.
That's 2.
Top 5.
Yeah, top 5.
I saw last Kia MVP ladder had him 6th.
Behind Luka, right?
6, yeah, definitely behind Luka.
Luka is under
definitely
500.
Behind Luka.
They're 9 and 10.
Luka has less talent around him than Steph Curry. Mm-hmm. You put Steph. Let me ask you this:
Go ahead,
if you switch Doncic and Steph, I believe the records would be pretty similar to what they are now.
Oh, Steph would be unleashed and would go ham, as they say in the streets. I disagree with that.
So
I think they would have a better record with Steph. I mean that.
I don't.
If they had the same record, though, then if Luka's second, then wouldn't that make Steph second?
Yeah, and how is Luka second?
Jokic.
They're 9 and 10. Jokic. If Jokic can win it, they ain't giving them 3 in a row.
Jokic, clearly. Let me see.
Kawhi.
No, he hasn't even played.
That's a joke, man.
I'll tell you. I will tell you who's ahead of Steph Curry. Devin Booker.
Yeah. Nobody's mad at that. Your boy's balling.
Who?
Devin. 51 the other
last
night.
2 games.
Damn, I didn't know he had Phoenix hate. That was some shade.
Trying to rile him up.
Yeah. About what? About Curry?
Yeah, Curry. Just keep winning, Golden State.
No, his days of MVP are over.
And I hope you told Willard when he made that proclamation that, Steiny, that ain't going too far on the ledge. It's Indiana, Chicago. What was the other team?
Indiana.
Oh, yeah.
Chicago, Houston, and Indiana. Mm-hmm.
Jalen Green.
You love the Rockets, don't you?
Dude, they're my other league pass team in Toronto.
Of course.
Kevin Porter Jr.
Dude, he bothers me.
Of course they are. Any team that
Sengun.
Any team 10 games under but dunks, who loves them? All right. Let me throw out the number on the Xfinity mobile text line and phone line. 888-957-9570 is the number. I do want to get into some of this stuff Steve Kerr said, because there's one really positive thing and then one thing that's got me. It's all sponsored by the Golden State Warriors.
The GOAT, Jerry Rice, joins the Morning Roast this morning at 8:30.
It's one of those things where you start to slow things down just a little bit, and you're able to see things happen before they actually happen.
Fonte Shasky and Jerry Rice react to Niners Dolphins this morning at 8:30, only on 95.7 The Game.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Join us live at Chase Center for Local Heroes Night as the Warriors face the Chicago Bulls. Presented by Chase Freedom. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
It's a new day because COVID vaccines just got a big update. So all the big stuff coming up this fall? Well, now you can say, you bet I'll be there. Because updated COVID vaccines protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. And everyone 5 and older can get one. So this is a moment we've all been waiting for.
Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
5G is here, but the big carriers want you to sign a long-term contract to get access. Well, not anymore, because Straight Talk Wireless has rolled out 5G coverage nationwide with deals like our Silver Unlimited plan for just $45 a month and no contract. And get a Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for $149, all on a reliable 5G network. 5G coverage, 5G phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover. We'll help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
In Redwood City, a cool day, 52 degrees, partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. 310. Why isn't Steph in top tier MVP when Luka is top 3? It's one guy's list. The Kia MVP ladder on ESPN. It's just one guy's list.
But still, I guess it's a valid question.
It is. And my answer would be the guy probably thinks Luka carries his team more than Steph carries his team.
Well,
I'll tell you what, Evan.
This year, Steph's been carrying his ass off.
Evan
Not with The Rock either.
Evan had something really funny. Really funny when he came in. Could you imagine, Warrior fans, if Klay Thompson had to play with Luka?
Oh, they would fight. They would fight. And you got me thinking Luka got Brunson up out of there because he did need The Rock sometime.
Not enough basketballs to go around.
Brunson.
Why does that guy bother you?
He doesn't bother me. He's a great first guard off the bench.
No,
He's a great first guard off the bench.
Steiny.
And that's why they're the Knicks. Mm-hmm. Here's one I'll just throw at you. Who do you play? If you're Dallas and you're like, we got to get a running mate, somebody for Luka, who the hell would it be?
Wow.
Like who could play with Luka?
The same, the guys that play with Harden, the new versions. You got to get those type of dudes.
But none of those guys were ever any good.
Tucker.
They're not good enough.
What's the other guard?
Not
He's
good
still
enough.
in Houston.
Eric Gordon is not good enough. I'm talking about you got to get a number 2 for Luka.
See, that's why you're laughing and scoffing at Brunson.
He's not a 2. I'm talking about a really good running mate.
Like Middleton.
Like Curry.
Middleton coming back tonight.
Yeah, somebody like Middleton, that's fine.
They don't grow on trees, Donnie. But his style has to be a turnoff, right?
Yes. He's insufferable. Man. Steinmetz was a sideline reporter for Fox Sports Net Bay Area. That's correct. Ding, 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 ding. Paul George?
Please. Paul needs a PG. He needs a rock.
Nobody needs the rock as much as Luka Doncic. That's for darn sure. What do you got going this weekend, real quick?
Oh, I got to take my son his bag at school.
Ooh, how much?
Oh no, a bag is athletic bag.
I just learned that a bag was money.
No.
How much?
Well, if that were the case, I wouldn't be going. But no money, just athletic stuff. And then I'll watch the World Cup. I hate when you do this because then I sound like a loser. I'm watching sports. That's what I do.
Oh, boy.
Me and the wife will mix in a movie.
Nice.
I said May. What happened? Your dad texted you?
No, my daughter just texted me.
That's a good thing. Communication.
No, I don't like
I love you. 143. What'd you get?
You're stressing me out for no reason. That's what I got.
Dude, see, that's
what I got from my 16-year-old.
Who will be taking the trip with you?
I just asked her about, we have to have the paperwork ready for the camp tomorrow, the waivers and stuff.
Oh, yeah. See, my wife handles all that, all the clerical.
Well, yeah, I'm driving her down there. All right, Warriors. Steve Kerr was asked yesterday during the Damon and Ratto show, hey, you guys turned a corner?
Oh, for sure. But the exciting thing is I think there's still a ways to go from a ceiling standpoint. Our defense has been better. There's no question. Like over the last 10 games, we're better, but we're not where we need to be. We still, I don't think, are playing with enough of an edge for the 48 to really be good defensively. So I think we can get there, but we're definitely on the right track. Our guys are working, and they're doing a great job. We've been pretty consistent here over the last 10 games. We're putting together offense and defense and connecting the game well. And so I like where we're heading.
That's why he is who he is. He said they're not there.
I don't.
There's levels. He just kept it real.
You are.
Are you the guy that this last week, a few days ago, that told me and the listeners, cool, they're good. There's nothing to worry about. They have turned the corner. They found some identity, but he's letting you know, I see that progress, but we ain't a finished product.
I just think it's funny because I could have also envisioned you saying, see, I don't like that. And I'd be like,
explain that.
What? What don't you like? I don't like that he said they definitely turned the corner.
Steiny, they were 3
maybe they'll let up now. They know they turned the corner. Now they're going to. What if they let up?
They ain't good enough to let up. They're good enough to dig in and find out, give Kuminga some more run. What's going on with Moody?
He's not good enough.
You don't believe that?
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I believe that?
You wouldn't tell Bob Myers that. Or Zaza. We're playing in the tournament this weekend.
Of course I would.
He's good enough.
He's not good enough right now to be in the rotation. He'll get another crack at it. Not right now. They're winning.
Well, Kerr said it was just a numbers game.
Well, that's what a coach would say. Listen, I'm not blaming the start. I'm not blaming Wiseman or Moody for the start, but there's absolutely no doubt that one of the reasons they're playing better is because they tabled two of their rookies. They tabled them.
Okay.
They're on the shelf.
I'm giving you Wiseman,
and that's helping
but
the
how
Warriors.
dare you on this Friday
Steve Kerr.
say that Moody disappointed as much as Wiseman?
He did.
No way.
He doesn't do enough, Goo.
Nah.
He just goes out there and he's a guy on the court. He doesn't really make an impact, Moody.
But he doesn't get you beat, Steiny. Okay? So I'm not letting anybody put Moody in the category or the column of Wiseman. Now, that was real. You saw, okay, he ain't ready. But Moody, come on, man. We were singing his praises.
For what? What does he – I ask you this. Okay. What does he do well?
A little of everything.
Not make mistakes.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
You know what? He's not even as good as Lamb. He's not as good as Lamb.
You know what? But there's no shade in that.
Well, yes, there is. Because Moody's a guy you touted.
We ain't seen the last of him.
Of course we haven't. He'll be back this year, but
I just don't think he played himself into these DMPs.
I can't believe that you're okay with Moody basically.
Like we talked about his mannerisms. He doesn't look overwhelmed. He can dribble. He can handle. He'll shoot.
How does he help you? What does he do? Like, what's he bring?
Well, that's too strong for a guy like Moody. I'll tell you what he doesn't do. He doesn't get us beat.
They're not good enough to have a player on the floor who doesn't really do anything. They're not good enough to have that.
Well, what if I told you this today? That he didn't get enough run for me to answer or anybody answer that question. I'm not telling you Moody's
I disagree. Steve Kerr's already given everybody enough of an opportunity to show what they got. Wiseman played a lot early. He was not very good,
right?
And they lost him. Then they started playing Moody a little bit. They still weren't reaching their potential. They moved him off. They decided to concentrate on Kuminga helping. That looks like it's working.
Had a good game.
To me, this is exactly what Bob Myers was saying.
The 1.5.
When I said, I don't see it with those three young guys, Bob. And he said, what about 1.5? What about if we can get 1.5? And that's exactly what they're looking at right now. They're trying to have Kuminga be one of the guys in the rotation, and they're hoping that Moody eventually becomes the half.
Yep.
Midway through or late in the year.
I thought I asked him that question about the young guys.
Wiseman.
He'll be in Stockton this weekend. James Wiseman.
How do you know?
I'll keep my ear to the street and read
okay, because okay. Let's see. Steve Kerr was asked about it.
In the NBA, everything is very fluid, so we don't plan for long term. I mean, the plan right now is for him to play in Stockton tomorrow and Saturday night, and then we'll reassess. You know, we obviously have games tomorrow and Saturday, and you just don't know what's going to happen. So we'll reassess after these next couple games, and we'll figure out what we think the best course of action is.
You ready to concede on Wiseman?
No, but
you ready to give up on Wiseman?
No, he said reassess. So you're saying there's a chance. Again, Steiny, I'm not. What's your guy that makes contributions to the station, the show? Was the big man, St. Jean. You know, I don't have that pedigree, but I just really feel like a 7-footer has no business in Santa Cruz to where whatever pops off there is going to be so good that he can bring that back up.
Want to have a little fun?
Yeah, always.
Michael Olowokandi, remember him?
Yeah, Clippers.
Wiseman going to be better than him?
He better be.
Darko Milicic?
He better be.
Remember Anthony Bennett?
Dude, man.
Greg Oden?
Oh, stop, Steiny.
Kwame Brown?
I don't think Kwame belongs on that list.
As a number 1 pick?
Yeah.
How about Hasheem Thabit? Hey, he could block shots.
He's
I'll tell you what. Wait, go ahead. Because I'm going to pick a fight with you here. He's nowhere. What were we going to say about Wiseman?
He's nowhere near those other guys.
Thabit?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Thabit is so much better, was so much better of a defender at this point of his career than Wiseman. That's the one thing he could do.
Dude ain't even 21, James.
Who?
Wiseman.
Yeah, he is. I think he is 21 now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He ain't 22.
Getting late early, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, I got a new favorite.
Oh.
Big man. Bobo. Snotty, when you watch him play, he can go to the rack. Me and the wife were watching him. He ain't just a dude. I'm telling you.
Telling me what?
The world's catching up with us.
10-time All-Star?
Well, the world's already caught up with us.
You going to the Hall of Fame?
No, I'm not.
Bowl.
No.
Because Kuminga, you said, is destined to be Karl Malone.
I forgot my bigger point.
Yeah.
Was Bobo the one who threw you the pass?
No,
that's Mo Bamba.
We gotta have you gotta do something. When did the Magic come? We gotta
they came
have
in already. Remember? Oh no, that game was on the road.
I was about to get set. You gotta,
You can call him.
No,
or you can text him.
That's begging.
Well, that's what.
I might have did something last week. I forgot.
I mean, every once in a while, just let somebody offer you something rather than asking or begging.
It's basketball our game. If you tell me Giannis is not American, Luka's not.
Okay.
Who am I missing? Jokic.
Okay.
Those are top three. Curry is Tatum, whoever you want to put first. I can name one more. I'm missing one guy. I was doing this last night. I said, dude, the world is they've caught up. Come on, Luka. Embiid.
He went to Kansas, though.
But
so he was integrated.
But you know what I mean.
Fully integrated.
They balling everywhere now, Steiny. It's a global game.
Who's the best white American player in the league right now? Best white American player in the league.
Lauri Markkanen?
And there's your answer.
He's technically from Finland.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get Finland.
Played in Arizona.
I know, but let's.
Okay, I got an answer.
Who?
He plays on the Sacramento Kings. Herder.
Okay.
No, really, okay.
What about Tyler Hero?
Well, you know what? Tyler's the winner. Damn, it's Tyler.
No, I think there's got to be somebody better than.
There's not.
Hey, Goo. We got to have somebody better than Tyler Hero.
He got paid.
How about
Devin Booker's light skin?
How about Wagner?
Kayla. I like him.
From Germany.
I like him.
That's right.
Well,
of course he is.
Boy. Steiny, come on.
I'm thinking. Jeez.
Boy.
Dude,
we're trying to think of the best white American player in the NBA right now.
It's Tyler. Wow, man. No, it ain't him.
Dallas.
Dude, what's my boy starting with the Lakers?
Porzingis doesn't.
What's the starter with the Lakers? Reeves. He out there balling.
Matt Ryan?
Dude. Hold on. We're forgetting somebody.
Caruso?
Come on. Xfinity Mobile text line at 888-957-9570. He ain't from America, I know.
Wow, man.
Kelly
Olynyk? No, on Charlotte. He's hurt right now. Former Celtic. What's my boy's
Peyton
name?
Pritchard?
No.
Former Celtic.
Yeah. He balled
Gordon Hayward.
Yeah.
He might not be the best white guy in the NBA right now because he's playing on one leg.
Damon, help us out.
We're going to put him on the spot. We're going to put them both on the spot.
It's got to be Gordon and
Who's
Larry.
the best white American player in the NBA? Welcome to the show right now. The best white American player in the league.
I said Kevin Herter from SAC.
He's not far away.
Everybody else I named was
not anymore.
Yeah. Look,
I wonder.
Dude.
Zach Collins.
I haven't thought about a color line conversation in a while here.
Yeah.
I mean, the answer for a minute was Gordon Hayward, right?
No,
for a minute there.
I think that's where it stops. Yeah.
You would think. Think.
What's up, dog?
Yeah.
I don't see color.
Wow, look at our guy.
Yeah. There you
Here's
go.
the thing.
I love Larry.
And by the way, I don't care where he's from. I'm claiming Luka.
Yeah,
Luka's
exactly.
from Arkansas. I don't know what anyone's talking about.
Shanahan is Woody Hayes. Shanahan wishes he was Woody Hayes.
He's a throwaway
3 yards in a cloud of dust.
Well, I know what you were meant. I know what you were saying. You were saying that he's a run coach, not a pass coach.
Yes.
But Shanahan doesn't have Woody's resume, man. Good or bad.
And he's never punched anyone.
David, I was just going there.
As far as we know.
As far as we know.
Hey, we always talk about in sports, the Warriors aren't playing anybody. No, these Thursday night games, Al Michaels has quit. But these Thursday night games stink. how excited are you, I hope like me, for what we're about to see Sunday with what I believe is a top-tier offense, if I didn't judge Miami wrong, against this supposedly great defense of the Niners. Larry, don't tell me, they can afford to lose the Niners. This is what we want. I just want to judge this game. This is a great litmus test for both.
And, it is an NFC, AFC game, and if you look over the stretch of the next 3, and you can only win 2, you would punt on the Dolphins game and win the next 2. But here's the deal. Good football teams play good football in December. It's December.
Well,
it's time to play winning football.
Yeah,
I mean, beat the Dolphins.
Well, and the big one for me is until Trent Williams, you guys just announced Trent Williams that may or may not go, is the Dolphins aren't going to be without both of their tackles. No Armstead, no Jackson against Bosa and the teeth of the Niner pass rush. So we shall see.
In terms of styles make fights, it's team offense versus team defense.
That's what we're talking about.
And
Track
then,
team over
look,
there.
I mean, it's one of the cooler, just showed up this year, apprentice versus mentor coaching matchups we've seen in a while. I mean, I knew that Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel had worked together for a while. I didn't realize that they had been together through 14 years and 5 different franchises. I mean, these two guys, there are no secrets between them in football philosophy. I'm sure that they have laid bare every single offensive, thought either of them ever had over the course of talking offense in 14 years. So you can't find two guys in the NFL who probably know each other as well. No tendencies, no preferences, know what they want to do, what they want to establish. It's a fascinating matchup. It's a totally fascinating matchup. And contenders go 2-3 in their next 3 games. Teams that are going to win a championship go 3-0 in their next 3 games. Let's see it. I mean, it's time to play big boy football. You win in December if you want to go somewhere.
Yes, I feel like the reason this game's important, one of the reasons, is because it's going to set the narrative for the rest of the year. If the 49ers give up a lot of points on their defense, let's say Miami has their way, right or wrong, it's like they faced 2 really good offenses and they couldn't get it done. If they can keep Miami in check and kind of continue building off this stretch they've had with 4 second halves and now a shutout, now I think you can start saying this defense, now we can start thinking about them keeping some big offenses in check if they get to the Super Bowl and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this Dolphin, over the last 5 weeks, Dolphins have the number 1 offense, Niners have the number 2 offense. So in the last 5 weeks.
I thought they had red zone problems.
You guys see, there we go.
Wait.
Hold on.
Why don't you ask him like LeBron wanted the
I was just
media
going
to
to ask both of you. They got a red zone problem still, Larry. Because if you throw the Arizona game out of there, which you can't, but you know what I mean. Like, I was disappointed in the offense against the Saints, but I owed the Saints an apology. I told you that, Damon. So they got after that offense. What's going on in the red zone, or what's not happening in the red zone?
I mean, it's not one thing, but to me, I didn't love the 4th down play with Jimmy in the shotgun, and then you're going to have him do a delayed quarterback draw.
Was that what that was, or did he look to a pass and that was a panic scramble? I don't even know if that was a design draw.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. I thought it was a quarterback draw because he didn't stand on his back foot.
Larry.
I thought it was awful. I mean, you have the best quarterback in the game. Quarterback sneak it or hand it to your 240-pound Jordan Mason. The big question for me, guys, is we know there's no Mitchell and McCaffrey's a little dinged. So does that mean we're going to get Jordan Mason finally, who's looked nothing like a minor league Marshawn Lynch, or is it going to be Tevin Coleman, Kyle with his security blanket? Because I mean, Tevin Coleman is his guy, and he loves him. So we may see Tevin Coleman.
Yeah, and also the thing that was interesting, where does Debo fit into this mix? Because when midweek, when
he's questionable too, right?
I know, but midweek when I thought Debo was playing and McCaffrey had knee tightness, I was talking to JD about it, and we're thinking, well, maybe this is the game where Kyle goes back to Debo, maybe 8 times, 10 runs. I'm talking runs mostly. Because remember, they really didn't start using Debo in the backfield like they did until they really had running back injury issues. So
based on the
that's
way
what pushed Debo into the backfield more.
What about Ty Davis Price? Where's he in this
I don't
thing?
know.
I would love to see him.
I talked to him 2 days ago, and he's like, I'm ready to roll. Yeah, I'm like, you're healthy? He's like, I'm healthy. I'm ready. So we'll see.
Based on how they use him, the way that they don't use him at times, I would say that Debo Samuel's caught in this weird place in between, really hard to replace, yet easily replaceable.
But we've seen when it worked, it was
odd.
incredible.
Yeah, when it does work.
It's
but
incredible.
The amount of times it doesn't work, and the amount of times he doesn't really make himself felt in a game. I don't think that the Debo Samuel, if he were to be shelved, is this catastrophic.
Man.
You are down a very important weapon.
Because Ayuk has passed him in the air. Just throwing to your – it's Ayuk.
You got Kittle. I like Jennings. They should beat the Dolphins this weekend. They should beat the Dolphins.
Yeah. You guys had a great weekend.
How much time we got left?
It's over.
That's a 3D.
The GOAT, Jerry Rice, joins the morning roast this morning at 8:30.
It's one of those things where you start to slow things down just a little bit and you're able to see things happen before they actually happen.
Bonte Shasky and Jerry Rice react to Niners Dolphins this morning at 8:30, only on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Sotzes, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday, it's Beggin'!
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
I'm pleased to announce that Ray got the Mall Santa job down at Tan Ferran, which is why he's not here today. Larry Krueger in for Ray Ratto this afternoon. It's good to have you here. Thank you so much for stopping on by. Larry, thank you for stopping on by. How are you, man? It's been a while.
Man, it has been a while. Just the idea, I had to laugh because just the idea of Ray in a Santa suit at Tan Ferran.
What do you want for Christmas, sweetheart?
Don't even ask, He would
have been the quintessential, you shoot your eye out, kid, Santa, and just push kids down the slide with his foot. Ray is
ruining dreams. You're not getting that.
Right.
I don't know what you're getting, but I know you're not getting that.
You know how much it costs annually to feed a pony? You're not getting a pony.
You're not getting a pony. That's not a very practical ask.
We got ourselves a good show for you today. And Ray, no, for those of you, like someone actually was like, is Ray really a mall Santa? No, Ray is not a mall Santa.
It'd be awesome, though.
It would be something else. We have a really good one for you this Friday. We're going to try to put a little money in your pocket. We have one of the single most successful gambling segments in the entire nation, mathematically, statistically, undebatably, and documented, Larry. It's how we're going to hold everybody through the next 3 hours because we end the show with a little Fade the Public on a Fade the Public Friday. But, man, we got some really interesting things to talk about. The Chicago Bulls coming into town tonight. That makes for an interesting evening over at Chase Center. And then a very interesting Sunday has been scheduled for down in Santa Clara because it's a fascinating game on paper. And, sometimes what looks really good on paper doesn't turn into this clash of styles, this overwhelming, fascinating football game. But I think this thing's got all the earmarks of if you're really going somewhere, if you're really going to be a team that is, going to not find itself in the playoffs, but really find itself in another Super Bowl, I think you beat a team like the Miami Dolphins at home. They have a quarterback that excels in one of the areas that this offense still struggles in, and we were just talking about that with Steiny and Guru, their red zone offense, the 49ers, it leaves something to be desired. Even with the addition of Christian McCaffrey, there are still, inside the 10-yard line, first and goal, that feels like a problem. For the Dolphins, it ain't no problem. I mean, this is where Tua has used the field to reestablish himself, not as just, the future of the Miami Dolphins at the position of quarterback, but one of the guys that is going to be a quarterback of circumstance in the next, 8 to 10 years in this league. That's what Mike McDaniel hopes that he has found in this guy.
Well, and it's two offensive gurus. We're going to find out, and they took totally different approaches. McDaniel went with arguably, Damon, the fastest collection of weapons in the entire game, and the Niners are countering with the greatest collection of run after the catch weapons maybe the league's ever seen. So they both kind of want to dominate that intermediate middle, which is where NFL action is really happens offensively, and both these guys kind of live in that area. The Niners have been great in that area defensively, so it's on come Sunday.
It should be a fascinating matchup. And again, one of the places where I thought that the Niners just had a baked-in tactical advantage before the game even started was, as you said also during the face-off, Miami is down, let's just say 1.5 tackles because Terron Armstead is doubtful while Austin Jackson is out. Armstead is their starting left tackle and Jackson is their starting right tackle, but the tackle that we're going to end up concentrating on here today is the fact that Trent Williams has walked off the field today in practice, but you don't think it's going to lead to him missing this game?
No, I think he'll play. It was back spasms, and I think that's something that they'll be by Sunday game time. They will probably be able to give him the right combination of heat or whatever it is that you address back spasms with on a big man like that. But I think he'll be out there. If he's not, it's Colton McKivitz time, and the Niners have a lot of confidence in McKivitz. And McKivitz is not a dramatic step down. It's not like he's just awful. He's had time. He's started a playoff game. So, but Trent is, Trent's Trent, and I think he'll give it a go.
Kyle Shanahan today talking about Trent Williams.
What happened with Trent?
He was having back spasms.
It's popped up this morning.
Yes. Yeah.
You've known Trent for over a decade. Has he had back issues in the past?
I don't know him having many. I'm not too concerned about it. I asked Chris if he was all right. He said that's just big guy problems. Lynch told me he used to get him sometimes. You usually have him on game day. That's a big deal. So he had him today. Spend the day resting and stuff and expect him to be all right, but hope that doesn't happen on Sunday.
There you go. Big man problems. Hopefully he is the big man to overcome them. Kyle Shanahan was then asked about Deebo Samuel, if he took a step backwards this week with the thigh, what do they call it, a thigh contusion.
No, there was no setback. Just when you have a deep thigh bruise, you kind of have an idea how it's going to be, and just hasn't been as good as we're expecting by now. So we're expecting to be able to go full by now, and wasn't able to, so that's why there's some concern.
And here's the thing. I don't want anyone to think that when I say Deebo is equally hard to replace, yet somewhat easy to replace, that he isn't this. I mean, when he is on his game, when he is really involved in a game plan and Jimmy is looking for him and finding him, the 49ers are a demonstrably better team with that happening than without it happening. I've got nothing but respect for what that guy can do. But he hasn't done it frequently enough this year to make me think it's part and parcel to anything that the 49ers want to do. He has played well in blips. They've played well longer than just in his blips of playing well. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey showing up takes an awful lot of pressure off of his absence, if that's indeed what the 49ers have. But I think Juwan Jennings is absolutely stepping into a role of, he's a good player to have out on the field. And
he's got better ball skills.
He might have better hands.
Yeah.
He might have better hands.
Yep.
And Brandon Ayuk has emerged as the number one passing target. Now, you'd like to think George Kittle was on that Travis Kelce just as big of a weapon in a passing game line, but he's not. He's not. He could be. That's just not how they choose to use him. It's just not how the game plays out for the 49ers. To me, what I think would be interesting, Larry, about this game, and I'm not trying to, say I wouldn't want this defense to just flex its muscles for 4 quarters. I think it would kind of be interesting if the Dolphins did have some offensive success and it put a little pressure on this offense, the 49ers offense, to not just err on the side of conservative, we're trying to run the ball 40 times, but I think it would do the 49ers well, not to find themselves in a shootout, but to not find themselves in a game where Kyle's comfortable putting away the playbook in the third quarter. I mean, if he is doing that, things have gone very, very well, and that's also very good. But I do think challenging and accepting the challenges for this offense, it goes into making them better prepared for a playoff run. As impressive as this offense has been, statistically, measurably, in some ways, I still feel it lacks.
They scored 13 points.
Yeah.
So there you go, right? I mean, I agree with you. There's something, I don't think, by the way, we're going to see Debo Sunday. I think he's not going to go. Yesterday, I was down there, and the conditions on the practice for Thursday were wet, and so I thought they were holding him out based on that. But Shanahan made it clear that Debo would have to do something of significance today to get on the field on Sunday, and if he didn't go today, I don't think he goes Sunday. And I'm not saying that they don't need him, because they do need him, but they do have other guys. They do have Juwan Jennings, and Jennings is playing at a really high clip right now. Ayuk's playing tremendously. They've yet to get Danny Gray on the field. They like Ray McLeod. They have some other guys. But
I forgot Ray McLeod was even on the team.
Yeah,
I mean that's
because he never gets any run from scrimmage.
Yeah, Danny Gray, you're sure about him? Is that guy an actual human being?
Yes, he is.
Okay,
he's an actual human being, but he is. He's a rookie. Trey going out. I think he was the guy who was ideally suited to be the deep ball catcher from Trey Lance. Jimmy doesn't specialize in that. And I think he's had some problems, like a lot of rookie receivers do, just kind of making that transition from the college game to the pro game, which is far more intricate and complex. But I think they can win without Debo. But I would like to see the Dolphins score some points and challenge the 49ers a little bit for what you're talking about, so we can see kind of the full breadth of Shanahan, in a game where he's got to score 25 points or more. Let's see it. Let's see this offense, if this offense can actually do it.
And if this defense can keep up a second half shutout streak, it would be historic going back to the 30s to find a team that did something like that. I mean, it's what they have done over their course of games in November defensively is really impressive. And let's face it, I think we've all developed enough respect for Eric Armstead to say that this Death Star will not be fully operational until he is a part of it. Well, he's a part of it. So as good as this defense has been, an argument could be made that they will be better prepared to be the best that they could be with Eric Armstead, and he is back this week. So let's play some football. It's going to be a really interesting week around the NFL. We're going to talk about it with our pal Brian Baldinger, who's going to join us in our 4 o'clock hour. How about this? If you were a fan of football in the early 90s, if you're a Michigan guy, Leroy Horde is a name you know all about, and Leroy is actually part of the Dolphins broadcasting team. He does radio in Miami, even though he was never a Miami Dolphin. He does radio down in Miami. He was a Brown. He was a couple of, but I don't think he was ever a Dolphin.
Big power back, though.
How about this? We're going to look that up before we bring him on at 3:30, just so we have it right. But I do not think he was ever a Miami Dolphin. And Lucas just told me in on my ear. I'm right. Oh, we're off to a smashing start this afternoon. I've already been right once, and we're only 11 minutes into the show. We're hot, Larry. We're cooking. Today here on 95.7 The Game. The merch store, it's open. Is it hot? Is it cooking? Well, that's up for you to decide. You can do a little browsing right now at 957thegameshop.com. You can check it all out, 957thegameshop.com. Damon and Ratto with Larry in for Ray this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Join us live at Chase Center for Local Heroes Night as the Warriors face the Chicago Bulls. Presented by Chase Freedom. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
The GOAT, Jerry Rice, joins the Morning Roast this Monday morning at 8:30.
It's one of those things where you start to slow things down just a little bit, and you're able to see things happen before they actually happen.
Monte Shasky and Jerry Rice react to Niners Dolphins. Monday at 8:30, only on 95.7 The Game.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry. AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's BABBEL.com.
Could you please pass the potatoes?
Uncle Bob, why are you singing?
With all the rewards we are getting, with the Navy Federal Credit Union's cash rewards card, I hired a singing coach for caroling.
But it's summer.
Since we get up to 1.75% cash back on all our holiday purchases, there is cheer to last all year.
Please stop.
These potatoes are delicious, by the way.
Get cheer to last all year with Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions
When
apply.
temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we are streaming. Not just Damon and Ratto, all the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Stream on YouTube, Twitch. It's happening. Why? Well, you tell me. I don't know. But people tend to like this stuff. They tend to watch. The same people keep coming back all the time. I mean, hello to Otis Bird III and the
I know Otis.
The Top Chat YouTube gang. Hello to all our texters. And if you are watching, you can see, no, indeed, that is not Ray Ratto. That's Larry Krueger in on a Friday afternoon. We got ourselves a big football game. We got ourselves Leroy Horde joining us at the bottom of the hour. He is a talk show host down in Miami after a very long, very successful NFL career. So we're going to get into what makes the Dolphins tick. And I'll tell you, you know what really hurt this weekend? Not just from it was he that did it, but man, if something else were to go wrong, it's nice that they accommodated Jeff Wilson Jr.'s trade request. I would not have. I just would not have. I would have liked.
You will sit there and you will be third string.
Well, here's the deal. We know that Jordan Mason and Ty Davis Price each fall into the Shanahan would rather never category. So let's not even count them. Let's not count them. If the coach doesn't want to count on them, why should anyone be counting on them? This was obviously Christian McCaffrey's backfield the minute that they traded for him.
Right.
And then Elijah Mitchell, to me, is a guy who might have had his career stunted by that whole Christian McCaffrey signing, because I do think he can be a stud. I really do. But unfortunately, his injury, is he injury prone? We'll find out. But so far, yes, because he's going to miss the rest of this regular season. So Jeff Wilson Jr., to me, was not some luxury item. He was a guy who maybe moved backwards down that, rung of importance, but he's still on the ladder of could be very, very important. I don't even want to think of what this offense would look like if Christian McCaffrey were having to miss any significant time this year. With Elijah Mitchell out, that's why you want Jeff Wilson Jr. still on this team. So I think it hurts in case something does happen, and hopefully he doesn't have the kind of game that decides this game for Miami. That guy's a bruising running back on days where things are going well for him.
Yeah. He's a tough kid. I mean, really tough. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, because you could say the same thing about running backs in football as you could say about starting pitching in baseball. Right. You can never have enough, and you never trade any away because you never know when you're going to need more. So I agree with you. But then there's a human element, and this is one of the leaders in that room. And you're going to tell him, hey, I know you took one for the team and you were there when we needed you, but you're third string now. And I don't think that was going to play well in the room. I think they didn't want any kind of an uprising. And I think that Lynch looked at things, discussed it with Shanahan, and said,
Jeff Wilson Jr. and his personal not happy about it carry that much weight in that locker room?
He does. He's a leader. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying, Damon, that guys were going to walk out the door.
He was one of the longest tenured Niners. He got an awful lot of respect.
He's tough as heck, and he's really respected and very much beloved by offense and defense. So when he asked for a ticket out of town, they're also looking at, okay, wait a second, we can get a 5th-round pick for a player that we took as an undrafted free agent, and who's now sitting third on our depth chart. And then they were also debating.
But I mean, third on this team's depth chart
means he could be up in a week.
You are a starter 2 weeks from now. I mean,
here's the bigger question. They like what they have in Jordan Mason. Some people feel he's like a poor man's Marshawn Lynch. All right. So they really like Jordan Mason. If they were going to keep Jeff Wilson and not trade him for a 5th-round pick, they were going to cut Jordan Mason and say goodbye for nothing. And they didn't want to do that. So they chose Jordan Mason and his future over Jeff Wilson in the present. Wilson also has fumbled 9 times in his career, and he's a free agent at the end of the year.
I guess my whole point there is your key word is they kept Jordan Mason for his future. Larry, I don't give a rip about a single drop of anyone's future. The 49ers should only be looking at all football questions in the present tense. Are we a better football team today trading Jeff Wilson Jr. away? To me, the answer is definitively no. Would we like to accommodate all your wishes and desires for more playing time, Jeff? Of course, you've earned that in so many ways. But we are a contending team. We are not going to say goodbye to the all-important concept of depth just to make you happy.
What if because you're the one thing you're basing this based on what you've seen of Jordan Mason. They're seeing him in practice. You're not at practice. What if Jordan Mason is actually better than Jeff Wilson?
Then play him. Then I want to see him get them 10 carries and Christian gets a break. I mean, here's the thing. If he is that good, where the hell's he been? He hasn't been hurt. Why haven't, if he's that good, why isn't he playing?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of good talent in their room that are just sitting around developing. And at almost every position. They got 20 guys in that room that are just sitting and developing for future years, or if need be this year. I don't think that Jordan Mason's not playing because he can't play. I think Jordan Mason's not playing because he's not next man up yet. But that may come, and it may come this week, it may come next week. And when he gets out there in the field and he shows everybody what he's got, I think the Jeff Wilson, what the heck, is going to die down.
Okay. I mean, hey, just get it done with the players you got, because I've never seen a team have so much success with almost any running back that they've thrown in there, except for like the ones that they draft mid-round, which is really kind of weird. I mean,
yeah, Ty Davis-Price, I don't know. I don't even know if Ty Davis-Price is in front of Jordan Mason, Damon. He might be behind him.
Trey Sermon. I mean, what the hell was that?
Trey Sermon was traded.
What was all that?
Third-round pick.
So, look, now it's Christian McCaffrey, and the really good news is that Christian McCaffrey and Eric Armstead are playing on Sunday. McCaffrey's importance it can't be overstated anymore, and I don't think we need to convince a soul listening to how important he is to what this team wants to do, not only in any vacuum of a single Sunday game plan, but in what he represents to this team's offense from here on through the remainder of his contract. I mean, Christian McCaffrey is going to be deeply involved in absolutely every snap of offense until he is no longer a San Francisco 49er. He is outside of Jimmy and, maybe your offensive line, which has got to show up for anything to happen offensively anyways. He is now the most important other guy, on that offense. So I understand you want to build it all around McCaffrey, and hopefully this guy stays healthy. But I truly believe, like you said about starting pitching, you just cannot have enough. Cannot have enough running backs, especially for a team that is the single most banged up. This came out of nowhere every single day. Like, what are you guys doing? Like cutting each other's with razors at practice? I mean, it's amazing how often this team gets hurt. And I just want all that to go away, because clearly when the Niners got a touch of health and are in rhythm, they're a really good football team.
Oh, it's as good a defense as there is in the league. And then we've seen two things that have impacted Jimmy Garoppolo. He is throwing the football away, not taking the negative play, the sack or the turnover. And Christian McCaffrey is his safety valve. So now he's got McCaffrey late in the down, and so now he can survey the field, see nothing, dump it off to McCaffrey, get 10, 12 yards, and he can throw that ball into the turf. And those two factors have been the in my opinion, the reason for the 49er offensive renaissance, if there's been such a thing, or why Jimmy's playing the best ball of his career right now, really. Those two factors. He throws it away, and he can dump it to that kid.
A guy named Nathan on the YouTube chat says, let's not pretend that Miami having like 4 or 5 ex-Niners isn't a story. Hey, no one is pretending. There is an awful lot, maybe as much institutional knowledge of how the 49ers go about their business inside the Dolphins locker room than any other opposing locker room around this league right now. I mean, they know the Niners, and they know the Niners running game. A lot of players in the room, and then, of course, the most important voice in the room in terms of what are you preparing to do, Mike McDaniel. And this, to me, is it's fascinating that this is a guy who was like this goofy, quirky, hidden gem that for some reason Kyle started sending to the podium last year. And I really didn't know why he was – I couldn't think of at any other point during Kyle's career where there was an assistant coach or coordinator or quality control coach going to the podium. Like sometimes Saleh would address the media because he is the defensive coordinator. But there wasn't another voice that represented offensive concepts other than Kyle, players. I mean, really, for podiums are usually reserved for players, head coaches, and owners. So to have Mike McDaniel be thrown behind podiums for media moments last year, like it caught me off guard. And I remember Grandy and I would sit around and we'd be listening to some of the sound bites, and we would agree, like, that's a really weird, quirky thing for a guy to say. But unless you can see the weird, quirky guy saying it, I don't know if we should play it on the air. Like, it's funnier to watch than it is to listen to, because it's just coming from the most I might work in a library professional head coach football scene in a really long time, right? Mike McDaniel doesn't look like he had come anywhere around a high school gym, much less a professional football field in his life. He just does not fit any sort of visual, presumptions you might have about a football coach one day. So think about how much he's just a football geek of the first degree. That's how he's a brainiac. He is. So think of how much Kyle Shanahan and he have talked over the years. You know what I don't really need to do when I know that you are filling in here, Larry? I don't need to worry about what's coming out of your mouth, because I can about 85 to 87% accurately predict it, because I've been talking to you for 20 years. I've known you for about 20 years. There is no tendency you have that's really going to catch me off guard, and I'm going to be like, well, I didn't know he was going there. How do I respond to that? Because I know your tendencies.
I need to mix it up on you. I need to mix it up.
I'm on to you.
I got to do some self-scouting, man. I got to get my quality control guy on the horn and say, Damon's on to me, man. I got to mix it up.
Need more scheme dynamic qualities in your presentation. No, but seriously.
I'm going to run when you think I'm passing.
But that's just us talking sports. How about two guys literally eating, breathing, chalk talk, strategy, every single game? There is
philosophies. Their philosophies.
There is no aspect of what Kyle wants to do on a football field that Mike McDaniels doesn't know an awful lot about, and vice versa. And that, along with the matchups of a supremely confident offense against a supremely confident defense, make this a really fascinating football game. And to talk about it, we're very happy to say hello to a name that, man, if you watched a lot of football in the early 90s, you know who Leroy Horde is, man. Pro Bowl running back, moved over to fullback, 10 years in the league, the Browns, the Ravens, the Panthers, the Vikings. He is a coach, not a coach, he's a host, pardon me, because who wants to be a coach when you could be a host in sports talk radio?
You got more time as a host.
QAM in Miami, Leroy Horde. Thanks so much for joining us, man. And let's just start with what's really important in your life. Congratulations on a big blue win in Columbus.
Oh, not to mention I was in Ohio. Oh, my goodness. It was awesome. Oh, I strutted my stuff in the whole state of Ohio this past weekend. And you know what? I learned a valuable lesson playing at Michigan, that everybody gets caught up in trying to win the national championship, as they should. But you got to play a style of football that gets you out of your conference, and then hope that style matches up for the national championship. And Ohio State can compete with the SEC with the speed and the talent and everything that they had. However, they didn't necessarily play a style of physical football that gets you out of the Big Ten. And it caught up to them. 2 years in a row, I might add.
Look at that. Yeah, I knew we were going to hear a little something about last year's game, too. Leroy Horde here on 95.7 The Game with Damon Bruce and Larry Krueger. And it is a pleasure to have you on, Leroy. And I know you make your home down in Miami, and you're talking about the Dolphins every day down there. When they hired Mike McDaniel, did you think, man, this guy's just going to shoot right out of the gate and it's going to work immediately? How surprised are you that he is basically like reignited this team offensively and taken Tua from a guy who was being looked at as, I don't know if he's the guy, to, a young quarterback now where a lot of people are saying, I don't know if there are too many better young quarterbacks in the entire league?
Well, here's the problem, okay? Tua did not ask to be drafted by the Miami Dolphins. And so when you draft him, you have to afford him all the resources and tools to be successful, because that's what you want. You drafted him fifth in the draft. I had a hard time believing, as much as I like what Brian Flores was doing, I had a hard time believing that a new coach that required patience didn't have any with his quarterback. And so the first thing Mike McDaniel did he came in and he said, Tua's our guy. I'm going to do everything I can to make Tua successful. But Tua has talent, and everybody's starting to see that. But I'm going to tell you, as a player, when you get beat down and beat down and beat down so much, the way Tua did his first 2 years, sometimes you start falling victim to that. And you think that might be you. So Mike McDaniel came in and he just spread positivity all across Tua. Now, he's been able to go out and perform the way that we saw him at Alabama. Whether it's going to last, I don't know. I don't know if this is just, the honeymoon stage of new coach, new quarterback. But I know this, that Mike McDaniel has given Tua all the resources to be successful, all the confidence to be successful, and all the support to be successful. So if he's not, it will truly be because of his play and not because what people think of him.
Leroy, it's funny that these weapons that the Dolphins have are just so explosive, right? Everybody loves watching Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, but the tackles are out, and the 2 replacement tackles for the Dolphins have given up a ton of pressures. Does that mean we're going to see the ball come out even faster, and it may be Tua throwing it short because trying to compensate for not having his right and left tackle?
One of the things that I am still amazed at, and I try to tell people that you can't possibly understand what's going on here, but I'm going to tell you firsthand. To throw the ball that quick and throw it in the middle of the field with accuracy is something that a lot of quarterbacks can't do. And a lot of quarterbacks don't. I was with Bernie Kosar this past weekend. And he said, I was terrified to throw the ball in the middle of the field because we were always taught, don't throw the ball in the middle of the field. There's too much action in there. So don't make it a habit of throwing it in there. That's where Tua lives. That's where they throw the football. So they have a ton of combinations to where not just Jalen Waddle and not just Tyreek Hill, but a lot of other guys catch the ball in the middle of the field, and they move them around and pick and choose how they're going to go about attacking the middle of the field. And I think that will allow him, because his eye line will always be relatively straight. That would allow him to get rid of the ball a lot quicker, because guess what? If those rush-ins and Bosa and those guys get up the field, it'll give him a chance to step up and get rid of it. Now, I will say this. I'm a little nervous about not having Teron Armstead and Austin Jackson, but I'll say this about Austin Jackson, that Shell came in and played pretty good at right tackle. He only had problems when they moved him over to the left side. So if they can find some combination to not maybe be as good, but that still give him the same amount of time to protect, because he's getting rid of the ball in 2.5 seconds. So you almost have to just get in the way and not allow a free rush. I think they can have some success, but if there's one part of their offense that I would be worried about, it is the fact that they have a couple of offensive linemen out.
Leroy Hoard spent a decade playing in the league, now a host on QAM in Miami. We're talking a little Dolphins with him. When it comes to Miami's defense, there's so much focus on the accuracy and the red zone success that Miami has offensively. Their defense, though, isn't what it was just a year or two ago. If you're Kyle Shanahan, where are you looking to attack Miami? Where's the weak point in this defense?
Run the football. Run the football, which it's weird because both coaches want to do the same thing. They want to run the football and throw it off of that. They want to establish the run. And that has always been a staple of a Shanahan offense. And now it's, they've gotten more weapons in the backfield to run the ball in Miami. And I think that's going to be key, because if you want to stop a pass rush, you run the ball right at them. Don't avoid them. Just run at them. Because, it's hard to rush the passer when you got a lineman in your face and you're running the ball downhill. So I think you're going to see both teams. I think both teams are going to make a conscious effort to run the football, try to control the ball, try to control the line of scrimmage, and then the big plays come off of that. If you try to go the other way, you're putting yourself in trouble to get behind behind the markers. And if you give up a sack on first down, now you're 1st and 15 and you're done. So I think they're going to play it a little safer and try to establish the run and maybe a couple of quick passes to kind of test the waters. But that's what they've done all year.
So we are pretty much at the end of our segment here. I cannot have a former fullback, a man who played a dying position in modern NFL football, right? And we have as a contributor on our station, Lorenzo Neal, who is one of the great fullbacks of all time. And I think, I think fullback when I think Leroy Hoard. I really do. All due respect to Ann Arbor in the days of yore. We have Kyle Juszczyk out here in the Bay, one of the best in the business. How much do you love watching Kyle Juszczyk play? And why do you think the fullback has become an afterthought in so many locker rooms? It feels like teams without fullbacks are nuts.
Well, here's the deal, that I was a fullback, but I played a lot of different positions in the backfield.
Because you were fast. I mean, that's it. The man was big and fast.
I played, in the slot some. I mean, Bill Belichick, he was our coach. And every time we played the Houston Oilers, that's kind of dating myself in itself.
Exactly.
I played slot receiver because he came up with the genius plan that Lamar Latham, if you remember him, he was a pass rusher.
Oh, yeah.
He played linebacker. And they would spread him out over me. So I had to learn all the plays as a slot receiver at 225 pounds, and I always ended up with 10 or 11 catches because they took him out of the game by making him cover me a whole game. And so I think what you're seeing now is they have fullbacks in the game, but you remember when Washington used what was called the H-back?
Yeah.
That's more of what it is because they send them in motion, they run them on routes, they do a lot of things. It's almost like your alternate tight end. So they use him in a number of ways that, he's listed as a fullback. But he'll get out and run a couple of pass patterns. He'll do a lot of things as far as what they use him to do. So you can get away with having a guy like that because he does so much more than just line up behind the center or behind the quarterback and lead block for the running back.
I'll tell you what, Leroy, you should get yourself like a trademarked slogan right now. Leroy Hoard, the original H-back. He is the original H-back. Thank you so much for joining us.
What happened is that I was called the H-back in my offense, but everybody else saw it as the fullback. And so that's how I became a fullback.
There you go.
Just because when you're in a certain position in the backfield, but a lot of times I was in the backfield by myself. So that's how it happened.
Leroy, great to talk to you, man. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Anytime.
Thanks, Leroy.
Leroy Hoard. Here on 95.7 The Game, we went just a touch long right there, but I'm glad we got a Houston Oilers story stuck in there.
Lamar Latham.
I feel good about it.
Reference there.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game with Larry in for Ray this afternoon. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC. Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Get locked into You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
I still think it's Tampa, but I may be going down with the pirate ship on that one.
But yeah, I mean, this might be a sinking pirate ship. I mean, who are you going to pick? The Niners? They don't have any players left. You're going to pick the Packers? Desperately need to trade for a wide receiver, and one just went to Arizona. Maybe the other one will go to Green Bay.
You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern from the BetQL network.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is great to have you here this Friday afternoon. It's great to have Larry in for Ray. And, man, we got an awful lot coming up. Brian Baldinger joining us here. Leroy Horde putting us a little closer to the Miami Dolphins, putting us a little closer to the evolution of fullback into H-back. And he said, he might have been the original H-back, but I'm like, your last name's also Horde. So, it works on two levels. I don't know.
He was a beast, too. He was awesome at Michigan. You remember the 88 Rose Bowl against SC? He just rumbled, MVP.
Yeah.
Huge day.
Yeah. Speaking of Rose Bowls, did you see that the granddaddy of them all's finally ready to give up the keys? I don't know about you, but in my family, we literally had to have that rough conversation with Grandpa. It's tough to tell Grandpa he's too old and times have changed and you got to give up the car keys now. You're not safe behind the wheel, and neither are we. Right. And that's a tough conversation to have.
That is.
It's a tough conversation to have. Everyone, who's got an older family member taking away the car keys from Grandpa's tough chapter in life. The granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl, had to be told by college football, you got to give up the car keys, man. You just can't squat on January 1st in that 5 o'clock window. If we're going to have ourselves an expanded playoffs, you got to play ball with some modern football. And the Rose Bowl basically agreed, yeah, the prowess of the Rose Bowl and its claim on January 1st. Not that we have the definitive exactly what's going to happen, but somewhere there is a single tear running down the cheek of Art Spander.
That's right. He's been to 7 trillion of them
in a row. He was there when roses were invented, much less the Rose Bowl. They have signed an agreement with the college football playoff that paves the way for the event to expand now to 12 teams starting in 2024. It needs to happen. We are in a world of basically college football with free agency. So teams are just...
The transfer portal is alive and well.
It's insane. It's insane. You got
Notre Dame's
starting quarterback is sitting out anything the rest of the year because he's transferring.
I know.
Michigan's backup quarterback transferring because he didn't win the job.
I'm watching SC Utah tonight. Austin Jones should be playing for Stanford. He plays for SC. He transferred.
Fight on, Lucas.
Almost an hour.
Lucas.
We don't have to talk about it. I'm too nervous.
No, I'm about to say.
I took SC on the money line, by the way.
Nice. Hope you win.
On the money, honey? Utah's favored?
No, SC's favored.
Oh, well then, how's there a money line?
What do you mean? You can just to win.
Oh, just straight up.
Yeah, so
okay.
I think it's 3. I don't want to give the 3 because I'm thinking shootout. I'm thinking 38-35, 41-38. I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, it's funny. I only think money, honey, when you're putting it on the underdog just to win straight out. I don't even think about it. You made an overlord bet.
Right.
I think you got it, Lucas. I really do.
Thanks.
I think you got it. And I really hope that in an hour and 9 minutes from now when the game starts, we can still depend on you to produce the show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, wrong.
Yeah. I mean, look at it this way, Lucas. If you have to leave at 5 o'clock and just tell Grandy to land the plane by himself, I get it. I really do.
He's going to speak in your ear and he's going to be like, okay, your guest is ready. Go to Cam Rising right now. Exactly. I mean, Brian Baldinger right now.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you that the minute Indiana's like, this college basketball team, it feels like we're back. I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to find me very much in March. In late March, I will not be working NCAA tournament games.
In Indiana, Carolina the
Larry,
other night.
it's the most I felt like myself in about a decade.
Like, I turned it on. I said to my kid, I go, Damon is all up in this.
Oh,
because it's early still. I mean, we're not even that January. You could say that this part of the college basketball season is, this is the calm before the storm.
Totally.
But Indiana routed Carolina, though Carolina's not necessarily in a great spot right now.
It's not the team that was in the national title game last year, but they're still pretty good. They were running on fumes after a 4 overtime game against Alabama right before they came to Assembly Hall. But oh God, I'm telling you, I haven't felt like it's. Do you ever find a pair of pants that you really used to like and then forgot about, and then you're like, oh, they still fit. Oh man, I'm like myself again. That's how I felt.
But you also have those disaster pants that I've seen you wear them.
Oh,
those Indiana warm-up pants.
Oh, you mean the most beautiful candy stripe pants in the world?
Those clown pants.
I'm going to be walking around Las Vegas wearing those things in a weekend from now. I'm going to be out there for Indiana, Arizona. So
I heard you tell Kerr. What is the bet?
Oh, so I don't think there's anything I could possibly give him.
I like what you wanted, though.
I'm going right for it. I'm like, I want you to fly my wife and I to Paris. I want 4-star accommodation.
He's like, I'd rather wear a T-shirt.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, can I wear an Indiana T-shirt at a press conference? I'm like, no.
Actually, that would be pretty good, though, because he would have to explain in the presser why he's wearing an Indiana shirt.
It would be nice.
It would be good for the show.
Little show promotion.
Matt would like it.
Sure. I'd rather him pick up airfare on the way to the Olympics. No, I didn't ask for airfare. But what I do,
you want to go behind the ropes, you said.
I want behind the red rope access to an Olympic men's basketball team in my life, Larry. I'm never going to know the head coach.
Right.
And
this is your shot.
I'm never going to have like a possible sort of at least acknowledgement relationship with 2 or 3 players on the damn team. So, like, it's time to go. If I'm ever going to really consume Team USA basketball in its most consumable way for me, this is it. Not to mention, it's probably the last, like, free country Olympics we might get. Like, all Olympics are going to, like, totalitarian states. Like, to have an Olympics in Paris, like, that sounds awesome.
I noticed that you didn't make it to Qatar. For
did not make
for
it
the
to
World
Qatar.
Cup.
I did not.
By the way, you got to go see
I wouldn't make it to
E60 on Qatar, and the slave state that is Qatar was incredibly well done by Jeremy Schaap. You got to check that out.
I'm Jeremy Schaap,
Right.
ESPN.
I'm walking through the streets of Qatar.
Yeah, look, it's the single greatest insult to any concept. Here's the thing: stop asking your teams to be moral arbiters of the way the world should be, because the minute there is enough money on the table to say take all your principles and stuff them in a locker where we can't hear about them, they'll take that deal.
There was a woman who witnessed the payoff for Qatar, and she was on the E60, and yet no investigation, no anything, and Qatar is still the host.
It's disgusting. It's the greatest human rights catastrophe in the history of sports in my lifetime. I know that, the Chinese Olympics displaced an entire neighborhood to build the bird's nest, but 8,000 people didn't die for that to happen.
Right.
8,000 people died. They're basically playing these World Cup games in tombs.
Well, and the people who run Qatar as a country acknowledged how bad the conditions were after they were called on it. And they actually did something about it, but thousands of people died in between then. I mean, it was what an S show.
Just based on the disrespect to Budweiser, they should pull out too.
Oh, I know. You can come have a beer. Oh, wait a second. 3 days before? No beer.
Can't do that.
No beer.
And make sure you download the 2 tracking apps so we can monitor you and your communications forever, which is also part of the deal if you're going there.
I didn't even know that.
By the way, here's the only soccer note I'm going to give you this afternoon. Christian Pulisic apparently is going to play. I don't know. Was it like a ball sack sports, or did he actually let everyone know he's okay and his balls are okay?
It's a pelvic contusion is what they're calling it. So it had nothing to do with his nether regions, and he should be good to go, as well as Josh Sargent, starting striker.
Didn't he actually talk about he was talking about both of them.
Yeah, he said he did not get hit in his
Just imagine.
Come on, Dees.
Just imagine.
Dees nuts.
Imagine the flopping he could have done. I mean, the flopping knows no end. I think everybody who plays soccer has to honor Vlade Divac or something.
It's the rare soccer injury where as soon as I saw the replay, I'm like, okay, if he wants to lay down for about 2 or 3 minutes here, he should give him all the room he needs. That looked like it probably hurt. You got a knee right in the grundle. Good luck with that.
And it cost him a game-winning goal celebration. I know it was early, but that's your 1-0 winner right there.
I mean, what was he supposed to do? Like the double knee slide into the corner?
Oh, that's as good as it gets.
The Brandy Chastain, pull the jersey off.
What if you were wearing a sports bra? That'd be a story.
U.S. is, I think, plus 360. Netherlands are minus 110. The draw is plus 240. So there you go.
What time?
You're all up to date.
By the way, what do they, in baseball, it's first pitch. In football, it's kickoff. In basketball, it's tip time. What do they call it in soccer? Kickoff?
Yeah, kickoff.
Is it kickoff in soccer? Okay.
7 a.m.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Is it 7 a.m. or is it 6 a.m.?
7 a.m. Coverage starts at 6. Fox
right.
wants you to think it's 6, so you're there. It's 7.
7 a.m.
Couldn't Fox give us somebody with a British accent, by the way? I mean, I just don't feel like I'm watching Premier Soccer without somebody with a British accent.
I'm going to tell you right now. Telemundo. Watching on Telemundo. And
Really?
You just
I don't speak Spanish.
Doesn't matter. They speak fluent soccer, and it's better. It's better. It doesn't matter that you don't speak Spanish. It is the better broadcast.
There you go. All right.
Absolutely it is. By the way, speaking of really good broadcasts, we got one for you starting at 6 o'clock tonight. It's Warriors Live. We got the Bulls in town. And look, I mean, we don't know what the Warriors are on the road yet. So that means you got to defend that home court. Every single home game for the Warriors has gone up twice in terms of just importance. There is no such thing as a home game that doesn't matter for the team this year. They need as many as they can get. They're 9-1 at Chase Center, I believe, and they'd like to go 10-1 with the Chicago Bulls in town tonight. Warriors Live is brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And just because I'm here, Grandy, close enough for government work anyways, let me just welcome everyone to 4 o'clock.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Thank you, Sunshine. Larry is in today for Sunshine, and, we're going to sink our attention right back into the NFL when Brian Baldinger talks to us at 4:15. It's because you're here, because you and I used to, spend some time in our lives talking before and after San Francisco Giants games. Do you think they're going to get Aaron Judge? Yes or no?
No, I don't. Because the Giants fans, makes too much sense. But to me, you take Aaron Judge, put him in the Farhan Zaidi machine, and it comes out as an overpay for Brandon Nemo or Mitch Haniger. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that I'll say this. What Yankee ever left New York in his prime?
Right. So
I can't think of one.
So we had Sweeney Murdy from
Reggie, but
WFAN.
Reggie was 35, wasn't he?
Right. Those were weird times, too. And there was a lot of contention between him, the club, Steinbrenner. It was weird.
Gene Autry had an open checkbook back then with the Angels, said, come to Southern Cal. But I think he was 33, 34, 35, something like that. Nobody's ever left that I can think of, unless you can think of somebody.
Robinson Cano. Robinson Cano left the Yankees and took a mega deal up in Seattle, which basically parked Seattle's contention in, a garage that no one else pulled into for about a decade there, right?
Okay, that's a good one, actually. I forgot about Robbie Cano.
That was it, though. That's really it. So Sweeney Murdy, who has been covering the Yankees forever for WFAN, joined me and Alan Stiles yesterday, and we asked him about Aaron Judge leaving the Yankees, because, I set it up with this. Like, everyone covering the Golden State Warriors in Kevin Durant's last year knew that Kevin Durant was leaving. So maybe this guy knows one way or the other. Do you know in your heart of hearts, what's your gut telling you about Aaron Judge leaving? And here's what Sweeney Murdy said.
I'm going to be surprised. I am always surprised. And it's not even – it's more so because Judge is a Yankee. But if he was on some other team and the Yankees had a glaring need and it was kind of like, okay, he's going to be a Yankee. Until I saw him holding up another team's jersey and wearing another team's cap in front of a podium, I'm always going to believe he's a Yankee. So that's kind of my feeling with Judge. They have been dug in together for 9 years since he was drafted here. The Yankees clearly have the money to pay him if they choose. He knows what it's about here. I'd be shocked if he left.
And look, if he doesn't leave, if he stays in pinstripes, I don't think as a Giant fan you can get angry at the Giants' inability to land him.
And
it's the New York Yankees.
It all depends on the bid. The Giants have to be the high bidder. They have to be the high bidder. Why? Because they're filthy rich. Their team's lousy. Their team's boring. They need this player. Their fan base needs this player. They have to be the high bidder. They're minting money. All they have is money.
If Aaron Judge isn't a San Francisco Giant, they then have the $400 million that they didn't spend on Aaron Judge. to go get a pretty decent handful of guys. And they want, whatever the outcome is, I want them spending $400 million this offseason. Whatever the outcome is. I don't care if that is Aaron Judge. I don't care if that's Correa, Turner. I don't care if that's Chris Bassett. I don't care if that's Carlos Rodon is back. You need to spend the money on either Aaron Judge and then let Farhan tinker all around him, or you actually go out and you get a Brandon Nemo. You get a 2, 3, 4 guys that might not have the star power, but absolutely give you a lineup that performs better than last year's. $400 million, $450 million, $500 million worth of contracts need to be handed out this offseason for the Giants to not look like a Little League team.
The problem the Giants have is not the money. The problem that they have is that they can't convince Judge or his representative that he's not going to break Barry Bonds' single-season intentional walk record. They're going to, in this lineup, he's going to be walked constantly. So, I really expected the Giants to jump in by now for somebody or multiple somebodies that would tell Aaron Judge, hey, man, we are in this thing to win it. I don't know that he's going to just trust that you're going to go surround him. And would you? I mean, would you, based on the Padlo, Papirski, and this parade of minor leaguers that Farhan is specializing in, I'm not taking his word for it that he's going to put together a big-time, entertaining major league lineup and protect Judge. If I was Judge's rep, I'd say go sign a couple guys and then come knock on my door. But don't knock on my door and then ask me to have faith in you when you haven't done anything. What's Farhan's greatest move?
It feels like, well, that's another topic. That's another topic.
And it's not an easy answer.
It feels like, though, it's being positioned the other way around. You're saying, don't put the cart before the horse. It sounds like Aaron Judge is saying through, whatever John Morosi representative he's picking up his news from, that Aaron Judge wants this deal done. He wants it done quickly.
Right.
So when the winter meetings begin, that's when you go shopping for the other ingredients that the Giants are going to need. So I hear what you're saying. If you're Aaron Judge,
which is an indication, Damon, I think, that he would be coming here.
Yeah.
Right, because the Yankees don't need that. They don't need to be rebuilt. The Dodgers don't need to be rebuilt. Those are the only other teams that have even been connected to him. I mean, I'll tell you, if he goes to the Dodgers or Padres, that's a kick in the gut. And
he can't go to
Farhan. I mean, the people will storm the offices.
Right.
I mean,
there's only 2 teams that Aaron Judge can end up on where Giants fans can feel okay about it. The first is the San Francisco Giants. The second is the New York Yankees. If there is a third contender, especially, like you said, a division rival that ends up with Aaron Judge, they deserve to draw 12,000 a night. They deserve that.
Well, and Farhan ought to just resign at that point. He ought to just say, you know what? I was brought here with clear goals. We didn't get them done. I'm leaving. I mean, seriously, you can't get the Giant fan base, which is immense, hot and bothered for Trevor Story and Seiya Suzuki and deliver Padlo and Papirski. You cannot get them then reignited for Soto and Ohtani and get J.D. Davis and then do it a third time, talking big. We can sign anybody. Nobody is outside of our
They've never
budget.
really talked like this before, too, in an offseason. Like,
they've created an expectation.
They have.
And I don't think Mitch Haniger is going to be okay.
Are you? What'd you say they were down in attendance last year? What was that?
800,000 off of the last previous pre-pandemic year.
And I know that you were
and they won 107 games.
Right. I know you were tuning in a little bit on the way back from Santa Clara yesterday. I was talking to Alan about this. And look, I don't want to open the debate again because there really is nothing to debate. Football is king. As great as the Warriors have been, as important as they feel because they're winning championships, the Niners are a bigger entity. The Niners, when they're winning, are the biggest thing in the Bay Area in sports. There is no debating it. There's no debate there. The real debate is...
It's not even Niners, it's NFL, really.
Right.
It's not a Niner Warrior debate as much as it's NFL.
Football is king.
Right,
That's that. that is that, whether you want, maybe it might not be king in your household, but in your house's neighborhood, football is king.
Thursday night football with anybody beats baseball playoffs in the fall.
By the way, you know who likes Thursday night football the least? Al Michaels. Are you listening to these broadcasts?
I think Kirk Herbstreit's a tire fire. I love Kirk Herbstreit on college football.
He's terrible. He's been
awful
bad.
on the
bad.
NFL.
He's got no chemistry with Al.
He's got no chemistry with Al. Al's said never sounded better. He's carrying him, but he's got no insights. Kirk Herbstreit's got incredible insights on Buckeye backup quarterbacks and Michigan running backs, and
right.
Nothing at all.
The only
to say
time
about pro players.
The only time Herbstreit shines is if he's talking about a rookie,
right?
Because he knows
had a lot to say about Brock Purdy,
right.
When the Niners were on Thursday night.
Anyway,
I like Herbstreit I met him. You worked with him before, right, in Columbus?
Yeah, for about 5 minutes. Didn't go well.
But I mean, I think he's a talented guy, but he is miscast as this NFL, color analyst. It's terrible.
Al Michaels sounds like he knows he's got the worst game of the week. He sounds like a guy who knows I took the money, but boy, did I give up good games for that. And I think he also knows that I'm not talking to half the audience that I used to, because this is we're over here on. I mean, I've never
watched it on the computer last night.
Okay, I've never watched less Thursday night football since Thursday night football's been an event, because I don't know why. It's just a button away, but I'm still
because the matchups are so poor that minimal effort that it requires is even too much.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I need a flip back. And now I got to get out of my app and go back to cable, and that's 3 buttons now. And I'm not pushing 3 buttons for anyone, Larry. Anyways, football is number one. The Warriors have risen unexpectedly to the second most, flirting with being the most important team here in the Bay Area, and the Giants are definitively losing market share. Definitively. Baseball is less important than it's ever been. Giants baseball is about to become less important than it's ever been. A's baseball has never been less important than it is right now.
This
is how those things work.
What is this A's baseball you speak of?
I'm just exactly. But that breaks my heart to say that. I mean, I like having both teams in the market. I wish it was working. But if you ain't trying to win, the Bay Area is officially going to plop its attention down somewhere else with teams that are either trying to win or just winning. And right now, the Warriors and the 49ers are trying to win and winning.
And the Giants
and their star power.
And the Giants are totally irrelevant right now. Right now. And that is partly because of baseball, partly because they had a team this year that, I mean, who was the big face outside the stadium? It wasn't a player. It was Kapler, a manager who's been 500 for 5 years, and he's got one monster season in 2021, and every other year he's 500. He's the face of the franchise. I mean, that's bad.
It is.
I'll say this: I've been a Giants fan my whole life. Grew up, there was Willie McCovey, then there was Jack Clark, then there was Chili Davis, then there was Will Clark, Kevin Mitchell, Matt Williams, then there was Barry Bonds. They've never been starless. They're starless. Right now, they're starless.
They are. And that's not being angry. It's being real. That's being real. I mean, look at how dwarfed you are by 2 teams in your own division. Dwarfed in star power by the Dodgers and the Padres.
If Steph Curry's on one corner and the most popular Niner, let's say Jimmy Garoppolo's on another corner, and the Giants wanted to compete on that same block and put somebody on the corner, who would it even be?
Look, if Brandon Crawford got a haircut and shaved, you'd never recognize him. Ever. Maybe Brandon Belt, only because we've been staring at him for that long, we would recognize him. The rest of them are nameless, faceless entities. I'll tell you, if Yastrzemski's rocking that total porn stash, maybe. Anyway.
Brandon Belt might need security if he was standing on one of those corners.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game with Larry filling in. We've got Brian Baldinger joining us next. And then some sound that is exclusive Exclusive. I know you went down to 49ers headquarters yesterday. You had a little conversation with Aaron Banks. It was good. We're going to hear a little bit of that. We got much more coming up for you, including just guaranteed winners that is fading the public on a Friday. We'll do that in our final segment. But Brian Baldinger is around the corner here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Jim Irsay collection is coming to the Bill Graham Civic on December 10th from 7 to 10 o'clock. If you're a music fan, if you're a sports fan, if you're into memorabilia, it's a night for you, and it is free. You can get free tickets right now. Sign up for them. Space is limited, but free tickets can be yours right now. Go to JimIrsayCollection.com. Ann Wilson of Heart will be playing. Buddy Guy, and a special appearance by John Fogerty in the mix. Tickets are free. Space is limited. JimIrsayCollection.com. One night only. Check it out. Bill Graham Civic, Saturday, December 10th from 7 to 10 p.m. JimIrsayCollection.com.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry. The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to use humor. But we don't want to insult your intelligence, so nothing too goofy. And we need to avoid any polarizing topics. Oh, and it has to be about how you can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. You know what? Maybe humor is a bad idea. Yeah, it's never going to work. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
In San Francisco, it's cloudy, highs around 50, overnight lows around 40.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Friends and Family with incredible deals on great gifts. Save an extra 30% off with your coupon or Macy's card and take 15% off fragrances and skincare too. Now at Macy's. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the merch store is live. You can visit 957thegameshop.com. We are live with the one and only Brian Baldinger, who's nice enough to stop on by this afternoon. Larry Krueger in for Ray Ratto today. Baldy, thank you for joining us. Where do your travels bring you this weekend, my friend? Oh, no. Do we have Brian? 1, 2, 3, 4, go. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, go. 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Bueller.
Hut, hike. Check. 1, 2, 3. Black 49 Razor. Black 49 Razor. We'll figure it out. Brian Baldinger will be joining us here in just a minute. I'm not giving him a second flowery introduction, though. We're just going to go straight to the meat and potatoes.
Just start with a question.
When Baldy does end up joining us
Did you watch any Pats Bills last night? Did you see Mac Jones just yelling at the
very little
at Matt Patricia?
Yeah.
He's like, your running game effing sucks.
So did we get the FBI lip readers to officially figure out that that's what he was saying?
Because no doubt.
So that's what I thought I saw. I saw it on Twitter because I wasn't tuned in at that particular time in the game, but I did see it, rolling on my Twitter timeline. And look, it's the Patriots are, you want to talk about falling into the same trap that the San Francisco Giants are in a little bit? Like, not only do you lack star power, but you're a little bit boring.
Oh, they're sleepy.
Yeah.
They're really sleepy. Yeah. And why is Matt Patricia calling offensive plays when he is a failed defensive coach?
I don't. It's he didn't want. Bill Belichick didn't want to give out official titles to anybody, and no one has come to claim them either. So, our official title of loving talking to Brian Baldinger never changes. How are you, Brian?
Hey, Damon. I'm doing good, buddy. It's good to hear your voice, man.
Thank you so much for joining us. I got Larry Krueger in for Ray today.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Where does Brian Baldinger's super cooler than ours live take him this week?
Well, I'll be. I'm in Fort Lauderdale right now, but I'll be in Philadelphia, South Philadelphia, for Tennessee and the Eagles. Come Sunday, leaving tomorrow. So just getting some prep done here today, doing some stuff.
Kind of a sexy game, and we'll get into that. That's a big one. There's a lot riding on that one, considering the Vikings are coming on too. We could have 2 10-2 football teams if things break a certain way. But before we get to all that, Brian, obviously one of the best matchups of the weekend is going to happen at Levi's Stadium. And just in terms of styles making fights, we got team offense against team defense, and we have two coaches that are so familiar with each other. I was blown away to find out that the Mike McDaniel Kyle Shanahan relationship stretches back 14 years. So, I mean, there's no element of football these two guys haven't discussed thoroughly.
No, Damon, and not only that. I mean, Mike goes all the way back to Mike Shanahan in Denver, kind of where he started this whole process. And then he followed Kyle around, Cleveland, Atlanta, all the stops. But they were basically inseparable, too. I mean, they were both part of this quarterback collective club that a buddy of mine runs, and they were helping, with development of young quarterbacks. I mean, they've kind of seen the football, all of football at every level, high school, college, pro, all through the same lens. And so there was a period, literally, when Mike was being contacted for offensive coordinator, all these different positions, and Kyle wouldn't let him leave. I mean, they just paid him and kept him, and, he knew how valuable he was, just, how bright he was, his insight, and just the volume of hours that Mike would just spend in the film room by himself some days, just studying the opponents, studying free agent running backs, Raheem Mostert. I mean, guys that he really helped bring to San Francisco, now housed in Miami. So I mean, they are very, very connected. And, Mike said all the right things this week. It's not about me. It's about my team. I don't want it to be about – they say all those things, but still, there's Kyle on the other side where they walked in the same building, for all these years together.
This is going to be such an interesting matchup. The Niners are so good in the middle of the field with Fred Warner on defense, and the Dolphins are living in the middle of the field, and they're doing it by using the quick game and the vertical stretch to kind of create space in the middle of the field, and they are just absolutely incredible in that part of the field right now. Who's going to win there? Who wins out there? The Niners and their incredible second-level defense, or the Dolphins and what they've been able to do?
Well, I would say this, the middle of the field is the most valuable real estate in a football game. And so how you conquer that area, whether offense or defense, basically determines the outcome of the game. However, Miami, and this is not that much different with San Francisco. I mean, they're big down where they get their chunk plays on first down, where they really put you in a bind, run, pass, all kinds of play actions. Tua's really good at them. He's really good at showing the ball to the defense. So Dre Greenlaw, Freddie Warner, Hufanga, like these guys, their eyes have to be right. If your eyes are wrong, then Tyreek Hill's going to go right by you, or Jalen Waddle's going to go right by you. And so they know that. San Francisco knows first down, especially if Tua's under center, there's a very good chance there's going to be some level of play action, and they got a lot of them. So, I mean, that's the down to really pay attention to as a fan in this game. Who wins that first down and who gets the chunk plays on that first down probably goes a long ways to deciding the outcome of the game.
Keeping on schedule is important for any offense, no doubt about it. And again, with the prolific attack that the Dolphins have in the red zone, with all the success that Tua's had on third down, they're the best first down team, I think, in football too. So yeah, it's going to be high leverage football all afternoon for the 49ers defense. When it comes to Tua taking a step forward, I mean, obviously the talent at wide receiver grows greatly when you add Tyreek Hill. But what are the things that are less obvious to the fan watching that has made Tua go from I don't think he can to he definitely is?
And maybe it's just me, Damon, but I always look at the center on every team. Like Connor Williams is a center for him. And he never played center. He was left tackle at Texas. He's been the left guard in Dallas, been benched in Dallas at left guard. Wasn't very good, to be honest with you. Whatever Mike saw, he said he could be our center. It stabilized the whole offensive line. Now, Terron Armstead, who's going to play with a bad shoulder, I think he's going to play. He's played with all kinds of injuries before, and he's going to see a lot of Nick Bosa. But I think the number one thing is the center position has been solidified. They've run so many different guys at that position over the last 5 years. It's one of the reasons why the offensive line was never very good. But Connor Williams has really helped him at center. That's one thing. And then, like all these other surrounding parts, guys that you're really familiar with, like Trent Sherfield, Raheem Mostert, Jeffrey Wilson. I mean, these guys really are excellent in all phases, whether it's protection, whether it's the passing game, understanding how to run a lot of these plays and where they got to hit. There's a reason why they traded for Jeffrey Wilson and went and got Raheem Mostert, in free agency. And those guys are really valuable to this offense.
Garoppolo's playing well. No, it's one of the best stretches of his career. I see two things. I see a guy who throws it away when it's not there, and I see Christian McCaffrey as a safety valve underneath. You watch the film and roll it back and forth. What are you seeing?
I see all that. I see all that. I mean, he's really. I mean, he's always had a very quick release. Like when I first saw him as a rookie in New England, he reminded me of Tony Romo, and he still reminds me of Romo. And just his release. So he's got a snap release. He's not a guy that can do what we watched Josh Allen do last night. He can't do those things. So he kind of knows that, and so he does get a little jittery, and he does feel the pressure the longer he has to hold the ball. He's good at going through the progressions, but if there's not something there, that's when you kind of worry. A lot of this happens in the red zone where he'll throw it, and you're not sure who he's throwing it to sometimes, That's the only time he gets himself in trouble. But otherwise, I mean, he's got spacing. He's got targets. He's got guys. Ayuk has been awesome in the middle of the field. He's got playmakers everywhere. I think he knows that if I can just get out of my hand to one of these guys, they got a chance to break a tackle and go a long ways.
Nick Bosa just named the NFC Defensive Player of the Month, and he gets to turn around and see his old pal Eric Armstead, who is playing again this weekend, and for this to be a fully operational level defense, and we see how good they are. I mean, you need Eric Armstead on the field. They're going to get him back. And to me, the number one beneficiary of those two guys maybe being on the field together could be Drake Jackson, could be, Dre Greenlaw. I mean, it feels like a very good defense is about to get a little bit better. Not to start comparing them to the 1985 Chicago Bears, because that's ridiculous. That is the yardstick of defensive excellence against which all defenses are measured by. But when you see this defense, what stands out to you as its single greatest strength? Because just getting to the passer, even with pressure, it doesn't feel like they do it all the time. I mean, they didn't spend all day in Andy Dalton's grill. They really didn't. They just play so well at linebacker. Talanoa Hufanga is just. I think he's going to go to the Pro Bowl this year. I don't see the weakness right now.
Aziz, Al Shahir. I mean, to pick a guy. I mean, they're playing very fast, Damon. The one thing about Armstead this weekend, I think is going to be interesting. Anybody that's talked to Eric, like he's 6'8". He's a basketball player in the middle, and Tua isn't 6 feet. Like just his presence in the middle, and as much as the Miami likes to throw the ball over the middle, that could be a huge presence. And now you'll see twist stunts where Bose is going to come up the middle. They want to attack Tua right in his face. He's very, very good at eluding pressure and throwing between the trees and all that. His footwork is awesome. But that could be a real deterrence. But the overall defense right now, like last week, I don't think they blitzed once, not one time. It was a front four game. The linebackers won the game. They were everywhere. They played three linebackers, and it's at times Hufanga is a linebacker where he plays in the box. I mean, they're really good. Tarvarius Ward is probably their most unheralded player. He was an awesome player at Kansas City. He can play press man. He's long. He can run with the best of them. He's been a great acquisition to that defense. It's hard to find a weakness. Kansas City exposed them on a couple different plays. That's the only time that they've really been exposed all year. So this is a great test, though, because this is truly a great passing team. And what you want during the season, Damon, is you want to be tested in all phases. Good running teams, great passing teams, speed that Miami has. You want to be tested in all these areas so that when you get to the postseason, you've seen a lot of this stuff and you're prepared for it. And so this is a great test for both teams. Miami hasn't seen a defense like San Francisco, and San Francisco hasn't seen a passing offense like Miami. So it's really a good test for both teams.
What do you think of the Dolphins if we flip the card in their defense? They got a 34 defense and they traded for Bradley Chubb. How do they look different since they got Chubb? Is it a more menacing defense than prior to the deadline?
Well, I think they played a lot of zero coverage last year, Larry, and it was like, feast or famine. And look, there were a lot of people that couldn't crack the code. The Baltimore Ravens couldn't crack the code on third down. And so they don't do as much as that this year. They feel very comfortable with Jalen Phillips, with Wilkins, Christian Wilkins, and with Bradley Chubb. Those are three, first-round draft picks. I draft first-round draft picks, the three of them. Not to mention, Roquan Davis and some of the other guys up front. They've got a really good front. Now, they've been playing without probably their second-best corner all year. And so, they got a bunch of other guys that are playing there, but they have played a lot of press coverage. And they'll make the receivers really work to get off the press and make the quarterback and the receiver beat them, with good timing. But they're led by their front right now. Chubb is a really good player. He's a big defensive end. You don't see guys that size, 6'5", 280 pounds, very much anymore. And Jalen Phillips, the guy that he's just extremely athletic. He's long. He's 6'5". He's got long arms. He's very, he could bend. He's just. And Wilkins is just a dominant player on the interior, number 94, that is a handful for anybody to deal with.
Brian Baldinger here on 95.7 The Game, bouncing around to a couple of other games this weekend. I'm going to ask you two questions in one here, including the game that you're going to be calling, Titans and the Eagles. Which 7-4 AFC team has the chance to make the bigger statement? The Bengals beating the Chiefs or the Titans walking into Philadelphia and handing the Eagles their second loss of the year?
I think the Titans have a chance to do it. Kansas City certainly has a chance. I mean, they match up really well with Cincinnati. They're very familiar with each other. But I think Tennessee, they're coming off a terrible game against Cincinnati where Derrick Henry never got going. He was held to 38 yards, on 18 carries. I mean, it was dreadful. I think they're going to get a couple guys back in the offensive line. It's a challenge for Philadelphia. Maybe they get Jordan Davis back in the middle. He makes a difference for them. But I think Tennessee, because of their style, and you mentioned styles make fights, because of their style, the more Derrick Henry runs, the better the whole team gets. The defense plays better. They don't give as many big plays. The defensive line dominates typically. They kind of choke you to death. And so, to me, but they could do it. They have the style that can take the air out of the ball and get the Philly fans sitting on their hands waiting for something to happen. I'm excited about the game because it's a tough matchup for Philadelphia. We saw Washington beat them 2 weeks ago. They ran the ball very well. Brian Robinson had a good game. But this is a much bigger back and a guy that's much more menacing, and they're very committed to it. As long as the game doesn't get away from Tennessee, if it's within 10 points, they'll just keep running Derrick Henry, and the more he runs, the better he gets.
Eagles greet you with the red carpet treatment?
I'll be treated well. Well, Damon.
Good.
I'll see a lot of familiar faces there. I'm looking forward to it. I work out with a lot of guys on the team. I'll see Lane Johnson and Sayamalo and Kelsey, and the quarterback, Jalen Hurts, is a frequent guy over at the barn. So I'll see a lot of familiar faces. That'll be good.
Is Hurts struggling against the zone from when you watch their offense the last few weeks? And I bring it up because there's been a couple of times where he's not even passing for 200 yards, and he seems like he looks a little befuddled by the various zones he's getting thrown. I
honestly, Damon, don't think he gets befuddled by anything. They ran for 363 yards last week. I mean, it's a number that you never see in the NFL. 49 rushes, 363 yards. I mean, they ran the same play basically 10 times, and Green Bay was helpless to stop it. It was a pathetic performance by Green Bay. But, if you run for 363, you're not going to throw for a lot of yards. You're just not. And so when they get the running game cranked up, they don't have to throw it very much. And so, look, they've had some injuries. Obviously, they lost the tight end, Dallas Goedert, which was a big loss. But, this Quez Watkins, their number 3 or 4 wide receiver, this guy is a player. He caught a touchdown pass in each of the last 2 games. A.J. Brown is as good as anybody in this business. I'm sure he wants to put up a good game against his former team that let him walk. There's a little bit of bitterness there about how things went down. Nobody told him he was getting traded until he got traded. So I'm sure he's anxious to let Tennessee know what they no longer have.
So Deshaun Watson is going to play football this Sunday for the first time in a long time. Just ironically, the game is in Houston, and we all know how we got here. So I just want to ask you a football question, even though I'm going to criticize him for saying he only wants football questions. It's all I'm going to ask you about. Right. What are you expecting out of a player who we all know that before he ran into, his controversies was a hell of a quarterback? How long do you think it will take for him to become a hell of a quarterback again?
I think it's going to be a while. I mean, look, David, he threw for more yards than anybody, 4,800 yards last time he played. They won 3 games. I mean, they were a bad team with a great quarterback. So that's one thing. Jacoby Brissett has played great. I mean, that game last week against Tampa, the touchdown to Njoku to tie the game up, the throws in overtime. I mean, he built great timing with Amari Cooper, Njoku, Peoples-Jones. Like, he's got great timing, Jacoby Brissett. I can't see a guy that has never played with any of these players in a game, hasn't played in 2 years, to go out there and light it up against the Houston Texans. Now, I know the Texans aren't very good, and other teams have had their way with them, but I just don't see it. I don't see it happening right away. It's just not the way football's played. It's just not the way quarterbacks play. Timing is too important to success in the passing game. And I don't care who it is. I think he's going to struggle. And I think the Browns are going to struggle putting him in there right away.
In one of the more revealing press conferences Kyle Shanahan has ever had this week. He really got into the process of how he identifies offensive coaches, assistants, quality control coaches, position coaches, how he's asked position coaches to go into quality control because he thinks they're better fit in that situation. It was really revealing. It was interesting to hear about how a coach ponders putting a staff together with so many moving pieces with all the success that they've had. When is the last time you, Brian, have been asked to join a coaching staff, either with what you know and what you put on full display on either NFL Network or online all the time? I mean, you are a film junkie. Have you ever been propositioned to join a coaching staff?
I have. I have coached. I coached in Italy, Damon. And I coached the offensive and defensive lines for a team in Italy. They have American football over there.
Bellissimo.
It was a great experience. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, Bob Benissimo. But it was. But I do get called, and I do get texted and whatnot by certain coaches in this league, and they do run things through me, ask me to take a look at things. I'm not going to say who their names are, but it does happen.
Tell me you're dropping a consulting fee on that franchise, please.
Nobody has. No. I mean, it's just football talk with guys that may respect the opinion. In fact, it's interesting that one of the coaches, the game was against the 49ers, and the 49ers had their way with this particular team. And the head coach of the team, it wasn't even him. His wife was watching my breakdown of what the Mike McDaniel and the 49ers did to this team. And he called me on Monday, and he's like, my wife, showed me your video, Baldy, about what you saw. Would you mind, like, when the season's over, coming down and sharing what you saw? Because I don't ever want that to happen again to us. And I thought I knew defense, and they destroyed us. And our middle linebacker couldn't find the football. So, I remember that day, and it was fun going down there and showing what some of the motions and pre-snap things did and what they were looking at and what it was designed to do. And so those kind of things, there's other coaches around the league that, ask me about certain things. So, I'm more than willing to share whatever I have with them.
Well, you give good chalk talk, brother. Thank you for sharing with us. As always, safe travels, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yep, my pleasure. All the best, guys. Larry,
thanks, Baldy.
That's our guy, Brian Baldinger, here on 95.7 The Game. Just knows everyone and everything and every scheme and every tendency and every player in the league.
Pay this guy a consulting fee, man. If you're going to take his intellectual property, cut him a check.
Seriously. I mean, seriously.
The NFL, man.
You got a couple ducats laying around. Have Joan and payroll just crack him off a little something.
Something. Tickets, gear, merchandise, something.
Look at it this way. I'm pretty sure he charges us by the call. Why not do that to a football team?
Right. They actually want real info.
Great stuff from Brian Baldinger. Really, really is. I'll tell you, there are some really interesting games out there, Larry. I mean, obviously, we got 3 games that feel like they matter to an NFL team's DNA a little bit more than other ones. Obviously, Dolphins and Niners. The Dolphins want to join that 9-win club. The 49ers would like to join that 8-win conversation. The Chiefs at Bengals is a big game. Washington at New York, both are 7-4, and I want to juxtapose that against the game that Baldy's going to be doing, the 7-4 Titans against the 10-1 Eagles. And that turns into a real big game because the 7-4 Jets are at the 9-2 Vikings. You got a good road record against a very good home team right there. You got Mike White swagger just flowing through the Jets locker room right now, so who knows? And if the Vikings win and the Eagles lose, we're going to have 2 10-2 teams in the NFC. And there are 2 teams that I don't think anybody expected to be 10-2. So there is as we are now entering December football, positioning matters. Out-of-town scoreboard watching matters more in the month of December than any other month in this league. And so there are games that are connected to each other that just – this is a big week in football. It's going to separate some teams from other teams.
And if you're a Niner fan, you got to root hard against the Vikings, right? Because the Niners are 7-4. The Vikings are 9-2. The 2 seed is definitely there for the 49ers if they can run the table. And maybe if they don't have to run the table, but if they do run the table, I think they're probably going to get that 2 seed.
Who peaked too early? Was it either the Vikings, maybe the Eagles, We'll find out. Maybe they just keep on trucking. Looked for a minute there that the Bills might have peaked too early, but they've sort of righted the ship over their last couple weeks, even though they haven't looked as dominant as they did early on in the season. That's still a really good team. We got an awful lot to still get into today. No more guests this afternoon, which means the lines are now open to talk football with you. What's coming up down at Levi's, a monster weekend for the 49ers, and we're going to get breaking it down in terms of just how good and surprisingly good Tua has been, and how good the Dolphins have been in the red zone, and what the Niners need to do to make sure that they're at least better than they were last week in the red zone. All of that's around the corner. Damon and Ratto with Larry and for Ray this afternoon. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're going to have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven Confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome on back. Ray not in today. He is at home with his pet cat, Mr. Pickles. Just enjoying a quiet, sleepy afternoon, I hope. We have Larry Krueger in for Ray this afternoon. We got wide open show the rest of the way, Larry, and it's good because there are a few things we still need to get into, some of the nuts and bolts of this 49ers-Dolphins game and just how significant of an offense is coming to face what we all know is one of the most significant defenses in all the NFL. But, I asked Baldy about Deshaun Watson, and I'm not here to relitigate the outrage of Deshaun Watson or anything like that. I think we all know that what the guy did was at the very best creepy as hell and ultimately just guy to guy, like lame as hell. Like, what the hell?
That's your move, dude?
Exactly. Like, of what's the point of being in a multi-millionaire, globally famous, in prime physical condition, and you have so little game, you got to import it?
Or it just shows that you're kind of what floats your boat. You're kind of a sicko.
It's creepy.
Yeah, it's creepy. And it's not really about, a good-looking, young, athletic quarterback in the NFL is not having a hard time finding a date. So it's not really about that. It's about, it sounds like it's much more involved.
Power dynamics.
Yeah,
and just
exactly.
Gross. Just gross.
What can I get away with? I expect he's going to play really well because all he's ever done is play really well.
Well, and he's obviously going to have the familiarity of Houston. And he's, are they going to boo the hell out of him? I mean, I
don't think there's any doubt.
What kind of greeting awaits Deshaun Watson?
And if you're cheering him, what does that say about you?
Yeah. What are you cheering there?
What exactly are you cheering?
What if the Browns went out, though, and they finished 10-7? What if that happens? How awkward is that going to create a situation for the NFL
if they're a playoff
media?
team?
Come on.
And wild card round.
And they're a playoff team specifically because this guy showed up and played dazzling quarterback.
You never know. It may be the Niners' ticket to the 6th Lombardi because based on what I've seen, the Niners can't beat the Chiefs. And based on what I've seen, I don't know that the Niners can beat Buffalo. But if somebody in the AFC playoffs, Baltimore, Cleveland, Tennessee.
You need a Dallas Mavericks taking out the Phoenix Suns here.
If somebody, all these teams are viable and could take down a contender, and you could wind up in Super Bowl Sunday in Glendale taking on a Ravens team that you can handle.
Look, to me, that's the real shame of the Jaquoski Tart drop, because if you go to the Super Bowl last year as the Niners, I think you win it. I think you win that matchup against Cincinnati. Bengals took out, a team that might have beaten you. So it's look, from a just football standpoint, what happens to the rest of the Browns season from here is going to be very interesting. But, man, how you play at the podium matters, Larry. It really does. I don't know if you notice we're going to talk about the World Cup for the second time today, but in a way that has nothing to do with us discussing soccer. But did you see
Which is good because then we don't
embarrass ourselves.
Embarrass ourselves or lose the entire audience.
Right. Well, look, I mean, what could be more honest with people who are diehard soccer fans than me telling you that the reason why I'm not talking about it is because I don't want to insult you as a diehard soccer fan by me clearly hopping on the bandwagon to pretend that I care in the moment that the World Cup is here. You know,
Right.
just I'm going to be honest with you.
Who knew that Damon was a soccer freak?
Right. Once every 4 years.
This guy never talks about it, but man, when the World Cup's there, this guy breaking it down like nobody else.
Can't do it, won't even bother, right? But, man, there was a guy from Team USA who really impressed me this week. They were about to play Iran, and
good pronunciation, by the way.
Well, that's where I'm going with this, because at the press conference, he says Iran, which, I understand that this is, you don't want to mispronounce a team's name, but to me, the whole Iran is not curbed in an attempt to be disrespectful or unintellectual. It's the equivalent of
how you hear it.
It's the equivalent of how you hear it and how we pronounce, we call it an iPad. You know what I mean? We pronounce our first vowels as hard vowels, and it's not Iran. It's Iran. We pronounce things like that. It's
Lionel Simmons was the L train.
Yeah, well,
no.
I don't think there's any legitimate moment of disrespect for even an Iranian reporter to pick up on and be offended by. But one was.
Right.
And says, how dare you, mispronounce a country's name, and then followed up with like the most loaded, racially charged question you could ask an American athlete. Whoever the soccer player was that answered this handled it with such grace and such aplomb. And, the old phrase, kill them with kindness, you can win, you're going to attract more flies with honey than vinegar. I mean, this guy nailed the answer to be respectful of the reporter, to apologize for the mispronunciation while sort of explaining it away under the guise of it, no disrespect was meant. And then instead of turning around and saying, hey, wait a minute, aren't you from the country that's literally like cutting women's heads off for just showing their hair?
Didn't go there.
Said something about, how, well, we're always striving to be better where we are. And, do we have a long way to go? We certainly do. Like, it was
gracious.
It was an answer he could have started an international incident with had he gotten it wrong, but he nailed it. He crushed it. And a podium game sometimes matters. When you are at a podium, you have a choice, basically, as an athlete or a coach. Can you make the bomb tick faster, or do you diffuse it? He clearly diffused it. And that brings us back to Deshaun Watson. Tyler Adams was the name of the soccer player. Thank you very much, Lucas. Fight on, by the way. I know you're 5 minutes away from totally checking out. Deshaun Watson gets in front of Cleveland media. First time he's allowed back in the building. So he is, at the podium and being asked about his return. But of course, every single question is about what the hell caused him to be suspended in the first place.
And he took control, right? He basically said, I'm only going football.
Football questions only. Football questions only. Like every part of his career since we learned about everything he did, it's handled poorly. Like I'm not saying that you're going to go up there and say the right thing that's going to stop the questions, but you can show some contrition, show some humility, have your hat in your hand. Whether you believe that you are in the right or wrong, it doesn't even matter. It's what you give the media to work with. Give them something to work with.
Do not stonewall.
Exactly. You're making it worse on yourself. You're making it worse. There's no way you can explain it away, so you and your agent come up with, the 30-second elevator pitch that you just give, and you just say, look, I don't want to continue to focus on this going forward because I'm here to make right what was made wrong. and I want to concentrate on football, but boy, do I understand. I put my fans, this franchise, a lot of women, and the NFL at large in an incredibly awkward position, and I feel terrible for that. I really do. I hope that we can move on. I hope you will forgive me. I hope to be a better man going forward. And if he had just said that, we can play some football.
Right.
You know, like, I mean, that's all.
Moment diffused.
Yeah.
Now, the people who are unhappy are still unhappy, but you've addressed it. You've been professional. You didn't dodge. You didn't stonewall.
Right. There's going to be
you
a
didn't
group.
challenge everybody else to go at you at a different angle.
There's going to be a group that's never going to forgive you. You don't even need to worry about them if you're Deshaun. Their minds are made up. All you're trying to do is show some decency. In a year where the word decent has been attached to your name for anything. Maybe there's some decent quarterback play. But what you have done off the field so diminishes that conversation from ever being like a really good conversation about you, Deshaun, that you just, a little humility goes a long way.
Some acknowledgement of the controversy, maybe a little bit of understanding, letting people know that you understand that you hurt a lot of people along the way, that you've disappointed a lot of your fans and teammates and people within the league. Something
own
along
it in
that.
some way.
Own your moment. Yeah, exactly. That's really it. And there's lots of different ways to do that. You don't have to include new data or any kind of particulars. I'm surprised that
there is no justification. There is no thing to say.
Right.
But you and your agent should go over the proper thing to say. And stepping to the podium and your opening statement being, we're on to Cincinnati, is the wrong way to approach it.
Right. I mean, and it's so blatantly insensitive. That's the other thing. It's just there were victims here. You know what I mean? If it's a victimless crime, you want to move on. But in a crime that has clear and identified victims, you have to show some basic understanding of the mistake you made and some overarching contrition, right? I mean, it can sound a lot of different ways.
Deshaun Watson presented himself today as, what I'm doing as a football player is so much more important than your questions, society at large, screw all of you, go home and cry in your pillows. I'm here to play. Just talk football. Like, it's a bad look. There's nothing about him that's not a bad look. Today would have been that first step away from a bad look, but like every other moment of his career since we learned about the first Houston arranged Yerk session, there are no good moments for Deshaun. And it's going to be impossible to root for him. I mean,
how lucky are the Niners they didn't trade for him? Huh. I mean, they were a team, not just the Niners.
Yeah.
How about the Browns ultimately did, which makes them look that much worse. But the 49ers, had sincere interest in this player for how he plays the position. Imagine if you stepped in that.
Had they traded for him, deal, trade approved, then all this came out.
GM's gone.
That would have been their own. Yeah, people would have been fired. The outrage in the Bay Area probably would have been enough to quash it. But at the same time, at least you would have said, look, we had no idea this was coming. Like, we traded for Deshaun Watson. We didn't trade for Deshaun Watson's serial rub and tugger. Like, we didn't know. We didn't know. We investigated his background. At no point in time were we checking out how he arranged his massages. We just did not know. Ugh.
And you better be honest in that regard. If you did know, you better be honest
about that
too.
The Browns knew. The Browns knew every single detail. They knew.
Right.
They did it. And then they said, let's guarantee your full contract.
We'll structure the deal so it's advantageous to you. And so if the penalty comes down, you'll still benefit financially. Yeah, I mean, the Browns look bad every way imaginable on this thing.
Least likable team in sports beyond the Brooklyn Nets. Like, that's what they're about to be. And let me just quickly welcome everybody to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So Tua went from tank for Tua to the Dolphins draft him, and then people who cover the Dolphins without an element of alarmist like Omar Kelly, who is a really good entrenched beat writer who's been covering the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel forever. I've been following him on Twitter forever, and I know more about the Miami Dolphins before Mike McDaniel got hired or Tua was drafted, just because this guy is really good at covering the team he covers. Like he was saying, and couching it in the realm of, hey, we all understand this position takes time. We all understand that what you see as a first impression from a young quarterback stepping into a bad football team should not be all you factor into what you hope his future might look like. But I got to tell you, boys and girls, early on in this career, I just ain't seeing it. Like that was how Tua was being positioned. He had to go. One of the teams that was thinking about trading for Deshaun Watson was the Miami Dolphins. This is with Tua on the roster.
Garoppolo as well.
Then all of a sudden, you're right. Yeah, Jimmy could have been a Dolphin. All of a sudden, they hire Mike McDaniel, who has clearly gotten in this player's ear, and obviously Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, making him better around him, but to the point where now, like, Tua has the highest single-season passer rating on third down since play-by-play data has been tracked since 1991. That's a huge leap for a player to make in the quarterbacking down where everyone's expecting the pass from a guy who was billed as we don't even think he can play in this league. That's an extraordinary turnaround. I don't even think he belongs in the NFL to he is more accurate than Steve Young in 1994 and Kurt Warner in 1999. I mean,
I wasn't even convinced when McDaniel took the job, Damon, whether Tua was forced on McDaniel, because there was so much invested in Tua by Chris Greer, Reggie McKenzie, and all the people that run the Dolphins front office, that I almost got the feeling that McDaniel might not have gotten the job if he had said, I don't want to go forward with Tua. But he took the job, embraced Tua, surrounded him with an incredible cast of playmakers, and in less than a full year has completely changed the arc of the guy's entire career.
I'm going to pause for just a little bit of breaking news, Larry, because one of the biggest baseball players in New York is leaving.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
But not for the San Francisco Giants. Righty Jacob deGrom has signed a 5-year, $185 million deal with the Texas Rangers. When reached for comment about the situation, Bruce Bochy said,
He's a competitor.
Physical has been passed. The deal is done. Jeff Passan reports that it includes a conditional 6th-year option that would take the total to $222 million. There is a full no trade, a massive haul for Jacob deGrom. He is now a Texas Ranger, and Bruce Bochy has one of the best pitchers on the planet.
And it impacts the Giants directly because most people believe that the Mets will now pivot to Carlos Rodon as the replacement for deGrom. So now it looks like, based on what I've read, that Rodon to the Mets is a likelihood.
It feels like Rodon not returning to the Giants was also in the cosmic tumbler no matter what happened to deGrom today. Like he's just, right. They're not coming back to Rodon, which is insane.
Fans were begging for it at the end of the year, but
I wouldn't want a 5-year deal. I would overpay on a 3-year.
Yeah. What did you say it was?
For deGrom, he has a 5-year, $185 with a 6th-year option to bring it to $222.
Yeah, so 5 years is that's the going rate for Kevin Gausman in Toronto. Now deGrom, Farhan's going to have to pivot away from 5 years of Rodon and go find somebody to replace Rodon, Taijuan Walker, somebody like that, and do it for 2 years.
Look, deGrom is 34.
Which is surprising to me because I thought of him as relatively young, but was obviously spent a lot of time in the minor leagues. 34.
34 years old. What about a 1-year, $50 million deal for Verlander? San Francisco Giants.
Why? I mean,
because he could win a Cy Young. He was good enough to win the Cy.
Are you going to win? Are you going to win? I mean, you're going to spend that kind of money for 1 year when you're probably going to be picked to finish third or fourth in your own division? I mean, what if you don't go to the playoffs in this 1 year? I don't know. To me, I'd rather see him than go for like a younger upside arm, like a Taiwan Walker, like somebody, there's a number of guys out there. But, I'll tell you what I would be interested in seeing is if the Giants go pivot away from Judge and go after a Carlos Correa. I think this is the offseason they pawn Marco Luciano if they get that shortstop of the future. But, I think Correa is like 28. So if you sign Correa, there is no Marco Luciano, and you could trade him to Milwaukee for a Corbin Burns or something like that. Corbin Burns would be the guy that I'd want. He went to St. Mary's. He's healthy. He's young. He doesn't cost a lot right now. But I never thought Rodon was coming back.
I'd like to see the Giants target Chris Bassett,
who's solid too, but he's like mid-30s.
Right, but that's the thing. I don't think you have to overpay for a Chris Bassett. You just get a really good pitcher at a price that, look at it this way. Anyone who's a good starting pitcher in baseball is making $20 million a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the new number.
I'd rather have 10 good starting options than that true number one starter and maybe not enough depth. Because to me, it's like it's 162. You need multiple arms outside of your 5-man rotation. By the way, the Giants, this is the Farhan move of today. Do you want to know what Farhan did today?
What did he do today?
He claimed right-handed pitcher Miguel Ujiri off waivers from the Pirates.
Mike Ujiri?
It says Ujiri was never a big upside guy. The Pirates liked him as a potential 4th or 5th starter. They got him from the Yankees in the Jamison Talion deal. That's another guy that
Talion, yeah.
Talion would be a guy for the Giants. But he also, this guy, Ujiri, had an
He's a competitor.
He's a competitor. He had an 8.69 ERA with the Pirates in the minor leagues. So there you go. Miguel Ujiri.
He's a competitor.
Come on down. That is Farhan in a nutshell. That right there is what Farhan does. He acquires guys that nobody's heard of, and maybe Miguel Ujiri.
He's a competitor.
Will be more than just a competitor.
Look, I want
Or
Farhan.
maybe he'll be nothing.
Here's the thing.
He might be DFA'd in 7 days.
Say what he might be Connor Joe.
Right.
And he shows up somewhere else and it's really good.
Right.
I don't mind Farhan's on the edge moves, and I got no jokes because I think that's where he's phenomenal. Farhan,
but that can't be the whole show.
No, but Farhan is.
Could you imagine Bob Myers did that? He was just constantly Ryan Rollins up, Ryan Rollins down, Ryan Rollins up, Ryan Rollins down.
Look, do you think Aaron Judge is using the Giants because he's afraid without using the Giants he's not going to get the Yankees' best effort?
I don't think so. I think he's sincerely interested and has some interest in playing for his hometown team, and I think there might be some bad blood, but he's not with Judge and the Yanks. But I don't think he's coming here unless the Giants can prove to him that he's not going to break Bonds' intentional walk record. And right now, it's not just a possibility; it's like a virtual guarantee. With whoever, who could you hit behind him right now? Jock Peterson, half the time.
Which is, I got to be honest with you, and look, I am colored by him allowing another grown man to slap him in the face in Cincinnati. Like, you just can't let that happen, dude. You can't let another man slap you in the face. I'm sorry. That's who I am. I'm going to teach both my kids. Like, I will
hit back.
I will gleefully bail you out that night. I will show up to the jail with a 6-pack. If anyone ever slaps you in the face, you get to go straight to DEFCON 1, boys. Outside of that, I don't want you throwing punches.
Don't start it.
Exactly. But if you get, challenged to a duel, this is the thing. I know that we spend a lot of time talking about how, Chris Rock did the right thing not in my mind. Chris Rock should have gone DEFCON 1 right there. Right there.
Well, especially because you're dealing with a guy on a stage on TV who doesn't have a weapon. The only thing I'll say is, and I have, a college kid, I have a high school kid. I always remind my kids, hey, come on. Yes, you don't want someone slapping you around, and definitely don't let it be a pattern. But you never know. if that kid's got a gun, a knife. It's 2022. People lose their life over crap. Don't be that person. Your life, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to mom and grandma and grandpa and you know what I'm saying? Don't fall into that. Walk away.
It's really good advice. I'm also a big believer in getting
your kids are a little younger, so you got time to evolve on your strategy.
You want to get into a fight on the first day of school, first day of prison, set the tone for everyone going forward. Like, I get it. You're like, Damon, your toxic masculinity is awful. I get it. I know this isn't the right answer, but I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, no slapping. None. No slapping. Anyway, I don't like Jock because of that. And I don't like the fact that he didn't hit a single home run that meant anything in a game that mattered. I mean, who had more disposable throwaway that don't matter home runs than Jock Peterson?
Here's the thing. Jock Peterson I cannot bring myself to criticize Jock Peterson because I watched so many minor league nothings on that roster with him. He's something. The rest of those guys are nothing. I mean, the Giants have spent $25 million this offseason on Jock Peterson and 220 hitting Yaz. I mean, that's my issue with and spent another $25 million last year on DeSclafani and LaStella. So literally, they've spent almost more than they would have to pay Aaron Judge for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'd like to see them actually start doing, I don't know, something.
Sweeney Murdy, who covers the New York Yankees for WFAN, joined me yesterday, had Alan Stiles in for Ray yesterday, Larry's in today for Ray. And when I asked him, do you think Aaron Judge is coming? He basically said, no, I really don't. But he did say, Aaron Judge has not been shy about his affinity for the San Francisco Giants.
He's talked plenty about what baseball and the Giants meant to him growing up. He talked about Barry Bonds during the course of the year, talked about him holding the home run record. I did a feature with him talking about really kind of the roots of him, treating kids so well and giving autographs and things like that. And he told me a great story about Jonathan Sanchez, a former Giants pitcher, signing his hat one day when he's yelling and screaming for any Giants player to come over and sign something for him. And Sanchez came over and signed it for him. And I actually got to relay that story to Sanchez, who became a huge Aaron Judge fan the rest of the way. So he's hinted all along at his upbringing and hasn't really hidden that, but I still don't know if that's enough to say, okay, I'm leaving it all and going back, because, I think there are plenty of people around here also who know what playing and winning baseball in New York is all about, and he has all of that here in front of him.
Sanchi. How about Jonathan Sanchez playing a big role in his love?
Who knew?
Sanchi. But look, By
the way, the Yankees, I love how the Yankees are the Giants are not. Giants have won more World Series than the Yankees in the last decade. I mean, Giants did win 107 games. It's not like they're
not a tire fire.
I mean,
it's not the Florida Marlins.
Right. I mean, it's
Miami Marlins. But look,
it is an iconic franchise.
What they aren't, what no team in sports is the New York Yankees. I mean, the New York Yankees, outside of the Dallas Cowboys, are the biggest brand in the world that isn't a soccer team. I mean, it really is. So look at me acknowledging soccer is a little bit bigger globally. But no, there's probably no way he's leaving a Yankee team that was just in the American League Championship Series. Had the Yankees had a bad year, then I could see him. I'm gonna leave this team that isn't doing very much to go to that team that isn't doing very much. You were in the ALCS last year, and now you're gonna walk away from that. If you just broke Roger Maris's franchise record to come to California to, look at it this way: Aaron Judge has enough money to come to California whenever he wants. It's like private plane, hop on it, go see mom and dad, small airport somewhere around Linden, whatever the smallest private airstrip is, that is his. He ain't flying into SFO or Oakland. He's a private travel. Going anywhere is not an issue for Aaron Judge at the price point he lives in. So where do you really want to play winning baseball? You want to be in New York? Because there's nothing bigger than that, man. and I love the Giants. I know how important they are. I get it. I really do. They're a very respectable, word of mouth on the street, players, agents. Everyone respects the Giants. They ain't the Yankees.
It's not the same stage. I mean, if you've ever been in Manhattan and then you come home, I don't want to say San Francisco feels like Bakersfield, but it feels like a quiet, out of the way kind of a little place compared to Manhattan. So if you're addicted to New York and being the toast of New York City, then I don't know that you'll be happy here. But then there's also situational stuff, and you could speak to this. I mean, you got little kids right now. He's married. Doesn't have kids. If he wants to start a family, does he want to? He lives in Tampa. See, that's the one thing. He lives in Tampa, which is basically Yankees South.
Right.
That's where Legends Field is. That's where Yankee spring training is. So his whole life is geared towards Yankees. And is he going to walk away from that? Does he want to be on the West Coast? His wife, I guess, is from Linden. Do they want to have a family? Do they want their kids to be near their grandparents? It's a totally different lifestyle. How much does baseball, if it's about baseball competitiveness, the Giants are coming off a bad year, but the Giants won 107 2 years ago. The Giants have won 3 titles in recent vintage. It's not like you got to go back to Mays.
Right.
And it's not like it's, the 50s back in the day. The Giants, have climbed the mountaintop. They're not just some nothing team, but is he going to be happy walking away from the limelight and everything that go? I mean, look how much money you can make off the field in New York compared to off the field in San Francisco. That's probably a factor as well.
Right. I mean, if you're a San Francisco Giant, what are you going to do? Get a cheesesteak shop commercial?
Right. Seriously. Yeah. You're like Alex Dickerson almost broke down over his cheesesteak commercial.
He's a competitor.
I mean, seriously. You're going to, something Ford dealership on the peninsula is going to get you. I mean,
Putnam Chevrolet. Come on.
Come on down. I don't know. I don't know how much that means to him. Or you never know. Maybe he's tired of the whole thing. But the Yankee fans booed.
Maybe New York can also be a grind, man.
Yeah, I mean,
it can wear you down.
He struggled in the postseason, and I'm sure, he heard some of his teammates getting booed, and maybe
Anthony Rizzo said he didn't like it,
and then Rizzo's his buddy. Rizzo just re-signed, so maybe that's a factor. I kind of thought the Giants and Farhan were going to have to kind of go out in the marketplace and show him, hey, man, we're serious. We're going to spend money here, here, and here. But maybe not. The way he kind of Judge talked about it, he made it sound like, hey, I want to get this done before the winter meetings start or at the beginning of the winter meetings so that the team that I go to can then, spend money and build around me. That sounds like an indicator that he's coming here, but who knows?
Hey, we're going to get back to 49ers Dolphins here, but we got a couple calls about the offseason. This is Jose in Oakland. Hello, Jose. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Look, honestly, if this was going to happen with Aaron Judge, it should have happened a long time ago. I mean, from the beginning. Every time I bring it up, the first thing I hear is, well, it's not Farhan the one doing this. If it was up to him, he would already have been signed. If it's not Farhan, then what is the point of having him in the team? I mean, he was brought in to fix the farm system, and the farm system stinks after 5 years. I mean, it's average at best. So he hasn't even done that right. As far as the negotiations, why would he come over here? I mean,
well, now, Jose, look, what you're saying isn't wrong, but you said none of that during the 107 season, right? The Farhan and Gabe Kapler went from geniuses who can. There isn't even a wrong string for them to pull on to what now? Total buffoons after the rough year that was last year. I mean, I think that the pendulum.
Which is the aberration?
There's a legitimate question.
I kind of think that maybe the 107 was the aberration. I mean, especially specifically speaking on Kapler. Kapler's managed, 5 years in the big leagues? He's 500 in every year except for that 1 year where they were just unbelievable. They won and won and won and won and won and won and won. So I don't know. I don't know what's the aberration.
He wasn't the manager of a particularly good Philadelphia team when he was there, and when he showed up here, they weren't particularly good either. So
they had Bryce Harper.
Well, but that's all they had at that time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that they underachieved. I'm just saying that's what they were, 500. The question I would have,
I just can't wait for the Giants to sign Aaron Judge and then platoon him with Lamont Wade Jr.
I guess the question I would have for the Giants, it's like I kind of think that Farhan has done what you said, Damon. He kind of has played a lot with the 40th man on the 40 man and the 25th man on the 25 man, and he's done a lot of that, which I think is smart too.
Right.
But
he's great 18 through 25.
But it hasn't also been done in conjunction with building pillars. Like there's not pillars. Where you look at the Warriors, I think Jonathan Kuminga's a pillar. I think potentially Moses Moody and James Wiseman could be pillars. I haven't seen that kind of construction from Farhan. So I think as time goes on and the prospects don't matriculate to the big leagues, I think, unless Farhan makes some moves of significance, either trades of significance or signings of significance, he's allowing himself his job status to be tied to this referendum on his farm system. And I agree with the caller. Right now, in the present, it doesn't look very good. And if that's where he's hanging his hat, then he's probably going to be gone in not that long a period of time, because he doesn't have a bevy of guys that he drafted that are kicking butt in the minors. So if he did, he's got Kyle Harrison, and maybe he might have one or two other guys. He's got to get those guys to the big leagues.
Last
and
year,
they got to start performing.
Last year was the year if you really thought like, hey, prospect X is going to be a major leaguer. He might struggle at first, but this kid's a major leaguer. You should have had him play in Major League Baseball last year. The whole Elio Ramos, like we called you up for 5 minutes and then, oh my God, we can't see you hit a Major League Baseball.
He didn't draft him, but he drafted Patrick Bailey. He's not doing anything. He drafted Hunter Bishop. Hunter Bishop is being exposed Wednesday. He could be taken off the Giants during a roster on the Rule 5 draft because they exposed him because he's still not conquering A-ball.
If you got major leaguers, let's see it, I guess is my point in your minor league system.
Right. And do you want your job in San Francisco to be a referendum on what you did in the amateur draft? Or are you going to then trade the Lucianos and the Hunter Bishops for players and start, having you're being tied to the major league team? So right now, I think he's got that 1 year. We all think he's relatively smart, but they're also don't have a farm system that's spitting out anything. And they finished 30 some odd games behind the Dodgers, and the Padres have gone right on by, and Arizona's gone right on by. The Giants, this is a crucial offseason.
Do you think we have an Aaron Judge decision a week from today? By next Friday, Aaron Judge has signed with someone, yes or no?
I think we've got a decision on Aaron Judge before Sunday. I think it comes down this weekend.
Really?
I do.
Okay.
Because I think Aaron Judge wants to get this out of the way, and everybody reports to San Diego, the Hyatt down in San Diego Sunday. I think it gets done Sunday or maybe at the latest Monday.
Mario in Berkeley, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Mario?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What you got?
I think you guys are going to get the Giants are going to get Aaron Judge. You guys wined and dined him, and my coworker actually saw him on Columbus Street today.
Today, hanging out in North Beach today?
Today. We deliver meat to high-end restaurants, and he saw Aaron Judge on Columbus Street today. 12 o'clock today.
All right. Well,
they need him.
Mario in Berkeley with a little bit of breaking news. Aaron Judge was in North Beach today. So there you go. Hey, if he's going to make a decision tomorrow, Larry, would it be good for him to be in San Francisco today?
Is he in the prosciutto room at North Beach Restaurant? Have you ever been to the prosciutto room?
I have.
Oh,
yes,
my
I
goodness.
have. Yes.
The prosciutto's hanging from the ceiling, and you got the subway tiles and the whole deal.
Go to Molinari's right across the street. Have a nice sandwich there.
Okay.
I'll bring him to Trattoria Contadina tonight. We'll get the gnocchi and we'll close this deal.
It was closed over some gnocchi.
Little pillows of heaven.
Made with potatoes.
Oh, yeah.
Little meat sauce.
All right. So there we go. We cannot confirm, nor will we deny Mario's friend's eyewitness report.
Where was he in North Beach? Was he at the Garden of Eden? 2-drink minimum. Tip your waitresses. All drinks $7.95.
I look. It's a good question. Maybe he's not as concerned as where his wife wants to be, if that's it.
Basta pasta.
Yeah, right.
The garlic rose.
The stinking rose?
The stinking rose.
Oh, don't be there. You have so many options. You don't go to a chain restaurant in North Beach, please. But look.
What do you think of that? Just the fact that he's still here.
Well, if
that right there.
If the caller's
they
right.
They met with him for 2 days last week.
Right.
And they were
stayed in town for Thanksgiving. I don't know. But look, no, it would seem significant if we can really if we're going to address it as a fact. He is in San Francisco right now. I'm going to take their percentage in what John Morosi says is a 50-50 coin flip and make it 55%. If Aaron Judge was on Columbus today, there's a 55% chance that he might sign with the San Francisco Giants. Now, when we were told that, hey, Steph Curry's going to help put the full court press on, and he's going to go to a Warrior game. I was at the Warrior game that night against the Clippers right before Thanksgiving. All I did was look around for Aaron Judge. He wasn't there. Maybe he was in a suite somewhere or something.
Steph had motivation, though, because Steph's a Red Sox fan.
Ooh,
So, you know what? He wants him out of the division.
I actually heard that Steph Curry tried to block the Christian McCaffrey trade because he's such a big. Anyways,
that's right. He's a Panther fan.
That's right. He's a big Panther fan. We will get you out to Steph Curry and whoever he is rooting for, and he's probably pulling for the Warriors tonight. They got the Bulls in town, and Warriors Live starts in about a half an hour from right now. I want to get back to 49ers and Dolphins real quick, but this is Danny Lathrop. What's going on? Danny Lathrop, pardon me. What's going on, Danny?
That's right. How's it going, guys? So the one thing I haven't heard too many people talk about, maybe you guys have, is the right field, right? New York's got the short porch. Aaron Judge goes oppo a lot. I mean, how much do you think that plays into his decision? I mean, he's got to go over the brick wall here at Oracle.
Well, so Aaron Judge is actually built to hit a lot of home runs at AT&T or 24 Willie Mays Plaza because Oracle doesn't pay me. So, I mean, he's a right-handed hitter. He's going to be trying to hit the glove, not one over the wall. But the oppo-boppo, yeah, that goes away. And what I've always thought has scared away free agent hitters, especially free agents that are consequential. Like one day my numbers might qualify me, if not for several All-Star games, for a possible Hall of Fame career. I do think that they look at, the huge gap out by the archways and think, yeah, I mean, 15 home runs in other parks are going to die for me right there. Do I want to mess around with my career numbers? Bringing a hitter's game to 24 Willie Mays Plaza is probably taking 30 home runs off your career average.
Yeah, but here's the thing on this. I just
your career
think
total, not average.
Yeah, but I just think that this park in San Francisco is the park. It's a reason Juan Soto would not want to come here, right? Because
Aaron Judge hits home runs anywhere.
Well, are you really the amount of money the Giants, if they signed him, are going to pay Aaron Judge? Is he really that concerned about his next contract?
He shouldn't be.
He shouldn't be, right? So that guy to me is I wouldn't be worried if my numbers are a little bit deflated here because I think the Hall of Fame is still well within his reach, and I think He's not worried about that next contract. He's getting so paid so handsomely on this contract. I also think Aaron Judge, we've never seen since Ellis Burks in 2000 a dead pull right-handed hitter. I think this park is incredibly live for if you're a dead pull right-handed hitter or even a dead pull lefty like a Schwarber. I think Schwarber might hit 40 or 50 in this place. Dead pull righty, dead pull lefty.
The Giants here's the thing. There is an argument to be made that just adding Aaron Judge is not going to turn your season around. Giants are maybe a playoff team this year had they'd signed Kyle Schwarber and got the same production the Phillies got.
And they should have. Why do I say that? Because
he went to Indiana University.
Well, yeah, and also because the Dodgers spent 52% of their revenue on player payroll. The Giants, who have a whole lot less payroll, spent 47% of their payroll last year, of their revenue, I should say, on player payroll. if you don't have to spend more than Dodgers, but you do have to spend the same percentage of your revenue as the Dodgers if you're going to compete. If the Giants had spent that extra 5%, it would have equated to $20 million of more player payroll. For $20 million, they could have gotten Nick Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber. Imagine how much different the Giant lineup would have looked last year if you had two dangerous bats in the middle of the lineup.
Yeah, they were just late to everyone's party in free agency last year. Or they had a reason why that player wasn't good enough for them.
I think they sat it out looking to this and looking to next year with Ohtani. I think they've been targeting Judge and or Ohtani for multiple years. And I'll say this, I've talked to Larry Baer. I've talked to Giants ownership and representatives, different people who are minority owners. They are keenly aware that they are lacking in relevance, star power, and interest. They are keenly aware that the Warriors are their next door neighbor and have far more star power. They're keenly aware that the NFL is way more at the top of people's list than baseball.
Right. They didn't come to compete with the Sharks.
Right. They know that they need a box office draw. Is that the end all be all? No. You still got to have a competitive team. But this idea that you can just have a competitive team with a bunch of nobodies, I think the ownership group has said, Farhan, we like your maneuverings, but we also know we need a marquee. We need some name for the marquee.
In the name of football being king, I want to pivot right back while we can to what we got coming up Sunday at Levi's Stadium, because the Dolphins have a quarterback that absolutely excels at the one thing the 49ers offense is struggling to do. In a multiverse, you know, all these Marvel movies are happening in the multiverse. It would have been fascinating to me had Jimmy Garoppolo ended up in Miami with Mike McDaniel. Would Jimmy Garoppolo be this different red zone quarterback that Tua had become under Mike McDaniel? I mean, would Jimmy Garoppolo and Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill be carving up all, defenses by the week? What would the parallel universe of Jimmy Garoppolo playing for the Dolphins had looked like? And yesterday he mentioned like that almost happened.
Yeah, I mean, they were in a conversation. Not much came from it, but they were definitely one of the teams in the conversation. Seemed like a good spot as an offense. That's tremendous skill players, everything they got going over there. Mike, being a great coach, had been with him in the past year, and it was discussed. But I'm glad the way things worked out.
I mean, and Jimmy is always a professional, man. He hasn't shot one side eye. You're lucky to still have me at anybody involved in the decisions to try to walk away from him and then have him back. Luckily, asked that. How's it feel, Jimmy?
How's your knee feel?
Feels great. Feels great, baby. No, it's coming along. Yeah. Feel pretty good with it.
There you go. I'll tell you right now. I mean, the feels great baby could have turned into his Russell Wilson let's ride had things not gone well, but everyone loves to hear it now. But look, this is a team that even for all its razzle-dazzle that it's assembled offensively still struggles in the red zone. The Dolphins do not. Warren Sharp, who's really good at breaking down stats, among 112 quarterbacks with at least 100 red zone attempts since 2000. Here is Tua's career rankings. Number 1 in success rate, number 1 in touchdown rate, number 1 in third down conversion rate, number 2, the second lowest in sack and interception rate, number 3 in completion rate, number 5 in first down rate. When Tua is in the red zone, he has been absolutely money. On the season, 36% of the passes he throws result in touchdowns. Best in the NFL this year, and that's the best percentage of any quarterback with 30 attempts in 22 years. Tua is putting up Hall of Fame numbers in the red zone. And what's crazy is Jimmy Garoppolo, who is always underappreciated, if not never appreciated, is in a streak right now where he's putting up Hall of Fame numbers. Did you see that he's won as many games in his first 59 starts as Steve Young has?
Yeah.
He has a completely comparable, like side by side, these numbers are identical through 58 first regular season games as Kurt Warner. I mean, Jimmy is playing out of his mind, but still, he's not anywhere in the neighborhood of what Tua has done on third down and in the red zone So it would have been fascinating, just in a parallel multiverse, to have seen what would Mike McDaniel be getting more out of Jimmy Garoppolo than Kyle Shanahan's been able to?
I think there's reason to believe he would.
Or would that be, Tyreek Hill is the real difference there?
Well, I mean, I think the weapons are definitely the difference. I mean, the stat that I saw this week that I think is interesting, Tua has thrown 38 completions in the intermediate middle of the field this season.
Between the hashes.
Yeah, and in intermediate. So within like
15 yards.
9 to 15 yards of the line of scrimmage. That he's completed 38 completions in that box. That's 16 more than any other quarterback in the NFL. Now, that's where they're living. They're living in the middle of the field, and they're living underneath. And so how are they doing it? Well, they're doing it with speed. They're running guys off, and they're dumping it underneath. And it's creating all kinds of speed. I think Jimmy could have operated that.
And then Tua, when he takes a shot, he hits it.
Right. Well, the one thing about Tua is Tua's got tremendous accuracy. And going back to Alabama, he's always had good accuracy. The other interesting thing, though, on Tua, and this is where I think this kind of brings up the question of the week on the 49ers. Do they have to knock out Tua to win this game? The Dolphins are 8-0 when Tua starts a game this year and finishes. Yeah. They're 0-3 when he doesn't. So what does that tell you? Do you literally – I mean, the Dolphins will not have most likely now – Baldy said he thought Armstead was going to go, or maybe was it Horde that said he thought Armstead was going to go. The Teron Armstead, the tackle for the Dolphins. If the Dolphins don't have Armstead or Jackson, there's two offensive tackles. It may be jailbreak on Tua between Ebukam and Drake and Bosa and Menahue, and the Niners have a lot of edge rush. And to me, I think that's going to be where this game. Are they going to be able to knock Tua around? Are they going to be able to knock him down? Are they going to be able to get some hits on the quarterback? When the Niners are going good, Damon, they're getting like somewhere between 9 and 12 hits on the quarterback per game. Can they knock him out? Do they have to knock him out to win this game? That's how good he's been with his offense this year.
I don't know if you need to knock him out, but he's got to be uncomfortable. I mean, the number one way
he's got to feel your D.
Yeah. And, here's the deal. People want to say, well, this defense might be as good as the 85 Chicago Bears. Shut up.
I know, seriously, enough of that. I had a guy tell me that this 2 days ago.
Shut up.
Can we not talk about the 85 Bears?
Right.
I mean, my goodness.
Right.
I love the Niners. It's a good defense. I love D'Amico. They ain't the 85 Bears.
You're basically saying this album might be as popular as Thriller. No, it's not going to be. It's not Thriller. I don't care how good it is, how much you like it, it ain't Thriller.
Let's leave the 85 Bears theirs.
Having said all that, as good as the 85 Bears were, it did take a great Hall of Fame, future Hall of Fame quarterback to knock, give them their one loss, and that's what Dan Marino did. Yeah. Maybe we're ending up looking back on this, and that's not that the Niners are going to be a one-loss football team, but you really look back and say, man, that Patrick Mahomes game, he is that good. He is that much of a better than anyone who is playing that position right now, and that's why the Niners got carved that day. This is their second official here's your big boy quarterback challenge. Justin Herbert might have represented that, but he didn't have the talent around him.
Didn't have Keenan, didn't have Williams,
anyone. Yeah, so Titan. This is in a styles make fights universe. One of the most interesting fights of the football season comes to Santa Clara this weekend. When we come on back, you had a couple of interesting exchanges with Aaron Banks, who officially basically confirmed what Kyle Shanahan was saying, like his defense and how it's playing goes about how he calls the offensive game plan. And Aaron Banks is talking about this defense plays so well, it gives us confidence. We're going to talk about how it's all connected, all related, and we're going to give you what for the most part has been almost a guaranteed winner. We're going to fade the public. It is a Fade the Public Friday on 95.7 The Game After All, brought to you by Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barata. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
You can't always see bad weather coming, so it's essential that you're able to see through it when you drive. Michelin wiper blades with advanced technology hug your windshield like a Michelin tire hugs the road, channeling away water, snow, and ice so you can see clearly, drive confidently, and breathe easy. Michelin wiper performance, clearer than ever. Upgrade to Michelin premium wipers today at Walmart, Amazon, and other fine retailers.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it.
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
I'm not going to be happy if the Giants finish in second. Yeah. They don't get any props for taking a meeting with Aaron Judge.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Stop it! I can't hear this anymore. Oh, why would you leave the Yankees to come to the stupid little Giants?
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
And I also believe this. They get Judge, and they're essentially 500. They're not going to sell out for the Judge era.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
If you're really going somewhere, if you're really going to be a team that is find itself in another Super Bowl, I think you beat a team like the Miami Dolphins at home.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Damon Bruce, Larry Krueger putting the final touches here on a Friday show. And Larry, you were down in Santa Clara doing a couple player interviews. You talked with Aaron Banks, who weeks ago Ray and I had on. Really enjoyed talking to him. Nice guy. I know that two of you had enough conversations to where you have a long interview. That is what on your YouTube page?
It's if you go to my show, The Krug Show on YouTube, we played it last night on the live stream, and we're going to play it on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 in London coming up on the pregame and postgame this weekend.
Pinkies up. Fancy you, governor.
Yeah, there you go.
We have Aaron Banks talking about how it's all connected, baby. Look good, feel good, play good. Within a defense setting a tone like this, it gives a little confidence to everyone else. Here's Aaron Banks with Larry.
It gives you a tremendous amount of confidence to go out there and play free and play fast, play physical, and try to match their intensity. They bring the juice every time. They're incredibly physical, really fast, and they're smart players and they swarm. I think us getting reps against them this week, and because the Dolphins have a really good defensive line as well. It's going to be another test for us, but it's awesome to have a defense like that who you can kind of play complementary football with the defense, special teams, offense. When we're hitting on all cylinders and playing complementary football, I think that's when we're at our best.
Look, keep a good thing going. This is a team that is playing some of the best football it's played in the Shanahan era in just the last 5-6 games, handful of games. Keep it going. And as was part of the promo of the big station whip around promo that we always do in the last commercial break, I mean it. It's December. You want to go somewhere in January? Win your games in December. All good football teams do. All good football teams have great Decembers before they go have great Januaries when they have great January. I mean,
no doubt.
Now's the time.
Yeah, it's absolutely go time for the Niners. I think there's a decent chance the 49ers can run the table. And I think that's what the way they're thinking. There's a noticeable different feel down there since the bye week. Like Shanahan said, all right, guys, we're turning for home. And there's enough guys who have been to the playoffs and got one step from a Super Bowl last year that it's a totally different feel since the bye week. And basically, as Harbaugh said, iron sharpens iron. You practice against a top defense, that makes you better at what you do. And that was kind of his theme this week.
I'm going to tell you right now, if they end up running the table, you know what they're going to be saying about this team.
He's a competitor.
If they do something like that, that would be, I mean, that to me is like, that's too much of an ask. I would love to see them win 2 of the next 3 games. If you had to dial it up, you'd rather, obviously the Seahawks are the priority, followed by the other NFC team, the Buccaneers.
This one this weekend is the one theoretically you could lose, and it really wouldn't impact your playoff race.
But this is the gravy game.
And it means a lot to Shanahan.
Yes, it does. And if look good, feel good, play good is a mantra that runs through the locker room, I don't think it's out of the question to say it runs through the coach's room as well. Kyle Shanahan wants this. He wants it bad. When he started marching Mike McDaniel out to podiums to talk to the media. Like, I don't know if he thought he was training an NFL head coach for the very next year, but that happened. And, I don't know if there's any, I would have liked to have kept you around a little bit more. I mean, maybe he's just thrilled that his buddy got this opportunity to make life-changing money and pursue his dreams. But Kyle is also a highly competitive guy. And I wonder if he sort of doesn't regret making Mike McDaniel a little bit of a press conference darling.
I don't think he regrets it.
Which is what got... Here's the thing. I don't know if Mike McDaniel is an NFL head coach, but for the exposure that they gave him, that Kyle really has never given another offensive voice in his entire career as a coach.
I don't think he regrets putting him out there, but I definitely know that Kyle Shanahan is aware of the people that early in the year when the Niners were struggling, losing to the Bears and Broncos.
Maybe they let the wrong guy go.
Yeah, exactly. Saying, hey, the real brains of the operations in Miami. So believe me, he saw all that. He heard all that. And I would imagine he's going to have a little something special this week.
This isn't Mike LaFleur, right? This is someone who is really important to Kyle's game plan. And I really wonder if Kyle doesn't have like 4 or 5 plays that he's literally just been sitting on for this week. Just, Mike isn't aware of these. I never really talked about these with Mike. This is what I'm going to hit him with on the first time we're facing a big third down, I got this up my sleeve. And that's a play I want to see executed. I'm fascinated for that first, all right, here we are. This is a moment. 49ers need the moment. What's that play going to be?
I almost feel like it's going to come screaming out at us, and it's going to be like, that's the play we're going to ask him about in the post game because that's the wrinkle we have not seen. I almost guarantee we're going to see some wrinkle or two in this game that we've yet to see this year.
Thanks so much to Leroy Horde and Brian Baldinger for joining us today. And before we go, we want to help put a little money in your pocket. Money not guaranteed, but we do have a wildly successful gambling segment that is not predicated on my gambling knowledge, on yours, on Ray's gambling knowledge. It's not predicated on preferences. It's not predicated on trends. It's not predicated on anything other than the reason why they build a new hotel every single time you go to Las Vegas is because they take your money from you losers. Fading the public is a really good way to make money.
And we're not talking to you, by the way. If you're listening, we're not talking to you.
Unless you're betting, in which case you probably screwed it up already and we're going to bet against you. No. Obviously, everyone listening has such a degree of infinite sports knowledge that we all get along.
And you're all winners in our book.
The other losers.
Right.
The most heavily bet team this weekend is the Titans. Plus 4.5 in Philadelphia.
Interesting.
I thought that was too. I didn't think that the Titans would be that big of a brand. I didn't think that was a big enough number to make 92% of the public fall in love with that bet. 92% of the handle is on the Titans plus 4 against Philadelphia. Therefore, to fade the public, Larry, the show's official position, documented.
Call my 800 number.
Hey,
this is my platinum 5-star lock.
If I don't win this week, you get next week free.
Yeah, exactly.
You get next week free.
If I don't know what I'm talking about, you can get all my opinions going forward for nothing.
EAGLES minus 4.5 is the official position of Fade the Public this Friday afternoon.